Synopsis: Melissa, a common salary woman, now Lillian Ker, an extra she had never heard of, has to survive in a world based on an Otome RPG game she played before meeting her untimely end. Finally, being able to meet a character she admired for so long due to their uptight, strict, but gentle personality. How will she fare when she finds out that this character she admires so much is secretly a Yandere underneath all her coldness? Chapter 1: A Truck? Bam! You've got a lot of nerves, Lillian Ker, to be so chummy with that despicable woman, especially when you have me as a friend. A woman with long, black, flowing hair told the girl pinned to the wall by her. Her hand was placed carefully beside a white-haired girl's head. She stared intently at her with her beautifully red eyes that could be mistaken for the highest qualities of rubies. They met the girl's blue ones, which were as pure and sparkly as those of sapphires. The girl, identified as Lillian, shivered under the woman's towering stature, who was about a head taller than her. Her lips curved up into a wry and nervous smile. Hey, Marionette, should you really be doing this in such a conspicuous place? We're still in the Academy's hall, you know. Marionette frowned and leaned next to Lillian's ear, brushing the few strands of her hair that covered it, and whispered, "Answer my question, Lillian." Lillian flinched a bit as she felt Marionette's breath warm against her ear. That isn't even a question, she thought before having to cover her mouth to stifle an unexpected sound. The closeness of Marionette brushing against her neck caught her off guard in a way she hadn't anticipated. The edges of her lips twitched at the precarious situation she was forced into. How the hell did I get into this situation? She then thought back to a few months ago when she was first transported into this world. Click, click, click. The rhythmic clicking of a controller's joystick moving and the mashing of its buttons resounded inside a dimly lit room where the only source of light was a monitor linked to a console that displayed what seemed to be a scene from a game. A woman no older than 24 sat in front of the screen with bags under her eyes and cans of instant coffee strewn across her cheap and messy desk. This woman's name is Melissa. Her eyes darted across the screen, highly focused on what was in front of her, before jumping out of her chair with a victorious scream. Hell yeah! She pranced around the room with a jolly expression on her face before falling back into her black office chair and spinning back around. She stared at her screen that displayed achievement unlocked, 100 and everything. Really? She had spent countless hours of her life in order to complete the task of finally completing every quest the game had to offer. It was a bit surreal to her, though. She continued to stare at her screen before clicking off the achievement tab and moving her character around. I've completed it. Her excitement and happiness slowly dissipated as she came to the realization it was really over. The game she had spent countless hours, days, and a few weeks playing is now completed. A game she knew she could burn off some steam in after working 10 hours a day at her job. It was now completed, and there was nothing left for her to do with it but just to admire its aesthetics. She collapsed onto the table and let out a loud groan. She then raised her head and grabbed the rectangular case used to hold the disc for the game. She would then begin to read the back of it out loud. The World of Millis, an Otome RPG game set in the modern world with supernatural elements to it. She chuckled to herself, to think I would ever play a dating sim. She then yawned before reading more. The main character, Millis Velen, is a girl from a humble, common beginning who eventually rose to the top of the Academy while also raising the affection of several in the main cast, being either women or men. Raise affection, unlock characters, take them into battle. Although it was quite a fun game, allowing you to charm almost everyone, she did wish she could charm the beautiful villainess of the story. Marionette von Roselle, a cold-hearted villainess from an assassin noble family, was the main antagonist to the player. The creators didn't really give much of a reason for why, though the fights with her in it were always entertaining to partake in, so the community didn't overly care. Even if it might be a bit gay, I wanted her by my side so bad. She groaned before looking at her screen and at the bottom corner, her eyes widening when she realized that she had to get to work in half an hour. She had completely stayed up the entire night playing this game. She quickly got dressed, brushed her teeth, and exited the building. Soon after exiting the cheap apartment complex she was staying at, she was suddenly met with a worried scream. "Watch out!" "Huh?" She looked to the side and was met with the face of an out-of-control truck moving towards her at high speed. Her eyes widened. The only thing she could say before everything went black was, "Are you serious? Crash." Chapter 2 Theatrical System. Sunlight entered a room through the gaps in the curtains, landing on a variety of items that were bunny-themed. The higher the sun rose, the further the light traveled into the room, eventually landing on a white-haired beauty who lay asleep in her bed untroubled. That was until the light landed on her, which caused her face to wrinkle, her eyes fluttering open, and a soft groan escaping her lips. She raised her head off her pillow and her back straight before hunching over a bit. The white-haired girl then rustled her previously straight hair before a sudden shock of pain shot through her head, like someone shot a bullet into her skull. Ouch," she hissed before glancing around the room, her eyes adjusting to the light levels. A white desk with a monitor and PC of quality so high that it would leave even the rich drooling. Plushies of bunny rabbits strewn across the floor like landmines. White curtains attached to a large frame hung above every side of her bed, a bed design that is normally associated with nobles. A look of confusion appeared on her face the longer she looked around. "Where am I?" she asked before clutching her head once more and groaning. She distinctly remembers getting into an accident with that crazy truck driver. So how had she ended up here? A place that looks so luxurious? I know for a fact this isn't a hospital. And if it is, then there is no way for me to pay for a room like this she exclaimed before freezing and raising a hand to her mouth. This isn't my voice. Compared to her slightly deep voice before, this one was devoid of any traces of smoking and instead sounded elegant, soft, and even a bit charming if she was stretching it. Did they change my voice? How does that work? She tilted her head and tapped her chin with her index. She then shrugged before a conspicuous ding sound appeared inside her, like a customer's entrance being announced to the staff due to the bell on the door. Theatrical system integration complete. I greet you, host. On your wondrous journey ahead in this realm, you would know, as the world of Mill is to begin, please say. Status out. Loud Melissa stared at the screen with a blank expression for a few moments before pinching her cheek, snapping her out of her daze. Ouch. She then sat there for a few more seconds before the sudden realization that she may actually be in the game that she has adored and completed 100 finally dawned on her. A status. Could this really be the system I'm thinking of? Name: Lillian Ker, Arius Affinity. Water Quest Theatrical Points. 0 System Shopple. It's really a system, like those from games, she said, amazed at the holographic screen before her. She scanned over the screen before landing on the name. Lillian Ker. Who is she? She looked through her memories to figure out who this mysterious girl was. She looked over to her nightstand and discovered a phone lying lonesomely on top of it. Retrieving it, she was soon met with a bunny-themed charm attached to the unsurprisingly bunny-themed phone case. Her lips twitched even more when even the lock screen, too, was a bunny. She sighed before inputting the passcode. She then froze after entering the right passcode. Is this the infamous muscle memory? After scouring through her phone and finding the camera app, she went to the selfie option and gazed at her new appearance. Lillian widened her eyes as she saw the beauty reflected on the screen. A girl with short white hair that ended at her shoulders, with blue sparkly, stared back at her. The girl's beauty was like no other she had seen before in real life, a beauty that could possibly leave idols jealous. Lillian gaped at the screen before yelling out, "This is such an upgrade compared to how I looked before." Host is awarded 10 theatrical points due to their dramatic flair. Lillian stared at the notification, surprised. She scratched her head before opening her mouth and stating in a confused tone, "Theatrical? But I'm not an actor, though." Chapter 3 Lucky Necklace? She stared dazedly at the holographic screen, perplexed at the theme of her system. It's a game system, right? Shouldn't she have gotten something related to the game? like the affection system the main character has. She looked towards the section displaying her points and saw that it had indeed increased. Are these used for the shop? She moved her finger towards the shop and saw it miraculously change to display a catalog of items that were very expensive. Health potion at 15 TP, mana at 20 TP. She hung her head low when she saw these prices. Nothing she had found, yet was even close to the 8 points she had gained. That was until she found one strange item that stood out to her with the price labeled as the current amount of points you have. Unlike the other items she saw before coming to it, this one had the illustration of a present. It was quite charming to the eye, and since she was able to afford it, the urge to buy it was very strong. It's kind of like a gotcha in a way. The memories of the amount of money she lost almost brought a tear to her eyes. Lillian then shakily pressed the buy button next to it and saw the screen suddenly change. It became blank before a conspicuous box-shaped black hole appeared on it with the text above it saying, "Reaching to grab your item, she raised her arms and blinked at it. She glanced at the hole and back to her arm a few times before the familiar notification of the system appeared separately from the one in front of her. Host is awarded 2 theatrical points due to their subtle flair. She smiled joyfully at the notification before finally steeling herself, pushing her arm into the horrifyingly deep hole of the system and rummaging through it before finally finding a box-shaped item inside. After pulling it out, she inspected it and couldn't help but be in awe that the digital item that she had bought had magically entered the physical world. It was a white box with a powder blue ribbon about as big as her palm, and it sparkled like it had someone sprinkled glitter on it. She fiddled with the ribbon before tugging at it and watching it open like a blooming flower. Inside this present was a small silver necklace with a white metal charm in the shape of a rabbit's foot. Lillian peered inside and pulled it out. She inspected this necklace that came out from the magical small box and scratched her head. Just a second after staring intently at it, though, a separate pop-up from the system appeared, this time identifying what it was. Item name: Lady Fate's Lucky Necklace of Entertainment Item Type, Accessory Item Rank. 7 Description: The Lady of Fate, bored out of her mind, decided to call upon her siblings to finally breathe some entertainment into her world. After finally being given the solution, she decided to make it so they would definitely entertain her while she weaves the fate of the world. By crafting the chain out of her hair and the charm from one of her nails, with her entertainer's love for rabbits in mind, she created a necklace fit for the one to bring her near-endless entertainment into the world and conspicuously placed it inside her entertainer's little helper. Enchantments. Intertwined with fate, fit for the moment, lucky accidents, UUG. Lillian gaped at it like a fool who witnessed a bolt of lightning striking just right next to her. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing. A rank 7 item. How lucky am I to get this? She squealed and pulled it into a tight embrace, her plump chest smashing against it. Host is awarded 8 theatrical points due to their dramatic flair. Huh, it's kind of easy to get these points. Wait, hold on. Entertainment? She looked over the artifact's description again and saw several things mentioning entertainment, specifically for a person named the Lady of Fate. Is my purpose in this world to entertain this person? She tapped her chin, tilting her head side to side before smirking. I was planning to get involved anyway. What's the point in getting another chance at life if you don't enjoy it? I have already experienced being miserable in my last one, so let's just enjoy. After saying that, she got herself out of her bed and immediately noticed how much shorter she was. What's this? 5 feet 5? She jogged over to a mirror that was capable of showing her entire body. There she was, standing in front of a mirror that stood beside the wardrobe. A young, beautiful girl, average in height, with short white hair, sapphire-like eyes, unblemished alabaster skin, and wearing white furry pajamas related to it, of course. Bunnies. This Lillian really loves her rabbits, huh? She chuckled a bit before raising the necklace and putting it around her neck. She felt pleased with how well it fit her and walked away from the mirror. That was until she randomly slipped, banging her forehead into the wardrobe and falling flat on her face. Thud. UUG. What the hell? Did I just somehow slip on air? She groaned as she raised her head off the floor. Host is awarded 3 theatrical points due to their subtle flay. Not a great time. System, my head hurts, she said, rubbing her forehead before feeling something hard fall on her head, knocking her out cold. Ooh. Thud. Chepter quattro quest. Ugh. Lillian woke up shortly after with a throbbing headache. Clutching it, she felt a bit different. Like something inside her head was less blurry and foggy than before. Visions of her past identity were soon opened up to her. She had somehow regained her memories. Lillian shakily got up off the floor before groaning at the sound of the alarm coming from her phone, which she had softly tucked away in her pocket. Woo! Academy entrance exam day. Huh? Entrance exam? Lillian listened to the recording of her voice, which acted as her alarm. As she pulled out her phone and checked the time, she saw that it was just 7:30. A sudden realization passed through her mind. I'm going to be late. From what she had gained from this bogus memories, the academy began at 8. She had approximately 30 minutes to clean up, get dressed, and possibly have breakfast before making her way there. We'll just skip breakfast. I gotta get dressed first. This is my uniform. I look quite good in this. Her uniform consisted of a black blazer with the academy's symbol embroidered on her left chest, a black cardigan over a white shirt, a dark blue tie, a black skirt, and tights. She gave a little twirl around, earning her a surprising 10 points from the system. Host is awarded 10 theatrical points due to their dramatic flair. Should my actions just be really expressive then? She tilted her head, which earned her another 3 points from the system. Host is awarded 3 theatrical points due to their subtle flair. She summoned her system and saw she had a whopping 24 points in total, a little over the amount needed for a health potion. Whoa, I guess these aren't really expensive. She then looked down at her chest, checking their sizes with a proud smirk on her face. She patted at them and felt them bounce a little D-cup. Nice. Hee hee. After the system notified her of receiving yet another 3 points, she started to get a little bit annoyed by the constant dinging. I wonder if there's a way for me to stop it from notifying me all the time. I'm not a big fan of pop-ups appearing every few seconds. Do you wish to deactivate points notifications? If it means what I think it means, then yes, please, system. After the screen disappeared, she looked towards her points and did what she thought was an exaggerated movement. Seeing no pop-ups appearing, she looked back to her points and saw it hadn't increased. This puzzled her. Did that just stop me from gaining it? She shrugged and left her room through a white wooden door. Meh, I'll figure it out on the way to school. She briefly checked the time and her phone before dashing towards the door. Looks like I won't be having breakfast. 10. It was 7:45. She slipped into her black leather shoes and pushed open her door, leading her into a large living area. Oh, right. Lillian was a noble, as expected for her to be living in such a luxurious apartment complex. She pumped her fist up and down several times. It seems that she will no longer be living in that cheap apartment. 10. System has detected the target for the quest related to the host's survival. Target? A blue indicator in the form of a triangle later showed up in front of her before moving to the right. Her eyes followed the triangle and found it floating just above a woman with long black hair and deep, beautiful red eyes that could be mistaken for rubies. Lillian couldn't help but widen her eyes at who it was. The beautiful woman in front of her, who easily trumped her in terms of beauty and height, was Marionette von Roselle. The girl that was standing in front of her, who was raising an eye at her strange behavior, was the villain of this game. What are the chances? Standing at the height of about 5 feet 11, D-cup chest like her, wearing the same uniform except for the tie being a deep red, smooth, beautiful skin that could leave models jealous, was leaving the room of her apartment. Marionette stared at her strangely before sighing and moving towards the elevator on this floor. The indicator over her head follows after her. Lillian saw her move away, along with the indicator, with her mouth gaping as she stared at the system screen she brought up, specifically at the quest in front of her. Quest title: Befriend Marionette von Roselle, the heir of a noble assassin family, and also the said villainess of the heroine. Quest description: Complete this quest today, or else you will be removed from the world. YHHH. Chapter 5A Guide. Doors closing. Please mind out the way. The recorded voice of the elevator announced before shutting its doors, hiding those inside from the outside. Lillian stood inside the elevator beside the tall, black-haired woman who had magically manifested herself as a pair of headphones out of nowhere. She folded her arms, leaned against the wall of the elevator, and gazed at her phone, bobbing her head at it at what Lillian assumed to be music. None of them spoke a word to each other. Not like they need to. So awkward, Lillian thought. She looked over her missions again and couldn't help but feel it was just a bit too much for a first mission. Befriend the heir of one of the most well-known, noble families? The villainess at that. She steeled herself and turned towards Marionette, unexpectedly met by her red-crimson eyes staring intently at her. Her eyes narrowed on her figure, and she looked her over. Lillian felt like a rabbit that was face-to-face with a cautious yet curious hunter. She shrunk a little, losing a bit of her confidence already. However, she reminded herself that, "You're a 24-year-old woman inside, Melissa. Don't get intimidated by someone who's about 6 years younger than you." Just as she was about to hopefully start a conversation with the tall beauty, she was suddenly shocked at the fact that Marionette was the first to start it. "Do you perhaps go to Lewis Manna Academy?" YGS. She initiated it first. Marionette nodded at Lillian's answer, satisfied, before saying vaguely, "I get lost easily." "Okay, is it a yes or a no?" "Huh?" Lillian stared at her with a raised brow. That was then she finally came to the realization that she's terrible at expressing herself. Lillian thought back to how the player community thought of this trait of her. They all found it quite funny whenever she had her screen time. Even Lillian found it a bit endearing. "Are you perhaps asking me if I can lead you to the academy?" Marionette took off her headphones and gave a small nod before pushing herself off the wall. "That's included in what I'm asking of you." "Huh? Then what do you?" Before she could finish her sentence, the elevator trembled a bit before its voice soon appeared. "Ground floor. Doors opening. Please mind out the way," the elevator announced, followed by the opening of the doors. Marionette stepped out before looking over her shoulder. "Well?" Lillian broke out of her stupor, moved to her side, and began to make her way out to the exit of the luxurious apartment complex. She gave a few curious glances towards Marionette. Is she ever this social? Wait, is she actually bad with directions? Actually, is she the type to be late? Lillian pulled out her phone and checked the time. It was 7:50. She clutched her head, panicking inside that she would be late. This panic of hers soon dissipated as soon as she exited the building and gazed at the outside world. 10. Just like her old world, this world, too, had its own technological advances, bringing it to the modern era. Although rare, skyscrapers tall enough to reach the clouds existed in this world, as well as, is that an aircraft? She placed her hand just above her eyes before narrowing her eyes at the large object in the sky that looked like a warship plucked out of the water and given the ability to fly. Its underside had several tilted plates, mimicking the scales of what Lillian could remember to be a dragon. She pondered on the reason why before remembering that, oh, right, these are the creations of the Church of Weathering Skies, aren't they? The Church of Weathering Skies worships one of the 4 creatures that represent the 4 cardinal directions, specifically the Azure Dragon. I guess that explains why it is scales. Yate. Lillian looked to her side to see Marionette gesturing for her to get in. A limousine? Get in. Huh? Are we not walking there? That's at least a 30-minute walk from here. Even if we ran, that's not enough time. Now get in. Marionette grabbed her by the arm and began to pull her towards the long, black car. Lillian couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. But why are you bringing me along? Didn't you just want me to show you the academy? Since when did I say that? Marionette looked over her shoulder, her hair flowing over her shoulders majestically and her eyes staring deeply at her. Her face froze like a doll. She felt unfeeling to Lillian a bit. I want you to be my guide, just in case I get lost. She nonchalantly explained, shocking Lillian even further. Is she always like this? or did her being real change how she is? Chapter 6, Accidental Groping. Lewis Man Academy. I am assuming. My lady? The driver of the limousine asked as he started up the vehicle. Yes. Should I run every red light then, my lady? It's quite busy at this time. The driver adjusted the rearview mirror, and Marionette gave a brief nod. That should be fine. I'm sure my family's logo on the limousine would deter those aware of our status. She brushed a lock of her behind her ears and glanced towards Lillian, who was inspecting the inside with a marveling expression. The sight was indeed a wondrous sight to behold after all. For a vehicle carrying the air of a prestigious, noble family inside, this is expected. Lillian gazed at the several red gems on the roof of the limousine and couldn't help but be captivated a bit by them. She then turned to the assortment of beverages that were stored in the coolers. She gulped when she saw the display of what she could assume to be alcohol, resting neatly, chilled, and waiting for someone to drink it. If you're planning to drink any of them, pay first. Lillian stiffened a bit before turning her head towards Marionette like a rusty cog. She gave a wry smile and scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Hee. I don't know what you mean, Ms. Marionette. Oh, you're calling me by my first name? Who allowed you to do that, then? Marionette tilted her head at her. Her stoicness unsettled Lillian a bit. Assassins don't just kill randomly, right? Lillian's mind instantly went to the worst possible outcome if she didn't think of something. WL. Suddenly, an idea popped in her mind like a light bulb being switched on. Since I am your guide, isn't it right to assume that we're friends automatically? And friends normally call each other by their first name. Lillian nodded to herself, thinking this logic of hers made sense. 3. Of course, she just said this so she could complete the quest. She didn't want to know what it meant by removing her. Marionette just silently stared at her before looking out the tinted windows, folding her arms, and magically manifesting the same pair of headphones over her ears. Lillian sighed and fidgeted with her necklace. Oh, right. Am I able to check its enchantments? After pondering about it, I focused on it and was met with the floating panel detailing it. She then focused on its enchantments. Enchantment. Intertwined with Fate Enchantment's description. The chains woven and created with the use of the Lady of Fate's hair strands have allowed its wearer to weave themselves into the yarn ball that is Fate. As long as the wearer has this item on their person, they would be included in the world story. Enchantment. Fit for the moment. Enchantment's description. This necklace grants the wearer the passive effect of confidence and change in behavior, depending on what sort of personality the wearer wishes to take. The effect grows stronger under the gaze of an audience. Enchantment. Lucky adjudant's enchantment's description. The charm embodies the symbolism that a rabbit's foot brings, but also their clumsy nature. The world would begin to influence the wearer's surroundings to bring about things that may benefit them. So cool. She squealed inside as she read each individual enchantment over again, just in case she may have left anything out. As expected of a rank 7 item. Wait, was me tripping back then due to this necklace? She scratched her head and thought back to just a few moments ago. It would make sense. After she put it on, she tripped almost instantly. And because of that, she was able to unlock her memories, albeit with a bit of pain involved. You should strap in your seatbelts. ITLL get a bit rough soon about this timing. Lillian shifted her gaze from the system and towards Marionette, who was strapping herself into her seat. Lillian looked down and realized she had not indeed strapped herself in. HM? Oh, you're right. She twisted her body around and grabbed onto the seatbelt to her right, clutching the metal part of her hand. Just as she was about to plug it into its buckle, it was suddenly flipped upside down, causing her to fly around and bounce everywhere. Thud, thud, thud. She ragdolls inside the car, like a kitchen rag being tossed around after it has been used. Her body slammed into every conceivable surface of the car except for the front, which was blocked off by a glass window. Lillian was beginning to feel dizzy about how many times she had hit her head. She glanced towards Marionette to see how she was doing and saw that she hadn't even moved an inch from her spot. The seatbelt radiated a subtle red glow. It seemed that the seatbelt was made to protect its passengers from this sort of incident. Marionette's cool expression remained even with all the flipping. She gazed out the window, nonchalant about what was happening around her. After a few moments of twisting and turning, the car finally arrived at its desired destination. But, of course, the sudden stop did cause her to bounce around again. This time, instead of a hard leather surface, it was on something very soft. It was like a really soft pillow. Boing, boing. Her fingers melted into this soft surface, her face resting against it, a dazed expression on her face. She felt like hurling a bit. The world was spinning in her eyes. After the feeling finally died down, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, right? Yes. Could you get off me now? The sound of Marionette's voice, being oddly close to her, broke her out of her daze. She raised her head off whatever it was on and noticed she was actually on her plump, soft, and heavenly chest. Lillian's eyes widened. She then looked towards her hand and noticed they were grabbing a handful of her. Her hand unconsciously began to squeeze it a few times. Soft, she unintentionally muttered before noticing the look she was getting from Marionette. Marionette stared at her with a raised brow. Can you cease your groping and get off now? Sorry. Lillian's face blushed furiously. After pulling back her hand and getting off of her, she watched Marionette unbuckle herself and remove herself from the interior of the limousine. While Marionette was exiting the limousine, Lillian was left in the vehicle glaring at the innocent necklace. Curse you and your lucky accidents. Chapter 7 Portal? Lillian, having gotten out of the limousine that had already bid them farewell, gazed at the academy building through its golden gates. It was at least several stories tall and in the form of a castle. Guess the developers just wanted to breathe some medievalness into this modern world. Hey, are you two here for the entrance exam? Lillian turned her head to the woman standing behind the closed gates in quite professional attire. Lillian couldn't help but recognize her as one of the NPCs in the game. Teacher 56. The developer wouldn't pay much attention to any of the characters that aren't overly related to the story. Such was the reason most of the characters in this game were named like this. Yes, we are. Could you let us in? Lillian walked over to the teacher, briefly glancing at Marionette, who just stared at the academy building with her headphones on. May I please see your ID cards? Lillian nodded and reached inside her blazer pocket. If she remembered correctly, this body of hers had been neatly tucked in one of her pockets. That was, or so she thought. Where is it? She patted herself down, panicking inside. After handing her card to the teacher, Marionette raised an eyebrow at Lillian, who still had yet to find her ID. Are you not a student here? No, I am. Marionette's eyes narrowed before sighing. She then turned towards the teacher, who was staring at her with a new respectful glint in her eyes as she held Marionette's ID. This friend of mine is very clumsy. I can vouch that she is able to enter the academy's grounds. I see. As long as she's able to find it by tomorrow, I guess it's fine if you say so, Ms. Roselle. After saying that, the teacher rummaged through her pockets to pull out a remote that led to the doors opening by themselves. Lillian breathed a sigh and thanked Marionette over and over again. The latter just gestured for her to stop before looking towards the teacher, who was holding out 2 bracelets for them to take. 10, please take these. They're needed to enter the school grounds. Lillian took one of the 2 bracelets from her hand before looking over towards the castle off into the distance with a smirk. How paranoid of them to create a dummy academy. Of course, with their history of getting attacked, I wouldn't blame them. She chuckled to herself. After putting over her wrist, she felt it prick her skin, causing her to wince at the pain. A second later, the bracelet then glowed a small azure light that eased the pain and even healed the small prick. Lillian then focused on the bracelet, hoping that the system would do its thing again. Item name: Portal Entrance Bracelet. It worked. She then began to go over its specifics. Item type: Accessory item rank. 3 item description: Crafted by a manufacturing company that specializes in enchanting space-related elements. Created for the purpose of allowing the wearer to enter Louis Mana Academy's grounds after unconsensually binding their blood to the bracelet. Enchantments: Entrance portal, bloodbound. Are you two aware of how to activate these bracelets? The teacher looked at the both of them. Marionette turned her head towards Lillian. Do you know how to use it? Lillian's lips curled into a wry one as she felt the gazes of the two women slightly taller than her. She kind of missed her tall stature, but what could she do? Slipping height boosters into my shoes is what I can do. You just infuse your mana into this bracelet, right? She held out the hand that wore the bracelet in front of her. Now, then, did the game ever explain how magic moved inside the human body? She knew it came from a source inside the body called a mana core, but the game didn't really explain. Instead, it just put you through a minigame. Or could it be through intent? Or maybe I should stop being dumb and check my memories? After scolding herself, she looked through her memories and figured out it could be manipulated through her intent. The bracelet glowed the same azure color, which then shot out a blob of light that soon morphed into an elongated circular portal that was dark blue in color. Marionette watched this before attempting the same thing. She held out her arm and moved the mana from within her body and into the bracelet, causing it to shine a bright red light and spitting out the exact same thing as Lillian's. The portal she created was of a vibrant yet dark shade of red. The teacher clapped, impressed at the two for getting it to work on their first try. Well done. After you two enter, please try not to get too overwhelmed by what's around you, and immediately make your way to the main hall. Lillian nodded and entered through her portal, thanking her first before doing so, of course. Marionette remained quiet. She nodded towards the teacher as her way of thanks before walking inside hers. She wasn't the type to converse unless needed to. Perhaps that was the reason for her poor ability to express herself. However, just before the two entered, a loud feminine appeared behind the gates. Lillian took a brief glance back before widening her eyes and quickly entering the portal. I'm not late, right? The teacher, after seeing off Lillian and Marionette, looked back towards the gate before pulling out her phone to check for the time. You're currently not, but I suggest showing me your ID card, quick before you are. The teacher told the girl, clutching the metal bars of the gate and watching them clumsily reach into their pockets, pulling out their ID card and showing them to the teacher. It displayed the image of a beautiful girl with dark purple hair that reaches her shoulders and bright yellow eyes. The teacher then looked over the date of birth, ID number, and finally, the name that she had read out loud. Millis Velen? Chapter 8 Millis is perverted? After passing through their respective portals, Lillian and Marionette appeared in what was a bustling bazaar. Merchants who were given access to this realm sold a variety of items that could be described as wondrous to Lillian. Marionette glanced around before calling out to Lillian, "Which direction?" "Oh, since the Marketplace of Wonders is east of the Academy, we should head east." She pointed in a direction. "Are you sure that's east?" Lillian nodded confidently. For someone like her, who had completed the game in its entirety, memorizing the layout of the Academy is a piece of cake to her. Just as they were going to walk in that direction, Lillian froze and stared up at Marionette, who also stopped to stare back at her. "Didn't your family tell you about these things?" Marionette raised an eye at her. "Quite the personal question you're asking." Aren't we friends? You even said it yourself." She rolled her eyes when she heard that. "I said that so the teacher doesn't get suspicious. Being friends with a Roselle is a very prestigious thing." MS. Marionette then slowed down and stared intently at Lillian before asking her something that would have made her trip if she had been walking. "What's your name?" Lillian smiled wryly, her eyelids twitching a bit before answering. "Arius." "Lillian Ker Aries." "Ms. Roselle." Marionette nodded and folded her arms. "Now that we're properly introduced, are there any more personal questions you would like me to deny answering? I believe there isn't much time left. How about you leaving your apartment so late?" "I woke up late." "That's it. That was it." Lillian watched as she nonchalantly said that without even a change in expression. She was baffled at how this woman, who was the villainess of the heroine, mind you, and also the heir of a dangerous family, casually woke up late. She gave a deep sigh and began to move her legs one after the other, of course, freezing again when she noticed a bright light appearing behind her. She turned her body to it and gazed at it curiously. It was another portal, but brown. That was when a spark of realization occurred inside her mind. She quickly stepped away from it, but was unfortunately unable to dodge the person lunging through it. Thud! Ouch! How harsh of that teacher. Couldn't she have been a little gentler with me? A beautiful girl with dark purple hair and bright yellow eyes with a small mole just under her right eye groaned as she landed on something soft. The girl, like them, wore the exact same blazer and skirt, but minus the cardigan, and instead wore a brown tie. Her eyes then glanced up towards a woman with crimson-red eyes staring down at her. She raised a brow at her before pushing herself off whatever she landed on, causing whatever under her to groan a bit. "HM? Oh, howdy there. Didn't mean to land on ya." The girl stared down at Lillian. She then glanced at her hand that rested on Lillian's shoulder. She then smiled with a twisted grin. Well, to think I'd catch myself someone like yourself." Her hand gave Lillian an unwelcome squeeze, garnering a glare from her. She was then swiftly kicked off by Marionette, who stared disdainfully at her. "Quite inappropriate of you to do that. Show some decency in public." The girl just laughed it off. After getting off the floor and dusting herself off, she shot a smirk at Marionette. "Can you blame me? If you saw a beauty below ya, would you not grope them just a little?" I'd rather not answer such a perverse question. She then turned away from the lecherous girl and towards Lillian, who had just gotten herself off the floor. "Can you walk, Ms. Arias?" she asked, watching Lillian glare at the smirking Millis, who blew her a kiss. Lillian turned towards Marionette with a soft, playful smile. "3, maybe. Are you willing to carry me if I can't? You're talking as if we're friends. So, is that a yes or a no?" Marionette huffed before turning around and walking in the direction Lillian had previously pointed. Lillian sighed before having a certain affectionate girl pat her back, comforting her. "Don't be so down, chum. I'm sure you can win her over. Perhaps even win her heart if you tried." "Ho!" Lillian gave the girl a strange expression. In response, she chuckled before holding out her hand for a handshake. "The name's Millis. Millis Velen. A pleasure to meet you. How about you? What's your name?" "Lillian Arias." "And I guess likewise." Lillian couldn't help but accept the warm handshake. Millis' friendly behavior was quite infectious. "Quite the soft hand you got there. You want to touch mine as well?" Millis said while gesturing towards her left chest, weirding Lillian out even more. "No, I don't." 10. Hopefully, Millis' perverted nature doesn't spread to Lillian. Millis laughed and pulled Lillian by the hand in the direction Marionette went. Lillian sighed. So not only did I meet the nonchalant villainess, but also the perverted heroine. She moved her free hand towards her necklace. This necklace is no joke as expected of a rank closest to the gods. Chapter 9, Marionette got lost. Did we lose her? Millis held her hand horizontally over her brows and turned her head left to right, sweeping her surroundings in search of a black-haired beauty. While she was doing that, Lillian was behind her, clutching her head. Is she actually horrible with directions? 3. Both Lillian and Millis arrived at the bustling entrance of the academy. Students of older years stood at stands while waving around flags, each depicting 4 mythical beasts. One is a bird, one is an eastern dragon, one is a tortoise with a snake as a tail, and lastly, one is a white tiger. But currently, they both weren't as focused on them as they should be, probably because Marionette, who they had thought had already arrived, seemed to not be here. Of course, they did ask around first, and still came out with no good results. Millis then shrugged. "Shall figure out the way here soon. How about me, and you head inside and check out the inside? I bet ya, ITLO looked pretty sweet." She tugged at Lillian's arm before being shrugged off. "I'm gonna go look for her. How about you? Going first? HM, don't y'all know what time it is?" Millis pulled out her cheap flip phone and showed her the time. "The academy entrance exam is going to start. If you go now, you might not be able to attend the exam." Millis tapped at the screen, emphasizing how late Lillian would be when she came back. Lillian rolled her eyes and took off before giving a little wave back. "Yeah, I'll be all right." She knew she wouldn't be back by the time the exam started. No way would she be able to, but she knew that it wouldn't take her long to pinpoint where Marionette was, because the system's indicator was still in effect. Now, The reason why she didn't realize it was going off course in the direction of the academy earlier was because Millis was distracting her with her tomfoolery. In there, the blinking blue triangle that showed where Marionette was led into a dark alleyway. Why in the world would she ever go in here? It didn't make any possible sense unless the game never told us she was actually bad with directions. Lillian felt like in this life, she was going to be blaming the creators of this world a whole lot for not including enough details about their characters. She hoped that it was just Marionette due to her special role, but she felt that being a bit too naive would be foolish. She looked through the alleyway before coming to an intersection. She then hid behind a wall when she spotted a few men surrounding a girl at a dead end. Wait, can thugs even enter the academy's grounds? I thought you needed to fill out a certain contract with the academy to be able to enter here. No way they would let just some randoms in. Look, we can show you the way to the academy as long as you just come with us. A funny-looking man with the physique of a stick said, followed by a small bald friend beside him. Yeah. What he said. There were about 3 in total. The last of the 3 is far more muscular than the 2 and actually looks quite average in looks, unlike the ugly rat-like faces of his friends. Lillian squinted her eyes at who they were talking to and widened her eyes when a familiar face appeared. Marionette remained cool-headed, just keeping her gaze focused on the ground or the wall behind her. How do you even get in this situation? Lillian screamed inwardly before listening in on what Marionette was saying. My guide will be arriving soon to show me the way. Now, could you 3 kindly get out of my way? I'm late enough as it is. But if you're so late, why don't you just settle for us? That guide of yours is quite incompetent to leave a beauty like you by yours, perhaps, but at least they're slightly more pleasant to look at. Even the ground you stand on is more bearable to the eyes than your faces. The 3 then realized the reason for the stoic Bowtie's gaze always remained fixated on either the floor or the wall behind her. They had initially thought she was so afraid that she couldn't look at them in the eyes. TSK, we were originally going to be quite gentle with you and take you for ransom, but I'm sure ITL'll be fine if we rough you up a bit. Lillian watched this happen and couldn't help but cringe at the fact that the thug just gave away his entire plan. Who does that? And she's right to cringe at that. Who actually does that? Just giving away their entire plan could change their entire future carelessly. Marionette watched as the stickman raised his hand towards her with a foul expression. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. You shouldn't have drank so much coffee last night. Huh? Were you on ABO-BEM? Crack. The man's body folded in on itself as Marionette kicked him in the stomach, causing him to rise off the ground a couple of meters and drop back down with a thud. Marionette quickly lowered her leg and then began to walk past the 2 men who stared at her with their mouths wide open. However, it seemed like they weren't going to let her pass, so they foolishly got in front of her, blocking her path. You fools, just let her pass. Her kick knocked your friend unconscious. The man who was dealt a kick to his stomach, or perhaps his ribs wriggled around before going limp. Lillian guessed the pain from something break must cause him a blackout. Hey, you're not going anywhere after what you did to our friend. The muscular man stayed quiet, but just a look in his eyes was enough to know he wasn't happy about what had happened to his friend. Marionette sighed once more before pulling out her phone and dialing a number. Ring, ring, ring. What is it, daughter? A gruff, deep, and authoritative voice appeared on the other side of the phone. It lacked a sense of warmness when answering a call from someone he called a daughter. May I allow a couple of roses to bloom? Lillian, who was able to hear Marionette say a very cryptic line, couldn't help but sweat. A family of assassins, known to be quite stealthy in their art, decided on a certain line for killing someone. The rose is the target, and the blooming part, well, you could tie it to the scene of a watermelon exploding, except the water is a deep red and comes from a human. No, you may not. That's only allowed in the exam. If that is it, I'll be hanging up now. Beep. Marionette sighed again before looking up, causing the short, bald man to grin. You finally look us in the eye. And maybe you should look at the guards behind you. Huh. At her words, the 2 men looked behind them to see 2 fully armored individuals standing behind them, staring down at them intently before throwing them to the ground and cuffing their wrists behind their backs. You three are arrested for suspicious activities. W what? Hey, arrested? Shouldn't it be detained instead? You have the right to remain silent. From behind the guards stood a smiling Lillian. Marionette noticed her and walked up to her, tilting her head to the side. I'm surprised you actually found me. How can I be your guide if I can't track you down when you go missing? How did you even get lost in the first place? You're quite accepting of this role. And to answer your question, this place is tricky. Lillian's eyes twitched at her vague answer. She was kind of right to be irritated by Marionette's answer. All she had to do was walk in one direction. After all, Marionette glanced back at the guards. I suspect this is your doing? After giving a sigh, Lillian nodded with a smile. Of course. When I saw you in trouble, I totally went to find help immediately. She grinned brightly, lying straight through her teeth. She had only gone to get help when she thought Marionette was going to kill those men. You could even say that the guards were the ones protecting the men from Marionette. After I told them the lady of the Roselle family was in trouble, they rushed over here like super-duper fast. 10. Marionette listened keenly, watching as Lillian made a few silly gestures to emphasize the guard's speed before briefly nodding and thanking Lillian. I would have been fine dealing with them by myself. But thank you, Ms. Arias, for your consideration. Lillian shot her hands towards Marionette's, grasping them tightly before pulling her in the correct direction to the academy. Come on, it's already late as it is. They ran, and they ran. While running, Lillian was ignorant of the stare she was getting from Marionette, who was staring at her hand being held by Lillian's with a complex expression on her face. Lillian seemed to have forgotten that. Chapter 10 Marriage. I saw no reason to run at a speed that would leave you breathless. Marionette leaned against the wall of the academy, gazing at Lillian, who bent over, hands on her thighs, breathing heavily. I'd rather not appear incompetent in arriving on time. She gasped, earning her a raised brow. But you're already late. Not only that, but aren't you aware that the exam will be held back a bit? Yeah, I know almost everyone knows, maybe not Millis, but everyone. Usually, every year, the entrance exam for the academy would start exactly at 8 a.m., but due to an ongoing war, it would be held back just a little. Just enough time for a certain person to arrive. Of course, this is something Lillian had just remembered halfway through their run. Since this event happened so early in the beginning and was just a cut scene, she didn't really remember it all too much, especially since she didn't remember it being all too flashy and memorable. And yet, look, it's not a bad habit to be always on time. Even though her sleep schedule in her past life was totally messed up, probably even beyond repair, she still showed up to work early every single morning like most hard-working individuals who needed to make ends meet. Not wrong, but something that isn't going to kill you shouldn't get you so worked up, Ms. Lillian. Lillian looked up at her to see Marionette staring at her hand, specifically the one she held on to. That was when it hit her. Marionette wasn't the type to like being touchy, especially when it came to skinship. And the fact she held onto her hand for such a period beyond a second was probably enough to set her off. Some players had speculated it was because Marionette was a germaphobe, but some said otherwise due to a unique cut scene. If only I remembered the reason why. She may or may not be the type of player to skip most cutscenes because she is impatient. M. Are you okay, Ms. Roselle? HM. Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you've been staring at your hand for a bit. Please don't kill me. She internally crossed her fingers, hoping the woman in front of her didn't turn psycho and kill her because she held her hand. The game depicted her as unfeeling when it came to killing. Of course, such a thing is expected of a family that puts its young through life-and-death missions. Have you caught your breath now, Ms. Arias? I believe we should head inside. You didn't have to wait for me, you know. Lillian couldn't help but smile at her consideration to wait for her. Is this not common courtesy? It is. It's just that I never mind. She shook her head and stood upright, gesturing to Marionette with a nod that she was ready. She nodded back and pushed herself off the wall. Lillian looked around and noticed all the stands from the older students were packed away. The bustling horde of students entering and exiting the massive building that looked just like its dummy counterpart. Gray-bricked walls for tall towers, with roofs being its own colors: red, blue, brown, and yellow. Another wall surrounds the castle, acting as another ring of defense. It was truly a magnificent and glorious sight to behold. They entered through the archway entrance of the ring, and after that, the actual entrance into the academy. The gateway was so large it could be used for giants spanning several tens of meters in height. "Does your family have information on the insides of this building?" Marionette asked Lillian, who confidently led her through the corridors and into a crowded room filled with individuals dressed like them. "My family has a library of a lot of things." Lillian created an excuse that couldn't be considered a lie since her family did indeed have a library. But she wasn't sure if they had a book about the layout of the academy. This body of hers didn't seem to be quite the lover of books. Lillian looked around the grand hall. White marbled pillars connected the ground to the ceilings, black and white checkered marbled floors, and a massive elevated platform at the front of the hall, mainly used for announcements. "This place sure loves marble." "Huh, yeah, tell me about it." "It's so polished that my eyes could go blind." Millis suddenly appeared beside Lillian, causing her to jump and step away from her. 3. Millis laughed at the frightened expression on Lillian's face, which annoyed her a bit, but instead of saying anything about it, she just sighed. "Hello to you too, Millis. Why so glum, chum? You looked so happy when it was just you and Red Ice over there." She pointed with her thumb towards Marionette, who had gotten herself an empty corner. With her headphones over her ears and her phone out, she blocked out everything that wasn't related to the exam. Lillian looked back to Millis and raised a brow. "Did I, too?" Millis just chuckled at Lillian's question. "Look, buddy, I, too, get giddy when I'm next to beauty. I'm feeling quite giddy now, you know." She playfully nudged Lillian with her elbow. Lillian rolled her eyes before smiling softly. "That's so?" "Oh, definitely. Nothing better than having someone as beautiful as you standing next to me and not avoiding me, because I'm a commoner." "Oh, I did mention I'm a commoner, right?" Millis ranted on about her origins. Lillian's eyes couldn't help but twitch at her chattiness. "So, do you see me any differently now that you know I am a commoner? HM, I couldn't care much if you were a noble." Lillian shrugged. "You're still you anyway. Why should she care about a minor status like commoner when said person is going to be the future harem hero?" After saying that, Millis suddenly got down on one knee and stared up at her, her hands clutched together like she was praying and her eyes sparkling. "Please marry me," Millis shouted, garnering a lot of stares from everyone in their vicinity. "Whoa, Millis is way more fit for the theatrical system than I am." Lillian stared in bewilderment at the girl proposing to her with seriousness in her eyes. Chapter 11, The Special Person. "Ow, did you really have to hit that hard?" Millis rubbed her head. She could swear there was now a small bump on it. Lillian stared at her with her arms folded. She huffed. "Don't so randomly scream such a thing out, Millis. People can misunderstand." "HM, but what if I do want to marry ya?" "WL." Lillian twisted her face away from Millis' playful smirk, a tint of redness on her cheeks. Millis' lips widened into a grin as her eyes sneakily drifted to the side, staring at thin air. Her eyes moving left to right like she was reading something. 3. Lillian was, of course, unaware of what Millis was doing. She was instead focused on the time displayed on her phone. At 8:15 or so, the headmaster would appear at the elevated platform, followed by the sudden appearance of a member of the royal family. "That's quite a cute phone case, Lillian." Millis leaned over Lillian's shoulder, intruding into her personal space. "Thanks. Your one is quite cute, too." "Eh, for real?" Millis pulled out her flip phone. "It's just a cheap phone I bought with some leftover money from my travels here. It don't even got any games." She pouted at her phone. Lillian could swear she sensed Millis crying inside. "I could buy you a phone like mine if you'd like." "Deadass?" Millis stared doubtfully at Lillian. I'm sure." Lillian shrugged. 3, but why? You met me about half an hour ago. What made you decide to buy me a phone?" She tilted her head. "Because I want to be friends with you, Millis." Lillian smiled brightly at her, totally having no hidden intentions. "If I want to be engaged with the major events in the story, even with the necklace, Being friends with you is a must-have. Were we not friends before? Millis stared at the outstretched hand before shaking it. She laughed. Ha ha ha, it's a pleasure to be your friend, Lillian. She then pulled her into a hug, rubbing her cheek against hers. Millis was about the same height as Lillian. And thank you for the offer to buy me a phone. Love? Lillian couldn't help but pat the back of Millis' head like she was a dog. Don't worry about it. Moments later, the lights soon darkened, and at the elevated platform, a portal appeared, and from it, an elderly man with a comically long beard. He wore a suit that seemed to be black before, but was now splattered with paint of a variety of colors. He wielded a unique-look staff with a gem in its head that radiated brilliance. His brown eyes were filled with both wisdom and even a hint of silliness. It was the headmaster. Behind him, two separate portals were made with a snap of his fingers, and from them were two large speaker boxes. He then summoned a microphone that, with a few taps from his finger, caused the speaker box behind him to erupt. Phew, looks like everything is working. He then coughed a couple of times before beginning. Greetings, future students of Lewis Mann Academy. He yelled, his arms raised high, followed by a cacophony of cheers from the crowd of adolescents below him. I am Louis Zenkras, the headmaster of this dear academy of mine. As you can see from my outfit, I had just gotten out of quite a messy hobby of mine, which is painting. He chuckled. Now, then, I would like to clear up some misunderstandings some of you may not know if you don't follow our website. While we may call this an entrance exam, it isn't in the sense you must do well to be able to join us. The way to get in is for you all to pay a hefty sum or have one of our staff recommend you to us. Greedy, I know, but I gotta keep this place maintenance. Have you all seen the size of this place? It ain't cheap, I tell you. He wagged his finger at the crowd, causing a few to giggle. Anyway, before I begin explaining any further, could I have you all turn your gaze towards our lovely doors for a special someone will be joining you all in your endeavor to greatness. Everyone's curious gaze turned towards a door, their eyes filled with excitement. Most already knew who it might be, while some didn't watch in anticipation of who it was for the headmaster to speak so highly of. Here he comes, Lillian thought, while trying to pry the still clinging Millis from her body. The doors slowly burst open, followed by a bright light behind a man with short, light, messy blonde hair, pale blue eyes that seemed to be sunken a bit, perhaps due to a lack of sleep, a handsome face, and wore the academy's uniform with a yellow tie. His back is a bit hunched over with his hands in his pockets. He looked quite the delinquent. Greet the second prince of Restera, Ref von Lionbright. Louis yelled, his arm pointed towards the young man with his palm facing upwards. Everyone around the second prince gave their greeting to him. In response, he waved at them dismissively while holding back a yawn. Yeah. Hello to you guys too. Lillian watched this, her eyes, lips twitching a bit. Even in real life, this scene is so underwhelming. Could you get off already? 10, just a little bit more touching, Millis retorted, still clinging on to Lillian with all her might. Marionette, who was off to the side, watched the prince keenly and with subtle interest before glancing away from her a split second later and looking towards Lillian, who was still struggling to get the stubborn Millis off her. How humorous, she said to herself before looking back to the headmaster, who began to explain the details of the exam that was about to take place. This exam will be a duo or solo exam about monster slaying. Chapter 12 Drugs? Louis Mana Academis Entrance Exam, a yearly event for students who had signed up to enter the academy. Although it changes every year to keep it fair, there was a key theme about it every time. The examinees were always given an option to work as a pair. Of course, this increased the difficulty, needing a double amount to pass, but the academy would reward extra points for good teamwork. Now, the reason why they do this? Is it due to the constant ongoing war happening worldwide and the academy wanted to have their students develop their ability to act as a team early on? It could be, but it was mainly so the developers of the game could allow its players to progress further in their system as the heroine. Lillian shrugged, but since I don't need to do that, I could just go solo. Not like I don't know most of the monster's attack pattern anyway. She had played through this event so many times that getting a grade, it was the bare minimum. Rarely BS, but that was due to her picking duos and running out of time. Of course, since, as the heroine, you get some pretty good buffs that already outrank you slightly higher than the average person. She snuck a glance at Millis, staring at the headmaster, explaining what was going to be in the exam. Obviously, Lillian is blocking it out, already knowing what's going to be on it. And currently, this BOTUS control over water is very shit. Scanning over her memories, she realized that the previous Lillian could barely even slay an E-rank monster without getting herself injured in the process. In other words, unless she figures out a way to increase her control over it in the short amount of time that she has, she's screwed, especially when a monster in this exam is at bare minimum D rank. Huh, but that's where you come in. My darling little system. She gave a low chuckle and summoned her system before widening her eyes at the current sum of points she had gained. 117? It has only been what? An hour? To think it would grow to such a huge number. Finishing ogling at her points, she began to look through the system shop, checking out each and every individual product that could give her even an edge. Unfortunately, she couldn't acquire any of the special-looking items because, for one, suddenly pulling them out in a massive crowd is definitely going to cause misunderstanding, and two, any items that the Academy didn't provide during the exams were taken away. So then, how would Lillian be able to magically increase her control if she isn't able to use some enchanted ring that enhances her ability? Well, Lillian gazed at an inconspicuous blue pill filled with liquid that swirled like a whirlpool. With the power of drugs, baby, the medicinal drug she is currently looking at is an affinity enhancement pill. Well, it's the inferior one since she is currently too poor to afford a more effective and higher quality one. It is a unique item only found inside the system shop and rarely ever found in the actual world. And since Millis is also a holder of a system, she is also given the luxury of snacking on these whenever she can afford it. I knew I could find you in here. 100? Did you say something? Lillian? Ashul? Oh no. Lillian nervously laughed off Millis' question, who just tilted her head at her before turning back to the headmaster, whose voice still boomed out from the speaker boxes. Lillian also turned back to what she was originally looking at and couldn't help but have the urge to pull her hair out. These pills were 100 points each, double their original price. Lillian just sighed in defeat. She knew it was just too good. Unlike Millis, she didn't have to work as hard to accumulate a massive amount of points she could spend willy-nilly, but it seems that because of that, whatever is in the shop is exactly double what is in Millis. With a heavy but resolute heart, she tapped at the screen and purchased the item. She watched as her points dwindled from its magnificent 117 all the way down to 17. She could feel herself cry inside. The feeling of being poor returned to her soul before letting out a deep sigh and waiting for the hole to appear on the screen so she could retrieve her item. After seeing the familiar pitch-black hole that widened on the screen, she now had to figure out a way to bring it out without causing too much attention. Phew, I got it. Of course, why complicate things when nobody is even looking at you? She gazed at the magical pill before popping it into her mouth and feeling it burst open moments later, flooding her mouth with mystical energy, which she could assume to be mana. From her mouth, down her throat, and eventually throughout her body before slowly gathering inside her mana core, situated near her heart. Despite it being of the lowest quality, it gave her a feeling akin to what could be felt as confidence. Is it confidence? Or am I just feeling something else? She couldn't dwell much on it, for the headmaster seemed to have finished explaining the exam. Meaning, hey Lillian, you want to team up for the exam? Millis' attention was now all focused on her. Millis wrapped her arm around Lillian's shoulder, smirking at her with an expectant look. So, Diawana? Or are you going to ask for black hair over there to pair up? She pouted a bit at the end. Lillian thought for a bit before answering with, how about Chapter 13, Refusing Marionette? Neither? She held her index finger to her chin and smirked at Millis. Millis stared at her with a raised brow. You're going to do it solo? You got to kill, like, a bajillion monsters, you know? She widened her arms to emphasize. I don't have to kill that many, Millis. Lillian stared at her with a deadpan expression. And why should she? If she can prove to the examiners that she can take out some high-class monsters by herself by looking over the exam, ITLL be fine. However, this answer caused Millis to puff out her cheeks and pout again. Oh yeah? How would you know? Because I'm a noble. Millis paused at Lillian's answer, speechless, before folding her arms and turning away from her. You didn't have to pull that card, Lillian. Lillian couldn't help but chuckle at her childishness. She was then suddenly asked a question about Marionette. How about her then? Aren't you going to ask? At least? Lillian shrugged. I doubt she's going to do it as a duo. She never did in the original story. Why would she now so suddenly? Unless something magically influenced her to do it. Lillian turned around and glanced towards Marionette, who was originally at her corner listening to music but was now gone without a trace. Millis, following Lillian's gaze and seeing that Marionette had indeed disappeared, spoke out with a confused tone. Huh? Where'd she go? She sure does move fast. Looks like you'll gotta be quick if you want to embrace her, love. Millis nudged Lillian in a knowing, perverted way, making Lillian cringe a bit. 3. It's more stealth rather than speed. Just as she was about to remark on Millis' comment, a familiar, captivating voice appeared behind them. It was Marionette. Lillian and Millis, frightened by her sudden appearance, backed away from her. What the? Don't chat. No sneaking up on people could give them a heart attack. Millis scolded Marionette, who just shrugged nonchalantly. Your fault for letting down your guard. You as well, Ms. Arias, she said after shifting her attention away from the frightened Millis to Lillian, who was gasping a bit. Such a weakness is detrimental. Lillian rolled her eyes. Yeah, so? Did you need anything, or did you just want to scare us? What purpose would there be to scare you randomly? Millis, who was watching their interaction, turned towards Lillian with a deadpan expression while pointing towards Marionette. I get that she's smoking hot, but she is hella boring. Marionette raised a brow at her before looking towards Lillian, who was blushing a bit while also glaring at the Millis. What? Does everything that comes out of your mouth have to be so perverse? After saying that, she internally face-bombed. Of course she is. How could someone with the future title of harem hero innocent? Not everything that comes out of my mouth is perverted. I can be wise and act smart whenever I want. Act smart? You get what I mean? Lillian chuckled before glancing over to Marionette. So, what is it that you want? I wish to partake in the exam with you. Lillian Ker Arias. Huh, but why? Lillian had already planned her steps to secure herself. Perhaps first or second place, if she could. Anything lower would be disgraceful to someone like her. By mentally mapping out the place on which the exam would be based, since the Academy doesn't wish to put its students in actual danger, this exam will be taken in a virtual environment. However, this plan of hers seemed to be taking quite the turn now that Marionette seemingly would like to team up with her. For what reason? She had never done this ever before, no matter what sort of route Lillian took in the game. Those men in the alley caused my bloodlust to itch a bit. Pairing up with you would allow me to satiate it. You're planning to kill double what is needed to satiate your... Yes, Marionette answered instantly. I knew she was crazy. But damn. Lillian slowly glanced towards the purple-haired girl and noticed she had disappeared from her original position and was making her way towards the second prince. Millis met her glance and smiled while giving her a thumbs up and mouthing, You go, girl. Lillian, dumbfounded, was soon pulled back her attention to Marionette, who was getting slightly impatient. Well, you won't have to do anything because it'll be taking care of it. You could just sit back and relax. She stared intently at Lillian, arms folded and rhythmically tapping her arm with her index finger. Arg, what the hell? Lillian screamed internally. She glanced towards the indicator above her head. The quest was still ongoing. If she refused now, would that affect her chances of befriending Marionette? Wait, does she want to refuse? What would be the downside? Without a doubt, she would be able to place pretty high if she piggybacked off of Marionette. So why is she hesitating? I refuse, she said hesitantly, rubbing her arm as she turned her face away from Marionette, who was staring at her with wide eyes. You refuse? For what reason, may I ask? Lillian scratched her head. Well, I would rather not have everything done for me. I like it whether it's difficult or hard. So apologies, Ms. Roselle, but I would like to tackle this exam on my own. I hope this doesn't mean we can't become friends. 3. Marionette stared at her, her face returning back to her usual stoic expression. However, unexpectedly, her lips morphed into a small smile. That's so? Very well. I wish you the best of luck, Ms. Arias. She then turned around and went back to her corner, leaving Lillian baffled at what she saw. She smiled? Has she ever done that before? She looked quite beautiful when she smiled. Moments after saying that, she twisted her head over to Millis to see how she was doing. She saw that she was doing some overly complex handshake with the second prince. Chapter 14, Simulation Pods. All right, everyone, time's up. I believe all of you had finished preparing yourself for the exam ahead, and perhaps some of you even paired up with your fellow students. The headmaster yelled at the top of his voice. His voice boomed and echoed across the hall, entering through the ear holes of those staring in awe at him. Lillian saw those gazes and couldn't really blame them for their highly respectful looks towards the old, boisterous man, who seemed like one of those elders found in a nursing home partaking in some activities held there. This man is, after all, holding a spot as a Tier 5 mage. Not many could hope to reach such a level, since most end up dying in the brutal war. So, coming out of it with an entire shopping list of achievements, while also entering a tier only 5 people had achieved in this region, is superbly impressive. And to top it all off, he managed to get given the funds to create this entire place. I guess his achievement played a huge part in his ability to achieve this. The headmaster looked across the hall before his eyes landed on a purple-headed girl engaging in a cheerful conversation with the tired-looking prince. His head bobbed up and down, agreeing to whatever Millis had to say while occasionally covering his mouth to yawn. The headmaster stroked his unusually long beard. His eyes flashed with amusement. Well then, shall we all begin the process of putting you all into the exam? With a snap of his finger, they all disappeared, only to reappear in unfamiliar and bright surroundings. Those who were unable to adapt to such a bright scenery in such a short manner of time were immediately blinded, holding their arm over their eyes. Fortunately, Lillian had already prepared herself for the unintentional flashbang. She moved her arm away from her eyes and gazed around the room, taking in its futuristic appearance before staring at the hundreds of pods they would be entering. This place is one of the many technological sectors of the Academy, a place where those who weren't exceeding well in the combat courses were sent here to delve into the creation and invention of items to help them win the war. What if? Lillian focused on the pods and watched as the system analyzed it and displayed it to her. Item name: Lewis Mana Academy Simulation Pod, a boring name, but it is plain and simple. Nothing wrong with that. She couldn't help but smile in amusement at how straightforward the name was before looking down and reading its description. 3. Item rank. 3. Item type. Tool description. An ingenious tech used mainly for simulating certain situations, surroundings, scenarios, and much more. Having been invented by TechMan, a highly prestigious tech company, it had become a worldwide staple in places such as a region's military, academies, and tech companies. Enchantments. Safety measures. Nutrient infusion. The names of these enchantments are quite interesting. Having been taken over by curiosity, she began to read the enchantment's description. Enchantment. Safety measures. Enchantment's description. Through careful inspections, TechMan, a prestigious company, discovered that not only could they feel the virtual world within, but also discovered that death is possible. After constant reworks and tinkering, they had successfully solved the issue. Enchanting this ingenious machine with the enchantment would not only have the pain produced, but also eject the user out of the world after it has perceived that the pain is well above their tolerance. Enchantment. Nutrient infusion enchantment description. Such a machine is typically used for prolonged usage of time. So, after careful consideration, TechMan, a prestigious tech company, devised a plan to create an enchantment that would siphon mana powering this ingenious machine and transform it into nutrients that would then be diffused through the user's skin and into their body. Lillian blinked at the first enchantment before rubbing her eyes. This pod can kill you? This thing that can send you into a dreamlike, realistic world is capable of killing you if you're not too careful? 3. How the hell did they create something like this? Techman is way too inventive. She dragged on the way inside the head before watching the headmaster begin to open the glass door into it. Ugh, I know I'll be safe, and I can't help but feel like I'll be entering my very own coffin of my own volition. I have a question, if I may. Lillian's eyes shot to a raised hand that led to a girl with dark blue hair, glasses, and quite a cute face. Her manner was elegant and confident, and most of all, it was a textbook definition of smarty pants. Lillian rolled her eyes at the girl. 2. Testri Gla Tyria. Oh, how I remember the countless times you bothered me. Testri is what you call a rule freak. The stereotypical person in glasses who is absolutely obsessed with holding up the rules. Especially the one about running in the halls that teacher always scold their students about. The headmaster swung his head around and stared directly at the girl. Go ahead, Ms. Tyria. Testri nodded. How may these simulation pods know who we have decided to pair up with? Brilliant question. All you need to do is have the person in mind before entering the exam. Were those already inside their pods aware of this before? She pointed towards those who had already hopped into their simulation pods with the help of the staff members wearing lab coats with the academy's embroidery on them. The glass doors that blocked those outside were foggy, hiding the person inside from those who were outside. The headmaster walked up to one of them and knocked with the back of his hand. Hello? Can you hear me, kid? Uzie? He then turned back to Testri. They heard what I said. Do not worry, Ms. Tyria. The headmaster turned his eyes towards a rest. Now then, does anyone have any more questions before you enter? Last chance. After seeing no one had anything else to ask, he smiled. Then let's begin this wonderful exam, shall we? Chapter 15, A Crab. Lillian hopped in her pod. After bidding Millis farewell, she watched her wander with the prince toward the pod. She actually convinced him? Well, he's quite laid back, not gonna lie. The second prince wasn't really that obsessed with the throne, unlike some characters in other stories. He left it up to his older brother, the first, who he knows is doing a fine job. What was with that handshake, though? She then shrugged, not bothering to think about it any further. 3. Glancing to the side, Lillian saw that Marionette had taken the one beside hers. Marionette shot her a look before pulling herself into it and letting the workers close the door. Lillian did the same and nestled herself in the soft and comfortable insides. The inside of this pod was more comfortable than her bed on Earth. A tool used for practice is far superior in terms of comfort for something. Well, used for comfort. TSK. Rich. HM. Did you say anything? The staff members asked. All on. All right then. Are you prepared? Lillian nodded, causing the staff member to smile and press a button. The glass door lowered on her, shutting her inside. Fortunately, she didn't have claustrophobia, or else this would have been pretty bad. 3. She then moved her hand to her neck and felt the familiar chain of her necklace still there. Before she had entered her pod, the staff had begun to check if anyone had any sort of magic items on them. They came out with quite the pile. Luckily, when they came around for her turn, while holding a device that detected anything that had either been enchanted or carried traces of mana, it didn't go off even after hovering over her necklace. I bet they didn't expect an item higher than a rank 5 on anyone. Such items give off an entirely different reading. Moments after thinking, she suddenly gave a yawn, her eyes glancing around curiously. So, how does this work? At this moment, it would usually skip to a cutscene of me suddenly waking up in a 3-squawk forest. Lillian stared into the sky. The foggy glass door she was looking at had suddenly turned into a bright, beautiful blue sky. How'd she even get here? Obviously, through the use of the pod, but what was even the process? This isn't the forest. Her ears picked up the sound of what seemed to be water crashing into something. She currently felt like she was lying on a soft bed of sand. Am I on a beach? She moved her hand and scraped up what was under her. Yellow sand cascaded out of her hand like flowing water. She sat up and looked around. She was indeed on a beach. Lillian scratched her head and stared off into the sea. The raging tides crashed into the tall, gray, wet stones beside her that looked like spikes. 3. Okay, so I'm on this part of the island. She tapped her chin as she thought about what to do next. I wonder when that clumsy headmaster is going to hello? Is thing on? Lillian looked up toward the sky, and the scene of a giant eye on a massive holographic screen appeared. The eye then moved back to reveal the headmaster, who scratched the back of his head sheepishly. He seemed to be in some kind of control room, perhaps used to monitor whatever happens in the simulation. Well, if this is, I have to inform you that I had indeed left some things out. Oops. The headmaster laughed. The thing I missed out on is that the elimination of other students is allowed, but there is no torturing. You would be automatically kicked out from here if you did. Second, the place you all have appeared in is called the Great Island of Critters, an island slightly off the coast from the north. Third, could you please mention out loud the type of weapon you would like to use for this exam? Lillian thought for a bit, lingering before saying out loud, I want a sword. Seconds later, after saying that, a steel sword appeared on her lap, her face reflected in its polished blade. The good old sword. She pushed herself off the ground and began to swing the sword around. The muscle memory in her body activated a bit the more she swung it around, but it was still clumsy. It seemed that in the past, Lillian was also a bad learner when it came to the sword. I now have doubt whether I'm going to get first place now. Lillian sighed, dreading what was to come. 3. And lastly, Lillian gazed up at the screen. Small little trinkets would soon appear around the island. You could even think of them as power-ups. We had plenty of feedback from last year about making it slightly more fun. The headmaster's smile then turned into a crazed grin. But don't think that this exam would be any easier than the last. In fact, due to this change, it is much harder, but only by a bit. Lillian's ears twitched at the sound of something tapping against the ground. Turning her head around, she found a grayish crab with stones attached to it. It was about half her size. All we did was just increase their size by, let's say, 3 times their original size. Nothing for you future warriors to worry about. This is, after all, a common thing to see in a war with these monsters. Chapter 16 Water Drill? A beach stone crab. Lillian muttered under her breath, resting the side of her blade against her shoulder. She then tilted her head side to side, checking it out. The crab's eyes followed her, as well as tilting. It was almost adorable in a way if it wasn't for the disgusting foam exiting its mouth and the way it threatened her with snaps of its claws. An E-rank monster. But due to the circumstances, they're about D-rank. Now then, what do I remember about it? They have shells as tough as stone, getting their name. Pretty slow, and like most crabs, their underside is their weakness. She listed off the things about the enemy before her with her fingers. Lillian then smirked before shrugging. Even if past Lillian had never faced a monster of this rank or higher and had barely won against an E-rank, I'm sure I can at least take it out without any trouble. She raised her free hand and pointed it at the crab that continued to stare curiously at her. Its claws lowered slightly. Past Lillian could barely form a viable blast of water. How about now? I wonder? Saying that, mana thrummed through her body and began to exit and form a sphere of water in front of her hand. From a golf ball to a tennis ball, all the way to a basketball, it was then launched forth, colliding with the crab's stony body. Bam! Its large, rigid body shook slightly, shrugging off the blast. However, that didn't deter Lillian at all. In fact, she was quite ecstatic. She felt excitement course through her as she had done something countless people in her world would perhaps kill for. Using magic, actual magic, her body trembled a bit from how happy she felt. It seemed a bit of the past Lillian's lingering presence still remained, even though she was happy with what she had done. Although that didn't do much. What did I expect of something that deals with something like this on a daily basis? Lifting the sword off her shoulder, she began to take slow, easy steps towards the cautious crab. Now, then, since these crabs always have such a high population, this has caused those out at sea to set up farms for these critters. And because of that, she dashed towards a crab, her sword raised high before cutting through the air. They discovered a variety of ways to take them apart to sell. Swish! Lillian's blade aimed for the narrow gaps between its hard, gray, sharp, stony shell. She planned to slice through its unprotected joints, staring with its claws. Clang! The crab nimbly raised its thick arms and parried the strike. As a counterattack, it shot out its claws and snapped at Lillian's small waist. Luckily, Lillian was just able to step back at the nick of time. She gazed at its eyes. Their stalks are unprotected like the rest of their body. With a flick of her wrist, her blade cut through the air once again, aiming to bisect the stalks of its eyes. The crab, in response, retracted them back in. The blade narrowly passed over it. But Lillian followed up her attack by raising her palm towards one of its eyes. Water appeared and flowed, circling in the palm of her hand before spinning and becoming something akin to a drill. The liquid drill shot into the crab's eyes, digging inside it and causing the crab to flail its claws around, the sharp pain taking over its body. Lillian backed away once again, gasping a bit, right? Poor stamina. Was this girl a shut-in or something? She couldn't help but chuckle at that thought. She brought her attention back to the crab, a blue liquid pooled within its missing eye. Wow, you really do know how to use it unconsciously. She stared at her palm. She was skeptical if she would be able to pull off being able to control it to that degree. In the game, it was stated that an individual's control over their element would be something that the body would be ingrained in knowing. But of course, it wouldn't mean much if someone doesn't know what to do with what they can control. It's like giving someone the keys to a car. They may know what all the parts of it may do, move it around, and such, but if you haven't taught them to drive, how can they use it? And that's why she stabbed her sword into the sand and held out her palms parallel to each other. In between them, an orb of water manifested before shifting around and spinning, becoming a large version of the drill of water she had created just seconds ago. Having knowledge about this sort of stuff is quite important. Even though I don't really know how this works, just the idea and how it's meant to look is enough. Her eyes lit up at the speed it was turning. Although it was using quite a bit of mana to turn, she couldn't help but use a percentage of it to overpower such an enemy. Lillian watched as the crab's body swayed around before hurriedly scurrying off towards the sea. She turned her body around, tensed her body, and launched the drill. The drill collided with the tough shell of the crab. The momentum from its dash towards the sea, as well as the force behind the drill, had caused it to overturn, leaving its vulnerable underside exposed. Like most crabs, the crab felt something step onto its underside. Using its last remaining eye, it stared up at the human that pointed its blade at it. A victorious grin painted their face. This was, after all, contestant Lillian Ker has slain a monster, now displaying contestant on the leaderboard. One of her many victories ahead in this life. Lillian breathed a sigh as she felt the crab dissipate into blue pixels that soon disappeared as well. Incredible. To think the pill would have this much of an effect. If she hadn't bought that pill, she doubted she would have pulled off that kind of attack without straining her body. I'm gonna need to buy more. Wait, I want to overdose on them, right? Chapter 17, Boost in Confidence. Lillian stared at the blue screen hanging before her. It wasn't the system, but instead, something created by the virtual world. The leaderboard. She then raised her head toward the sky. In the clouds, a massive rectangular screen stared down at them, displaying a list of names with numbers beside them. Some of these names had more than one in each row, separated by a plus sign. These must be those who had decided to get into pairs. Her eyes then drifted toward the top, her lips morphing into a grin as she saw who was in first place. 2-1. Marionette von Roselle, 15 monster kills, 10 contestant eliminations. Watch us show off. The exam had barely started, and she had already killed and eliminated that many? She couldn't help but giggle before glancing to the side. Lillian caught the sight of a familiar blinking triangle off in the distance. It seems the indicator was still in effect, even in the virtual world. How convenient. In the distance, where a marionette possibly was, if the indicator wasn't playing any trick, was a thick, grand forest with trees at least a few dozen meters tall. The Great Forest of Critters, on an island named the Great Island of Critters. This naming scheme isn't very creative now that I look back on it. She then began to make her way towards the forest, where she caught sight of something leaving the waters. The hard stone shell of a beach stone crab popped out of the water, the light reflecting off its wet surface as it scurried onto the beach. Lillian eyed the crab, her hand clenching the hilt of her sword. Another one, I guess I can take another one down before going there. Deciding she'd kill it to increase her place in the rankings before heading straight to the forest, she began to make her way over to it. That was then she came to a stop, her eyes widening at what she was looking at. Not only did that crab arrive ashore, but many more followed behind it, exiting the waters and their spear-like legs into the sand. It wasn't as endless as she thought, for only around 10 of them had appeared. Lillian's lips stretched into a thin line. If she were to engage in battle with these crabs, who knows what sort of injury she may rack up. Wait, is there even a reason to fight them? Why fight a battle when I'm outnumbered? After checking that her logic made sense, she turned around, intending to leave before unconsciously glancing back at the leaderboard. Esta Marionette von Roselle, 20 monster kills, 15 contestant eliminations. Marionette's score continued to soar even higher and higher in such a short amount of time. And following her in a close second was 2. Ref von Lionbright Millis Velen. 30 monster kills, 11 contestant eliminations. She really did get him on her team. How'd she manage that? Lillian scratched her head. Ref was displayed in the game to be quite the chillax guy, even though he is quite stubborn sometimes. 3. At a minimum, for solo contestants, we need to kill 30 monsters and eliminate 10 other people to pass. To think they're so close already, this exam lasts for about an hour or so. Of course, in the real world, the exam only lasted about 30 minutes. Lillian's hand unconsciously moved towards her necklace, and there was a complex expression on her face as she looked back towards the crabs that had spotted her and began to scurry their way over to her. 3. With my strength, I doubt I would last even one of the least dangerous arcs. The option to rely on external tools to boost her abilities was indeed an option, and what she had remembered from her memories about her bank account was that she was rich enough to definitely afford some. She was sure they would be able to support her enough so that she could engage in the major arcs and not have to sit out like some spectator. But dying again wouldn't be ideal. She was now having some doubt if she truly did want to join the currently upbeat heroine and the others in this dreadful world that would soon erupt in flames. Every great story needs a great major arc or something emotional enough that would cause the reader to burn the scene into their mind constantly, having them look back on it from time to time. With what she remembers, she was definitely going to die if she even survived that long. Geez, why did I get so depressed all of a sudden? Even if she doesn't pass, she will still be assigned a class to attend that would fit her area of expertise. Those who fail this exam will naturally end up in a class fit for their abilities in E-rank class. If she still managed to befriend Marionette and survive until graduation, she was sure she could live a good life with her family status as nobles and leave all the dangerous, bloody, adrenaline-inducing, fun battles everyone related to the story would face down the road. Does she truly want to spend her days in peace? A boring, repetitive peace? She had already experienced that already. Although her living conditions weren't optimal, she still got through life. Why should she experience that again? She's a transmigrator, a person with knowledge about this world's future and the best way to get stronger. How could someone like her end up in what could be considered the worst class ever? A class filled with people who were on the past Lillian's level. Would that not be the biggest humiliation ever in history? Lillian turned around and faced the Legion, brandishing her blade at them, a smirk adorning her beautiful face, her eyes glistening with rising confidence. 3. I've been given the chance to experience a life with absolute assurance it would be exciting. I will pass this exam and go on to claim first place. 10. Even when outnumbered, the confidence that burned within her heart only seemed to grow. She hadn't felt so much confidence before. What could be the reason for her sudden boost in confidence? Chapter 18, 30 minutes past. This year's contestants are quite impressive. A man working one of the screens of a highly advanced control room muttered. His colleague beside him nodded to his observation. Tell me about it. To think we'd have a royal prince in our exam. The colleague stared at the screen, which displayed the scene of the second prince eradicating a horde of beetle-like monsters. In the palm of his hand, a ball of light hovered and radiated a blinding light before soon morphing into the shape of a sword and bisecting the creature in front of him in half. I'd say he's almost on par with the first when he was at the same age. I'd say the first is a tad bit better. The two debated before feeling a hand grasp their shoulders. Their bodies shook, their eyes soon moving towards the owner of the hands. They saw a young man in his early 20s wearing a robe dotted with splashes of paint. His hair was as black as night and long enough to be tied into a ponytail that reached down to the end of his back. His eyes were like two bottomless holes that seemed to devour the light passing into them hungrily. An unsettling yet calming smile always held on his face. The Academy doesn't pay you guys to talk badly about the royal family members. Focus on your screens instead of debating over something irrelevant. The young man patted their shoulders, seeing that they were ready to get back to work, and walked away, his ponytail dangling behind him. The two workers breathed a sigh of relief. Almost thought I lost my job there. I hear you. This place is working us to the bones. I would agree with you. If it wasn't for the fact we just have to stare at a screen for an hour, which we do on a daily basis. The worker said as he reached towards the bottle beside him, which had a plastic straw coming out of its lid, and took a sip of it. It was a tall plastic cup with a conspicuous yellow W on it, surrounded by a red ring. A typical thing you would see from a fast food restaurant. With their attention back to their screens, they couldn't help but point out the girl beside the second prince. Who's she anyway? I don't remember her from the Noble database. HM. The worker put down his drink and met his colleague's eyes before tapping away at his keyboard and scouring through the system to find the girl who matched the appearance on the screen. Millis Velen. Velen? I haven't heard of that noble name before. Did the royal family create another recently? It says she's a commoner. Huh. A commoner was able to afford these outrageous fees. It doesn't say. I doubt our system was hacked, so she must have been added in through a recommendation or something. That does make sense. The two of them couldn't help but take a curious look at their ranking. 1. Ref von Lionbright Millis Velen. 78 monster kills, 25 contestant eliminations they've already passed. So fast as well. It has only been half an hour or so. Their ranking then suddenly changed to second place, and in first was Esta Marionetta von Rosella, 100 monster kills, 30 contestant eliminations. The two of them glanced at each other before shrugging. Kinda expected it. If you come from a family known for killing, you better be good at it. His colleague nodded at his words. Sound about right, but that's not to say the Lady of Rose's skills are not impressive. Oh, definitely not. Not like we can say much. We're just some commoners with barely any magic power. They continued to converse with one another for a bit, until... What did I say about getting back to work? A chilling presence soon arrived behind them, with their heads slowly craning back. They met the intimidating presence of their superior staring down at them. The young man continued to stare down at them with eyes that looked devoid of compassion. Although his attire was a comical sight to look at, the workers were feeling anything but humorous about their situation. The two gulped heavily before being scolded once again. While this was happening, two individuals undertaking the exam wandered through a desolate beach filled with nothing but large stone boulders and spikes. One of them was a woman with long dark blue hair that reached the end of her back and dark blue eyes with glasses over them. She walked in a funny and robotic manner. Perhaps due to this, her uniform didn't look creased in the slightest. Beside this woman was an energetic young man with red hair, fiery orange eyes, and a large grin. Over his white shirt was a gray hoodie with yellow accents to fit his yellow tie. He didn't seem to be quite the liker of blazers. The chilling breeze of the outdoors. Don't you find this great, Testry? With his hands on his hips and his eyes turned to the sky. The young man asked the girl as he enjoyed the winds brushing against his skin. I'd rather be behind my desk, listening to the bickering of a failing marriage couple, Xander, Testri bluntly said, pushing against the bridge of her glasses. Xander stared at her, his arms loosely dangling by his sides at her answer. Bruh, you gotta learn to live a little. You can't just be sitting behind the desk, wasting away. That shit is hella uncool, in my opinion. And I find it hella inappropriate for you to be using such uncouth language. Please understand your status as a noble, Xander. Ugh, you're such a square, Xander groaned, rolling his eyes and fiddling with the strings of his hoodie. His eyes then glanced up towards the leaderboard. 24, Gestrieglaria Alexander Fierreira, 60 monster kills, nos perche contestant eliminations. We just need one more, and we'll pass. Ugh. Was there a reason for us to avoid the forest? Everyone's heading there, and no, Xander whined, pointing towards the great forest. Testri paused in her tracks. She then glanced back towards Xander and said, and that's exactly why we aren't. I both know we might encounter the second prince or the Lady of Roses. I'd rather be careful and not risk it. TSK, I guess you're right. Xander then bolted towards Testri, wrapping his arm around her waist and jumping out of the way of an incoming object that fell out of the sky. After letting go of her, they scrutinized this object and found it was I might not know a lot about these things, but that's definitely a stone beach crab, right? Beach stone crab, but yes, you're correct. Testri then raised her hand to her chin. But the question is why it had suddenly fallen out of the sky. The crab legs twitched a bit before transforming into pixels and dissipating into the virtual atmosphere. That'll be because of me, the two of them snapped their head toward a girl with short white hair, beauty that left them stunned, eyes that glimmered and shined like sapphires. It was Lillian. She was in quite a messy state. Her clothes were covered in scratches, dust, cuts, and tears, revealing her beautiful white skin underneath that leaked a bit of blood due to shallow cuts. Her breathing was ragged, and sweat dripped from her face. She gave them a smirk before giving a little wave. However, something was off about her fingers. Her pinky and ring finger were missing. The muscles and bones were visible at the stumps. 3. And despite that, she didn't seem too bothered by it. Or, more like she had gotten used to the pain. The enchantment in charge of reducing the pain was definitely playing a huge role in her tolerance. Howdy there, the name's Lillian, and She gave a slight pause, her smirk widening ominously before continuing. 10. Going to need you guys to die for me, she said with a low chuckle. 3. Chapter 19 Battle begins. The two of them glanced at each other, a look of surprise on their face. Was this girl in front of them really intending to fight? She couldn't possibly be in her condition, especially not against two people. Although a beach stone crab, one of this size, is a formidable foe for a common mage, fighting against a human isn't the same as fighting a creature that couldn't go beyond its base instincts. And yet, this ragged girl, breathing heavily, believes they can face two? Testri wasn't familiar with the name Lillian, so she doubted it was someone powerful. She could also be wrong. She needed to take into account that some noble families would keep some of their members out of the media, essentially limiting what the public knows about that certain person. Do you really think you can win against two people in your condition? Before Testri could even finish her sentence, she was suddenly met with Xander's large back blocking her line of sight. I would have preferred if you let my friend here finish her sentence, Miss Lillian. Xander's hair fell over his eyes, but that didn't hide away the glow inside his eyes as his hand clutched the sharp blade. He smiled at the white-haired girl before him, who did the same. Quite risky of you to catch it with your bare hands, Mr. Rayla. Oh, you know of my family name? Lillian stayed quiet. Her eyes stared at the curious adolescent, more specifically at his hand clutching her blade. A red line crawled down her blade's edge before dripping and painting the side below. Quickly separating her left hand from her hilt, she manifested a small ball of water and launched it towards the fiery adolescent, who backed away with a smile. Overjoyed, he returned to battle once more. He looked toward Testri, who had moved herself to a considerable distance away. So, understanding what he wanted, Testri nodded only after rolling her eyes, pushing out her hands toward Xander. she manifested two small portals that pushed out a pair of thick metal gauntlets. With a grin, he shoved his arms into them, ripping them out of the portal and freeing them with the prison within. Lillian watched them, her eyes flaring with excitement. She glanced at her blade and smiled wryly at its state. Not only was it dyed with Xander's blood, but it was also chipped and scratched, a far cry from its pristine appearance before. 2. You asked whether or not I could win, yes? She raised her head towards Tejri, who scrutinized her with utmost caution. She had been lucky that Xander's speed and reaction were fast enough to react to Lillian's sneak attack. Tejri gave a small nod. Lillian rested the flat side of her blade on her shoulder and held out her injured hand towards them. The sight of her missing fingers was still very odd to her. With her palm turned upwards, a bottle suddenly manifested and plopped into her hand, a blue liquid slushing around inside it. Holding it by the neck with her index and thumb, she swirled it around. It was about halfway empty. She held the mouth of the bottle to her lips and thirstily gulped down the liquid. After it had been emptied, it soon digitalized and disappeared straight out of her hand. What she had drank just now was a mana potion she had procured herself. She had been lucky enough to have one appear near her earlier, just when she had nearly run out of mana. Although it was more like she was lucky enough to trip and catch sight of it wedged between two large boulders. Well, it's not like I have a choice. All I do know is that at least one of us will be eliminated from this exam. And with saying that, she raised her palm and began her plan of attack, starting with another water projectile. Chapter 20 Fire? Xander's eyes watched as a sphere of water appeared once more in the girl's hand. Is she going to use that move again? He thought before getting more excited, as it seemed it wasn't. The sphere stretched and twisted before forming what could only look like a drill made of water. Xander quickly crossed over his gauntlets and felt it collide at the dead center of them. The force behind it was slightly surprising to him, as it had caused him to take a step back. The drill soon lost its spin. Shortly after, it lost its shape and fell to the ground. That's it. He had deduced whatever she had just drank must have been a mana potion, so he was expecting an attack of a greater magnitude. Compared to this, that's a bit disappointing. However, this feeling was soon crushed as he noticed the metallic shine of a blade coming down on him from overhead. Raising his gauntlets towards it, he parried it effortlessly. Lillian felt her arm holding her sword tremble as the vibrations passed through her sword. However, she ignored this brief moment of uncomfort as she aimed her injured hand towards the now exposed chest of the red-haired adolescent, intending to blast another drill right into him. Unfortunately, a flicker of what seemed to be fire appeared at the center of his chest before growing larger into a raging flame and blasting outwards towards her hand. She gritted her teeth and bent her knees, retreating back. After reaching a few meters away, she glanced down at her hand, which was just about to be singed off, and saw it covered in water. 2. Just as she had retreated, she had quickly coated her arm in water, making the fire ineffective. The fiery adolescent stared at her, whistling. He was impressed. We almost got each other. I'd say we're tying right now. Tying? Lillian thought for a bit before remembering more about the character before her. Xander Phi Rayla was indeed one of the many conquerable characters in this world. Born to a family that had only ever had members compatible with fire, he had grown up to be quite a confident and boisterous young man. Of course, many people who have played this game and gone after him have compared him to a certain breed of dog. You know what? If he had blonde hair, I totally would have seen him as a golden retriever. Although his family is quite small and owns a profitable business in manufacturing weapons, his outward and kind nature certainly caused him to gain quite a lot of publicity, allowing his family's business to get some more publicity as more people looked into him. Some may consider this a smart ploy of his to increase his family status. But in reality, he is too incapable of doing something that took a lot of brain power. That's why he sticks to manual labor and fighting as such. He considers most things as competition. Sure. All right. Since you attacked first, it's my turn this time, Xander stated before leaping towards Lillian. He brought back his arm and shot it out. Lillian narrowly dodged it by leaning to the side. Sweat poured from her forehead as she imagined the sort of pain she might go through if she got hit by it. The feeling of the wind produced by his swings wasn't making the imagination any less distracting. Xander continued on his relentless barrage of punches. His metal gauntlets, which a normal man would have trouble carrying, were effortlessly being swung around by this man. Geez, this might get a bit troublesome. Phew, didn't think these things would ever end. You did a good job there. Millis breathed a sigh of relief as she craned her head over her shoulder, staring at the handsome man behind her who yawned profusely. You really should try going to bed earlier, you know? It does wonders. The man turned towards her. The dark circles around his eyes were evident enough of how horribly awful his sleep schedule was. Maybe, but I still need to binge watch a few more before I can. He let out another yawn. The reason for the second prince's constant yawning was due to his love for shows and movies. Understandable. Millis nodded. She, too, was a lover of shows and movies. However, due to her financial problems, she had to resort to pirating to acquire these shows. But since she left home, leaving her laptop, which was the only capable device she could use to watch them, she was left without entertainment and with the dread of not being able to know what happened next. So, after discovering that someone too was as obsessed with shows and even had watched the same things as her, she got slightly carried away talking about it. Fortunately, it worked out for her. The second prince had found her enthusiasm over shows and movies amusing enough to where he agreed to be her duo. That friend of yours, you think she's going to pass? The second prince asked Millis as she poked the corpse of a beetle-like monster with a stick before being startled as it disappeared into pixels. Oh, definitely. Although it was quite surprising that a simp like her didn't actually join that woman. Woman? Millis nodded. It's the person currently in first place. Oh, the heir of the Roselle family. Was she the one who requested this friend of yours to join her? Yeah, im Kindamet. Though, Millis pouted. If she was going to refuse, why didn't she tell me beforehand? She stomped on the ground like a child, ignorant of the second prince who had entered into a deep thought. I would like to meet that friend of yours, the second prince said abruptly, breaking Millis out of her childish tantrums. Huh, sure. How come? I'm interested. That's all. He was then met with an intense glare from Millis. That girlie is already engaged to me. She's mine, Jahir. She ranted on, flailing her arms about. Chapter 21, Playfulness? Clang, clang, clang. The clashing of steel resounded. Lillian's slashes of her sword were constantly countered by Xander's metal fist. However, that didn't imply that Xander's own attacks were also working. For while Xander was parrying her strikes, she was dancing around his flurry of punches. This had begun to take a slight toll on her already poor stamina. It didn't help that she was quite tired before they engaged in battle. Lillian snuck a glance towards Testri and couldn't help but grimace at her current predicament. She had thought about retreating, but she doubted she could since Testri's affinity for space and mastery over it was perhaps enough to form portals to prevent her escape. Troubling indeed, she thought before having to dodge another swing from Xander. Using this chance, she increased the distance between them to briefly take a break before having to dodge another punch. Xander's persistence to close the gap between them had rendered her unable to manifest any sort of water projectiles. If this keeps up, she is sure she is going to become fatigued enough to be left helpless and unable to avoid his attacks. That was, if a certain necklace's enchantment didn't kick in. Amidst her dodging, she suddenly felt her body tilt back and fall. She had somehow tripped on a rock. This, however, worked in her favor. Xander, while in a punching motion, watched as she fell. Fortunately for Lillian, he was unable to take advantage of this. He watched as Lillian raised her injured hand to him and once again shot out another drill. He clenched his jaw, gritting his teeth, and watched as it traveled towards his abdomen. The sense of danger flashed inside his mind before blinking away as he saw a portal swallow it. Lillian scowled at this. She gripped the hilt of her sword and swiped it towards his side. Xander stepped back, quickly backing away from Lillian while glancing at his stomach. He had been unable to completely dodge her attack as a small line of blood bled out and stained his clothes. Dang, you actually got me. Here I thought I would draw the first blood. He patted his stomach while watching Lillian push herself up from the ground. Lillian shrugged. I just got lucky. Maybe so, but I have to admit, you are so far the most skilled person I have faced in this exam. And that says a lot considering how many I cough. Xander's eyes drifted towards Teztree, who gave quite a conspicuous cough. His lips morphed into a wry smile as he reworded his sentence. I mean, we eliminated. Is that so? Well, I'm glad I made quite a good impression. Xander nodded. Moments later, he made a mad dash towards her. His fists were ready to be shot out again, like cannonballs in a cannon. However, Lillian had rapidly launched a blast of water towards his way, knocking him back and causing him to tumble all the way to Teztree's feet. Xander looked up and smiled. His eyes traced the outline of Teztree's face before making contact with her eyes that were scrutinizing him. Hey, you really should stop messing around now, Xander. With a groan, he got off the floor and dusted himself off. Can't let me have fun, can you? He cracked his neck. He then asked, How's that mana of yours? Teztree scowled. Low. You know my element is very costly. Try to dodge more. Xander just chuckled. Oh, come on. You make it sound like I'm trying not to on purpose. You are. Maybe, but where did she go? Huh. Xander looked at the spot where Teztree's finger was pointing and saw that the white-haired girl he had just been fighting had suddenly disappeared. He looked left and right. All he saw were rocks from the beach lined up around them. Had the girl run away? Xander frowned, sighing in disappointment. Some people he had faced in the exam had tried to escape him just before their elimination. Although he couldn't blame them since they weren't quite on par with him in strength, it was still a bit disappointing. That was until, the taste of iron filled his mouth, a red liquid leaving and dripping out of it. Why had blood suddenly erupted from inside his mouth? Looking down, he saw a damaged blade coming through his chest. Slowly craning his head back, he couldn't help but grin as he saw who was behind him. You didn't run after all. His teeth died, red in his blood, as his eyes met Lillian's, who stared back with amusement. Earlier, when she had knocked away Xander and saw they were distracted from conversing with one another, she hid behind the massive stones around them and made her way around. For someone who likes fighting so much, you have a serious habit of letting down your guard a lot. Lillian ripped her sword out from his back and jumped back, dodging a slash from Teztree's rapier. Xander fell to the ground on his knees, panting heavily, his blood leaking profusely out his chest. Teztree stood near Xander, her eyes flaring with concern and worry. Xander continued to stare down at the slit in his chest. He smiled self-deprecatingly. I guess I do. He then looked up towards Teztree. You mind passing me that potion? Teztree pushed up the bridge of her glasses with a guilty expression. I don't have enough mana to form another portal. I already used it for my rapier. I see. Not much we can do then. With a grunt, he pushed himself off the ground. He then felt the gauntlets weighing slightly more than they usually did. With another sigh, he took them off. Thud, thud. All we can do is take her out and hope she drops another mana potion. Xander got back into his stance, along with Teztree. Lillian, listening in on their conversation, smiled and summoned a certain bottle in her hand that caused both of their eyes to target immediately. She dangled it in between her thumb and index with a taunting look on her face. It was another mana potion, just exactly what they needed. And unlike Lillian's previous one, this one was filled to the brim with it, sealed with a cork. You talking about this? This is my last one, oh. What would you do if I drank it right now? I'm quite low on mana, too, you know. She moved the cork of the bottle to her mouth and playfully bit into it. 10. She then began to make a few small tugs at the cork. 3. The two of them, realizing she might actually drink it if they lingered, decided to waste time no longer and charged towards her. Chapter 22 Lillian's score? Lillian smile broadened, immediately summoning back the potion and preparing herself for the tag team. Xander came at her, much slower compared to before, his hands covered in a blazing flame. 2. Teztree nimbly followed behind Xander, knowing that he was most suited to be the frontal attacker. Xander's hands flashed towards Lillian. The flames reflected in her blue, crystalline eyes. Lillian ducked, grabbing a handful of sand and chucking it in a wide arc. Some of it managed to pass through Xander's fiery defenses. Irritated by the small cloud of sand entering his eyes, he lost control over his flames, letting them go out. Lillian, seeing that it was the perfect moment to attack, slashed her sword at him, intending to lop off his head. However, clang, it was surprisingly parried. Testri, with her rapier, gracefully lunged forward and stabbed her blade over Xander's shoulder, protecting him against the chilling blade. Lillian squinted her eyes at this, revealing a brief moment of shock before dashing it away. She then swiftly brought her hand before Xander's face and blasted him away with water. 2. This caused him to fly back, knocking into Testri. They both roughly landed, clouds of sand rising from their position. Testri hastily pushing off the still-blinded Xander. She held up her rapier and blocked an overhead swing. Lillian pushed against her blade, scraping against it. Testri furrowed her brows. She was losing in the contest of strength. She glanced to the side and watched Xander, who had rolled quite a bit away, slowly get off the floor. His eyes red from rubbing, a bit teary in the corners. Her face flashed with concern. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't able to dwell on this feeling for long, because she watched as her arm, holding her rapier, was severed from her shoulder. She doubled over, clutching her stump. Hissing in pain, blood poured out from her wound, leaving her feeling drained and lightheaded. Her face contorted in a variety of expressions, each visibly painful to look at than the last. She was glad the pain was reduced. "Well then, they'll be taking that health potion of yours," she stated calmly. While this was happening, Xander had finally steadied himself. His eyes narrowed in on Lillian, darting between her and Testri. She sat before her, seriously wounded. "Not good," he mumbled under his breath. Xander's hand unconsciously caressed his wounded chest. He was glad he was quite sturdy enough to move around like this. Without any further ado, he straightened out his hoodie and flexed his muscles. His body then suddenly went up in a blaze. Falling down into a crouch, he shot forth. Lillian, just about to eliminate Testri, saw her face morph into a mischievous smile. "Aren't you a bit too focused on me? Weren't you the one who said to keep up your guard?" Lillian's eyes widened. 2. Her face snapped to the side, but she was too slow to avoid Xander's burning embrace. The flames ravished her body, scorching her alive. She tried her best to keep in her cries of pain, but eventually gave in when it became just a tad bit much. Even with the pain being halved, it was still ultimately unpleasant. That was then. The pain suddenly increased without any given warning, becoming a bit too much for poor little Lillian. Xander, feeling Lillian go limp, released her and put himself out. He watched as her body fell onto the sand smoke rising off her charred body. "I'm sure she'll disappear any moment now," he said before scratching his head, the feeling of guilt rising inside him. "Should I have turned down the temp?" He then faced Testri to see her gasping. He couldn't help but let out a laugh. "Ha ha ha. You really should exercise more, Tez. Your element made you lazy." Testri glared at him but didn't refute. She really should build up her stamina a little bit instead of sitting behind her desk all day. Clutching the stump, she winced before staring at Lillian's charred body. Her eyes shone a respectful glint of the girl's courage. She was quite difficult to deal with. "Tell me about it." "Here. I thought most people here would just be some arrogant noblemen with only money to show for their title." Xander laughed before looking up at the sky, specifically at the leaderboard. "What did she say her name was again? Lillian, was it?" Testri nodded briefly. "I've checked the leaderboard. I only found one person with her name," she stated confidently. "Oh, and who are they?" "Lillian Ker Arias." "The Arias?" he asked again, wanting confirmation of this shocking news. "Shocking. I know. We're talking about the family that caused a ruckus in the royal ball, right?" Testri gave a slow nod. Xander couldn't help but shake his head, dumbfounded. Who knew a troublesome and silly family like them to produce such a strong member? Even him shocked. He then paused his shaking and asked, What place is she and what is her score? After a while of searching, his previously narrowed eyes slowly opened. He then smiled in defeat. I see. You really are quite tough, aren't you? He said, feeling someone standing behind him. Tejstri shouted out for him to get out of the way, but thud! In a heavily dense forest, with trees several dozen meters tall and about an elephant or so wide, was a mountain of corpses of what seemed to be a bee-like creature. Soon after, they all began to digitalize and disappear, revealing a tall woman with long pitch-black hair that flowed down over her shoulders and back like a waterfall of darkness. Her eyes shined a deep red that seemed to pierce through the shadows formed from the thick canopies of the trees. In her hand, she wielded a 2-meter-long guandao. Its steel-curved blade was still stained in blood, but was soon after cleansed of the blood drawn from the creatures it had just slain. She looked up towards the sky, her eyes narrowing as she pierced through the canopy and directly at the leaderboard. Esta Marionette von Roselle, 120 monster kills, 32 contestant eliminations. How lucky of me to stumble upon a hive of bees. Marionette shifted her attention to the massive hive that hung on the sides of multiple trees. Its deformed body only continued to release waves of swarms, all targeting the human under it. She then glanced back towards the leaderboard and scanned through it before landing on a particular name. 26. Lillian Ker 61 monster kills, 18 contestants eliminated. 24 Lillian is 61 monster kills, 20 contestant eliminated. She's doing rather well, she mused. Marionette then planted her guandao into the ground and pushed her hand out to the side. A mystical darkness surrounded her hand before lengthening into a black, shadowy javelin. With a twirl, she hurled the javelin at the swarm, piercing through many and pinning them into a tree. Marionette then formed another one and began to chuck each one of them at the swarm half-fastly. I've already passed, so I might as well enjoy myself now. She then paused for a few moments before sighing, I should have drank a cup of coffee before coming in here. Chapter 23, Error? In the control room, the flashing of a red bulb drew the eyes of all inside the isolated room, filled with nothing but screens. The shuffling of chairs and people. Error! Error! The workers' minds went into overdrive as they tried to figure out what had happened. A man with a long ponytail oversaw this operation with a raised brow. He had just returned back after changing out of the messy robe he had just worn. Dressed in his newly acquired black cloak, pants, and black latex glove, he gave off an aura of mystery. Tied in his hair was a hair ornament depicting that of a beautiful dark purple butterfly. He then turned toward his assistant beside him. They were a beautiful woman with blonde hair and a bob cut dressed in a gray suit and office skirt. In her hand was a clipboard with a variety of names. A couple of curious ones were Marionette's and the second prince's names down. Her face was emotionless as she jotted them down. Noticing the man's stare, she turned her gaze towards him. Yes, Mr. Mirage? She answered with a monotonous voice. Are we currently having an error right now, Vicky? He asked with a warm smile, his eyes closed and his head tilted slightly to the side. They stared at each other for a brief moment, their expression remaining the same. Vicky then eventually broke this staring contest of theirs. It would seem so, sir. I see. Must be the rage nowadays. We've been getting so many lately, it's hard to process new and unexpected ones. He muttered to himself, wrapped his arms around his back as he wandered over to one of the workers. The man was sweating so much one would think he had just entered sauna. What seems to be the problem? He inquired in a calm, flowery voice, his hand grasping the man's shoulder tightly. Oh, Sir Mirage, just a small issue. That's all. We'll get it fixed soon. Isn't that right, guys? The worker looked towards his fellow co-workers, nodding anxiously, hoping their words would satiate the man's curiosity. His colleagues nodded back, vigorously hiding their subtle fearfulness of the man. Good. Just because the headmaster isn't here, don't you think any little mistakes can pass through? All right? We're having enough trouble closing down that gate. And having any more trouble is unproductive if it can be solved right away. His increasingly tightening grasp on the man's shoulder finally relaxed and pulled away. Mirage then began to move over to the next and onwards. The workers he had just interrogated finally let out a sigh of relief. His body shot up once a hand fell on his shoulder once more. Luckily, this time, it was just his colleague instead of his overbearing boss. "Psst, what tray we going to do?" They whispered to him, tapping at a particular screen, displaying a pod surrounded by staff members. The worker retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and patted his forehead. "We just have to repair it before the exam ends." I can't believe one suddenly malfunctioned at such a precarious time like this. The pod on the screen suddenly malfunctioned without any sort of warning being given. No smoke, no noise, no shaking, nothing. It was like something intangible or invisible had sabotaged or tinkered with it. Inside this pod was a young, beautiful woman with short white hair that reached her shoulders, her eyes closed and resting soundlessly. It was Lillian. PUH. 10. Lillian, currently ignorant of the fact that her pod had suddenly malfunctioned, took a swig from the bottle filled with red liquid. The burns on her body disappeared, and the pain from it was alleviated. She licked her lips at the taste of strawberry. 2. This thing's pretty good. 10. After she had survived the serious burns given by Xander's passionate, fiery hug, she quickly dispatched of them and looked over her spoils that appeared upon their disappearance. Beside her were 3 bottles of the same type she had just drank, a putrid purple sack with a brown stain at the bottom, and 4 spherical objects placed strangely far away from where she was seated. This is some good shit. I'm glad I took this chance. Phew, I didn't actually think I was going to win. Her lips curved into a small smile. 22. I either got super lucky or am a natural-born fighter. 10. She rested her hands on her hip and turned her nose to the sky, proud of herself for winning against such strong opponents. Now then, I have 3 health potions. She swirled each one in her hands before pinching the sack and pinching her nose with a repulsed expression. Monster bait, she stated with a strained voice. And lastly, she stared at the 4 objects with stars in her eyes. Magic grenades, she exclaimed, throwing her arms in the air. 20, oh boy, how glad I am to get these back. She cradled them, caressing them like they were kittens in her arms. Half an hour or so ago, she had stumbled upon one of these grenades and used them to take out a dozen or so beach stone crabs. She would continue this cycle of finding more and blowing up the high population of crabs. Of course, during this cycle of hers, she did have to battle with a few contestants. Nonetheless, she came out on top. Luckily for her, most of them were just some spoiled rich kids. Lillian looked up towards her ranking. Seeing she had risen by 2 places, she smiled softly, just a bit more. Her eyes danced across the names. The number of contestants had drastically dropped from a couple of hundred to a mere 26. Almost 93 of the total contestants that had entered this exam had been eliminated in a matter of about 35 or so minutes. That's insane, she muttered under her breath, staring dazedly at the board until... New quest acquired HM? A quest. Right now, if it's going to tell me to pass the exam, it's a bit late. Opening her system, she went into her quest section and found the name of the mission just below her current one. Quest title, Virtual Endangerment Quest Description. In the world outside of this virtual space, the host tool to enter this world had suddenly undergone a malfunction under the influence of a known enchantment. The tool's enchantment to safely eject the host out of this virtual realm had been deactivated, leaving the host without the protection of the pain-dampening effects and the comfort of safety after death. Secure yourself first place in the exam, or survive long enough for it to end. Lady Luck rewards those brave enough to entertain her fantasies. As Lillian read, the grimmer her face got. Like a dam that had been unleashed, she yelled. What the hell? 10. Chapter 24, Graham Savage. Lillian clutched both sides of her head, staring down at the sand with a tense expression. Are you telling me that damn pod is broken? She yelled at the screen. 10, oh great. Now I'm stuck in a darn machine filled with monsters at minimum D rank. Arg, oh well. Although she was annoyed and, quite frankly, slightly anxious about the sudden malfunction, she was confident she could survive long enough. 2. And what is this system trying to tell me? Lady Luck rewards those brave enough to entertain her fantasies? Is it trying to tell me to aim for first place instead of being a coward? Lillian then thought about what she had said. It indeed made sense. Just like the phrase, the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. This system must be promising her a promising reward. Then I can't dawdle any longer then. Cradling her spoils, she magically made them disappear with the thought store. From what she remembered, this little info wasn't told to the contestant, leading them to believe that they had to carry it around on their person or rely on an element capable of holding it. To think those two didn't figure it out. She gave a smug look. If they had known this little trick, they might have actually beaten her. 2. I would still win. Pushing herself off the floor, she took a look down at her clothes and frowned. They had completely blackened from the burns. It was a miracle it wasn't completely destroyed by it. Now then, raising her hand towards the forest, she pointed onwards. That was when she noticed something off about her hand. It was the one missing fingers. The stumps had been healed and covered with flesh. A standard health potion. At least they don't give out the minor one. She chuckled to herself before sprinting towards the forest. 2. Since I don't have to kill any more monsters, there's no point to linger here any longer. Huff, huff, huff. Lillian leaned against the side of a tree exhausted. I hate running, she groaned. 2. She stared into the dark, thick forest, and an ominous feeling permeated throughout. It looks quite spooky in real life. She gulped and wandered in, cautiously checking her every direction. Particularly on the blinking blue triangle off in the distance, she was definitely going to avoid her at all costs. What are the chances both of them are going to be in here? She thought back to Millis and the second prince. What would be the chances of her just randomly stumbling on them? Snap! She shrieked as she heard the sound of a twig snapping behind her. 40, twisting her head around, she found a tall man standing at 6 feet 4 with long brown hair that simulated a lion's mane, a muscular body with scars decorating it. Over their shoulders was the fur of what seemed to be a bear. He looked rugged and a typical savage. Looks like me caught myself a little rabbit. He grinned wildly as he wielded a massive battle axe over his shoulder. Lillian stared up, wide-eyed at who it was. I met this caveman already. 2. The man before her was Graham Savage. He was a man raised in the wilderness before being taken in by a noble family and offered to partake in the exam in exchange for assisting them in the future. Lillian mainly remembered him for his loud and brutal personality when dealing with things. Not only that, but he was very dumb, in her opinion. In every playthrough, she avoided any sort of interaction as much as possible. Thud! Thud! Graham's stomps shook Lillian out of her stupor. Focusing back on reality, she saw Graham plant his feet into the ground before tightly gripping the handle of his battle axe. In a fluid motion, he swung his mighty axe horizontally. Swish! Clang! Lillian held up her sword and defended against the strike, but the force behind it left her flying back, tumbling before quickly getting back to her feet. Her hands shook from the heavy blow. The vibrations from their clash still ring in her hands. As confident as Lillian may be against such a foe like Graham, who took down bears with his bare hands, she wasn't too confident about winning. Chapter 25 Explosions? Graham unleashed a relentless onslaught of swings, with his mighty battle axe roaring behind each swing. Lillian dodged each swing, her nimble body narrowly avoiding it by a hair's breadth. Swish! 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 Like an extension of his axe, the axe slashed at her, fortunately doing no damage whatsoever but messing her hair. Graham, with a loud roar, raised his axe up high over his head and, like lightning, stuck full force down at the earthy ground, sending a shrapnel of the earth into the air. Ugh! Lillian groaned. 2. She backed off, shielding herself from the occasional stones coming her way with her arm. Like a savage bull, Graham rushed through the cloud caused by his swing and prepared to slice her in half with a ferocious grin mercilessly. This frenzied barbarian wasn't going to give the poor rabbit before him any chance of escape, it seems. However, this rabbit, defiant of the fate to be carved up, spat at him with a face full of water, knocking him away. Lillian huffed heavily with her arm raised. She had just barely finished manifesting her bullet. 2. Graham, landing with a loud thud, flipped back to his feet without the help of his arms. Thud! The ground trembled under the weight of his exaggerated muscular body. He then eyed the girl. His eyes lit up with excitement at the girl's. He then raised his head to the sky and cackled, his laughter seemingly capable of shaking the virtual world itself. "Ha! Me like small white rabbit. Me was so bored," Graham bellowed, somewhat struggling to string his words together. Winds then began to storm around him, like he was the center of a newly created tornado. Warning signs rang deeply inside Lillian's head before having to raise her sword quickly. Graham, with a stomp, shot towards Lillian explosively, his speed several times faster compared to before. Had the wind adorning his body like a cloak increased his speed? Slamming the sharp edge of his ruthless axe, she sent her off with a deafening sound of metal clashing, knocking her deeper into the forest. Clang! Like an unrelenting beast, he followed after her, charging at her on all three, his large battle axe over his shoulder. Lillian skidded back, her eyes unflinching at the danger coming at her. Swinging her free hand behind her back, she materialized an object and injected it with her mana before chucking it at the mad humanoid beast. Graham's eyes took note of a spherical object glowing a vivid blue, approaching him rapidly. Using the flat side of his axe, he swatted it away. That was what he had intended to do. When his fearsome axe collided with the airborne object, a brutal explosion erupted upon impact. Boom! The explosion caused Lillian to fly back more, causing her to have a rough landing. Ugh, what a pain, she groaned, pushing herself up to a seated position. 2. She gazed at the smoke that formed from the explosion. After it had cleared a bit, she recognized the familiar-sized crater it had made. It was about 5 meters in diameter. This impressive tool should have left the savage man heavily injured, right? That was what every normal person would think would happen to someone who was so close to the impact. But Lillian knew otherwise to underestimate the man. Having pushed herself back up to her feet, she summoned yet another grenade to her hand. She tensely waited for the man to appear, keeping her guard up. She wasn't going to have a repeat of what had happened earlier, and she was right to do so. Raph, with a swift duck, she dodged the devastating axe that passed over her head. Graham lunged over her and landed on the other side. Smoke rose from his body. Parts of him bruised, he was in a solemn state. However, he didn't seem nearly as bothered about his condition as most people would be. Instead, he bared his teeth like a vicious bear and growled ferociously like a wild animal that had just been backed into a corner. His eyes were completely white. Had this man gone unconscious? Ha! As expected of the future Mad King of Beasts. As the imposing title of the man's future left her tongue, he roared at her and leapt towards the trees, sticking to it like a spider. His long and sharp nails were like the claws of a violent beast. He stuck on the side of the tree, tilting his head at Lillian like a curious owl before leaping at her with his jaws wide open. Stepping out of the way of his snapping jaws, she slashed her sword at him, causing a long red gash to appear diagonally over his shoulder. Graham roared out in pain before wickedly slamming his deadly axe into the ground, uplifting it, as if a sliver of his mind had returned from a beastly frenzy. He then began to control the wind around him, sucking in the solid debris and swirling around him. That's definitely bad. Arg! She clutched her shoulder and glanced at it, dirt staining her scorched blazer. 2. Lillian then ran towards the trees, using them to shelter her from the hailstorm of dirt and small rocks. The speed at which small debris swirled around him increased to a concerning degree before firing off at her. While she ran, the impact from Graham's dirty ammunition collided with them and resounded frequently in her ears, leaving her already tense body even more tense. She took brief glances back and saw how each bullet bore shallow holes through the thick darkwood trees. After a few more minutes, Graham finally ran out of ammunition. This was a perfect time to counterattack. Peeking from behind a tree, she fired off a blast of water at him. Splash! It knocked him a step to the side. He grunted and rolled his shoulders, snorting. Then, a nod, familiar blue light appeared at his feet. Looking down, he discovered a small, glowing, wet, spherical object at his feet. It radiated a violent light befitting an object used for destruction. Before Lillian had sent off her attack, she had stored her active grenade inside her water bullet. Boom! The grenade exploded. Once again, the explosion caused a massive cloud of both dirt and smoke to arise. Lillian grinned from behind the tree. 2. The guy's durable, but there is no way he could survive that. As she said that, a bloodied hand appeared just beside her head. The hand gripped the rough surface of the tree, painting it a subtle red. Rabbit plays hard to get. The heavy breathing of a man on his last leg echoed behind the tree. Quickly pushing herself off of it, she dodged a brutal overhead swing from Graham. Unfortunately, she could not dodge it entirely, for a shallow cut appeared from her right shoulder all the way down to her left hip. "Aya!" she cried out, biting her lip as she placed her hand over her injury. Tears welled up in her eyes. 10. Wiping them away, she stared back at the seriously wounded barbarian, who was indeed on his last leg. The explosion, having taken away from the leg, had shocked him out of whatever beastly state he was in before. Half of his body was fearfully bruised and battered from the explosion. The arm in which he wielded his axe laid loosely by his side. However, that did not diminish the bloodlust in his eyes. Gripping the tree tightly, he leaned against it, his nails creating shallow grooves in its woody skin. What a madman indeed! Lillian walked over to him, careful and cautious. In the state that he was in, she didn't expect him to be able to make any more wild movements as he did before. "You're Graham, yes?" she asked the wild man, huh? Graham raised his head. His long, messy hair fell over his face, causing his brown eyes to be hidden away. However, Lillian knew they were focused on her. "How does Little Rabbit know my name? Isn't it correct to know about a great hunter's name?" Graham smiled broadly, his jagged teeth on full display to her. He then let out a low chuckle. "Ka, Rabbit is indeed wise in the rules of the forest. I admit defeat." His words soon slowed, and his voice soon became quieter. Lillian stepped out of the way as his massive body collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud, soon dissipating into a cloud of pixels. Thud! Silence and peace soon returned to the dark forest as the wild beast now retreated back to the physical world where he belonged. Chapter 26, Royal Encounter. Glug, glug, glug. Puh. Lillian walked deeper into the forest, gulping down her second health potion of the exam. She watched as the red line that dyed her clothes miraculously healed itself. But soon after, she sighed deeply. I used two. The 4 grenades she had gathered were going to be her winning conditions for this exam. Now that she had dropped down to half of what she had initially, she was going to have to rethink her plan. That Graham Savage took a lot out of her, more than the Xander and Testry did, and I'm going to face more people like him in the future. While this may seem a bit grim to others, she was actually ecstatic about the thought. The feeling of her blood pumping from each narrow battle was enough to encourage her to get stronger. But to think he didn't even have anything on him. 3. After he disappeared, Lillian looked around to see if he had indeed dropped anything like Xander or Testry did. Instead, all she was met was disappointment. It seemed that Graham wasn't the type to carry around objects that he didn't understand. It's like killing an enemy you thought was a boss, but instead was just a common enemy that drops nothing. She vented towards her surroundings before sighing, deeply, visibly disappointed. "Oh, whatever. I have better things to focus on anyway." For example, she raised her head to check out the still blinking blue triangle off into the distance. It has gotten dangerously closer compared to before. She could even swear she could hear echoes of tremors and explosions. Yeah, I'm not going in that direction. Like the logical coward that she is, she made a 45-degree turn and began walking in that direction. On her way, she continued to encounter other contestants, some tougher than the last, but evidently less troublesome to deal with than Graham. Having come out victorious in each, albeit barely, she stumbled upon a battlefield filled with craters and shallow scars in the ground. The evidence that a brutal brawl was happening here was enough to deter Lillian quickly. Turning back around, she swiftly walked away. That was... Oh, Lillian. Hey, girl. Lillian stiffened at the familiar voice. Her head creaked back like a rusty cog and fell onto a purple-haired girl waving at her with a jubilant smile. 10. H.A. Millis. Say, you mind forgetting I was ever here? How would you see? If it was up to me. She playful stuck her tongue out at her before pointing towards the sky with her index. Lillian raised her head up to the sky. There, she saw was the second prince staring down at her. He was clinging tightly to a metal sword stabbed into the tree, his face tired and weary. He looked down at Millis with a raised brow. Did you have to tell her I was here? But I didn't say anything. You using hand gestures still counts as telling her I was here. Rubbing his eyes, he pointed towards Lillian. Orbs of light manifesting in the sky behind him. From 1 to 5 to 10 to a couple, dozen soon appeared. They then shifted and morphed into blades of light each, giving off an oppressive aura. Lillian stared at this before glancing back down at Millis. This is so not fair. You're the one who chose solo, remember? Lillian rolled her eyes. She then raised her face towards the second prince with a calm expression. 2. You don't mind if I stretch first, right? HM. The second prince then tapped his chin, pondering. He then gave his verdict. Very well, take your time, he assured her. Lillian nodded and began to stretch her legs under Millis' lecherous gaze. 2. Oh, you work them legs? Lillian gave her the stink eye. 2, you mind? I would if you're trying to get me to look away. Lillian clicked her tongue before pulling her hand around her back, silently summoning something from the virtual inventory. 2, all right. Can we begin after a countdown? You're asking an awful lot, you know. He then sighed, fine. The second prince then began to count down from 3. 1. Lillian's body shook anxiously, her palms sweating and fidgeting with the object in her hand. 3, 2. The glimmering light of dreadful blades hung in the sky like how stars would in the night sky. It had a beautiful look to it, but an almost sinister one. But even so, the anticipation inside her couldn't help but rise radically. 3. Before the second prince could unleash his barrage of light, Lillian chucked a mana grenade from behind her back. She chucked it with enough force for it to roll just far enough away where the damage from the explosion is negligible, but also, boom, far enough to where the dust and smoke would still hide her. Chapter 27, Broken Arm? The round explosive shattered upon impact, with the ground shattering and letting out its destructive powers. Boom! From the large crater, a cloud of smoke was emitted, as well as the dust and dirt sent up into the air by it. The second prince looked down curiously at the dark veil that hid away Lillian, his head tilted to the side, perplexed. In a regular situation, that may have been a good idea, but against a volley, I can't say I agree with this decision. With a swipe of his hand, a storm of bright swords shimmering in the dark. Eerie forest rained down upon Lillian's rough location. Like a hailstorm of arrows, they sharply cut through the air, sinking through the smoke. The second prince then yanked back his sword from the tree and nimbly climbed back down using the numerous large branches as platforms. Approaching Millis' side, he waited for the smoke and dust to clear finally. Did you hear anything? HM? Nah. How much you betting that she escaped? HM? Nothing. I highly doubt she didn't escape using that grenade as a smokescreen. Oh, and yet we're not making any efforts to chase after her. Not like it'll matter. We're second in ranking, having already passed. You don't want her to get first place? The second prince held his chin with a thoughtful expression, briefly thinking about it before shaking his head. The Lady of Rose's reputation is clouded in a cloud of dark rumors. Although I had yet to meet her myself personally, I'd still rather not unless need to. So you're a wuss then? No. Oh, come on. You definitely are. Millis teased the tired prince, who rolled his eyes at her. Is there a reason to chase her down? I find it very time-consuming. Exactly. What better way to wait out time than by doing something productive? Millis' reasoning was somehow capable of making the second prince's eyes glimmer with realization. He gave a few small nods. I see. You do make a good point. I believe we should begin tracking her down then. He shifted their focus back to the dark veil. Seeing that it had cleared, displaying a graveyard of swords born from light with no white-haired girl in sight, they took off. Huff, huff, huff. Curse this tiresome body. Lillian leaned her arm against the side of the tree, breathing heavily as her chest rose and fell. After exiting out from the cloud of smoke and dust, she made a break for it behind the trees. Luckily, she had managed to get away scot-free. 18. They're definitely tracking me down. She wasn't sure, but most people who are impulsive would normally think of doing this. And she didn't doubt that Millis would be able to convince the second prince of it. She had, after all, convinced him to join her as a duo. While she was running, she discovered multiple scratch marks of varying sizes along the trees, all in similar sizes, especially the one she was currently leaning on. 3 long, jagged scars that were about 2 meters or so wide and 20 or so meters long. It was like so apex predators were marking his territory. She wasn't able to linger on it for long. However, for Millis' boisterous voice boomed in the far distance. Lillian, where are ya? Darling. Following, that was the second prince's scolding her. Must you inform everything around us of our location? Who? Is that going to be a problem? Her eyes narrowed on the prince. His eyes furrowed, narrowing back at her. They were like 2 kids stuck in an intense staring contest. Before long, Lillian had already run away once more. The direction she was running? Well, the blinking blue triangle off into the distance seemed like the light of a lighthouse in her time of need, like it was calling out to her. She knew she wasn't going to win in a head-to-head battle with someone like the prince. So that's why. She was going to make it so the 2 strongest people she knew in this exam would engage in a battle to the death. How was she going to do it? All she had to hope was that Marionette was still looking for ways to be entertained. After that, she would then try to bring Millis away and take her out. However, that's going to be easier said than done. For a while, she was a first-tier mage. Millis was not. She should be around the second at this point in the story. At each tier, an individual may either gain one of the 2 randomly, a new element or a trait. While an element may prove more useful in battle, the potential of a trait is, without a doubt, a game changer. Have one that boosts your attack by a percentage, for example. Having something like that as a passive is definitely something she would like to have. But right now, I should just focus on reaching her. She's so close. What exactly is close? Lillian snapped her head towards the sudden voice before feeling something slam into her back like a truck, rocketing her forward at breakneck speed. Her body ragdolled through the air until... Crash! Arg! Kua! She crashed into a tree. Luckily, it had only just been her arm that took the most damage. She clutched it tightly, her face writhing in pain as she felt her small rivers of tears leaving the corners of her eyes. 18. Her arm was broken. Her spine might also be cracked as well. She let out a shaky, pain-filled sigh. 2. A shadow soon loomed over her eerily. Looking up, she saw the second prince wielding a large hammer made of light. That must have been what he used to attack her with. The hammer soon had webs of cracks spread throughout it like glass before shattering and revealing the polished steel blade of a sword. So, I guess this did use up some time, he said while raising his sword. I'm not trying to sound rude, but I expected quite a bit from you, weirdly. He then sighed. Shouldn't have expected it from such a silly family. And without a second thought, he slashed his sword down upon Lillian. She widened her eyes, her life briefly flashing before her eyes. Was she going to die already? This was her first day back from the dead. 2. She gritted her teeth and tightly clutched her sword, her eyes filled with dread. 2. Just when she had thought it was all over. Swish! Pushed! Something shot through the air at a blurring speed in Lillian's widened eyes. The second prince hurriedly dodged to the side, distancing himself from the injured Lillian. The 2 then watched as this unidentified swift object pinned itself into the tree, shaking it slightly. Lillian gazed at it. It seemed to be some kind of long, shadowy javelin with a simplistic design, shrouded in the darkness that seemed to encroach on those in proximity to it, giving it an almost ominous and sinister feel to it. They both then turned towards a woman standing at 5 feet 11, steadily approaching them. Her body was stained with blood belonging to what may be an insect or a human's. Her long black hair stretched down all the way to the lower back like black curtains made with the finest silk. Her dark red, glistening eyes stared at them, unconcerned. It was Marionette. Chapter 28, Instigating a Fight? Silence permeated between the three. It got to the point it became suffocating to the poor Lillian, who still continued to lay against the tree, writhing in pain. However, surprisingly, Marionette was the one to break the silence first. "This is surprising," she says, but her face doesn't really show it. "I didn't expect to find a royal family member in my little stroll." "What do I owe the pleasure, Sir Lionbright?" The blood sticking to her clothes soon disappeared into pixels, revealing her clothes that bore not even a single cut, tear, or dirt stain on them. The second prince glanced towards Lillian with a suspicious gaze before looking back at the Lady of Roses with a tense expression. "I'm merely chasing after this one you see before you." Marionette turned to face Lillian, who smiled at her wryly. She stared at her face with an aloof expression before turning back. "Is there a reason to? Time is very little now, and I'm sure you had already passed far, long ago. 2. What you say is indeed correct. But my partner, who should be arriving moments later, had suggested I spend my time doing this. Are you so low to chase after a harmless girl?" Lillian's lips twitched at Marionette's words. "Harmless. I'm as fierce as a tiger I have, you know." As much as she wanted to exclaim that, she knew drawing the attention of the two strongest in the exam would be the worst thing to do currently. 2. Are you disrespecting me, Lady Roselle? The second prince's brows furrowed, a surprised expression appearing on his face before shifting to a more stoic and firm one. "I have you no disrespecting me is considered an offense. I've heard you mattered not of what others thought and the status as a royal. You may be right, and that's why I do not care if you do. But doing so in public would catch their eyes. I am firmly aware, Sir Lionbright." Marionette's tone remained the same, making it harder to make out if she had become either more respectful or less than before. "Down, you run hella fast." Passing through the trees and into the large clearing they were in, Millis appeared huffing tiredly. The three drew their attention towards her. Millis stared at them with a flustered look. She then began to make various provocative poses. "Hee, I know I'm beautiful and all, but if you guys stare that much, it'll get all bashful and flustera." Before she could finish, they all drew in their stares and back at each other, leaving Millis to pout. Lillian watched as the two engaged in yet another conversation. Her body felt jittery. She was extremely anxious. Who knows when the second prince or Marionette would suddenly turn towards her and eliminate her from the exam. Her elimination would be her end. She had to think fast, so while they converse, she put the hilt of her sword in her mouth and snuck her working hand behind her back, summoning her last grenade. Could I take them out with a single grenade? A 2-in-1? It was highly unlikely. Graham Savage was able to survive 2 point-blank explosions. Considering that these two are far stronger than him, the likelihood she would die before it even went off was high. What do I do? How could she get away and drink the health potion stored in her inventory? How could she get away without bringing harm to herself? "Hey, Marionette." "HM." Marionette turned towards Lillian, who gave her a soft and warm smile. She raised a brow at that. "Are you perhaps bored?" Marionette turned her eyes towards the sky, pondering for a brief moment before staring back at Lillian and answering. "Somewhat." "Why do you ask, Miss Arias?" she asked while folding her arms. "Well, wouldn't fighting someone as strong as Sir Lionbright here be quite an entertaining thing to do to wait out the exam?" Using her head, she gestured towards the second prince, who widened his eyes at her. The cold-hearted woman stared at Lillian with her red eyes, her arms untangling. She then held her chin with a thoughtful expression. "Interesting solution to my boredom, but one issue. Yes, am under strict orders not to engage with the second prince." That was a thing. Lillian felt like her world was crashing down. Her plan of getting the two to the fight was now flushed down the toilet. That was until, puffed, the second prince started laughing. Although it wasn't a full-blown cackle, a laugh is a laugh. What may be so humorous, Sir Lionbright? Do let down the formalities, Miss Roselle. He'll do the same. He calmly offered, only to get flat-out rejected. I'd rather not. I see. Well, anyway, I merely found Miss Arias' attempt to instigate a fight between us very amusing. He then gave a broad and bold grin. So much so that even she had convinced me in the sake of relieving my boredom. Even so, I am still under strict orders to avoid any such confrontations with you, Sir Lionbright. Forget about them. The second prince's eyes lit up. His eyes glowed with an intense light. A royal's words is law. And here I thought you would avoid using your privileges as the second prince. If it benefits me, then I should use it whenever I see fit. The second prince shrugged, casually brandishing his sword at the Lady of Roses. Marionette gave a short and deep sigh before pushing her hand out to the side. From the spot on the ground beneath her hand, a pool of darkness appeared in the world, spitting out the long shaft of a guandao from it. Clutching her imposing weapon, she pointed it towards the second prince, who gazed at it with interest. I don't see many opting to use an Eastern weapon much. I am not well versed in this type of weapon. I am merely using this exam as training. Is that so? I should really adopt that mindset of yours. He glanced down at his plain steel sword. Silence soon returned. The atmosphere became stiff and heavy as the aura of the two fighters leaked into it. And like a thunderclap, they shot towards each other, their weapons clashing. Chapter 29, Clash of Light and Dark. Like a bell that had been struck by its hammer, their clash resounded fiercely. The air rolled over from their collision, bursting outwards with them in the center. Lillian's hair ruffled from the strong winds, her hand raised to shield her face from the strong currents. She then summoned a familiar bottle of red liquid, her hand tightly gripping it with a solemn look. The clash between the second prince and the Lady of Roses is reflected in her eyes. The metal scrapes of their blades screeched like nails on a chalkboard. It was both uncomforting and attention-grabbing. The radiant prince pushed against her guandao's feet, digging up the ground. The same could be said for the Lady of Roses, who still remained stoic. I've always wanted to know what would be the outcome between people with our backgrounds. Someone of royal blood, and the other created with inexplicable means. Marionette huffed at his words. If the prince desires it, I shall not make this fight boring. With saying that, she pushed him back, knocking him away. She then followed after him, following up with her earlier attack with another ruthless swing with her sharp polearm. The steadfast prince unhurriedly raised his blade and blocked it, his expression changing ever so slightly at the force behind the blow. His arm, which held the hilt of his blade, shook as it struggled to repel back the single-edged blade polearm. His interest was soaring even higher compared to before. Using his free hand, he aimed his open palm. The daunting light that appeared in his hand shined brilliantly. The Lady of Roses felt alarms ringing inside her mind. She then elusively evaded his attack. In a split second, it went off. A beam the size of her head erupted out of it, shooting towards a distant tree and piercing a hole through it. The second prince watched her avoid his attack without breaking a sweat. His majestic eyes locked in on her. Eula fussed. However, his body then soon to blur as a bright light shone over him. Can your speed surpass that of my light? The second prince appeared beside her, his arm pulled back, his hand gripping his sword tightly. Philip, with a lethal thrust, the tip of his blade passed through the side of Marionette's head and exited on the other side. Her face momently expressed that of shock before slowly morphing back to her neutral expression. Who knows? The Lady of Roses' eyes met the prince's. Her cunning eyes filled with deceit. Can your light escape my darkness? The woman standing before him soon became clad in a dark, shadowy mist, her body soon becoming hidden from his watchful eyes. Clang! Sparks flew as their blades met once more, shooting around them like fireworks. Marionette had appeared by his side as he had done with her. With one hand each on their weapons, They continued to push against each other's weapon, intending to win over the other in the contest of strength. Just like you said, who knows, but what I do know is that only one of us can win this duel. It would seem so. In the corner of the prince's eyes, he noticed Lillian's attempt to try and sneak away. He then recognized that the broken arm she had sustained had been healed. A healing trait? Element? Or perhaps she used a health potion. Millis watched their duel with an entertained expression. She would then receive a look from the second prince. He would then mouth out to her, "Go after her." She raised an eye at that before realizing what he meant. She then turned her head towards Lillian to see her sneaking behind the trees. "Hold it right there, Lillian." Lillian's body stiffened and froze. Without turning her head back, she made a beeline away from them. 3. Millis charged after her. The Lady of Roses and the second prince watched this calmly exit the clearing before turning their attention back to one another. "Let's continue this dance of ours, shall we?" The second prince asked, receiving a brief nod from her. Chapter 30, Unorthodox Element. Using her swift legs, Lillian dashed through the arduous trees. Wherever she went, more markings of the same massive claw marks could be seen scratched into the trees. It was starting to get slightly daunting now. Just as she was about to take another step, she suddenly tripped over an exposed root. Vuvoff! Thud! She groaned from her clumsy fall. "Great! I grazed my knee." Getting up off the floor, she then realized that the ground before her looked slightly odd and unnatural. 2. Before, she was a large patch of leaves neatly packed together in a circle. She stared with a deadpan expression at the carpet of lines. Kneeling down, she grabbed one of the sticks nearby and brushed against the leaves, revealing a grid of sticks underneath. 5. Now that she had confirmed her suspicions that this was definitely a trap, she held out her hand and blasted a water bullet at it. Her attack shattered through the rough foundations, keeping the leaves from falling, and revealed a pit several meters deep. Peeking inside, stone spikes of varying sizes and shapes stared grimly back at her. This looked so cartoony. Good thing I tripped, just as she was about to walk around it. The familiar voice of a woman resounded from behind a tree. "Oh, come on." Lillian snapped her head towards a tree and saw Millis peeking from behind it, dumbfounded. "You almost fell into it." "Almost. Good attempt, though." Lillian smiled comfortingly at her. If she hadn't had her necklace, she would have no doubt fallen into it. 2. Actually, she didn't think she would have made it this far without it. "How did you even get here so fast?" I just used the trees." "The trees?" How about I just show ya?" Millis said with an ominous tone. She raised her hand and patted the tree beside her. Swish! Lillian rolled out the way as something shot at her from the tree. Looking back at it, she saw it seemed to be a long, narrow, but sharpened branch. It looked like an oversized toothpick. She looked back at Millis with a wry expression. "No warning?" 2. Would you like one? I would prefer you tea warning." Before Lillian could even finish her sentence, Millis interrupted her, launching yet another wooden projectile at her. Only this time, splatter. It pierced through her shoulder, splattering her blood across the grass and dyeing it. A searing pain erupted in her shoulder, causing her mind to blank. She gritted her teeth and braced through the pain. 2. She would then go to summon another health potion from her inventory and swiftly drink it. This was her last one. The hole in her shoulder then began to heal miraculously at a visible rate. Her muscles are growing and stretching out, mending together. Millis watched, wondrously patiently waiting for Lillian to finish healing. Lillian breathed a shaky sigh of relief as she saw her shoulder as good as new, although a scar now replaced that area. She looked up towards Millis and asked, "How come you didn't attack me? Doesn't seem honorable for me to." Lillian's eyes softened as she remembered this nature of hers. While Millis was indeed someone who desired a harem, she was still, in the end, a chivalrous saint. A lustful, chivalrous saint. Lillian snickered to herself. "Well then, shall we begin?" Millis nodded and patted the tree, once again shooting yet another splinter towards Lillian, except she was ready this time. With a tilt to the side and narrowly avoiding it, she counterattacked with a projectile of her own. Millis grinned as she saw the bullet of water approaching her rapidly and raised a wall of wood in response. Splash! The power behind it was able to leave behind a small crater in the wall. Lillian stared solemnly at the wall, the element to control nature itself. Since it doesn't belong to the category of natural elements, it resides in the unorthodox section of this world's power. The category of natural elements is basically centered around the four main elements and the different subvariants of it. For example, her water element, since it belongs to this category, may lead her to be able to control ice itself. The category of unorthodox, however, as its name suggests, are elements that don't fall in the traditional section of what we would refer to as elements. This category would focus on more man-made and conceptual elements in the world, for example, metal, decay, and possibly even blood. If she had a bet between a person with an unorthodox element and a person with a natural one, she would most likely bet on the one with an unorthodox element. The possibility of it being anything and most likely deadly in battle is high. And currently, I'm facing off against someone who owns an unorthodox element. Great. She then grinned. Millis continued to hide behind her wall until a ferocious tremor permeated throughout it. Sensing something was off, she dived towards the ground, narrowly avoiding a spinning drill of water that barrado through her wall. Looking up and through the hole in it, she saw Lillian's mad and defiant smirk on her face. 8. I want to bet on whether or not my element can beat yours. Chapitre 31 Elemental Surprise. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive noises of several high-speed objects colliding with the ground rang out like a thunderstorm. Millis grinned as she sat on a platform made from the wood of the tree, her head playfully tilting side to side with a playful expression. She watched Lillian tiredly avoid her wooden stakes. You really can run. Huh? Isn't your heart feeling like it's about to explode? Lillian's agile movements danced around her projectiles, stumbling a few times due to small pits in the ground. Definitely, she responded back wryly. She had to think of something fast. She was ultimately out of health potions, so she couldn't afford to be clumsy or let down her guard again. The haunting feeling that the next attack may be her end caused her expression to shift grimly. I have one more grenade. She hid behind a tree and breathed heavily. Her hand unconsciously moved over her chest. She felt like her lungs would give out. Leaning her back against the tree, she peeked at Millis and saw her waving ominously. Her face twitched slightly. I wonder what trait she received. The probability of one receiving a trait is higher than the lower of trials you've faced, from 2 to 7. You're guaranteed to receive an element in your first. The chances of them receiving an element are low, about 14. It would then increase with an increment of 14 until it reaches about 42. Mages who have passed a trial can't go back to it again. For example, a mage who had passed the second trial can't go back and can only enter the third, and so on. There's no way she could have attained another element, right? The thought of it sent shivers down her spine. The chances of her winning were already quite low. Slap! Slap! She shook her head, sending the thought of defeat out of her mind and slapping her cheeks to bring her back to reality. She clutched her sword as she planned an attack on the affectionate girl. Millis continued to stare boredly at the tree, hiding Lillian, her chin resting in her palm. Come on, Lil. You aren't actually going to hide behind the tree the entire exam, are you, Dash? At the end of her sentence, Lillian dashed out from behind her tree and shot a bullet of water at her. Millis dived out of the way, staining her clothes with dirt. She then pressed her hand against the grass. In a line straight towards Lillian, the grass rose and stabbed towards her like an array of knives. Lillian stepped out of the way and charged towards her, her hand tensing around the hilt of her sword. She was now a step away from Millis. Suddenly, something clicked inside her mind, something that didn't make sense. Quickly realizing this, she materialized a familiar spherical object in her hand and activated it with her mana. Lillian then watched as Millis gave a smug grin as she mouthed to her, "Checkmate." The ground erupted open, and a pillar of earth shot out and slammed into her stomach. Her body folded over as she was sent several meters into the air, her face contorting into a pained expression. Her element was earth all along. She rolled against the ground and shakily got up, clutching her stomach. This was definitely going to leave a bruise. A trait that controls nature through direct contact. Lillian clenched her jaws. I guess my plan should be to have her use up all of her mana. She then eyed the glowing explosive beside Millis, who stared at it with wide eyes, realizing what it was. Quickly scurrying back to her feet, she ran away but was inevitably swept off her feet due to the force of the explosion. She laid on the ground, dazed. Ow! She softly groaned before seeing a shadow slowly cover her. She gazed up and saw Lillian's chilling eyes. With a raise of her hand, a pillar made of rocks shot out from the ground once more. Lillian, having already anticipated it, dodged to the side before dashing back and swinging her sword down on Millis. Millis, in response, slammed her into the ground, causing an eruption of grass as sharp as a kitchen knife and 2 to 3 meters long to stretch out and wrap around Lillian's blade. Lillian briskly sliced through it easily, raising an eye at what she was planning until she tugged at her sword that, due to her slash, was now positioned out from her side, wrapped around her blade like a messy bandage. Millis had successfully prevented Lillian's attempt to slice her in half by controlling the surrounding grass. Lillian, raising her hand, which was missing 2 fingers, began to charge up an attack. Water appeared in the center of her hand, from the size and shape of a raindrop, before forming with several dozens around it and shaping into a ball that soon spun. Millis' face, which was always displaying a jubilant expression, soon turned grim as she tried to cover herself in a dome of earth. Unfortunately, in no way. I don't have enough to protect myself, she internally screamed. She crossed her arms in an X and braced with impact. Crack! Lillian's water drill broke through her arms and passed through her body. A sharp pain shot through her mind as she lost feeling in her arms. She laid on the ground, a pool of blood forming under her. She breathed a sigh of disappointment. Mon, I guess even a tier 1 could beat a tier 2. Huh? Under the right circumstances. I'd say you were playing around with your trait a bit too much. Oh, come on. I just got it recently. Can't blame me for wanting to use it. Millis pouted. She stared into Lillian's eyes. So, you gonna finish me off, or mind answering a few questions of mine? HM? Sure, shoot. But do it quick. This kinda hurts, you know. She chuckled wryly, gazing at her torn arms. It's truly a wonder I haven't disappeared yet. Lillian pondered for a bit. After thinking about it, she asked, Did you happen to see a bear around here? Like a really huge one? A bear? No, not really, if there were one. It must be pretty sneaky. She laughed. Lillian nodded with a smile and raised her sword. Thank you very much, Millis. I'll see you again out there. Of course. Lillian's sword then slashed through the air, eliminating Millis Velen from the exam. Third, Lillian Ker, 61 monster kills, 32 contestant eliminated. Chapter 32, honey? Lillian gazed down at the conspicuous metal staff lying in a place where Millis had previously been. Reaching down, she held it in her hand and inspected it confusedly. So, she stored this and didn't bother taking it out? Scratching her head, Lillian decided not to spend too much time wondering why, and instead shifted her attention towards the fight between Marionette and the second prince. 3. I wonder if their fight had concluded yet. She tried to gaze up through the canopy of the dark trees and scowled. I can't see, she grumbled. 2. Unable to gaze at the humongous screen displaying the leaderboard, Lillian began to walk around, trying to find a spot that allowed her to see through the thick canopies. After walking around for a bit, she finally reached a spot that would allow her to. Third, Lillian Ker, 61 monster kills, 32 contestants eliminated. Third, huh? To think 20-plus people had been eliminated in such a short amount of time? Wait, did I really eliminate half of them? She tapped her chin with a thoughtful expression. She then felt something smooth and sticky drip on her hair. She immediately summoned her sword and dashed away, looking left and right for any enemies. However, instead, it was a thin, golden string of what seemed to be honey dripping from the sky. She tilted her head upwards and witnessed the cracked and mutilated body of a once magnificent hive belonging to a species of oversized bees. Oh, so this is where it spawned? The hive always had a randomized location, but it was always situated inside the great forest of critters. She stored away her sword and retrieved another item from her inventory. A putrid purple sack with a brown stain at the bottom appeared into the virtual realm before inevitably falling onto the floor with a wet thud. Lillian felt repulsed by the strong, potent smell of what may be rotten meat slathered in feces. It was vile. She pinched the mouth of the sack that was tied around with a small, thin rope and widened it. Lillian then stretched it out far away from her and began to collect the dripping honey into it. She waited and she waited. With boredom overtaking her, she decided to gaze around her surroundings. This place looks oddly familiar. The open clearing that she was in was the exact place she had just left earlier. Holes riddled the trees smoking. It was as if something intensely hot had bravado it. Slash marks of what seemed to be from a broad blade of a weapon decorated the floor. Her muscles felt tense. She knew these were traces from Marionette's and Ref's intense battle. Her eyes quickly darted around, trying to get a glimpse of the comforting triangle. Lillian became uneasy as she discovered she could not find it whatsoever. Where could she be? Fear crept into her heart. She hurriedly peeked inside the sack and discovered that it had filled to an acceptable volume of honey. Lillian then took a hesitant glance back at the leaderboard and saw that it had changed, once again. Instead of third, she was now in second place. Meaning, the second prince lost. She thought grimly. She had to leave now. She stored the sack and made a run for it. She couldn't tell if it was due to the paranoia, but the feeling of a pair of eyes honing in on her was apparent. It was chilling. Lillian continued to run and run. She took sharp turns at every chance she could to throw off the watchful eyes. The dreadful feeling still hasn't left, even with her attempts. The air began to feel stagnant. The already dim forest grew darker over time. She then heard something shuffling through the trees, its leaves rustling loudly. Could it be a monster? She couldn't tell, and she wasn't going to stand still and find out. Marionette was a proper assassin. Would she really point out her location so clumsily? Her breath became ragged. With each exhale, she breathed out a cloud of hot mist. 8. As she was running, something gently brushed against her neck. She panically turned around and summoned her sword, swinging it and slicing through nothing but air. Swish! Her eyes trembled as she looked around and saw on the ground was just... it was just a small leaf. She breathed a sigh, and as she was about to continue running, she suddenly witnessed a dark blur, followed by a sharp and paralyzing pain in her liver. 2. She doubled over and knelt on the floor, vomiting blood, as she saw it was a javelin made entirely out of dreadful darkness. Soft and quiet footsteps soon entered the frightening ambience. However, to Lillian, these steps resounded loudly inside her ears. Her blood went cold as she gazed up and saw a woman with frightening red eyes staring down at her. Chapter 33, Bear. It seems you were victorious in your battle with that woman, Miss Arias, she said stoically, standing over the injured Lillian. Lillian's eyes gazed over Marionette's body and saw how heavily injured she was. In terms of injuries, Marionette was definitely worse. In place of Marionette's right arm and left leg were an ethereal dark replica. Lillian couldn't find anywhere on her body that might highlight bruises, scratches, or cuts. She definitely has health potions. She then watched Marionette suddenly swiped her hand. The dark javelin stuck through Lillian's liver, dissipated, and melded with the surrounding darkness. Without it plugging her wound, she felt her blood leak out of her at a concerning rate. She clutched it with a pained expression and smiled wryly at Marionette. I can't die now. I have to stall it out. Oh, you can't possibly have a weak guide now, do you? Still thinking about that. HM? She inquired, her eyes widening briefly. Of course. The best for beauties like you, The corners of her lips twitched slightly. Milla's flirty nature had already rubbed off on her a bit. I see. Marionette then stretched her arm out to the side. The familiar bladed polearm appeared in her hand. You know about the inventory now? I learned it off the second prince amidst our duel, she informed while raising her guandao over Lillian's head. Lillian pushed herself up into a seated position before crawling back away from Marionette. Ashi, how about we just wait out the time? There isn't much time left, and I'm sure you wouldn't like to stick here bored out of your mind all alone, right? Sweat coldly dripped down her face. I'm fine being alone for a while. And like you said, I doubt I need to wait long. She followed after Lillian, her steps slow and elegant. The cool wind brushed against Lillian's neck. It was like the chilling blade of a guillotine. Her hands gripped the grass beneath her with bleakness in her heart. Just as Marionette was about to strike her down, Lillian pushed out her hand towards her and exclaimed, hold on. If you eliminate me now, I may not be able to return back to reality. Marionette paused, gazing at her with a confused look in her eyes. What do you mean by this? When I arrived here, I felt a strange, static feeling in this virtual body of mine. She, of course, didn't feel something like this, but she had to make up something. I believe my pod must have been tampered with. Is that so? We could stay in this world together then, she said, storing away her weapon. Lillian breathed a sigh of relief before noticing Marionette creating a large cleaver with darkness. She was getting a bad feeling about this. What's that for? I'd rather not risk having someone around that may further the amount of injuries on my body. Wait, are you suggesting that you're going to cut off my limbs to prevent the possibility I would attack you? How do you know? Marionette asked, tilting her head. Lillian clenched her jaw. She stretched her hand out to the side and manifested a vile sack in her hand, chucking it at Marionette. The small airborne pouch flew through the air before being skewered by a black spear that erupted from the ground. Marionette stared curiously at it, particularly at the liquid and chunky contents that slowly oozed down her dark construct. She sniffed the air. Is this, assuming that you killed all those bees, that leaves one more monster to be attracted to the smell of honey fused with monster bait? Marionette shifted her attention away from the monster bait to Lillian, who stared at her with an abnormal amount of confidence. As the smell permeated and fused with the surroundings, the ground began to tremble and shake. In the control room, oh dearie, is that thing really going to come? Vicky? Mirage turned towards his trusty assistant with closed eyes and a smile. His assistant stared at her clipboard, pursing her lips. If what contestant Lillian Ker said was true, then it should come. I see. Mirage then turned his gaze towards the ceiling. His eyes opened, with a thoughtful look in them. Every kind of community needs something, someone, or some group in charge of maintaining order within, as well as providing protection. Mirage then gave a short pause, rubbing his chin before continuing. In exchange, the one maintaining order would receive something in return from the protectee, be it material wealth, food, weapons, respect, loyalty. His smile then broadened now. What would happen if the one maintaining order had suddenly found out the ones it had been protecting were slaughtered? The ones providing it with payments had suddenly disappeared? I'd say. Mirage gazed at the screen of a humongous beast at a height of about 9 meters. Its black and rugged fur was interwoven with jagged metal spikes that erupted from its back, limbs, and shoulders. The metallic protrusions were sharp and irregular in shape. Its claws were long and savage, and it had a menacing metallic sheen over it. Its eyes were a deep black, and his maw was large, capable of swallowing many adult-sized humans whole. The humongous beast raised its eyes toward the destroyed beehive. It then pushed out its tongue to drink the small line of honey flowing out of the hive. Frustrated with the little result, it then gave a terrifying growl that seemed to shake the entire forest. The beast then tore down the tree the hive was stuck to in one fell swoop of its claw. Mirage saw this and whistled, tilting his head to the side and tapping his head with his index finger. I'd say, if I were in that bear's place, I'd be pretty pissed. You ran it on again, sir. Oh, it seemed I have. He looked towards his assistant and apologized. He then turned back towards the bear and saw it slowly begin to move towards the last remaining contestants. You want to know something about me? Marionette? All eyes inside the control room faced the screen displaying the two women, their muscles tensing, their fingers jittering and fidgeting. One was heavily injured with prosthetic limbs made from darkness, while the other was on the ground with a hole through her liver. Despite the fact the white-haired girl bled profusely, she grinned cunningly. 10. I'm the luckiest person you would ever meet. After saying that, the gigantic beast burst through the trees, tearing them down and charging at them with intense hostility. Chapter 34. Under a looming shadow, the monstrous bear that towered over them several folds charged towards them on all fours. Its sharp metallic claws dug up the ground. Its steps resounded like thunderclaps as it quickly approached. The jagged spikes from his back scratched against the trees it passed by. Marionette stared at the terrifying beast with wide eyes before looking back at Lillian, who continued to grin broadly. 10. A monster nearing the B rank. How would you fare against it? Ms. Roselle. Since their meeting, Marionette had yet to express any form of negativity on her face. That was until now. She scowled at the sight of the beast and at Lillian. No matter, as long as I eliminate you now, I will still get to keep my ranking in first place. She got rid of the cleaver and summoned her Guandao, grasping it in one hand and stabbing it towards Lillian. Lillian slightly raised herself off the floor and summoned her sword. She blocked the stab. Ding! Due to Marionette's superior strength, Lillian was launched meters away. Just from a stab, her back skidded against the ground before turning into a roll. She then quickly pushed herself off the ground and into a sprint. Marionette dashed towards her, blitzing through the gap between them in seconds. She then strongly swung her chilling Guandao at Lillian's back. However, Marionette hastily noticed a large shadow looming over her. Boom! The giant paw of the savage bear slammed down on her, brutally crushing her body. The bear gave a low and unsatisfied growl before noticing Marionette reappearing meters away from her previous location. Her body was clad in a shadowy darkness before dissipating. Sweat began to form on her forehead, which was soon wiped away. Summoning a javelin of darkness in her left hand, she threw it with explosive force. The javelin shot through the air, embedding itself inside the body of the bear. This attack, however, the bear glanced at the small black toothpick in his shoulder and gave a thunderous roar shaking the entire forest. TCH, Marionette clicked her tongue as she saw it didn't even move an inch. She then began to manifest an arsenal of dark weapons. While Marionette was being stalled, Lillian ran clutching her wound with a pale face. The fierce battle between Marionette and the bear resounded strongly in her ears. A minute passed, 2 have passed, 3 have passed, until 10 has. She didn't know how long Marionette would last against it. All she knew was that she wanted her not to last long at all. She wanted to win. She wanted to survive. Arg! Lillian tripped, breathing heavily, her vision blurring a little bit. 8. She took off her blazer and wrapped it around her wound. She then shakily pushed herself up, and before she continued her sprint, bam! Marionette crashed high up into the tree ahead of her. She was bloodied and battered. Her blood dripped down the crater caused by her collision. She pushed herself up from the tree, albeit struggling a bit. Lillian flinched and quickly changed direction. 3. Marionette saw her run off again. Her eyes narrowed before she raised her hand, summoning another javelin. Her eyes fully locked onto Lillian's moving figure. Her arms reared back. But before she could throw it, a humongous ball made of black fur and long metal spikes appeared before her, spinning and approaching rapidly. She scowled once more and avoided it becoming a dark ethereal. Boom! The ball crashed through the tree, tearing and sawing through it. The tree fell and landed against others, causing them to tilt over and snap. The ball uncurled to reveal the bear. It stared at the nimble, blooded human baring its jaws at her. After a few more minutes of running, Lillian finally came to a stop. She decided to take a break. Up until now, she did nothing but run and fight. Although this isn't her real body, she still feels like she'll die from overexhaustion. She leaned her back against the tree, her hair stuck on her face due to the sweat. Boom! 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 Like a child afraid of thunder, she flinched at the sounds of the fearsome battle. 3. She has to be low on mana now, right? She breathed. She still remembers how Marionette constructed herself limbs made of darkness. They must be using up not only a lot of mana, but also brain power to keep up. They weren't yet at the tier where they could unconsciously control their mana. But that's not all. The spell that allowed Marionette to avoid attacks seamlessly is taxing as well. I hope she is because I'm out of mine. She chuckled before wincing. 4. She pulled against the blazer and peeked at her wound. She stared grimly at it before sighing. 2. Lillian rested her head against the tree. Her eyes briefly closed before shooting awake. She weakly stared down at her chest to see a broad blade coming out of her heart. Blood spilt out of her mouth, dripping down and staining her ragged clothes. She raised her eyes towards Marionette. She looked awful. Half of her body was missing, with bite marks as evidence of what happened replaced by a dark replica of what she had done to her arm and leg. Her eyes were dark and empty. She breathed heavily as she gripped the guandao in her dark hand. There's no way you killed it, Lillian asked, weakly grasping the blade. I merely escaped, she stated quietly. Marionette's dark limbs then suddenly gave out and disappeared. She had run out of mana. Blood poured out of her profusely like an endless stream, and yet she still remained standing on one leg staring down at Lillian, who began to feel her body go cold. I congratulate you on surviving this far, Miss Arias, but you see, I hate losing more than anyone in this world. Though her face was stoic, her eyes glared with a victorious glint. However, ha ha ha, Lillian gave a slow and quiet chuckle at her statement. 2. Marionette raised an eye. Was what I said humorous? No, it wasn't. In fact, Lillian gave a short pause, taking in one last deep breath. 2. I find it very admirable. But should you be so distracted on me? Darkness loomed over them, eclipsing them whole. Instead of that thing behind you, she said, grinning victoriously. Marionette twisted her head around, ripping out her guandao from Lillian's chest before a massive paw crashed down onto her. Boom! The strike sent cracks through the ground and dust arise. After it had cleared, the familiar sight of digital matter replaced where Marionette was previously before disappearing. Lillian's dead eyes stared at Marionette's brief remains before raising her gaze towards the bear. Across its body were small and minor injuries. However, that didn't stop it from being pissed off by the woman's mosquito-like attacks. After having made sure the woman hadn't disappeared somewhere else again, it raised its dreadful gaze towards the other human. It then roared at her, intending to paralyze her already weakened state with its roar. Lillian, however, was miraculously unfazed. Ha! Thanks a lot, you filthy creature. I've already won. Almost like it could understand her and her insult, it snarled and raised its paw, swinging it at her. Lillian closed her eyes and awaited the collision. That was until, ding, a familiar system notification rang out from inside her mind. Chapter 35 completed quest. Ding, the quest virtual endangerment has been completed. Lillian opened her eyes, the feeling of weakness no longer coursing through her. She stared at the threatening paw of the titan-sized bear frozen in place. The world around her then began to morph and shift before soon shattering like a world of glass. The terrifying bear that gazed motionlessly at her, with an open maw cracked like a statue made of ice before turning into pixels. Her vision then darkened. The world went dark. Distant voices soon echoed through the now suddenly trembling world. Lillian opened her eyes once more to see that she was being fished out from her highly advanced coffin. Are you all right, miss? Lillian looked around dazedly, her mind still slightly trapped in the virtual world. An array of people stood around her pod, from students to workers to teachers and even the headmaster. What an audience to my return. Igriagis. I'm fine, she reassured the worker. With their help, she got her feet. Unfortunately, she didn't have the luxury of standing, for she was then tackled onto the ground by an overly touchy heroine. Lillian groaned as she laid flat on her back, squinting her eyes due to the bright light on the ceiling. 2. After adjusting, she stared at the grinning heroine who welcomed her back to reality. Woo! I knew you would win. I must say, when I was told after I exited my pod that your pod was malfunctioning, I was super worried. Lillian smiled softly. Are you worried now? Not now. Obviously. But I really was a few minutes ago. And how'd you know there was a bear anyway? She tilted her head with a questioning look. Just a lucky guess. Some clues as well. Lillian vaguely answered, by the way. Do you not mind pulling away your hand from my chest? Lillian glared at the mischievous fingers sinking into her chest. 2. I would in fact mind if I pulled away my... Lillian kicked Millis off of her. After Lillian pushed herself off the ground, she was suddenly bombarded with praise and questions from the surrounding students. You're really strong. How did you know that type of honey would attract the bear? Why are you so good with explosives? Lillian began to feel flustered from the persistent questions. These people watched me. A warm feeling then washed over her. She gave a low cough. As she was about to begin answering some questions, a familiar, irritable, yet elegant voice resounded from the back of the crowd. Must you all crowd around her? She had just exited her pod and is most likely still receiving the side effects from exiting the virtual world, plus more, due to the malfunction. Everyone turned to face a woman with long black hair and slight blue undertones. Beside her was a tall man with fiery red hair and a strangely pissed-off expression. It was Testri and Xander. Please have the common courtesy to allow a woman to have some space, Testri remarked, pushing against the bridge of her glasses. You all heard her. Now back off. You bunch of extras. Xander exclaimed with sudden hostility. The students then immediately backed away from Lillian, revealing Millis on the floor, trampled by them. This wasn't what I felt being stepped on would be like. She mumbled, soon being helped back to her feet by Lillian, who smiled wryly at her. 2. Testri glanced towards Xander, particularly at the glowing red teardrop-shaped earring with gold accents. She then tapped it, causing Xander's peculiar hostility to fuse like a balloon losing its helium. Xander then scratched the back of his head with an apologetic look. Sorry. Just got back my item. Everyone gazed at him weirdly before shrugging. May I all have your attention then, everyone? The headmaster exclaimed, drawing the adolescents' gazes towards him. The old man was still stuck in his artistic robe that was covered in splashes of paint. Since the exam is now finished for today, I shall be handing you over to my lovely assistant here to show you all where the dorm rooms are held. The headmaster gestured towards a woman with blonde hair, styled into a bob cut. She raised an eye to the old man, but sighed. Very well. The headmaster then snapped his fingers. He then looked around awkwardly before snapping it again. This time around, making a portal appear. Here we go. Off you go, children, and may you all receive the results you wish to receive. From the portal, they appeared before 2 massive skyscrapers that were very luxurious in design. They stood opposite to each other and were separated by a single path that led to another much smaller building. It's even more bright in person. Lillian shielded her eyes from the light, reflecting off its polished surface. 3. Wow, this sure is luxurious. Lillian? Millis nudged her with her elbows. Lillian nodded. Can underestimate such a place, right? I guess not. All right, everyone, this will be where you all will be staying during your time at the academy. The assistant stood at the front and began to explain the details. You're free to do whatever with these rooms, as long as they aren't for anything morally wrong. If we catch you disregarding this one rule, you'll be cast out of here and even arrested. Do you all understand? A cacophony of yes resounded. The assistant nodded before pointing towards the small building between the skyscrapers. That is the reception. They deal with all matters regarding both the male and female dormitory. The male is on the right, and the female is on the left. Now, then, are there any questions? A few hands rose from the crowd. The assistant quickly answered them. Lillian blocked off her ears before one question caused her to jolt anxiously. How do we find and get into our rooms? Your room number is the last 1, 2, or 3 digits after the 5th digit on your student ID number. The way for you to enter these rooms is merely by scanning it on the scanner. Chapter 36 Reception Building. Gulp. Lillian gulped as she heard the word student ID. She didn't have one. Not one. She had on herself, she believes. She timidly raised her hand. And what if you don't have one? All always turned toward her. Some looked with surprise. Others looked with suspicion and doubt. If you don't have one, then I would first have to talk with the staff member overseeing the outside gate. Letting you enter this realm without proving your identity is concerning. However, to answer your question, I suggest you acquire a new one unless you don't want access to the majority of the supplies here. You can receive one from that same building I had just pointed to. Noted, Lillian pulled down her hand and stared at the ground with a darkened expression, assuming that no one has any more questions left to ask. I hope you all enjoy the 7 days provided for your leisure while we decide where to allocate you all. After saying that, a bright yellow portal manifested behind her, which, after swallowing her, disappeared without a trace to the naked eye. Everyone stared at the spot she was just in before suddenly scattering and socializing with those they met in the exam. You don't have a student ID card? How did you even get in here, Lil? Millis patted Lillian's back in a comforting manner. Marionette helped me out. She sighed. On the topic of Marionette, where is she? I don't believe I saw her in the crowd. I believe I saw her leaving that really advanced place we were in through a door. Millis tapped her chin, pondering where Marionette could have possibly gone. Oh well, I have to get my ID. You should go rest, Millis. Yeah, that exam really tuckered me out, especially with all the weirdos in it, she said while yawning. Suddenly, a bellowing cackle erupted from inside the canopy of a tree near the dorms. Ka-ha-ha! Hey, get down from there this instant. The two turned towards a commotion. Xander and Tezri look up into the tree to find an overly muscular man lying inside it while cackling. It was Graham Savage, the future Mad King of Beasts. You aren't allowed up there. Get down before you crush the tree under your weight. Tezri warned. No, me no get out of the tree, because little skinny people said so, Graham said, picking his nose and flinging his booger at Xander below. Xander nimbly dodged it. What the hell was that for? You better come down here before I kick your ass, Xander shouted, pointing angrily at the man. His earrings flashed with a subtle red light signs. It has been reactivated. Ka-ha-ha. Make me puny, man. Lillian and Millis stared at this scene with a deadpan expression. You see what I mean? To towel weirdos. I get what you mean, but you're one, too, Lillian stated with a smile. Gasp. Millis took a half step back and placed her hand over her chest. For shame. I'm not a weirdo like that bunch over there. She pointed. And yet you continue to try and touch my chest every chance you get? Lillian turned her head back away from the bunch and towards Millis, whose left hand was inching closer to her chest. Millis froze in place, pulled back her hand, and whistled innocently. Lillian then shook her head hopelessly, amused with Millis' playful and perverse nature. Anyway, I'm gonna get going now. Later, she bid Millis farewell. We'll talk later, Kay. Millis waved. Lillian nodded with a chuckle and entered the dormitory's reception building. Millis waited outside and placed her hands on her waist. Her expression then turned grim. I forgot to ask for her phone number. She then tilted her head up to the sky and yelled. I fumbled. She then sighed sadly and left towards the female dormitory. Lillian entered the building before suddenly flinching at Millis' loud voice behind her. She raised a brow. What's that about? She then shrugged and chalked it up to the typical Millis behavior. She turned her head back towards the inside and noted how professional and state-of-the-art it was. Although it was quite small, it looked quite similar to what a hotel's reception typically looked like. Lillian then turned towards the counter to see the receptionist dealing with a tall woman with long black hair. Lillian was able to catch a glimpse of the woman's face and discovered it was Marionette. How the hell did she get here? Feeling a gaze focused on her, Marionette twisted her head around and made eye contact with Lillian. Her eyes widened briefly. Oh, it's you, she said in a neutral tone. Where did you go after the exam? Marionette stared at her for a prolonged period of time, likely thinking up a way to string her words together before answering with, I left to locate the lavatory. And you somehow ended up here? Yes. Lillian mentally facepalmed. How? She internally yelled, dumbfounded by the woman's incapability to discern directions. I see. Have you found it yet? Marionette nodded. I have. Now I'm looking for the female dormitory, she said in a tone so emotionless that Lillian felt like pulling out her hair. Chapter 37, Spatial Ring? How may I help you, miss? The receptionist sat behind her desk and asked Lillian. Lillian ripped her attention away from the tiresome Marionette. Is it possible for me to receive a new student ID card? Of course. Just tell me your name, and I'll have it made for you. The receptionist steadily placed her fingers over her keyboard. Thank you. It's Lillian Ker, Arius. The receptionist tapped away at her keyboard. Her eyes narrowed before widening and nodding. Here you are. Yes. Please wait here while I go retrieve it from our printer. After the receptionist left through the door behind her, which seemed to lead into a room filled with people, she turned towards Marionette. The female dormitory is outside to the left. Marionette stared deeply at Lillian and nodded. She still remained in the exact same spot. Was she not going to the female dorm? Are you waiting for something? I'm waiting for someone. The receptionist. Lillian tilted her head. Tres. No. You. Lillian was taken aback a bit. She was waiting for her? For what reason? I doubt she could get lost again. It's literally outside to the left. For what reason? I wish to talk to you about the exam. You're not mad, are you? Hey, race your new student ID card, miss. The receptionist returned with Lillian's brand new shiny card. That was fast. Thank you very much. Lillian retrieved the card using both her hands and safely tucked it away inside her blazer pocket. She then looked towards Marionette, who nodded at her. Let's walk and talk, shall we? Lillian nodded with a smile. 5. The two of them left the building. Marionette then pulled out her hand that wore the bracelet to the academy and opened up a portal. I believe it's best we first go and retrieve our things from our rooms back at our apartments. Wait, we're going to do that now? Lillian stared at her with wide eyes. Don't want to rest for her now. Now follow me. Marionette reached and grabbed Lillian's arm, pulling her along into the portal. The two of them exited on the other side to suddenly find themselves in front of their high-class apartment complex. Lillian wasn't focused on that, however. Instead, she was focused on the fact that Marionette was touching her. After Marionette had pulled her inside and into an empty elevator, she noticed that Lillian's attention was somewhere else. Looking down, she saw that Lillian was staring at her hand, which was clutching her arm. Do you have any issues with me grabbing you like this, Miss Arias? Marionette asked, breaking Lillian out of her stupor. Oh, no, you don't. I just thought you weren't keen on the idea of skin contact, so you're doing this threw me off a bit. You're indeed right to think that. However, you're an exception for now, Marionette explained with a vague tone that left Lillian confused and curious. Why was she an exception? And also, it's not skin contact if I don't actually touch you, she pointed out, pinching Lillian's sleeve. The elevator door then widened before she could ask why she was an exception. Marionette then pulled her hand away and walked towards her room, with Lillian following close behind. I'll be packing my things. I suggest you do the same unless you want all your precious items to gather dust, she told Lillian before entering her room. Lillian sighed and went into hers. She looked around and couldn't help but feel a little sentimental about leaving this room, too. However, her face soon darkened as she stared at the countless plushies she had in the room. Now, then, how am I going to get all these to my dorm room? She pondered, We'll just buy something that can help me from the system shop. I won't waste all my points on that, though. Uncertainty washed over her. She moved toward the bedstand and pulled out the drawer, rummaging through it until... Oh, so we do have one. Lillian pulled out a small, dusty metal ring. Its basic design left much to be desired, but the magic signature it gave off suggests it was an enchanted item. Item name: Spatial Ring, middle grade, item type. Accessory item description: a ring that a doting father gifted to his daughter, which was soon lost after moving away. Enchantments: Spatial pocket view. I almost forgot I had this. I knew this girl must have had a storage tool or something. Lillian wore it over her ring finger. How much can it store, I wonder? Enchantment: Spatial pocket enchantments description: capable of storing 35 cubic meters of space. Lillian stared at the floating screen with a sheepish expression. How big is 35 cubic meters? Chapter 38, Marionette's Offer. Lillian cleared out her room and stored whatever she found valuable, including the plushies. She looked around once more and internally noted how much more spacious it was without all the bunnies around. She then stared at her state-of-the-art white PC with an unsure look. After thinking it through, she clung to it lovingly and stored it away inside her ring, as well as all the others. 5. Can't leave behind a good PC. Knock, knock, knock. HM? Who's at the door? Lillian walked to the apartment door and opened it, revealing Marionette patiently waiting behind it. Are you finished? Just about you? Marionette nodded softly in response. I had very little. She then took a curious peer inside Lillian's apartment. But I suspect it might be the opposite with you. Lillian rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Just a tad bit. 3. Could it be because of rabbit-based plushies? Marionette asked, folding her arms. Lillian stiffened. How do you know about that? She asked. Marionette pointed towards the floor. Lillian looked down to find a conspicuous small plushie under her foot. How did it even get there? She quickly reached down and grabbed it, hiding it behind her back. Was what she had intended to do before Marionette snatched it out of her hand. She gazed at it curiously. It's cute, she commented, pinching its ears. I see. I'm glad you think so. Her face slightly reddened from embarrassment. After being handed back her bunny and storing it, they made their way back to the elevator, where Marionette would begin a conversation. 2. You did very well in the exam. Far beyond any expectations I had, Miss Arias. Marionette shockingly complimented. Lillian widened her eyes as she stared at her, blushing slightly. 2. She bashfully turned away. She then raised her index finger to her hair and twirled it. Is that so? I'm glad. Again. 18, bam. Lillian gazed up at Marionette as she pinned her back to the wall. She glanced at Marionette's hand, which was placed against the wall beside her head. And Miss Roselle Dash. Marionette stared down at Lillian. I appreciate if you would look at me when I'm talking to you, Miss Arias. She interrupted, leaning down near Lillian's face. Lillian was beginning to grow slightly flustered. Marionette, seeing that she had Lillian's full attention on her, continued. Your tenacity to win was admirable, even to me, and your cunningness in the final few dozen minutes of the exam was endearing in a way. Marionette whispered into Lillian's ear. Lillian's face at this point was so red to the point it would practically be a tomato. Having had enough, she pulled Marionette away from her and breathed heavily. What was that about? Was there a need for you to be so close? 10. Do you perhaps dislike it? Marionette tilted her head. This left Lillian speechless. Was this woman who had difficulties with directions seducing her? This can't be. What is it that you want anyway? Lillian decided to change the subject. Marionette noticed this and decided to let it slide. What I want is... Before she could say, the elevator door opened, revealing a crowd of people wanting to get in. Marionette sighed. Let's leave first. Lillian nodded timidly and followed suit. She gave several brief glances at Marionette, avoiding her gazes when she looked back. 3. After they had exited the building, Marionette opened up another portal for them to enter, appearing back in the Academy's realm. They walked towards the female dormitory. Marionette reached her hand out towards the door handle before a subtle beep resounded beside her. She looked to the left and saw Lillian holding her card over a black scanner. You need a student ID belonging to a girl to get into this place, Lillian stated. Marionette nodded and pushed against the door. Thank you. After entering, they appeared in what seemed to be a lounge belonging to the bottom floor. The floor was laid with a comfy red carpet and had a couple of couches for those who wished to reside on this floor to socialize. It was currently quite empty. They moved towards the elevator on the side of the walls, pressed the button, and waited. After entering the elevator, Marionette turned towards Lillian. What floor are you on? It seems I'm on the 36th floor. Marionette asked while staring at her own card, which, looking at the last 3 digits after the 5th, read 900. Lillian looked down on her card and saw that it read 365. I believe I am on the 14th floor. Marionette nodded and pressed for the 14th and 36th floors before leaning her back against the wall. She then turned back to Lillian. Now then, where was I? Marionette asked. You mean back then in the other elevator? Lillian asked, slightly nervous. Marionette gave a brief nod. You were about to tell me what you wanted. Lillian reminded, staring her in the eyes with a slightly reddened face, remembering what happened just a few minutes ago. Ah, yes. Marionette then pulled her hand out to Lillian. I wish for us, Miss A.R.-O. Miss Lillian, I wish for us to be acquaintances. Lillian stared down at the hand with wide eyes. Not friends? 2. Do you accept my offer, or? Just before Marionette pulled back her hand, Lillian immediately clutched and shook it. 3. And no. Just a bit surprised. Lillian smiled brightly at Marionette, causing her eyes to shake briefly. 2. I see. With a sudden turn of events, Marionette wrapped her right arm around Lillian's waist and pulled her in. I look forward to us working together. Miss Lillian, I hope you can work hard to exceed my expectations and stay by my side. Marionette leaned and pulled her in tighter because I'm not going to lose to you again, Miss Lillian. She spoke in a deep and low tone. Ding! The elevator door widened, revealing a long corridor of doors. Lillian quickly bursted out from Marionette's embrace. I, too, look forward to it, Miss Roselle. Lillian then ran off with a highly flustered expression. Marionette stared at her and then back at her hand. Was I too touchy? She reflected soon, being hidden away from the closing of the doors. Chapter 39 Quest Rewards. Lillian sighed as she wandered the corridors, her face hot red. She couldn't believe Marionette would just suddenly grab her around her waist. Definitely not what I was expecting. She held her face and shielded it from the people who may be passing through the corridors. She then finally stood before door 365. 3. Lillian looked beside the door and noticed the exact same scanner she had been seeing. She held out her card and scanned it, unlocking it. The door unlocked with a click before being pushed open to reveal a nice, quaint room she would be spending the next few years in. After turning on the lights, a cool breeze brushed against her hair. She looked back and saw it come from the air conditioner above the door. How do I turn that off? She tilted her head at it before shrugging. 6. Lillian wandered through her dorm room and checked out all it had to offer. A white marble bathroom, a beautifully white kitchen with all the essentials, a small living room that already had some furniture, an empty room she could do whatever to, and finally, the bedroom. The bedroom wasn't overly special. A nice comfy bed that was far comfier than the one she had in her previous life. A wardrobe for all the designer clothing the original Lillian bought, and a brown wooden desk and chair. She laid on her bed and gave a sigh of relief before pulling out her phone. She gazed at it before unlocking and scrolling through it boredly. Amidst her scrolling, she suddenly realized something crucial. 2. She forgot to get Marionette's phone number. Arg, I definitely fumbled there. She groaned, annoyed with herself for running off so abruptly. Lillian then grabbed the pillow and hugged it. What was the reason for that, though? Lillian still briefly felt Marionette's hand clutching her waist tightly. 5. How her fingers sank in her body, how close her face leaned near hers, and how her breath brushed against her face. Thump. Lillian threw her pillow across her room with a flustered expression. She breathed heavily before falling back down onto the bed with her face down, kicking her legs up and down. 18. Stop thinking about that, Lillian. We have bigger matters to focus on. Lillian reminded herself as she raised herself off the bed and straightened her back. She sat on the bed and called out to her system. The familiar blue screen appeared once again. This time, instead of immediately revealing her status, it showed the quest she had just recently completed. Quest's virtual endangerment completed. Befriend Marionette von Roselle, the heir of a noble assassin family, and also the said villainess of the heroine. Completed. Let's go over these, shall we? Quest title, Virtual Endangerment Quest Description. In a world outside of this virtual space, the host tool to enter this world had suddenly undergone a malfunction under the influence of a known enchantment. Rewards? Locked. High-quality affinity pill. Mask of Deceit. Would you like to claim your rewards? Lillian stared greedily at the rewards offered to her and immediately said, "Yes." After saying that, the screen then widened before a conspicuous black hole appeared in it. Lillian pulled up her sleeve and reached into it, grabbing and pulling the 3 items out one by one. She then laid it out on her bed and gazed at them with sparkles in her eyes. 2. She first took a look at the high-quality affinity pill. Unlike the first one, which was blue, this one was a deep purple and had a much greater mana output. It was practically glowing. She quickly got up and walked to the kitchen to fetch a glass of water before coming back. Lillian then took in a deep breath before popping the pill in her mouth and chugging the water down. This was because the thin membrane of the pill was much more durable compared to the lower-grade pills needing for it to be broken down by the stomach acid. She then sat cross-legged on her bed and waited for the effects to begin. She closed her eyes and seconds later felt a burst of energy erupt from within her stomach that soon spread across her body. This calm and soothing energy soon turned turbulent and volatile the longer it went. This kind of hurts, actually, Lillian thought, clutching the area beside her heart. 3. Her mana began to thrum loudly like some sort of engine. For some reason, she felt the air become slightly more humid. After a few more moments, the burning feeling she felt in her mana core disappeared. She let out a sigh of relief before bringing up her right hand. Water formed before elongating into a narrow staff. 2. At the tip of the staff, the water twisted and morphed into a long, broad blade. Lillian had recreated an exact replica of Marionette's Guandao in mind. Although it may not have the exact durability and offensive capabilities, the fact that she was able to create construct from water is incredible. After checking it out, she morphed the Guandao into a floating sphere, siphoned some of it into a cup, and drank it. Since I can't get rid of it right now, I'll just drink it. She kept the sphere floating and moved on to her next reward, the Mask of Deceit. Holding it up, her eyes trailed over its appearance. It was an intricate white mask that had an aura around it that seemed to shift around chaotically. The mask had sharp and jagged edges that resembled molten metal that had solidified long ago. The areas around these silverish metals were smooth and porcelain-like. It had a pointed chin, and the eye holes were sharply defined with an upward slant. Along the upper edges, which seemed to flare outwards like small, jagged antlers. This mask reeked entirely of mischief and mystery. Lillian then went on to analyze it, curious about what enchantments it had and the history held in its description. Item name, Mask of Deceit. Item type, accessory. Item rank, Chapter 40. Mask of Deceit. Item name, Mask of Deceit. Item type, accessory. Item rank 6. Item description. In its reflection lies 1,000 truths, and none are real. Forged by the god of shattered truths at the height of the celestial war, this jagged and elegant mask was created to tip the scales in favor of chaos. While other gods forged weapons of destruction or protection, the god of shattered truths envisioned a more befitting tool for his title, a mask that could infiltrate the hearts of both mortals and deities alike. This item was designed to split unity and form webs of mistrust and paranoia among even the closest allies. With every lie believed and every alliance unraveled like a ball of strings, the god of shattered truths' influence grew, turning the war into a theater of treachery. Enchantments. Veil of eternal lies, shroud of the shadowed mind, fractured resolve this. Lillian stared at the dreadful item with a grim expression. This thing relates back to the Celestial War. She spoke with a fearful tone. 2. The Celestial War that took place during the pre-Exodus era occurred just right before the gods and other celestial beings withdrew from the mortal world. Well, in the other mortal world, since things called gates lead to a specific history of that world, when gods were deeply involved in mortal affairs, a war broke out to determine the fate between both the celestial and mortal realms. The war was said to leave a long-lasting scar on the land, and the aftermath caused the gods to retreat and rethink their involvement with mortals. It was said in countless items that detailed it that it was a widespread cataclysmic event that laid entire civilizations to ruin. Cities turned to ash, and forests withered under the divine forces locked in battle. The war took place in the mortal realm. After all, Lillian then bit the nail of her thumb. They couldn't have taken it somewhere else. 3. It was said that the gods who survived imposed their influence over the mortal realm, granting those who had aligned themselves with them gifts and blessings. Those who lost, however, were abandoned, cursed, and lost to history. Divine items and powerful relics, even souls and bodies of the fallen gods themselves, became part of the mortal realm's landscape. Lillian tightly gripped the edges of the mask, her hand caressing the jagged metal parts of it. 3. She then narrowed her eyes and pried into the enchantments. 2. Enchantment. Veil of eternal lies. Enchantment's description. When the wearer dons the mask of deceit, their words, actions, and presence are thus cloaked in an aura of deceit and deception, regardless of their ability to perceive the truth. Those around the wearer will find it harder to distinguish between the truth and falsehood. The longer the mask is worn, the more adept the wearer becomes at convincing others as the aura strengthens over time. However, over time, the wearer would soon believe and become enveloped in their own lies. Enchantment. Shroud of the shadowed mind. Enchantment's description. The wearer's thoughts become obscured from magical or psychic detection, leaving them nearly immune to all kinds of attempts that may intend to probe the wearer's mind. Enchantment. Fractured resolve. Enchantment's description. The wearer, upon activation, can create a momentary fracture in the resolve of those around them. This enchantment causes their targets to hesitate, question their beliefs, or falter in their decisions for brief moments. This, however, requires deep focus and a constant stream of mana. The stronger-willed they are, the more costly it would be. Lillian read over the enchantments and let out a shaky sigh. This mask is all about control. From a mask description alone, she could already tell that the god of shattered truths was twisted and sadistic in a way. 2. She tightly gripped the mask before chucking it inside her spatial ring. I'm just going to keep it in there in case I ever need it. She had a feeling that just using one of the enchantments besides Shroud of the Shadow Mind would cost her a great deal amount of mana, which she doesn't have a load of, and she'd rather not suddenly die from being sucked dry of mana. What a generous yet concerning reward. The Lady of Luck was indeed generous to those who could satisfy her fantasies. All Lillian had to do was achieve first place in the exam without dying. And she was gifted with an item that dates back to a great war and belonged created by a god that orchestrated it. How did this system even manage to acquire it? Or is this just a replica? Lillian thought before shaking her head, refusing to use any more brain power on a subject far above her pay grade. 3. She then decided to take a look at the last reward she received from this quest, which was revealed to be useless. Lillian held up a suspicious-looking key to something. The key was made with something resembling gold, except it seemed to sparkle like the brightest star found in a pitch-black sky. It was mesmerizing, to say the least, but also infuriating because she couldn't figure out what it did. She decided to take a look at this by analyzing it, only to become disappointed with what she saw. This item is locked. This item is only accessible once the host has reached the second tier. I have to reach the second tier just to be able to use some key? What crap is this? She eyed the key suspiciously. Why did a metal key have such an intense restriction? She sighed and tossed it into her ring like she did with her mask. I should probably start pulling everything from my ring out here. With that said, she began to pull out all her stuffed bunnies and neatly placed them around her bed. After that, she set up her PC and placed it on her desk. She stared at the chair with a shake of her head. I must go buy a better one later. But she was too lazy to do it now. She hopped back in her bed and looked through her system until she noticed she had completed another one as well. She opened the quest and noticed it was the one where she had to befriend Marionette. Did she actually complete it? Does becoming acquaintances with her count as befriending? Or could it be she actually meant friends? She tilted her head at this subject and decided to forget about it. She looked down at the rewards and saw that it was another question mark. Reward? Why do you have to be so mysterious? She sighed and claimed the reward. The screen widened once again, along with the appearance of the black hole. 2. Lillian yawned and pulled up her sleeve before reaching inside. This time around, the object felt wet and almost squishy in a way. After pulling it out, she stared at it for a long time before dropping it accidentally and screaming. 18. Ah. She backed away from it as she saw what she had been rewarded was a baseball-sized eyeball. The eyeball fell onto her bed and stared at her. It had a strange green tint to it with its dark green pupils and black sclera that was covered in bright green veins that seemed to pulse with light. Lillian hesitantly reached over and grabbed it, her face morphing into one of disgust as she sensed a pungent smell coming off of it. What even are you? She said before analyzing it. 5. Chapter 41, Eye of Morbasker. Edited. Item name, Eye of Morbasker item type. Material item rank. 3 item description. Morbasker, a beast that dwelled within the catacombs of, was suddenly plucked of its eye. This I was then transformed into an item to link the cardinal world with. Enchantments. None the active eye of Morbasker. Lillian stared curiously at the eye before reading the last part of the description. She widened her eyes. Gateway. This thing is a gate bearer. She rushed to store the unnerving eye, storing it within her ring, and after finding nothing out of the ordinary had happened, she sighed in relief. 12. Phew, that was close. I almost had to attempt my second trial. Who knew what could have happened? She shivered at the thought, especially since trials were known to be rough. Although she didn't know what period she would be sent in, she wouldn't doubt it would be after the Celestial War. 2. Trials after the Celestial War were most common due to it being the most filled with monsters. Monsters born from the corrupted energies of fallen gods. Her eyes then flashed with realization. I should probably note down some stuff just in case I forget. Her eyes then glanced at the drawers of her desk. I remember the academy handing out school supplies in these. She stood up and rummaged through the drawers, eventually stumbling upon one filled to the brim with blank A4 pieces of paper, a notebook, pens, pencils, and whatever that may assist a student in their studies. She grabbed the notebook. Its black leather cover caused her to see it more as a journal than as a notebook in overly large journal. She placed down her notebook and began to scribble down some future events that may take place, while also vaguely writing down some smaller events. She only needed a small idea of what each event was about. She was sure just reading back over again would cause her memories to click back in. Lillian then spent the rest of the day doing this, eventually heading off to sleep after feeling her fingers go numb from writing. She fell on her bed, surrounded by her plushies. Her eyes soon grew heavy as she fell into a world of temporary, eternal darkness. Under the mountain of white plushies of her favorite animal, bunnies, she stirred as she felt a ray of light shine onto her eye. Lillian's eyes slowly fluttered awake, staring irritably at the open slit in the curtains that let the sun in. 2. She gave a groggy groan, awakening and causing the mountain of plushies to tumble over her rising body. 2. Like an avalanche, their soft bodies rolled and fell off the bed, softly bouncing against the ground. Lillian let out a tired yawn, rubbing her eyes as she stretched her back, feeling and hearing a few satisfying pops. 5. She glanced around her room, sensing something different before gazing at the mirror that happened to be hanging on a wall facing her. She smirked when she stared at her reflection. Although her hair was messy, she still gave a silly smile. 11. Looking good, Lil. She complimented herself like a narcissist. 8. Lillian got out of bed, widened her curtains, and walked to her bathroom, freshening up and preparing for the day ahead. While she was doing this, a thought appeared inside her mind, a question about what she would do today. There were countless secrets around the Academy realm, most being Easter eggs that gave achievements, though. Lillian sighed. The real juicy eggs are within the Academy buildings, which I'm not allowed in yet. 2. She would only be able to enter it after being given an item that would display whose class she was in. Why won't they let her in, even though she has a student ID? Lillian doesn't know. The game never went into depth about it. If I had to guess, I would assume it's because they're super paranoid like hell. she thought, putting on her blazer. Although she could go around in any type of clothes, she felt that being in her uniform would give a good first impression on the teachers who might be wandering around the realm. And also because it's super comfy. Isn't that right, Lillian? She shaped her hand into a gun and shot towards her reflection with a smirk. 12. She stared at the mirror, awkwardly awaiting a reply. I think being on my own back home had fiddled with my brain. Socializing suddenly didn't help as well. She walked towards the exit of her dorm, briefly glancing at the kitchen as she walked by. Groceries. She clutched the door handle, falling into a deep ponder. Wait, do I even have money? Lillian thought hard, retrieving her memories. She then pulled out her phone, checking the bank app that was illustrated with a sword piercing through a copper coin. The coin face reveals the side profile of a man wearing a monocle. Lillian recalled the man to be someone named Cornelius, an individual who, though he had long passed away, still holds power to this very day through the currency he had created and flooded the world with. She tapped the app, watching as its interface stretched across the screen, revealing a number at the top that was separated in half by a comma. 100,000 Lillian stared at the screen blankly, frozen. The world used a currency called semi. Her mind calculated at high speed. One semi here was approximately $1.50 in the real world, so that would mean I have $150,000 right in my back pocket, she exclaimed, falling to her knees as tears seemed to spill out like twin waterfalls. 18. She gently placed her phone to the side, putting the palms of both her hands together and giving a prayer. Thank you, God, for letting me take over the body of a rich-ass girl. 10. After getting up, her eyes flashed with excitement. She was going to go on a shopping spree. As she widened her door, feeling the cool metal handle on her palm, she suddenly face-planted into two soft floating pillows. With her vision gone, she moved her hand over the soft surface. Her fingers sank into the pillow that was unusually curvy. Did someone suddenly fill the corridor with pillows or something? She then felt something pushed against her shoulder. Removing herself from the odd pillows that smelt rather well, in her opinion, like the smell of a well-grown flower. Like a rose, for example. She suddenly froze, slowly raising her eyes towards a pair of dark red ones that stared down at her. Lillian recognized the eyes, especially the face that owned it. 2. It was Marionette. Marionette looked down at her with a raised eyebrow. You really have to stop doing this, Lillian. It's inappropriate. Lillian blushed furiously, embarrassed. Well, you didn't have to grab my waist yesterday, she retorted. 8. Marionette nodded. That's why I am here. I would like to formally apologize for my inappropriate actions yesterday in the elevator. She bowed, causing Lillian to widen her eyes. She came here to apologize for that? Chapter 42, Meeting Marionette Again. Edited. Lillian stared at the bowing Marionette, staring at her long black hair that seemed to devour the light of the corridor hungrily. She stared awkwardly at her before saying, It's fine. I didn't particularly mind, as long as you weren't doing it for something weird. Lillian rubbed the side of her arm with a shy look. 5. Marionette straightened herself. Nodding, I see. I'll keep a mental note of that, she said, brushing a lock of hair around her ear. They then stared at each other, unmoving. Silence filled the room between them, causing Lillian to feel quite strange under Marionette's still gaze. However, she couldn't help but realize that Marionette was dressed in her uniform as well. Her white shirt hugged her body whilst also subtly outlining certain areas of her chest areas that were hidden under her black cardigan. That was when she suddenly realized that Marionette was in front of her room. How did she know it was hers and not some random person? She refused to believe someone who could get easily lost, like Marionette, possibly achieve this task. So, how did you find my room? Lillian asked, watching as Marionette tilted her head to the side with an emotionless expression before raising her hand. Her index finger then pointed inside Lillian's room, causing her to look back. What are you pointing at, Mar? When she turned her head back around to question her, she discovered that Marionette had suddenly disappeared. A chill then shot up her spine as hot air was blown into her ear. Lillian shrieked. turning around whilst covering her ear. She saw Marionette eerily standing behind her, slightly bent down to the height which Lillian's ear would be. 10. Marionette straightened herself once again. Lillian watched as her body began to shift to a darker and almost translucent form before sinking into the ground, becoming a dark puddle of darkness before sliding between Lillian's feet and transforming back outside her door. That's how. If you want anything more specific, just know that it was very time-consuming. She crossed her arms over her chest. Lillian gulped. You really checked every single room on this floor? 10. Marionette remained silent. Lillian's lips stretched into a wry smile. I'm so glad you're not a pervert. She then watched as Marionette's eyes widened briefly before tilting her head. 2. Who's to say I am not? Her eyes stared deeply into Lillian. Lillian couldn't tell if she was lying or not. It was extremely difficult when the person she was interacting with put on the same face constantly without change. Of course, that would be a joke, Marionette revealed, causing Lillian to breathe a sigh. She had really thought Marionette was for a second despite knowing a lot about her through the game. A lot is a stretch, really, she thought, gazing at Marionette. Marionette was considered one of the keys needed for the world to fall into a chaotic mess. The reason? She didn't even think the creators knew either. I see. Was it wise for you to show me such a thing then? Aren't assassins really secretive about their identity? Keeping your identity a secret when your family is renowned enough for its craft is counterintuitive. And also, Marionette responded before slowly closing the gap between them, standing just in front of Lillian, staring down at her. You're also the only person in the academy that had seen me use this exact technique. If words get out, I believe I know who to go after. Lillian felt a drop of sweat run down her cheek as she trembled under Marionette's gaze with a nervous smile. I see. I guess the other reason you might have done this is because we're acquaintances? 4. Marionette stoically nodded, pulling herself back away from the trembling Lillian. I read that trust is better formed when secrets are shared between two individuals. What else did you learn? May I ask? Lillian tilted her head curiously. 3. That physical contact is good for trust as well, Marionette stated in a tone that easily revealed how naive she was on the subject of bonding. Is that why you held me by the waist? You pick up quick. When you just told me you believe physical contact builds a bond between us, of course, I'm going to pick up what you were trying to do yesterday. Did it not increase the bond between us? Marionette then raised her hand to her chin, holding it with a thoughtful expression. Perhaps I need to think of a different approach. Lillian sighed. What was the book called anyway? She asked. It was called The Art of Seduction. Marionette answered in a nonchalant tone. This revelation caused Lillian's eyes to widen. Her eyes threatened to fall out of their sockets. 2. Why were you reading something like that? I read it for I was told to. Was it wrong to use what I learned from it? Marionette's eyes briefly widened at Lillian's shocked expression. Lillian gave an exasperated sigh. Whatever. Are you planning on doing anything later today? Because I actually plan on heading out and buying some groceries. Marionette silently stared at her before nodding. I shall have you accompany me for that. You want to go with me? Lillian asked, causing Marionette to nod once more. She then raised an eye. Wouldn't that mean that you are the one accompanying me instead? The two stared at one another for a brief moment. Lillian eventually gave up trying to make sense of the situation and locked her door before wandering down the corridor with Marionette, who followed beside her. They eventually arrived at the elevator without any trouble. Lillian sneakily snuck a glance at Marionette, checking to see that she had indeed not suddenly disappeared. Marionette caught her glance and tilted her head at her. Yes? Nothing. Lillian pulled away her gaze, pressed a button for the elevator, and waited. After a few minutes, the elevator resounded with a ding, followed by the opening of its metal doors. However, under Lillian's eyes, she caught sight of a fast blur shooting towards her the second the doors opened, slamming into her chest and knocking her onto the ground. So you're on the 3rd floor, huh? Lil. Chapter 43, Coincidentally Meeting Millis? Edited. Lillian groaned as her back slammed into the ground, glaring at a certain purple-headed girl sitting on her abdomen, staring down at her with a jubilant grin. "4, good morning to you too, Millis," she said in a monotone voice, causing Millis to pout. "What's with the voice? Not happy to see me or something? HM?" she asked, offended slightly by Lillian's unenthusiastic behavior towards her. Lillian rolled her eyes. "Can you get off of me now?" "To whom? Why would I do that? What if I want to be on top of you?" Millis held her hand to her mouth, hiding the playful and perverse grin behind it while giggling. She was then kicked off by Marionette, causing her to land to the side with a strong thud. She gave a loud groan, sitting up and staring at Marionette with an irritated expression. "What's with ya?" and kicking it. Marionette remained silent, refusing to answer her question, and held out her hand towards Lillian for her to grab. Lillian stared at her with an appreciative look and used it to pull herself up. Lillian then did the same to Millis, pulling her up as well. "It really is a coincidence to meet you here, Millis. Got anything planned for today?" After patting herself down from any dust, Millis shook her head. "Not really, except for buying groceries and all that." She then noticed Lillian checking her out from top to bottom. Lillian stared at what she was dressed in. Millis' attire consisted of purple and black sneakers, skinny blue jeans that outlined her succulent thighs and wide hips, and a white turtleneck sweater. Lillian then raised her gaze towards Millis' face to see her giving her a playful and mischievous smirk. "We could if you want, could what?" Lillian raised an eye. "Two," Millis snickered, turning her head to the side. Nothing this strange behavior of hers caused Lillian to become suspicious to the point where it clicked in for her. Lillian's eye twitched. "You definitely thought of something dirty, didn't you?" "Two," Millis stiffened. "What?" "No, he didn't. I say you have a really poor impression of me if you really think all I got in my noggin is dirty things," she said, lying through her teeth. "It's difficult to see you any other way when you kept grabbing at me several times yesterday," Lillian answered with a deadpan expression. "Two, okay. In my offense, they're very squeezable." Millis held up her hands, trying to prove her innocence, which failed horribly. Before Lillian could continue speaking, she was pulled into the elevator by the back of her collar. "Vuvof, hey." Lillian twisted her head around and saw what was Marionette's doing. 8. Marionette pulled her inside the elevator, pressed a button, and watched as the doors closed on the shocked Millis, who had tried to enter at the last second but was unsuccessful. And lo, her distant cries soon disappeared as they descended down the floors in the elevator. Lillian stared at Marionette's face. Although she remained still and unexpressive, showed a hint of amusement at what she had done. "You're a sadist, Marionette. Where's your evidence?" She turned to Lillian with her arms folded. "I merely got rid of someone akin to a goblin. I believe I should be referred to as a hero more than a sadist," she stated, casually insulting Millis behind her back. Lillian gave a wry smile and sighed. "Yeah, sure. Hero, Marionette." 2. Marionette nodded in satisfaction. "Good." She then turned to Lillian. "So I can perform such acts if it doesn't lead to anything weird, correct?" she inquired, causing Lillian to raise an eye. 2. What did she mean by that? Lillian thought for a moment and briefly froze at what she meant. "Are you planning on doing something like that again or something?" she asked shyly. 2. Marionette stared at her before turning her face away. "No, I was just asking." They then waited for the elevator to reach the ground floor. After such had happened, they wandered through the ground floor lobby, glancing at the countless people on it before making their way out of the dorm building. Soon after leaving through the doors, a familiar voice called out to them. "Hey, wait up." They turned back around to see Millis running up to them. It seemed she had taken another elevator. After reaching them, she glared at Marionette, who avoided her eyes. "What's the big idea, eh? Just because you're jealous that I'm stealing your girl, doesn't mean you should deny me the right to get in the same elevator with her." She pointed at Lillian, who stared at the both of them with a wry smile. 2. Why are you involving me in this? Marionette snorted. "Jealous? Why would I be jealous of a little gremlin who doesn't even know the decency of keeping their hands to themselves?" Millis jolted back, appalled. She gave a dramatic gasp. "How dare you call me something so abhorrently correct?" She then wrapped her arm around Lillian, who struggled to break free. "Who wouldn't want to be a gremlin for a beautiful gal like Lily?" she said, intimately rubbing her face against Lillian, who tried to push her away. completely ignoring Lillian's personal space. Enough, Millis. Lillian finally pushed her off, sighing and looking back at Marionette. You can't say much either with what happened yesterday. 2. Marionette turned to the side. That was different. Hers is harassment. What happened yesterday? Millis tilted her head before gasping. You two didn't make out, right? Smack. Lillian smacked her over the head with a flustered look. Shut up. She then turned towards Marionette, whose face was hidden away from them. 18, of course not. Don't be so ridiculous, Marionette said. All I did was hold our bodies close to each other. Nothing so extreme as kissing. Millis turned towards Lillian with wide eyes before holding up her hand and giving her a thumbs up. You got to that stage really quick. Smack. Shut it, Lillian flusteredly yelled. 18. Chapter 44, Sonata of Revenge. Edited. Whoa, look at all the things they got. Millis pointed at the marketplace, admiring all the items the traders were selling. Marionette looked around, briefly gaining and losing interest at the same time. It seemed there weren't many items here that she hadn't either seen before or had seen far better ones before. As they continued to wander through the marketplace, Lillian bought whatever she felt like eating for tonight, from meats to veggies to spices, and stored it within her ring. She had even taken a look at the few items that the traders sold. One particular stand caught her eye. On the desk that was draped in a brown tablecloth held a collection of weapons of varying types, from daggers to sickles to swords and spears. One, in particular, stood out to her as it gleamed at her approach. She stared down at the weapon that was nestled between a sword of impressive sharpness and a patterned design on its blade, and a morning with an ebony black spiked ball that showed hints of it being lit on fire. The weapon she was looking at had a thin, narrow blade with faint carvings etched into its blade that looked like piano notes, a silverish round handle guard, and a rough, brown fabric hilt. It was a rapier. She held up the weapon, feeling it in her right hand. It felt just a bit right for her size. She then narrowed her eyes, analyzing it. 2. Item name: Sonata of Revenge. Item type: weapon. Item rank: 3. Item description: a pianist so in love with his instrument was forced to watch it be crushed and shattered under his gaze as he hid away. Overcome with grief, he crafted a rapier from his beloved piano and used it to orchestrate a vengeful slaughter against the ones that caused his grief. Enchantments. Do you hear it? The Song of Your Undoing. Phantom Conductor. 8. Tier 3 item. This weapon looks quite promising. She gently swayed the rapier in the air, tapping the ground with it, and suddenly heard an ominous sound faintly ring out from it. She raised an eye and decided to take a look at its enchantments. 2. Enchantment name. Do you hear it? The Song of Your Undoing. Enchantment description: each strike of the rapier hums with the ghostly chords of its fallen keys, creating a disorienting harmony that lingers in the air. Enchantment name: Phantom Conductor. Enchantment description: the wielder may, once per day, call upon the spirit of the pianist to guide their movements, allowing them to briefly move as gracefully as a dancer on a stage. The trader, who had just finished dealing with other customers, stumbled over a smile appearing on his lips. A smile that a salesman would have when a likely customer has appeared. It looks like he took a fancy to her, he said, gesturing to the rapier with his hand. And it seemed it may have taken a liking to you. He spoke in a vague tone. Lillian believed he only said that so she would be more inclined to buy it. However, he was right when he said she had taken a liking to the rapier. Its enchantments were quite hopeful, after all. I have. Could you tell me how much it is worth? Lillian tilted her head. 3. The trader nodded and held up 3 fingers. 3,000 semi. Lillian quickly calculated how much this was worth and couldn't help but feel appalled by the price. $4,500. This is insane. 3,000? This weapon only has 2 enchantments. Why so much? Lillian asked in hopes she could haggle the price down. Although she had quite a lot of money, if she could spend less, it would be nice. I'm sure with the help of the jester, you could know the exact reason why. He held out his hand towards the rapier, taking off her hand and caressing the side of the blade. This is a Tier 3 item. It's much more expensive than a mere Tier 2. I'm sure you're aware that in terms of effectiveness, Tier 3 trumps the second, right? Of course I am. However, the price range of a Tier 3 weapon should be around $2,000 to $2,500. The trader sighed. That's because the trial this weapon was retrieved from was of the 4th tier. I'm actually losing out by setting it to $3,000. Lillian widened her eyes. An item from a 4th tier? 2. Items gained from trials would also show some signs of magical properties once exited out of it. It would gain enchantments relating to its history and tier, depending on the trial's tier. Why would it be tempting? That would be because items like these are further enhanced compared to those in the same rank. For example, if a sword of the 2nd tier was taken from a 3rd tier trial, it would be easier to destroy another sword of the same tier if it came from a lower tier trial. This is without the use of enchantments, of course. Lillian sighed. Fine. You win. Give me your bank details. Lillian pulled out her phone and began to type in the trader's bank details. She waited to get the okay that he received it. 2. Lillian then wandered over to Marionette, who was leaning against the wall. She stared at the rapier in Lillian's hand. So, you bought a weapon, it seems. Did you perhaps not have one before? Lillian thought back, finding out that a sword gifted to her had shattered once she was practicing with it. I didn't. How concerning. Lillian rubbed the back of her head with a sheepish look. Where's Millis anyway? Lillian asked, watching as Marionette held up her hand and pointed toward a store that sold tech, primarily phones. 3. At the window, Millis stared through, grimacing at the prices of each phone with a heavy heart, taking short glances at her flip phone with a sigh. She then felt a hand fall onto her shoulder, turning around to find Lillian gazing at her with gentle eyes. Let's get you a phone, shall we? Oh, you really don't have to. Millis waved her hands dismissively, taking a short glance back at the phones. Specifically at the prices that reached the 40 to 50 semi-range. These are quite expensive after all. I really don't want to impose on you. Lillian stared at her face, which was filled with hesitation and guilt. She then laughed. She couldn't help but see Millis as an adorable puppy who would wait at the door for you to return. 2. Lillian then patted her head, causing Millis to briefly widen her eyes, staring up at her with surprise before soon melting under her pats. Marionette stared at this, raising an eyebrow and briefly narrowing her eyes as she stared at Millis' face, which was filled with joy. 3. She then unconsciously brought her hand to the top of her own head, softly patting it with a curious look. Chapter 45 Apple Pie. Edited. Thank you so much for the phone. Lillian. Millis tightly clutched her brand-new phone to her chest, gazing at Lillian with joy. Lillian smiled. Sure. No problem, Millis. She then patted Millis' head once again, surprising her. 5. Although I don't mind. What's with the pats all of a sudden? Millis tilted her head. Puffed. No reason. Lillian laughed. She remembered how fidgety Millis was when Lillian persisted in choosing a phone. To Millis gave a soft smile. I see. We'll be sure to pay you back then. Lillian shook her head. You don't have to. Consider it a gift for doing well in the exam. Speaking of the exam, could I ask you something? 3, yeah? Sure, what's up? Why didn't you use your staff? Lillian drew back her hand and leaned her cheek into it. Why had Millis decided against using her staff to defend against her in close combat? The corner of Millis' lips twitched. Her eyes twitched as well at the thought of the reason why. That damn prince played a trick on me. That's why. A trick? The guy told me to do something and caused me to make my staff suddenly disappear out of my hand. Millis flailed her arm about in anger. He didn't even tell me how to get it back. I still remember that damn smirk on his face. She held up her arm, which was shaking with rage. Ha ha. Lillian pointed at her, bending over and clutching her stomach. Your own teammate sabotaged you. 18. Millis groaned, rubbing the back of her head. I guess I also sabotaged him. If we just stayed in place, we could have gotten second place. She then glanced at Marionette and saw her scrolling through her phone. It's surprising you won against a monster like her, and no. Marionette's ears twitched at her words. She looked up from her phone and stared at her. I believe my features look human, she said, staring down at her hands and checking. Millis' head slowly turned to Lillian, creaking like a rusty metal cog. You into those kind of girls, eh? Can't say I don't agree with your taste, though. She held her chin and nodded like a philosopher who had achieved a major breakthrough in a subject. Lillian stared at her with red-tinted cheeks and turned her face away, mumbling, "Say shush. You don't know what you're talking about." 8. The three then began a walk back to the dorm building. Millis skipped happily, clutching her newly acquired phone under Lillian and Marionette's gaze. Lillian's being amused and Marionette's being nonchalant. While on the way to the dorm building, Millis was able to set up her phone. She faced Lillian and asked for her phone number, something Lillian was willing to give up. The two exchanged phone numbers under Marionette's gaze, who awkwardly glanced down at her own phone briefly. The two then arrived and entered an elevator. "What floor are you on, Millis?" Millis tapped her chin repeatedly. "I remember. The 5th floor?" Lillian nodded, pressing the button after a floor, and waited. The elevator rose from the bottom floor, before pausing a few minutes later as they reached the 3rd floor. It gave a harmonious ding before mentioning the openings of the door. 3. As Lillian walked out, she was quietly followed by Marionette. Millis saw this and shouted, pointing her finger at her, "Hey, where you think you're going?" Marionette gave a quick glance back, smirking as the door closed on Millis. She turned back around to see Lillian staring at her. "You're really quiet, Marionette." Marionette tilted her head at her. "Is that so? Is there anything wrong with being silent?" Lillian shook her head. "No, nothing wrong with that. I just forgot you were with us due to how quiet you are." 3. "I do have a track record of that happening," Marionette stated ominously, causing Lillian to raise an eye. 2. I wouldn't blame you for your previous line of work. So, did you need anything from me?" Lillian asked, turning back around. She continued walking down the corridor, still having her head turned back. Marionette followed after her. "Since we're acquaintances, I believe we should make some efforts to get to know one another. Of course, if you do not mind," she explained. Lillian nodded, understanding where she was coming from. "Oh, right. I would be glad to, Marionette." She smiled, holding out her student ID to the door scanner and unlocking her door. 3. Lillian entered her room, staring back at Marionette, who waited at the front of the door. She stared down at the ground before quietly mumbling, "Excuse the intrusion. Whoa, she's really adorable. I'm planning on making something to eat. Would you like to help me?" Lillian asked, walking into her kitchen and summoning out all the groceries she had acquired, storing some of it in her fridge. Marionette's eyes briefly flashed with uncertainty before nodding. "Very well. I shall assist you in cooking." Lillian's ears twitched at Marionette's confirmation, but she couldn't help but feel like the decision of getting Marionette to help her cook would be a bad one. The two then began to cook. However, something was quite odd in the way Marionette was preparing and cooking. Under Lillian's watchful gaze, Marionette's hands blurred at high speed, slicing through the ingredients, slapping them in the oven, and cranking the temperature up to max. After a minute or two, Marionette pulled out a beautifully made pie. Steam rose off of it, and the scent drifted its way into Lillian's nose, causing it to tingle. Although the pie looked delectable and irresistible to her eyes, just something was wrong with it. Starting with the fact she didn't buy anything that could lead to the creation of a pie. She didn't buy any flour, eggs, or anything like that. If she had to be truthful, she mainly bought ingredients to prepare herself some plain old spaghetti with tomato bolognese. Although it may be a tad bit simple, it's a comforting meal for her. Lillian stared at Marionette with wide eyes. 2. "So, mind introducing me to this lovely pie of yours?" Marionette nodded. "I prepare an apple pie for you." She gestured towards the pie with her hand. "Vuvuha." Apple pie? I didn't even buy apples. Lillian was baffled. Where did this woman possibly get apples from? Lillian sighed and looked down at her boiling pot of water. She watched as her noodles finally became limp and sunk to the bottom. 2. Lillian rubbed the back of her head with a sheepish expression. "It seems I am not yet done." 3. Marionette nodded and opened a drawer, fetching a fork and knife. She then stabbed it into the pie, letting the smell and excess steam escape, drawing Lillian in further to the strange yet beautiful pie. She reached over and grabbed a plate, plopping a finely cut slice of pie on it. Lillian watched as its innards leaked out from its place. The chunks of apple caused Lillian to gulp, imagining how well it may taste. She gently clutched the fork and knife, cutting into the pie, placing the cut-off piece into her mouth, and closing it. She chewed and chewed. Her expression then darkened. What the hell? She held a hand over her mouth as she stared at the rotten pie in disguise as a beautiful one. Why did it look so perfect yet taste so abhorrent? 5. Lillian stared at Marionette, who tilted her head at her. It tastes bad. Am I correct? Lillian gave a shaky smile. No, of course it doesn't. It tastes as great as it looks. 2. Then take another bite of it. Marionette cut into the pie and stabbed it with a fork, holding up the cut-off piece before Lillian's hesitant mouth. Open. What if I do it, or else he'll do something inappropriate again? Marionette threatened, which to Lillian didn't seem much of a threat if it was what she was thinking, but nonetheless, she allowed the piece of the pie to enter her mouth. Marionette watched as Lillian's face darkened again. It is bad, isn't it? 2. Lillian grudgingly gulped it down. It is a bit, but at least it looks beautiful, Marionette. Lillian leaned over the counter, staring down at the pie, which had a slice taken out of it. 2. Marionette folded her arms and leaned against the wall behind her. It's meant to look visually appealing. It's meant to? Who taught you to cook? May I ask, Marionette? It was the head of my family. He was the one to teach me to cook like this. Marionette explained. In his own words, he said that people in our line of work has no business of satisfying others through any other senses other than sight. This applies to our targets, too. As long as the food looks good enough to the eye, they wouldn't suspect it has been poisoned. Roughly along those words. I see. He's not wrong, though, in a way. The majority of people do rely more on sight than the others. Lillian smiled, picking up the fork. Would you like it if others enjoy your cooking? 2. Marionette tilted her head at her. Why do you ask? No reason in particular. I'm just curious. As she was saying this, she sliced off another bit of the pie and plopped it into her mouth like some regular old medicinal pill. Marionette's eyes briefly widened at this sight. I believe you said it did not taste good. This belief of her only solidified as Lillian's face darkened once more, struggling to gulp down the food. 2. Well, it is, but I'm a bit selfish when it comes to making people happy by eating their cooking. Chapter 46, House of Entertainment. Edited. Lillian sat at the table in her living room. Her upper body collapsed over the table with an empty stain plate beside her head. She groaned. I'm done. 2. Marionette sat opposite her with her elbows on the table and resting her chin on her knuckles. You didn't have to eat it. No one forced you to. Lillian raised her head up, staring into Marionette's beautiful red eyes as they seemed to have softened quite a bit. Like I said before, I'm selfish about making people happy by eating their cooking. Is that so? Marionette lowered her face, hiding half of it behind her hands as she gazed down at Lillian before shifting her gaze to the empty plate with a thoughtful expression. You sound like a glutton to me. Lillian gave a wry smile. Well, thank you for the compliment, I suppose. 2. You're welcome, Marionette responded, ignoring Lillian's sarcasm. She then looked down at the plate below her that was slightly covered in a red and aromatic sauce. Your dish tasted well. Is that so? Well, I am glad. Lillian chuckled, smiling. 5. Lillian then raised herself off the table, placed both the empty plates on top of each other, and brought them over to the kitchen. Marionette followed her with her eyes and glanced around the room, shortly at the wool carpet on the floor. Lillian stared at the 2 plates in the sink, debating whether or not to do them or not. She then remembered the mountain of dishes in her sink in her past life. Should I change this habit? Something within her told her to do it yet. Too lazy. Her lazy nature won over both her mind and body. She walked over to Marionette, glancing down at her necklace and thinking about how it hadn't done anything strange yet. It being quiet is good. So Marionette, what do you want to do next? Her foot landed on the wool carpet beneath her, accidentally sliding off of it somehow. Lillian's body then tilted back, rapidly approaching the ground until an arm wrapped around her waist, preventing her from hitting the ground and risking getting a concussion. Lillian stared up at Marionette. She then thanked her with a grateful expression. Thanks, Marionette. 2. Marionette pulled her back up, staring at the carpet that had folded in on itself. "You're clumsy, Lillian. Must you insult me?" Lillian's eyes twitched. She then sighed, suddenly realizing that, you can unhand me now, Marionette. 2. Marionette stared down at her arm, which was still tightly held around Lillian's waist. Her eyes then shifted back to Lillian coolly, faintly smirking. "And what if I don't want to? Why wouldn't you?" "That's because I believe you dropped something that seemed quite dangerous, in my opinion." Marionette's eyes glanced to the side. Lillian turned her gaze to the size. Staring as an overgrown green, I stared back at her, its juices staining the smooth wooden floor. Her eyes widened. "Why the hell are you out of the ring?" 2. Did hitting her ring against the floor cause it to exit? Lillian growled at her necklace. "What kind of bullshit lucky accident is this? How does that even make sense?" 2. She then pushed Marionette off her and dived towards the eye in hopes she could make it in time to store it. The eye's moist surface gleamed at her arrival. It then flashed an ominous light as its body became an ethereal gas that formed a portal that spanned the height from the floor to the ceiling. "See crap," Lillian unconsciously yelled. "I have a damn gate in my living room now." 8. Lillian felt her body being sucked towards the foreboding gate that looked like a swirling green gaseous oval. That was when she felt a pair of arms wrapped around her chest. Marionette wrapped her arms around Lillian, coating their body in darkness as they sunk into the ground, trying to avoid the increasing suction of the gate. Lillian watched as the vibrant world she was used to become dark and eerie, a world filled with eternal darkness. As she unconsciously tried to breathe, she found herself drowning in the large expanse of darkness. "Shit, I just sabotaged myself." She clutched her throat. 3. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Lillian, who was just about to run out of breath, the gate seemed to rip both of them from the eternally dark world and pull them inside the world on the other side. The gate, after devouring the two, then collapsed in on itself, morphing into a sphere before disappearing without any trace, but a messy room and a high output of mana that caused the Academy to go on high alert. "Ugh," Lillian groaned, her eyes fluttering open, albeit with a bit of a struggle and glancing around her surroundings. 2. Tall fabric walls with long, colorful stripes of red and white stretched high towards the seemingly endless sky. Around her were elevated seating arrangements like she was in the middle of a coliseum of sorts. She laid on the sandy, dry ground that had several cracks throughout it, a ground that was impossible for life to survive on. "Is this?" Lillian knew where she was. She quickly looked around and found a floating head staring at her in the far distance. The head then blurred under her cautious eyes and appeared before her, staring at her behind a colorful mask. It wore a hat that had 3 points that spiked diagonally upwards away from each other. At each end of the points were small golden bells that shined under her knowing gaze. It jingled as the head magically tilted itself in the air, staring at her as its non-existent eyes suddenly became filled with liquid black. It then spoke in a voice whose gender was hard to discern. "Welcome back to the House of Entertainment. Your last trial had raked in only one god to watch. This time, it seems you have raked in a constellation." The head spoke in a robotic tone as its eyes leaked with black, dripping over its colorful, smiling clown mask that began to shift to a darker color faintly. "A constellation?" Lillian's eyes widened as rapid flashes of light appeared behind her. She turned back around and watched as 5 shadowy figures sat on the seats, staring down at her. 2. With their bodies shrouded in a veil of darkness, she was unable to discern their identities. A constellation is a group of gods under the same banner. How did I somehow rake in a constellation? Lillian couldn't believe her eyes. What had she done that drew the attention of multiple gods? Was it due to the fact she was a transmigrator? She then stared back at the head, watching as liquid black dripped out from its eyes. The jester. The floating head before her was called the jester, one of the many creations of the gods. The jester's androgynous voice resounded once again in her ears. No, it's more like its voice was coming from inside her mind. "Prepare for yourself, aspirant Lillian Ker Arias, for your trial." Entertain your audience well. Chapter 47, Depressing Warmth? Edited. After the words of the jester ominously resounded inside her mind, she felt her eyes go heavy. Her body then began to sink through the dry, cracked ground. She soon fell and became submerged in a sea of absolute darkness, similar to the world Marionette had brought her in, except colder and more suffocating. The longer she fell, the more she felt her body warmth leaving her. That was until a few moments later, she fell and slammed her back against a hard surface. Ugh! Lillian groaned, slowly opening her eyes and glancing at her surroundings. 2. Nothing but darkness filled her sight, causing her to grimace as she patted the ground, feeling the rough and uneven texture of the stone. So this is the catacombs. Can't say I didn't expect this. Lillian looked around, trying to find a source of light. She then stood up, summoned her rapier out of her spatial ring, and walked forward, holding the tip of her rapier out towards the ground like a blind man using a walking stick. I wonder where Marionette is. I hope she's close. Lillian wondered, continuing to walk forward before stopping. The echoes of her footsteps resounded eerily. The occasional sounds of tapping and scraping of her rapier also spread out to the surroundings. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was being followed. After a few more minutes of this seemingly endless walk of her, she sighed, seeing that nothing had changed. I need some light. An idea then popped into her head as she summoned her system, staring at the sudden changes it had gone through. Name: Lillian Ker, Aureus rank, aspirin elements, water traits, in a mana core. First shell quest theatrical points, 925 Ah? I was wondering how it was going to work. Lillian stared at the newly displayed stats on her system. The thing that the trader back at the marketplace was talking about concerning the jester was the system it provided, just as she could analyze items and such. The jester gave those who had completed or are currently attempting their second trial the ability to do that, as well as giving them a system to reveal certain important details. It changed affinity to elements instead. Huh, I guess it makes slightly more sense now. Lillian nodded to herself. 3. She stared at the mana core section, unconsciously holding her hand over the right side of her chest. The general area where her mana core is, just beside her heart. The first shell, completing this trial will allow me to increase it by another shell. Lillian then focused on the system shop, planning to buy herself something that would help her deal with the frustrating darkness of the catacombs. Should I buy something dispensable or something with some value? Lillian looked through the options. She then thought about the possibility she may be through this situation and decided to buy something of higher quality. Item name: Depressing Warmth. Item type: Tool. Item rank: For item description, a warrior in need of warmth captured and stuffed a spirit embodying flames in a dark lantern, cursing it to never go out. Although the spirit had long since passed, its radiant body still continued to burn brightly. Enchantments: Forever burning enchantments. Description: The lantern's flames will never go out unless the source of it disappears or the curse bestowed on it is broken. Cost: 500. Lillian read over the description of the item and couldn't help but agree with the name of the lantern. It was indeed a bit depressing. Not only that, but the price of the lantern was enough to give her a heart attack. With a heavy but resolute heart, she bought it, reaching into the dark hole and pulling a lantern as dark as obsidian. Its dark metal frame was twisted, stained in soot, with charred chains tightly wrapped around the blackened leather handle. Some links of the cracks were cracked and chipped. This subtle detail was only visible due to the radiant flame burning behind the black-tinted paned glass of the lantern. Within the cage of the lantern, a deep orange flame burned with subtle blue flickering within it. She felt a sense of sorrow gazing at it. She tightly held the handle, caressing the strangely cold frame of the lantern and holding it around her, revealing a part of the catacombs. She watched how effective it was and couldn't help but outwardly comment on it. This is really effective. However, before she could finish her sentence, the flame of her lantern then suddenly revealed a monster eerily staring at her. Lillian quickly backed away, startled at the sudden monster before her. She then watched as it tilted its head at her, staring at the light, squinting its compound eyes. 10. Its brown body was covered in a thin and flexible carapace that was segmented into different parts. Its limbs were thin and hairy, and at the end of each one had 3 hooked appendages. It looked more like an insect than a monster. An insect that stood at about 2 meters and was standing on its hind legs like a human. Its antennas that stretched out from the top of its head twitched at her. The mandibles at its mouth clicking. A strange translucent liquid dripped down out of its mouth, foaming slightly. Lillian grimaced as it seemed to become hostile at the presence of light. She watched as its body vigorously twitched like it was allergic to the light. 8. She watched as it clutched the sides of its head, bending over and thrashing its body left and right. Its saliva, or whatever that came out of its mouth, flying around. Its carapace shifted around at its movements, suddenly becoming still. The strange insectoid then lowered its arm away from its head, dropping it to its sides and staring at Lillian. Its mandibles smacked against each other, its compound eyes darting around. Then suddenly, with a bend of its knees, it shot towards her. Its hooked feet rapidly stomped against the ground, reaching her. It raised its thin arm and swung it at her. Lillian frowned, gripping her rapier and slashing toward its arm. 2. Chapter 48, Catacomb Dweller. Edited. The insect's screech rang out as it swiped its arm. Its hooked appendages, acting as its fingers, dragged behind. Its arm then suddenly came to a stop, bouncing off the strike that Lillian made on its arm, chipping into its thin but surprisingly durable carapace. Lillian's eyes furrowed as she saw this. She pulled back her rapier as it seemed to shimmer and tremble at the presence of violence, a ghostly sound resounding quietly from it, inaudible to the ears. With her arm pulled back, she thrusted the tip of her blade forth, slamming it into the chest of the insect, which only seemed to leave a shallow cut on its flexible armor. With her stab, the insect stumbled back, looking over and caressing the damage to its carapace before staring back at Lillian, who continued to hold the charred lantern that dangled in her hands. The flame within continued to burn brightly, eating away at the encroaching darkness surrounding them. Lillian slowly began to circle the insect, watching as it covered its eyes again severely affected by the light. It's kind of easy if you keep standing around. Saying this, she created a bullet of water, shooting it at the insect and watching it put it off balance, causing it to stumble about. Lillian watched as it regained its balance and noticed the damage she had caused to its carapace around its shoulder. She could trace out a slight dent in its armor. She then stopped her circling. So your carapace isn't specifically weak to either blunt or slashing attacks. Good to know, but I suppose using Sonata of Revenge would be the best option, she said, glancing down at her blade, which continued to emit the tunes of fallen piano keys. She then raised her eyes back to the insect to find it had disappeared. Startled, she raised her lantern around her, unveiling the darkness and finally spotting the insect that was making a mad dash towards her. 2. She raised the songful rapier before her, slashing at its hard body. Her rapier fell on its shoulder, chipping into it and rebounding with a clang. Lillian scowled. Its body is as trouble as those damn crabs. 2. The insect slammed into her body, sending her to the ground before running back into the darkness. Lillian rolled against the ground, still keeping a tight hold on her weapon. Raising her lantern once more, she watched as the flame within it lit up the darkness, revealing the insect charging at her again. So that's your strategy, Lillian muttered under her breath, still crouched. With a lean of her body forward, she pushed herself off the ground, sprinting at it. The chains of her lantern rattled as they approached the insect. The blade of her songful rapier was still quietly singing, although this time slightly louder. The two quickly neared each other. The insect raised its slim, hairy arms towards Lillian, its hooked appendages twitching in anticipation of her approach. The insect sharply brought its arms around, intending to crush her in its embrace. Lillian ducked down, raising the tip of the songful rapier towards the gaps between its segmented carapace. Lillian stabbed, her blade sinking into its body, causing it to bleed red. She felt the insect's body stiffen momentarily. Hearing it screech, she raised her eyes towards it, watching as it brought down its hooked appendages and latching through her clothes and onto her skin. Lillian gritted her teeth, narrowing her eyes as the feeling of ants biting her skin appeared. 2. With a strong twist of her body, her blade sliced through its flesh, bisecting it in half. Blood leaked from its fatal wound, splashing against the ground. And yet, Lillian stared at the upper body of the insect that stared at her deeply. Its mandibles still twitched, and a deafening screech resounded from the mouth behind it. "You tenacious insect." 8. Just as it was about to snap its keratin mandibles around Lillian's neck, she tilted her head far to the side, dodging a narrow, blood-stained blade. 3. The ghostly tunes of her rapier calmly resounded through the head of the insect. Lillian breathed a sigh, pulling out her rapier from behind its head, slicing through parts of its face, and watching it dangle from her shoulder. 2. The hooks that latched on her shoulders then slowly ripped out of her skin, tearing through her clothes a bit. "Ow," Lillian murmured, staring down at the bisected insect. 2. As she continued to stare down at the insect, the familiar voice of the jester resounded inside her ears. "You have slain a savage wretch. Catacomb dweller, catacomb dweller." She then stared down at her clothes and grimaced at the bloodstains on them. 2. She sighed, "Great, but to think I faced against a savage." She then tilted her head to the side. "I thought it'd be stronger." 5. Savage monsters are just monsters in Rank D. People just preferred the ranking system they made instead of the jesters because it's easier to remember. A wretch is a classification of monsters that have formed the first shell of their core, like her, who still has one. "How do I clean the blood off this thing?" Lillian stared at her blade, watching as the catacomb dweller's blood dripped down it. She swiped her sword to the side, trying to copy the way swordsmen would clean it. Fortunately, it worked. 3. Well then, let's carry on, shall we? She asked herself. I gotta find Marionette fast. I'd rather not be alone in such a dark and creepy place like this. After saying that, she continued to walk through the eerie catacombs, holding her lantern out. She would rather not have the same situation again with the catacomb dweller. To think it was just staring at me. She shivered. 2. After walking for a while, she began to get annoyed and worried. Soon enough, the light that came from her lantern stopped spreading out and instead lit up a stone wall. I reached a wall. Lillian tilted her head, placed her hand on it, and watched as she reached a corner of it that, on the other side, led to a faint light. 3. She pushed out her lantern from behind the wall and peered around it. Her eyes widened at what she saw. Huh, is that a tree? Chapter 49, Roasted Catacomb Dweller? Edited. She stepped out from behind the stone wall and entered through what seemed to be a large archway into a humongous room, a room brightened up by a massive hole in the stone ceiling. A pillar of light passed through the hole, which she assumed to be from the surface, and landed on a tall and curved tree shaped like a crescent that rested on top of a hill of dirt. Its dark purple leaves shimmered under the light, its dark brown, curved body seemingly rejuvenating when in contact with it. Lillian stared as its roots spread out from under it like tentacles, feasting upon the nutrients found within the dirt hill. Lillian stared suspiciously at the tree. This isn't a monster, right? She then glanced around the room. The room she found herself in had curved and smooth walls and thick pillars that stretched from the ground and towards the stone ceilings. This room seems more man-made than just a natural occurrence. Lillian went up to one of the pillars, caressing its side. She then twisted her head back to the tree, narrowing her eyes as she witnessed a dark pillar of smoke rising from behind it and going through the hole in the ceiling. 2. Smoke? Is something burning? She tightly gripped the hilt of her blade, debating whether to leave the room just in case it was dangerous. 3. What if Marionette was the cause of it? Lillian looked back, curiosity soon taking over her as she began to walk around the hill. She noticed how the room had several more entrances like the one she came through. After reaching the other side, she saw a fire dancing upon the hill, with a humanoid figure sitting beside it. Their long black hair cascaded over their shoulders, their head tilted down, staring at the long object in their hand. Lillian widened her eyes and yelled, "Marionette." 10. The figure calmly turned its head down to the side, looking over the curve of the hill and staring down at Lillian. Their cautious red eyes then briefly softened. It was indeed Marionette. Lillian stored away both her items and began to hurriedly make her way up the hill, eventually reaching Marionette, who was casually sitting by a campfire and holding the roasted limb of what may seem to be from a catacomb dweller. "Oh, Lillian, glad to see you're still alive," Marionette stated stoically, lowering the catacomb dweller limb in the hand. Lillian smiled brightly and sat down next to her, her legs crossed. "Me too. I'm glad that you're as well." Marionette nodded briefly, glancing at the dissected corpse of a catacomb dweller that lay beside her. "If you're hungry, they'll let you eat from my spoil," she said, reaching over and grabbing an arm and showing to Lillian. Lillian smiled wryly and "Oh, what, sure." "Too." Marionette nodded and held it over the fire. The hair that covered it slowly burned away. As the two watched it cook, Marionette asked, "Have you encountered one of these yet?" "I have. They're called a catacomb dweller, right?" Marionette nodded curtly. "Correct. Did you kill one?" she asked, tilting her head at her, staring at the scratch marks on Lillian's shoulder. "I did," Lillian answered immediately. "Do you still have its body?" Marionette asked in a slightly hopeful tone. Lillian scratched her cheek. "I may have not stored it." 3. Marionette sighed in disappointment. "I see. We must go out and hunt more then. Did you perhaps not encounter much of them?" Marionette nodded her head. "Their species is quite sparse, I believe," she said, bringing the roasted limb out from the fire and giving it to Lillian. "Eat." Lillian hesitantly held the roasted limb, feeling the grease running down her fingers. "Have you tried one of these yet?" "Too." "I have," Marionette answered immediately, taking a bite into the one she was holding. Lillian stared at it. "Did it taste good?" she asked, watching as Marionette finished chewing and gulped. Marionette thought for a moment before answering. "It's edible," she said, staring at Lillian with a neutral expression. "I'm sure you'll be able to eat it, since you're able to eat my pie." Lillian stared at the roasted limb with trembling eyes. "It's edible," but she didn't say if it tasted good or not. Lillian unconsciously gulped. "People back in my world ate bugs all the time. No big deal, right? Maybe it actually tastes good." For Lillian opened her mouth and sunk her teeth into it. Of course, whatever she had thought was only an attempt to hypnotize herself into thinking it was good. Lillian's face darkened as she chewed the thick and chewy meat that tasted expired. "This shit isn't good at all." 2. She grudgingly gulped it down, giving an exaggerated sigh after. 10. Lillian stared fearfully at the roasted limb and back at Marionette, who seemed to be eating it without any issue. "Wow, you can eat stuff like this, huh?" Marionette raised a brow at her. "You can't be picky when it comes to survival." Lillian sighed, nodding at her words. "I guess you're right." 5. An idea then suddenly popped in her mind. Does she still have any seasoning that she hasn't taken out yet? After thinking about that, a salt shaker magically appeared in her hand. Did I not use salt in the spaghetti?" Lillian tilted her head. How clumsy, she sighed, salting her roasted limb before biting into it. The taste was slightly more bearable than before, but still awful. 5. Lillian then raised her eyes from it and stared at Marionette, who was staring at the salt shaker. She then asked in a neutral voice, "May I borrow that, please?" "Oh, I guess even someone like you can't bear this kind of taste." Lillian playfully snickered, passing the salt to Marionette, who responded with a deadpan expression. 2. And someone like me is stuck with you. Better get used to it while we're here." Marionette salted the roasted limb before biting into it again. "Seasoning does make things better, it seems," she muttered to herself, staring down at the limb before biting into it again. "I'm surprised you aren't a tier 2 yet, Marionette. I thought someone like you would have already attempted it." Lillian patted the tree. "And did you appear close to here?" 3. Marionette sat inside the canopy of the tree, cutting a branch off of it before chucking it down into the fire, responding in an indifferent tone. To answer your first question, I wanted to find the right one that would reward me with either a trait or an element closely related to darkness. Marionette leapt down from the tree, brushing herself down before sitting. However, that plan of mine was now crushed due to the fact you had a gate-bearer within your ring. Marionette then crossed her arms over her chest. As for your second question, I was fortunate enough to appear right under this very tree. She then glanced towards one of the dark archways leading outside the massive room. But I wouldn't have any trouble appearing anywhere inside the catacombs that was dark. Because you can see through it? Marionette nodded. Essentially, yes. She then twisted her head towards Lillian, who continued to caress the tree. Lillian was then unexpectedly lifted up by her throat. Lillian clutched the hand around her neck, staring down at Marionette, who stared at her with an intense gaze. Now then, Lillian, please explain to me why you had a gate-bearer stored inside your ring. You're not part of the Cult of Jesters, are you? Chapter 50, True Darkness? Edited. As Marionette's left hand clutched Lillian's throat, she stretched her right hand out to the side, summoning a dagger of darkness that ominously stared at the dangling Lillian. Was it your plan to get close to me, trapping me in here, and possibly ending me? Marionette's eyes narrowed on Lillian. She's getting paranoid. Lillian grimaced, and with a strained voice, she said, hold on. We got a big misunderstanding here. I didn't have any ulterior motives like that. 4. Then tell me why you had that eye. Are you in cahoots with the Cult of Jesters? Marionette's hand tightened around Lillian's neck, causing her to claw at it unconsciously. 3. Look, I just had it. I didn't even mean for it to exit my spatial ring. I wouldn't even have let it out. You have to believe me, she begged in a stifled voice. 2. Marionette's brows furrowed. Lillian began to suffocate under Marionette's increasingly tightening hand. That was until Marionette's grip softened, releasing her from its grasp and causing her to drop to the ground, coughing. 10. Lillian greedily breathed in the air around her, slowly sitting up and watching Marionette sit back down, staring at her. 10. They'll believe you. But that's only because I believe you may know more about this trial than me. She caused the dark dagger to shatter and dissipate with the surrounding. Lillian sighed in relief, rubbing her neck as she believed there might be a mark on it. I didn't like that feeling. The feeling she was talking about was how powerless she felt before Marionette's hold. 5. She felt as powerless as a toddler would be to an adult. Lillian stared back at Marionette with a determined gaze. She's currently an aspirant like me. I still have a chance to surpass her in strength. But that'll only begin after I complete this trial. The two decided to go out in hopes of finding more catacomb dwellers. Lillian glanced around at the darkness around her. She tightly clutched the handle of her lantern. 3. Marionette glanced back at the radiant lantern and asked, You have a useful item. Mind revealing what tier it is? Lillian tilted her head. Oh, has it caught your eye? She smirked. 5. Marionette removed her gaze from her, facing forward. Never mind. Marionette's steps, unlike Lillian's, were confident. Lillian assumed it was due to Marionette's ability to see through the dark, allowing for sneak attacks to be ineffective against her. How convenient. Lillian sighed. In a place as dark as this, being able to see in the dark casually is a need. 2. Just as she thought this, Marionette came to an abrupt stop. Lillian tilted her head, leaning in and staring at her face. 6. What's up? Did you find one? I can't see past this point. Marionette's shocking revelation caused her to raise her lantern forward towards the direction they were facing. The light that was emitted from the flame of her lantern was surprisingly blocked out. It was like they stumbled upon a pure black wall. Marionette raised her hand to the side, summoning a sword of darkness before plunging it into the wall of black. After a few moments, she pulled it out, staring at her blade. Half of it had magically disappeared, eaten by the intangible black wall. Interesting. She dissipated the sword and took a sharp left turn. We shall be changing directions. Before following after her, Lillian glanced back at the black wall. True darkness, she thought. A substance created after the shadow of a fallen god had molded with its surroundings. Lillian shivered. I ain't standing near this thing. She then quickly ran after Marionette. 2. They continued to walk for half an hour more, which felt like an eternity for Lillian since the scenery never really changed. Lillian groaned. Have you found any yet, Marionette? Because I'm starting to feel like this is a wild goose chase. 2. You're quite impatient, aren't you, Lillian? Not one to like waiting for results? Marionette responded without looking back. Lillian's eye twitched. I'm the type of person who enjoys immediate results. 2. So, a dopamine addict? Marionette said, pausing and turning around. Lillian stopped as well, staring at her with a deadpan expression. Yeah. Is that a problem? Everyone loves immediate results, she said, waving around the Sonata of Revenge. 5. Its thin blade shone and reflected the light of the flame around. Marionette stared at the reflected light. Could you cease that? Huh. Lillian glanced at her reflective blade. Is it annoying you? No. Rather, it's annoying them, Marionette ominously stated, raising her hand and pointing behind Lillian. Lillian creakingly turned around, holding her lantern out and revealing a group of 3 catacomb dwellers staring at them. 2. Their bodies subtly spasmed when the light made contact with their body. Lillian stared back at Marionette with an alarmed expression. Why didn't you say anything till now? 12. I wanted to pull in more, Marionette answered nonchalantly. She then tilted her head to the side, dodging a fist that emerged from the darkness behind her. She wrapped her arms around the outstretched arm, throwing it over her shoulder and pulling in a catacomb dweller that was surprisingly twice the size of the rest. Its large body scraped against the ground. Its carapace, which was much thicker than the rest, screeched like metal against the rough stone ground. It then used its much larger limbs to push itself up, as well as using the extra pair of smaller arms beneath its much larger ones. Instead of 3 hooked appendages at the end of each limb, there were now 5. They appear more like bipedal hands now. Its upper chest was much wider, its shoulders broad, and its back much more heavily armored with exoskeleton. The much smaller catacomb dwellers surrounded it, helping it up to its feet like they were comrades. Marionette stroked her chin before looking towards Lillian, who was currently quite tense. I suppose I can leave the 3 catacomb dwellers beside it to you while I deal with this one? Ashul? You want me to deal with 3 of those thin? Before Lillian could finish her sentence, Marionette dashed off, leaping up and grabbing onto the face of the taller catacomb dweller, isolating and dragging it into the darkness away from Lillian. Lillian stared at what happened with wide eyes before moving it back to the 3 catacomb dwellers, who seemed to have roughly the same reaction as her. 2. However, it was quite hard to tell due to their inhuman features. Lillian sighed, raising the Sonata of Revenge towards the 3 catacomb dwellers. Who shall come first then? 2. The 3 turned to each other before bending their legs and charging towards her at the same time. Lillian smirked. All 3 then? That's not fair, she yelled, charging at them as well. 2. She then watched as the one at the forefront bent its knee, leaping into the air and falling down on her with its arms raised over its head. Lillian gripped the hilt of her rapier, twisting her wrist upwards and stabbed her blade roughly at the center of its mass. She felt the vibrations from her strike pass into her hand. The airborne catacomb dweller felt the force of the stab sink into its carapace, launching it back, deep narrow slit appearing on its exoskeleton. To Lillian's left and right, the 2 other catacomb dwellers rapidly approached her, swinging their arms. However, before their eyes, a droplet of water appeared in thin air, expanding into a sphere roughly the size of a baseball before blasting itself into their faces. 2 consecutive thuds resounded as the 2 water bullets slammed into their faces, knocking them back and causing them to stumble. The one falling finally fell to the ground, its back harshly crashing against it. As it placed its arms against the ground, trying to push itself up, Lillian softly placed her right foot against its chest, pushing down on it. Whoa, buddy, you shouldn't get up. You might have a concussion, there, Lillian stated, tilting her head to the side as an eerie smile spread across her face. 11. However, it didn't seem she was strong enough to keep it on the ground with just a foot. Although their limbs were thin, the strength in their muscles was much greater compared to Lillian's. Feeling its body quickly rising off the ground, Lillian swiped her blade at its eyes, sinking through them and causing a horizontal slash mark through its eyes. An unnerving screech rang out from its mouth as it thrashed its body about, as Lillian tried to stay stable on top of the catacomb dweller. She couldn't help but feel a shiver course through her body due to the screech. I don't like that sound, she said with slight irritation. You have slain a savage wretch. Catacomb dweller Lillian stabbed her blade through its forehead, causing its voice to stop resounding finally and its body to go limp. Lillian breathed a sigh, turning around and discovering that she couldn't see the other two. She sighed. This tactic again? Chapter 51, Catacomb Brawler? Edited. Sighing, Lillian raised her lantern. Turning around, she scoped out her surroundings in hopes of finding the catacomb dwellers. Lillian then suddenly felt vibrations passed through the ground behind her. Is it their fight? Lillian thought, assuming it was from Marionette's battle with a larger catacomb dweller. What is that thing? Could it be a variant of a higher tier? Lillian pondered. Suddenly, the feeling of being watched appeared once again. Her eyes twitched, believing that it could be the two catacomb dwellers hiding in the darkness. Turning around, she was then suddenly faced with a thick wall of carapace. Lillian glanced up, staring at the face of a catacomb dweller much similar to the one Marionette dragged away. The catacomb dweller raised one of its thick arms and swung it towards her, curling its hooked appendages like it was forming a fist. Lillian, alarmed, stepped back, watching as its powerful arm hit the ground, cracking it. It cracked the ground. Lillian then widened her eyes as she watched it charge at her, wildly swinging its arms. After ducking under a swing, she raised and swiped her blade at its carapace. As her blade skidded off its exoskeleton, with the momentum, she rolled to the side. Getting up, she stared as it patted the area she attacked, raising its hand and revealing not even a scratch in its shell. That's rather troublesome, Lillian outwardly thought with a grim expression. Could it be she didn't swing it with enough force and momentum? Rather than going in again and risking having her head cracked and crushed under its fist like an exploding watermelon, she decided to attack from afar. Beside her head, a droplet manifested, morphing into a sphere before shooting at the catacomb dweller at high speeds, crashing into its chest. The bullet made of water ran down its body in narrow streams. Lillian's expression darkened as she watched her attack ineffective once more. The light from her lantern caused the wet surface her bullet had just attacked to gleam, seemingly mocking her attempt to dent or scratch its surface. All right, so this is just not fair at all, Lillian groaned, brandishing the sonata of revenge at it. The catacomb dweller didn't seem to care. More like it didn't really understand her. Instead, it gave a quick stomp on the ground, launching itself towards the shocked Lillian, cocking its large arm and like a bullet being inserted into one of the chambers before shooting it like a revolver. Its fist flashed towards her stomach, meeting the hurried flat side of Lillian's rapier and slamming into it. Lillian's arm felt like it went into shock from the strike. The force causing her wrist to turn inwards caused her to think it might snap. As the fist pushed the flat side of her rapier into her stomach, she was sent flying away. Lillian rolled against the floor, her hands clutching her items scraping against the ground, causing her to wince a bit. That wasn't ideal. Lillian coughed, shakily getting up. She stared at her blade and saw it still fine. Undamaged. But it was thrumming. What a relief that it's fine. I haven't yet unlocked the feature of the jester to repair it. Lillian breathed a sigh. After she had met certain criteria, more features of the jester would be bestowed upon her theatrical system, which seemed to have fused with it. She then looked up and stared at the hulking catacomb dweller that stood at about 8 feet. I wonder if you'll be able to help me meet one of them. After a second, she suddenly realized something. The catacomb dweller before her wasn't reacting negatively to the light. Other than your size and having an extra pair of arms, and also having some thicker shells. Lillian listed off, "What makes you so different compared to the others?" She couldn't linger long, for the catacomb dweller charged at her, swinging its arms, stomping thunderously against the ground, echoing throughout their part of the catacomb. Lillian smiled wryly. "Let's try this again, then," she said, charging towards it as well. 2. The chains wrapped around the handle of her lantern rattled. The flame inside it glowed brighter once the two reached each other. Reflected in Lillian's eyes, the catacomb dweller threw another one of its punches that caused her arm to shake. Lillian, with a bend of her knees, ducked under it, feeling the wind from it brushing against the top of her head. "Let's see if this trick will work again." Lillian twisted her wrist up, stabbing the tip of her rapier through the thin gaps between its segments. Drip, drip, drip. She watched as blood ran down the edges of her blade. Its red blood dripped to the ground in small waves. Just as Lillian was about to twist her body around in hopes of being able to cleave through it, she was lifted up by the throat by one of its smaller arms. The catacomb dweller stared down at her with an indifferent expression, raising her head towards its sharp mandibles. Lillian wiggled her body, clawing at its hand. She stared as her dreadfully slow approach to its mandible was happening. Racking her mind for ideas, she suddenly flashed her hand towards its face, manifesting a drill of water and shooting it at its unprotected face. She watched as its head shot back, dripping in blood, releasing her from its strong grip and falling back, crashing against the ground. Thud! "You have slain a savage gnarl." Catacomb brawler Lillian fell on her side, breathing heavily. "Damn. Way too close. Got a bit nervous there," Lillian outwardly thought, calming down at a surprising rate. 2. Realizing that her hands were empty, she sat up, looking around and staring at the lantern lying beside her on its side, still continuing to glow and keep away the dark. She sighed in relief and looked towards the collapsed body of what is now identified as the catacomb brawler. "You're just a savage tier. Huh, but stronger due to that second shell you made since you're an Arl, right?" 2. Lillian stumbled over to it, reaching her hand towards the hilt of her rapier, which was still lodged in its abdomen. "That was until you have received a shard of an entity's history. Jester has unlocked one of the features of Jester, automatically replacing one of the 3 empty slots inside Mana Core, Chapter 52 Carapace Armor. Edited. You have received a shard of an entity's past." Lillian widened her eyes. "I actually got one? Huh. I pretty unlucky, huh?" Lillian smirked, placing her hands on her hips before opening her system. 14. Shards were just items acquired through the death defeat of an enemy. What makes it so different from ordinary enchanted items is that they're tied to the user. Just like how the Academy's ring would bind to her with her blood, the shard would bind to her mana, essentially becoming branded by her. Name: Lillian Ker, Aureus rank, Aspirin elements, water traits, in a mana core, first shell shards, Carapace armor quest theatrical points. 445. Lillian smiled brightly at the new section on her system as well as at her current number of theatrical points. 8. Carapace armor? Lillian held her index finger to her chin, tilting her head to the side. 6. Narrowing her eyes on it, she looked into its details. Item name: Carapace armor item type. Armor item rank: 2 item description. The tough carapace belonging to a dweller of the underground turned into a protective armor. Enchantments: durable carapace enchantment description. The carapace of a catacomb brawler is as durable as steel, but far lighter and more flexible than it. Whoa! As much as Lillian wanted to try it on this very instant, she had to search for Marionette. Straying far from a woman who finds it easy to get lost is worrying. After storing the corpse of the catacomb brawler, Lillian walked around with the lantern held high in her hand. She was still a bit peeved that the 2 catacomb dwellers had actually escaped her. Eventually, she stumbled upon a conspicuous stain of red blood. Although she believed it definitely wasn't Marionette's, she still hoped she was fine. Wait, do I? She almost killed me maybe an hour ago. Lillian thought about it. I mean, she was right to be paranoid, though. What normal person keeps something like a gate in, essentially their back pocket? She followed the trail of blood, eventually stumbling upon Marionette. Lillian held up her lantern, letting the light wash over the area and discovering that Marionette was indeed fine. However, she couldn't say the same for the poor catacomb brawler under her. Javelins of darkness skewered its body, piercing through its limbs and pinning it to the stone ground. To Lillian, it looked more like a bloody red pin cushion. It was quite a grim sight to look at. It didn't even look like what it had before, with how brutally mutilated it was. Marionette sat on its body, leaning against a backrest made from her own dark javelins before gazing at Lillian. "Oh, have you finished?" Lillian nodded slowly. "3. Did you have to damage its body so much?" Marionette raised an eye at her, staring at her with her arms behind her head before staring down at the catacomb brawler under her. "Its body is fine. I merely skinned off its shell. Its meat is still fine, but has lost quite a bit of its juice, as you can see." Marionette then sat up, gripping one of the javelins stuck through an arm, and lifted it. The javelin raised with the bloodied limb that continued to drip and drain with blood. "This is what you would call a kebab?" "Yes," Marionette said with a stoic voice. Lillian stared at it with a wry smile. "Not exactly, but close enough." "Great work, Marionette." "2. Marionette nodded. "I appreciate your acknowledgement of my work," she said, getting up from the corpse and causing it to disappear. She then turned towards Lillian. "Are you ready to go back to the tree?" "Uh-huh. Lead the way." Lillian gestured with a smile. The two then awkwardly stared at each other in silence. "Sue." Lillian stared at her with an expectant look. Her facial expression slowly darkens in realization. 2. Marionette, with an indifferent expression, said, "Do you perhaps not remember where it is? I thought you were the one keeping track of it. You are the one that can see in the dark here." 8. Marionette folded her arms, nodding. "I understand where you are coming from, but you're the one who signed up to be my guide." Lillian facepalmed. "Oh, come on." 10. In the pitch darkness, Lillian and Marionette sat opposite each other, separated by a campfire that burned sticks belonging to a familiar tree. Lillian sighed in relief. "I'm glad you stored some of the sticks from the tree in your... What do you even use to store your things?" 2. Marionette, who was holding a catacomb brawler's arm over the fire, looked at Lillian before brushing the hair over her ear, revealing a beautiful ruby earring. "This, right. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm glad you brought some of the sticks from the tree. This place is really cold." Lillian wrapped her arms around the sides of her shoulders. 10. Cold? Marionette tilted her head at her. "Would you perhaps prefer that I sit next to you for body warmth?" she asked stoically, preparing to get up from her spot. Lillian raised her hand. "And no, you don't have to," she said, turning her head away with a small red tint on her cheeks. 10. Are you sure? "I don't mind." "Yeah, I see." Marionette then sat back down and continued to roast the limb over the fire. Lillian took a glance at the lantern that was sitting beside her before picking it up. "Well then, I guess I should store you as a shard. You're going to be quite useful in the near future, after all. Can't have you be taken away from me." With just a mental thought, she felt a connection to it. A connection from her mana core to the cold black metal frame lantern before her. She then looked at her system window and saw that it was indeed added as one of her shards. Shards, carapace armor, depressing warmth suite. Lillian then pulled out her rapier and did the same thing to it as well before storing it back inside her ring. However, just before she did, she suddenly thought of something. What if I stored it in there instead? Chapter 53 Mana Real. Edited. Lillian closed her eyes, pulling herself in a meditative position. She then concentrated her thoughts around her mana core. After a while, she felt her mind being pulled into it like it was stretching her body. Moments later, she then opened her eyes once the feeling disappeared, finding herself in a blank world of nothing by skies and sea. So this is my mana realm. In everyone's mana core, there exists a sort of realm based on their existence. Their past, present, later on their future. This is the place where most things related to a person's trait or element would mainly take place out of battle or use. It is also the place where one can refine one's mana. I expected a lot more in here. Lillian tapped her chin, looking around before turning her head downward, discovering she was sitting on the surface of the sea. 3. but I guess it would become more once I form more shells around my core. She then raised her hand and tapped her finger on the surface of the water, watching as the area rippled upon contact. Very cool. Lillian pushed herself up from the surface of the sea, watching as her feet didn't sink through it. She then raised her eyes towards the great blue sky, man. How I missed being able to see around me, even if it was just a day so far. She then began to wander around, still in wonder about walking on water like a certain prophet. I wonder where my shards are. As if waiting for a cue, the surface of the water blasted open before her, shooting a pillar of water into the sky as two familiar items appeared in sight with another one beside it. All three of these items were trapped inside a bubble of water, letting them float in the air magically as they lowered themselves to Lillian's eyes. The blade of the Sonata of Revenge gleamed as it saw Lillian. Lillian smiled. Ah, there you are. 2. Raising her hand towards the rapier. She watched as her hand sunk through the bubble's outer layer. She gripped the hilt of her rapier and pulled it out, popping the bubble. After giving it a few swings, she let it go, watching as the bubble reappeared once more, catching the falling rapier and causing it to hover in the air. Lillian nodded in satisfaction before turning to the new item within her arsenal. 3. The carapace chest plate. Just like the carapace of the catacomb brawler, it was thick, seemingly heavy. But by what its enchantment goes, it was actually quite light. The chest plate was deep brown, segmented in a few areas for better flexibility and movement, and much more armored on the back like the shell of a turtle. She reached her hand out to it, popping the bubble, and watched it magically disappear before finding it appearing around her torso, over her uniform. It really is light. She twisted her body around. It felt like her movements weren't even impeded by a bit. Although it's a bit bulky and only covers my torso, it's pretty good. So this is as tough as steel, right? Lillian raised a curious eye with a smile, reaching her hand towards the Sonata of Revenge and raising the sharp edge of the rapier to her chest and scraping it. 4. She then moved the rapier away and saw that the area she had cut was still fine without damage. This is definitely going to be useful. Now how do I get this off? After tossing her rapier back into the bubble, she tried pulling the chest plate off of her, failing miserably. It's definitely a thought thing, isn't it? An interface is so much better. She mumbled under her breath, casting a thought and watching as the chest plate miraculously disappeared and was sent back into its bubble. Lillian placed her hands on her hips. Well then, this was quite productive. She then slowly realized, I probably should have used one of the slots for the necklace. She sighed. To whatever. I'll store it with the additional 3 slots I'll gain after the creation of my second mana shell. Exiting out of her mana realm, Lillian opened her eyes, immediately meeting the face of Marionette, who was closely leaning in towards her face. Marionette's intense stare, coupled with how close she was, caused a deep blush to appear on Lillian's face. Pulling away, Lillian stammered, what are you doing? 8. Marionette, pulling herself back and into a seated position, said, I've been calling your name for the past dozen minutes or so. Were you perhaps sleeping? Marionette tilted her head to the side. If you were, then you must take care of your sleep schedule better. She sighed, shaking her head. Lillian's eye twitched. Says you, miss, I stayed up and was almost late for the entrance exam. You don't get to lecture me about a sleep schedule. 2. Marionette stared at her stoically before sighing. She then brought over the roasted limb before Lillian's face. Eat, before it gets cold. Lillian nodded, wrapping her fingers over the greasy limb that was skinned off its carapace. 3. So does this taste good? Lillian asked, tilting her head at Marionette, who bit into her own. 3. Marionette remained silent for a second before answering. The meat is chewier compared to the catacomb dweller. Chewier? Lillian stared back at the limb, opening her mouth and sinking her teeth into it. This shit is chewy and bad. She frowned in disgust. 2. Whipping out the salt shaker and salting it. She continued to eat it grudgingly. After a minute or two had passed, Marionette spoke up, asking Lillian a question that caused her to stiffen up. So what happened with the 2 other catacomb dwellers? Lillian slowly turned her eyes away from Marionette. a guilty expression spreading across her face as she thought back. 2. It disappeared. After a brief moment of silence, Marionette sighed. How clumsy, she said before biting into the roasted limb of the catacomb brawler again. Chapter 54, Being Hunted. Edited. Lillian stared dazedly at the campfire, watching as it burned through the dry sticks gathered from the violet tree, crackling. She then let out a tired yawn. Too damn, what time is it? Is it night or day? Lillian scratched her head, pondering with the light from that hole. I assume it's currently day. 3. Tired? Lillian raised her eyes from the fire, looking at Marionette, who was staring at her with her usual neutral expression, except she seemed to catch a curious glint in her eyes. Just a tad bit. Lillian muttered. I see. You should rest while it's still peaceful. They'll keep watch. Marionette offered. Lillian tilted her head. Are you sure? 3. Marionette nodded slowly, her gaze lingering on for a brief moment before shifting back to the crackling flames. Lillian smiled softly at her. Well then, he'll be taking a short nap for now. Do wake me up if anything happens. 2. Marionette gave a brief nod in response. Lillian gently patted the rough ground of the stone before laying her back against it, shuffling her body a bit to get into a comfortable position before lowering her eyelids. Her chest rose and fell slowly. Her breathing became rhythmic. Marionette stared at Lillian's steady, slow breathing before flickering her gaze to the left, narrowing her eyes sharply. As the harmonious crackling of the campfire continued to resound quietly, the groaning of a certain white-haired girl resounded as well. Lillian's eyes slowly fluttered awake, feeling rejuvenated from a sleep that lasted. How long did I even sleep for? As her eyes slowly adjusted to her surroundings, she was instantly met with Marionette's face staring down over her to the side. Lillian widened her eyes and instantly rolled to the side, flustered and alarmed by such an unexpected sight. 2. What's with you? And leaning in. Marionette watched as Lillian rolled away, ignoring what she had just said. I was just about to wake you up, she said before going out from her crawling position to a seated one. By what method? By kissing me awake? Lillian yelled. 8. Marionette stared at her silently before tilting her head to the side. Would you have preferred that I had? She asked in a curious tone. W.O. of course, no dash. Well, Lillian held her chin before snapping out of her senseless daze. That's not the point. Did something happen that you needed to wake me up for? 3. Marionette nodded, her eyes narrowing sharply. We're being hunted. Lillian widened her eyes, surprised. 2. They were being hunted? By who? By the dwellers that escaped from her? No, they're way too weak. Even if they had the possibility of beating me, Marionette would surely win without issue. Lillian then fell into deep thought. Catacomb brawlers? Marionette was able to win against one, and even break through its carapace, which was as tough as steel. Lillian raised her face, staring seriously at Marionette. Would you consider this a serious situation? Marionette rested her cheek against her palm. Who knows, she said, shifting her eyes to the side, staring deeply through the darkness. Would you consider a horde of about 100 or so dwellers and a dozen brawlers to be a serious matter? Marionette then raised her eyes upwards, staring as a catacomb dweller suddenly leapt out from the darkness before being skewered by a spike made of pure darkness. The catacomb dweller then raised its thin, hairy arms towards the spike, wrapping its hooked appendages around it. It then began to try and push itself off of it, preventing itself from sliding down its smooth surface any longer. Moments later, it attempted this. Several more spikes stretched out from the ground, piercing through its body, causing it to go limp. The spikes then retracted back, disappearing, causing the deceased dweller to fall and smack against the ground with a wet thud, its red blood leaking profusely from its body. Marionette, turning to Lillian, then asked in a stoic tone, How confident are you in surviving something like this? Lillian shivered at the thought of facing a brawler again, a dozen, in fact. 2. Although she was a tad bit more confident in being able to beat one, knowing that just aiming for their heads instead of their body would be the best way to kill them. It was still a bit nerve-wracking. Wait, Did you say 100 or so catacomb dwellers? Lillian asked before panicking. Why are there so many of them? Their carapace is already troublesome enough to deal with. And now you're telling me there's nearly 100 of them? And why are they even here? 20. She thought back to how her rapier only left a shallow cut on their surprisingly hard yet thin carapace. Marionette shrugged indifferently. I did. And who knows? Perhaps if you didn't let those 2 dwellers out of your sight, we may not be in this situation, she said, skewering another that appeared from the darkness. Pushing herself up, Marionette stretched her arm out to the side, creating a massive battle axe roughly around the same size as her with 2 sharp axe heads. Lillian sighed, standing up as well, and summoning her rapier in her right hand and her lantern in her left. 2. Not only that, but she also summoned out her newly acquired chest plate she had gotten from the catacomb brawler. Lillian then asked tensely, Can we just run? 2. Marionette tilted her head side to side, thinking we could. But if we would like to entertain the gods overseeing our trial, we would have to be bold with our actions. Lillian dropped her arms to her side, hunching over and staring at Marionette with an apprehensive expression. What you say is right, but I really don't want to face an entire army of humanoid insects. 12. Too bad. We don't exactly have an option in this if we would like to reap the highest benefits this trial can offer. And who knows? You may even receive a shard from this battle. Marionette then turned to Lillian, staring at her chest plate that looked oddly familiar to something she had previously seen. Did you receive a shard from a catacomb dweller? Well, actually, this is from a brawler. Just as she finished that sentence, a catacomb brawler suddenly appeared behind her, charging with all 4 of its arms stretched out to her. Lillian was then pushed out of the way by Marionette, watching as she brought down the edge of her battle axe onto its head, splitting it down the middle and slamming its body into the ground. She then raised the sharp, 2-headed axe off the now-deceased catacomb brawler, staring down at its nearly half body. Resting the shaft of her battle axe on her shoulder, she twisted her head back to Lillian. Do try not to lower your guard. I might get too busy later on. Chapter 55, Sudden Princess Carrie? Edited. Clenching her jaw, Lillian leaned to the side, dodging a narrow swing from a catacomb dweller before flicking her wrist upwards and slashing diagonally through its head. 2. The shadows from the glow of her lantern danced and twisted around the spilt blood on the ground, seemingly appalled enough even to make contact with it. With a brief spark of life left in its tenacious being, it waved its left arm at her, only for it to drop as she brought back her rapier, flicking the edge of it through its skull. You have slain a savage wretch, catacomb dweller, she watched as it dropped to the ground, becoming replaced by another one that lunged at her, only to be stopped as Lillian stabbed the tip of her rapier through the middle of its bald forehead, piercing through its brain. You have slain a savage wretch, catacomb dweller. Lillian pushed against her blade, watching as the edge of the sonata of revenge cleaved through the side of its head, freeing itself. Lillian's ragged breathing resounded, a drop of sweat running down her cheek and on her blood-stained chitinous chest plate. 8. And here I thought we would stick together, she thought. Her eyes flashed with brief disappointment and slight worry. Marionette had run off without her, leaving her on her own to face her portion of the horde. Every now and then, in the far distance, she would hear cries and screeches echoing in the large expanse of the abyssal catacombs. Shall be fine. Am not sure about me, th. Before Lillian could even finish her thought, she tilted her head to the side, dodging a thick arm covered in a thick carapace, aiming for her head. Stepping out the side, she unconsciously swiped her blade at the attacker, watching as her blade bounced off the carapace of a catacomb brawler that stared down at her from its towering height, twitching the muscles of its multiple arms. She scowled, raising her blade and slashing at its face. 2. The catacomb brawler raised one of its larger arms, blocking the strike with the carapace surrounding its arm. Lillian stared, thinking about how unjust the situation was. What type of aspirant gets overrun by a damn horde of rank D monsters? Lillian then watched as it cocked its arm back, shooting it out and slamming its fist against her chest plate, causing her to fly back a meter or so. Lillian rolled roughly against the ground, coughing. The lingering feeling of the air forced out of her left her staggered for a moment. Lillian stared down at her chest plate, sighing in relief when it didn't seem to have any visible damage. However, she felt as if her brain was bouncing around and rattling inside her skull. Had she accidentally hit the back of her head against the ground? Lillian's vision briefly blurred. Brilliant, she thought sarcastically, clutching the handle of her lantern and the hilt of the Sonata of Revenge in her hands. She then widened as the foot of the catacomb brawler appeared in her vision, falling down on her face. Lillian quickly rolled out the way, getting back up. Then suddenly, arg! Lillian gritted her teeth, twisting her head down to her arms. Two catacomb dwellers stood beside her, their mandibles tightly clamped around her forearms. Lillian felt their mandibles dig through her muscles, cutting through them slightly. She felt as if they had already reached her bone. Arg! Lillian growled, "Screw off." 10. As the two dwellers continued to gnaw on Lillian's arms like savage wolves. They then watched curiously as a droplet of water appeared before their eyes. The droplet of water reflected inside the countless lenses within their compound eyes. Lenses that held the embers of life and the tenacity of their being were soon blown away as the droplets carved a massive hole through their faces. You have slain a savage wretch, catacomb dweller. Without the crushing feeling of the chitinous mandibles around her arms, Lillian was able to avoid a narrow strike from the catacomb brawler. Persisting through the pain that was brought by her arms, she stepped back, swinging her blade at its head once more, noticing a dramatic drop in strength behind it. The catacomb dweller raised its right arm, blocking the strike one more. It then raised one of its lower arms to the edge of the blade, wrapping its hooked appendages around it before suddenly pausing. A thick foam began to exit its mouth. Its body twitched vigorously. Its thick, durable carapace scraped over each other as it began to spasm. Lillian briefly widened her eyes at the sight. Huh? That was when her ears picked up the ghostly tunes resonating from the Sonata of Revenge. 2. Its dark and ethereal chimes, reflecting that of a vengeful piano key, resounded ominously in their ears. However, it sounded more like a blissful chorus in hers. Ah, so you're finally taking effect? Lillian, without any other delay, released her hand from the hilt of the rapier, stretching it out to the side. Water magically manifested at the center of her palm, lengthening into a staff that sharpened at the tip, essentially becoming something akin to a javelin. Gripping the long shaft of the javelin, she stabbed it through the head of the catacomb dweller's head. She watched as it entered through its head, its blood mixing in with her javelin. However, like those before it, it continued to persist through the lethal wound with admirable tenacity. Dropping the rapier that was in its hand, it shot all four of its arms towards Lillian. Lillian's eyes narrowed sharply. Clutching the javelin tighter, her muscles unconsciously tensing. 2. Just before its arms can reach her, streams of water begin to exit through all sorts of orifices. As it continued to be pumped full of water, its limbs began to lose their strength, eventually falling and collapsing to its knees. Lillian let go of the javelin, reaching down and retrieving the Sonata of Revenge before slicing through the top half of its head, ending it. You have slain a savage gnarl. Catacomb brawler Lillian breathed a sigh. A tired sigh, too. Lillian then groaned as she watched in the corner of her eyes a catacomb dweller pouncing towards her from her side. 2. Its blood soon splattered over her body, staining the blade that continued to be used. Her rapier fluently reaped the lives of countless dwellers who came at her, painting the ground and creating an abstract painting of death. A deadly, sharp brush held in the hands of a tired artist, who continued to persist through the warning her mind was shooting. Her body began to grow more and more tired. The muscles in her arms became sore. Her arms continued to bleed from the horrific wounds marring them, their numbers growing the longer she fought. She needed to buy a health potion. She needed to take one to continue fighting. She needed time, but There were too many enemies that refused to let her rest until she was overrun and devoured. That was until her body suddenly became weightless, her limbs dangling over her sides. A pair of arms wrapped around her back and the back of her knees, holding her up. Lillian's weary eyes then turned upwards, staring at a familiar, expressionless woman who had decided to pick her up into a princess carry. Chapter 56. What are you doing, Marionette? Edited, Marionette, who seemed to be as clean as she was before running off, held Lillian's body tightly against her, staring down at her with a reserved expression. You have done rather well. Marionette's ruby-red eyes stared softly at Lillian, her eyes glinting with an impressed gaze. Her body then shifted around a bit. Lillian, who was still in a slight daze, finally broke out of it. What the dash? Why are you carrying me? Lillian's face was then suddenly slammed into Marionette's chest. Marionette, who had just stomped against the ground, shot swiftly towards a crowd of fearful dwellers, breaking through their crude formation. Lillian accidentally let out a short, high-pitched squeak at Marionette's sudden action. Why was she doing this? Why was Lillian being tightly carried around like a princess in her knight's arms? And why were they suddenly retreating from a seemingly endless horde of humanoid insects? Which she didn't particularly mind. Lillian raised her lantern over Marionette's shoulder, staring back at the sight of the tenacious creatures, which began to fade away into the darkness the farther they got. However, what's that? Lillian thought, narrowing her eyes, focusing on something huge in the back. She then stared down at the catacomb dwellers and even some brawlers running after them. Lillian realized how they occasionally glanced back. Their bodies shook fearfully as they seemed to be running away from something instead of after them. A catacomb brawler, hurriedly running after them, was then suddenly lifted into the air. Its durable carapace was cracked, shattered, even shocking Lillian, as she knew how tough it was to even get through its defenses. Under the cracks of its armor, its blood eerily flowed out from the center of its chest. Raised high into the air, its blood creepily crawled down a tall, sharp, ebony-black spire piercing through its chest, a pillar possibly even darker than the actual darkness itself. As the catacomb brawler unsettlingly fell down the spire, flailing its limbs around, it was then swung around. It circled through the air before being tossed into the sky, its blood flowing out of the gaping and unplugged hole in its chest. The rain of blood then landed on something that seemed to widen, widening to reveal a row of teeth so sharp it would leave a knight ashamed of his sword's edge. Whatever was then snapped shut on the falling catacomb brawler, devouring a hole. It seemed to be a maw of a beast that was assumably many meters large. Lillian then felt the world seemingly trembling as the beast began to move. What the hell is that thing? Lillian exclaimed in horror. Marionette, in her usual calm tone, responded with perhaps the predator of the catacomb residents. Your guess is as good as mine, though. Marionette continued to clutch Lillian's body up against her, running farther and farther, quicker and quicker away from the approaching beast. The beast that continued to swallow the retreating catacomb residents whole without any sense of remorse from their screeches. Their unnerving screeches of fear and horror resounded across the expanse of the catacomb, followed by the sound of metallic crunching and scraping. The sound of crunching that was wet at the same time. It would be the sound that would come from putting a man coated in metal and pushing him into a large garbage disposer that shredded him alive. Countless dozen savage monsters fell into the gluttonous horror's maw. A gluttonous horror that seemed to grow even hungrier the more it chased after them. She felt the delay between each tremor through the ground increasingly decreased. The monster was quickening its movements at a concerning rate. The majority of the catacomb residents after them had either been crushed, devoured, or went missing. But Lillian believed the most likely case would have been the first two options. Lillian trembled fearfully at the approaching horror many times larger than them. 8. A horror coated in the reflective red blood of the catacomb residents, which continued to run down its body, dyeing it. Fortunately, Marionette was far ahead of the monster due to the head start they had. Do you think you can outrun it? Lillian asked with a hopeful tone, only for her expression to darken at Marionette's quick answer. Dos, no. Marionette plainly answered. Huh. What are we going to do now? 20. Marionette shrugged. Who knows? Maybe if you stop distracting me, I might be able to outrun it. Lillian then went silent, racking her head on what to do. They currently had a beast capable of eating catacomb brawlers in their tough outer shell. Something akin to a horn sharp enough to pierce through its defenses and size many times larger than them. A monstrous beast was coming at them, quickly closing the gap between them to the point. However, it seemed to move back far enough away to where the light from her lantern couldn't reach it, prolonging its obscurity. Oh, that's quite familiar, I think, Marionette monotonously said, causing Lillian to snap her back to the front and make out the corner of the catacomb walls. Lillian widened her eyes. Have we arrived back to the tree? 10. Marionette quickly ran around the corner, meeting the side of the tree, still shimmering under the pillar of light coming from the hole. The light seemed to have dimmed a bit, evident that quite a bit of time has passed. Lillian's face brightened at the sight of the tree before darkening at the thought that the monster was still chasing after them. 2. However, the tremors from the monster's footsteps seemed to have stopped. Had it given up? Marionette quickly climbed the hill with Lillian still in her arms. She then looked back at the way they came before staring down at Lillian. Lillian stared up at her, sighing in relief before feeling Marionette's hands disappear from under her, dropping her carelessly on the ground. 2. Ow. Couldn't have been gentler with me? Lillian groaned, sitting up and rubbing her back. 2. Marionette then plotted herself on the ground, her breathing a tad bit ragged. Perhaps if I weren't tired, I would have laid you down much gentler. She then tilted her head at Lillian, staring at her in the eyes. Or perhaps do you mean something different? She asked with a stoic face. Lillian couldn't help but blush at what she could be implying. Shush. You know that wasn't what I meant. 2. But what if I didn't know what you meant? That's... Anyway, is that thing still there? Lillian pointed. 3. Marionette turned her head back around, staring at the deep darkness, narrowing her eyes. Lillian felt like Marionette had now engaged in a staring contest with the monster. Well, it's still there, just staring at us. Marionette's revelation that the gluttonous monster was just staring at them made Lillian's mood even more sourer than it already was. She sighed, turning toward her system and buying a potion. 2. Marionette then watched as Lillian reached into the air before pulling out a glass bottle filled with a red liquid. She then asked in a curious tone, Must you summon a potion from your spatial storage so dramatically? Lillian silently stared at her, for a moment the corners of her lips curving upwards. She suddenly had the grandest plan to get back at Marionette's countless teases towards her. 2. Even if some may have actually been genuine and not teases toward her. Oh, every little action matters when in the presence of a beauty. And no, Lillian smirked at her, biting off the cork of the potion and spitting it away. 12. She then drank the potion under Marionette's curious gaze. Is that so? Even if it doesn't have a good reason behind it? Marionette asked strangely. Lillian's face briefly expressed confusion before returning to normal. Well, of course. 2. She just went with it. And what if it was a bold action instead of a small one? Marionette asked, causing Lillian to become perplexed. Where was this woman going with this? And why was she focused on this part? Lillian had thought her attempt at flirting with her would cause at least the tiniest blush to appear on Marionette's cheek. But instead, she was being asked questions. Lillian sighed at the fleeting thought of a blushing Marionette staring bashfully at her. 2. The bolder the better, I guess. The beauties always love it when you're bold and genuine with your actions, Lillian stated, placing her hands on her hips and nodding to herself. 10, I think. She wasn't entirely sure if what she had just said was even true. Marionette then fell into a deep thought, her palm placed on the side of her cheek, the index tapping softly at it, rhythmically. Lillian, staring away from Marionette, stared down at her chest plate, which was still covered in blood. She sighed, summoning it back to her mana realm. 2. Lillian's thoughts then returned to the thing chasing them. She knew it had a sharp horn, that it was large and razor-sharp teeth. Lillian then turned back to Marionette. "Hey, what did that thing look like?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was distracted by the fact Marionette had suddenly brought a hand to her right cheek. Marionette then placed her other hand on her shoulder, gently pushing her down on the ground, crawling over the surprised Lillian, who couldn't help but watch what was going on. Marionette gazed down at her hands resting on the ground on either side of Lillian's head. "What are you doing?" Lillian slowly asked, still in shock at what was happening. Marionette didn't respond. Instead, all she did was lower her face closer towards Lillian, which eventually reached only a few inches away from hers. And then Chapter 57 Head Pats? Edited. Marionette's face hovered inches above Lillian's, her movements deliberate before pausing. Her long black hair cascaded over the side, veiling them from the outside world from what may happen inside. Her alluring floral scent wafted into Lillian's nose, a lovely mix of roses and something darker, trapping her further under her sudden grasp. What are you?" Marionette then leaned down next to Lillian's left ear, softly brushing her lips against it. Her warm breath blew into her ear, causing Lillian to shiver, stimulating her slightly. Is this?" Marionette murmured, her voice deep and velvet. "Bold enough?" Lillian's face blushed once more. She felt like her face would become permanently red at this rate, considering how many times it had happened. Be bold." "Enough?" Lillian stammered in awe at what she had just heard. Marionette nodded, raising her head from Lillian's ear before stopping over her face. You did say beauties tend to prefer being around those who were bold with their actions, or something along those lines." Marionette mumbled at the end, slightly inaudible. Lillian's eyes widened. Did this woman just imply that she was one of these beauties? "Are you perhaps calling me beautiful?" Lillian asked, her voice quiet but shy. Marionette remained quiet. Her intense and almost intimate stare caused Lillian to fidget slightly under it, heat seemingly creeping up her neck. Steeling herself, Lillian stared back with false confidence. "Well, if you want my opinion, I don't think this is as nearly bold enough." Marionette stared as Lillian stretched her lips into a playful smirk, winking at her. 18. Is that so?" she murmured, her eyes slightly narrowing. Marionette then brought her right hand situated on the spot beside Lillian's head and raised it towards her cheek. Lillian shivered, feeling Marionette's cold, but at the same time warm hands softly holding her cheek. They'll be a little bit bolder before sliding down it. Marionette's hand glided down Lillian's cheek, caressing Lillian's shoulder before staring at her torn blazer. Her hand continued to lower, stroking Lillian's arm before reaching her open hand. Marionette then gently interlocked her fingers with Lillian's, pulling them up so their hands rested beside Lillian's reddened face. Lillian's eyes seemed to swirl at what was going on. "I just lost all the confidence I just built up." She couldn't help but feel butterflies in her stomach. Whatever was going on was too much for the inexperienced Lillian, who continued to quiver under Marionette. Come on, Lillian. You're like 6 years older than her. You can't possibly. How is this? Or perhaps do I need to be even bolder?" Marionette whispered, her voice almost seductive. Lillian felt Marionette's hold on her hand tighten, intensifying the intimate moment between the two. "Enough. That's enough," Lillian stammered flusteredly, moving her other hand before their faces. Marionette stared down at Lillian's open palm, facing her, before tilting her head to the side. She stared down at Lillian's timid face, which was turned to the side. Is that so? Would you say the bond between us has increased?" Marionette asked, raising her other hand and placing it against Lillian's raised hand, interlocking with it as well. This was your way of bonding?" Lillian yelled in surprise, her voice high-pitched and cute. I suppose the bond between us did increase." Marionette nodded to herself, ignoring Lillian's clear sense of shock. "I knew the book was effective after all." Marionette sat up, resting her rear on Lillian's thighs, keeping it in place while still holding on to her hands. Lillian watched as she leaned back, releasing the loud exhale that she was keeping in. 8. This woman was really doing this to prove that her book, The Art of Seduction, was truly working after all. She wasn't sure why, but she felt somewhat disappointed inside. Maybe this could also just be the side effects of holding her breath for so long under such a tense situation. She then stared at her hands, still feeling Marionette's warm hands, still clutching them. Her hold, though gentle and soft, felt like an unbreakable lock, while her hands were a fragile key that could snap at any sudden and strong movement. Lillian turned her sparkling blue eyes towards Marionette's dark and seemingly glowing red eyes before asking, can you release me now? Close contact will make the bonding go faster. Marionette instantly responded back plainly. Lillian tilted her head to the side. Then, could you get off of me? The corners of her lips twitched as she tugged at her hands, trying to escape Marionette's hold. 5. Marionette went silent for a moment, thinking before nodding at her request. I find that reasonable. She then went on to release Lillian's left hand before moving to the side. However, in this short moment, Lillian quickly pulled out her remaining hand from Marionette's hold somehow. Lillian sighed in relief, rubbing her hand before shifting her gaze back at Marionette to find she had suddenly disappeared. 5. Without any warning, a pair of slender arms appeared in the corner of her eyes, wrapping around her neck a bit too tightly to the point. But, Lillian repeatedly patted Marionette's arms, suffocating in their tightening embrace. It was like she was trying to kill her. Too tight, Lillian exclaimed, her voice stifled, straining. Émoticône? N'en croyons pas ses yeux, ah? Marionette relaxed her hold around Lillian's neck. Apologies. It seemed this familiar motion had caused me to almost kill you unconsciously, she said in a detached manner, like a robot staring down at Lillian, who gazed up at her. Lillian's face darkened at what she had just heard. She was just about to die there due to an assassin's muscle memory. 2. She sighed, turning her face around and leaning the back of her head against Marionette's pillows. Too soft, Lillian murmured. 2. She then began to ponder about what she was going to say before Marionette suddenly pushed her down. Lillian shot up. What did that thing look like, Marionette? That monster, she asked. Marionette raised an eye before looking away from Lillian's face and glancing around. Her gaze soon fixed its focus on a spot in the darkness. You could compare it to a beetle, Marionette answered vaguely. However, her vague tone soon took a sharp turn as her answer became specific and detailed. Marionette then listed its features. Shell thicker than a catacomb brawler by several more inches. Black in color, most likely to blend in with the surrounding darkness better. 3 pairs of jointed legs coming out from its sides with sharp ends. And 2 large black eyes on the front of its face with a black horn approximately 2 to 3 meters long between them. She then shifted her gaze back to Lillian, who stared at her with wide eyes, impressed. Wow, you're good, she commented. Marionette tilted her head to the side, slightly confused. This is the bare minimum you need to survive. I'm flattered if you think I'm proficient at it, though, Marionette stated, her voice firm but thankful. Lillian clicked her tongue, pulling her face to the side, away from Marionette's eyes. TSK. She wished she had these types of teammates back in her old world while playing games that required callouts. Now that I think about it, Marionette is kind of Mary Sue kind of character, if you ignore her obvious flaws. Marionette was beautiful, her voice elegant and seductive, and her ability to survive in most places due to her upbringing has caused her to be quite a powerhouse compared to those of the same rank. And what character did Lillian possess? A damn introvert lost in her world of fluffy white rabbits that overflowed her room like an ocean stored inside a wooden crater. Lillian hummed, feeling something rubbing her head. Gazing up, she watched as Marionette's hand hovered over the top of her head, caressing it. However, Lillian's eyes twitched at how rough she was doing it. That's not the way to do it. Pulling herself out of Marionette's embrace, Lillian raised her hand to the top of Marionette's head, gently rubbing it tenderly like how a mother would to her child. While Lillian was doing this, she couldn't help but feel like she was tricked into doing this. She stared into Marionette's blank and expressionless face, her eyes seemingly lost in a daze. Lillian raised an eye, pulling her hand back from Marionette's head before suddenly having it be pulled back by her. 2. Marionette, breaking out of her assumed daze, held Lillian's hands gently. Continue. She spoke briefly. Lillian tilted her head to the side, slightly surprised by her reaction, before smiling teasingly. She had finally found a way to get back at her and possibly even gain from this. 5. What if I don't want to? Lillian snickered. 8. Marionette stared at her silently, giving small tugs at Lillian's hand towards her head. Continue, she repeated, her tone deepening and in an almost threatening way. Lillian raised an eye. What's with the sudden change in behavior? 2. Lillian continued to refuse Marionette's request. What do I get in return? You want something in return for giving something as measly as head pats? Lillian's tone became playful and increasingly mischievous. If it's so measly, why do you want them so bad? She teased. 2. Marionette huffed. You make it sound like I'm desperate for them when I'm not, she said, still clutching Lillian's hand, almost as if her unconscious refused to back down. Marionette noticed this of herself and sighed, sighing under Lillian's teasing gaze. 2. What do you want? She asked in a composed tone. Lillian gave a broad grin. Give me a powerful item. 2. No. Ask something else. A high-grade potion, then? No. Ask something else. Marionette repeated, her voice steady and monotone. Lillian bit the nail of her thumb. I guess I was too dumb for thinking she would give them up for something like a measly head pat after all. She sighed. 5. Worth trying, though. Can't get anywhere in life without trying. Am I right? She asked herself before suddenly feeling her brain switch on like a giant light bulb. Teach me more ways I can control my element, Lillian demanded before adding, and teach me how to fight better. 2. Chapter 58 Spar begins. Edited. Marionette tilted her head to the side, a glimmer of curiosity reflecting in her crystalline-like eyes. HM, is that really what you want? She asked, not entirely against Lillian's exchange. From what I've seen, you've been doing rather well. Lillian raised an eye, doubtful at Marionette's words for her comment on her display in combat. She knew her swordsmanship was crude. Her footwork was unrefined and clumsy, possibly tripping her up at any moment. 2. And yet Marionette says she is doing rather well, although I have won my battle. They have all been through either luck or the items I had at hand. Lillian wasn't so delusional to think that the battles she had taken part in were won through her own skills. The magic grenades in the exam, for example. Those were some of the many items that had given her the edge in the exams, allowing her to skyrocket up the rankings. The exam's inventory that she was knowledgeable about while everyone was stumbling around, cradling the found items in their arms, which they had to leave behind because it was too detrimental to them. Her necklace, blessing her with accidental luck, had allowed her to avoid traps and lethal attacks that would have surely ended the progress she had made during the exam. On top of that, she had to use up a heart-aching amount of potions so her body could even keep up with the other contestants. Lastly, she was only able to achieve victory and become number 1 due to the fact that she had luckily found herself the monster bait and had stumbled upon the dripping line of honey. Without it, she was sure she would have fallen under Marionette's sinister guandao if the gargantuan metallic bear hadn't arrived and put an end to her attempt. Marionette stared at her silently, weighing her words before speaking. I see nothing wrong with what you said. Luck and items are the most common factors in winning every conceptual battle. What matters is your application and adaptability. Marionette then paused, thinking for a moment before continuing. Let's turn this into an analogy that could be more easily understood. You're perhaps familiar with the game chess, correct? Yes, but I don't see how that has anything to do with it. If you cannot see how the game has anything to do with what I said, then you aren't as familiar with it as you believe you are. Marionette crossed her arms over her chest. In chess, while rare, luck may play a significant role in your victory. be it through a mistake from your opponent or you just happen to remember making a noteworthy move instead of getting tunnel visioned. She then paused for a brief moment before continuing. However, ultimately, the victory comes down to how strategic and adaptable you are capable of using what you have at hand to outmaneuver your opponent. She then pushed herself off the floor, brushing away any stains gathered from the ground. Marionette then held out her hand towards Lillian, pulling her up as well. Lillian softly clutched Marionette's hand, taking in what she said before having a question pop into her mind. Wouldn't I lose to someone much more experienced than me in chess? I'm not really that good at it. She sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. 9 out of 10 times, you will, Marionette commented, her voice firm and cold. Shadows appeared over Lillian's face as she heard that. No matter what, experience matters more than just dumb luck and the items at hand, right? Marionette then chimed in, surprising Lillian as she felt her hand tightening around hers. However, that is 9 out of 10 times. You always have a chance, no matter how deplorable the situation is. Unlike chess, not every move has a counter. Not every move is set in stone. Not every move will have a quick reaction. Lillian stared at her silently before asking, but what if they are? What if my move was countered? What if my move was truly set in stone? What if they were able to quickly react to my move and made an effort to prevent it? What can I do if that happens? Do what you can do. Do whatever it takes for you to win. Nothing else matters more than winning, especially when it means you survive. Anything else besides that is pointless and foolish. For example, Marionette shot right hand to Lillian's neck, stopping before it. Lillian stared down at Marionette's hand, which held a knife made of darkness and hovering its edge just before her neck. Chivalry. If you are fair, your chances of losing will skyrocket. Be cruel. Use underhanded methods when necessary. Be cunning. Play with the minds of your opponents so that their chances of winning would nosedive while yours rises. Marionette said, her tone becoming dark and oddly distant as these words left her mouth. Not only that, but it was like she was reciting something from a textbook. She then pulled back, dissipating the knife before making her way down the curved, tall hill. Lillian, once breaking out of her frozen stupor, followed after her. After reaching the uneven ground of the catacomb, Marionette turned around, facing Lillian as she summoned a sword of darkness in her hand. If I'm going to train you, I will do so with the majority of my intent to kill you. Lillian was taken aback. Why? Can you go easy on me? 8. Marionette slowly turned her side to face Lillian, holding out her sword at her and entering an elegant stance that exuded a separate darkness from her element. A stance so refined it left Lillian in awe, even though Marionette had yet to do anything. A stance so guarded it left Lillian in wonder. Like a mountain so harsh in design that it would leave even the most experts in the field of climbing to hesitate, even if it would give them the greatest thrill. You'll benefit more under tense situations. And so will I benefit from this if you become strong, Marionette said, her soothing voice soon becoming deeper as her body began to shiver. A shiver that seemed more like a glitch as the sight of her blurred in Lillian's eyes, only to reappear before her and slashing with fierce intensity. Chapter 59 Good night. Edited. Lillian widened her eyes, hurrying to summon the Sonata of Revenge. 2. As the familiar hilt of her rapier appeared in her hand, she slashed upwards, intending to parry Marionette's overhead swing. As the edge of her rapier met Marionette's shadowy black sword, she watched as her blade passed through it, watching as her sword sliced through it like butter. It was like Marionette's sword was purely made of gas. She then stared at the sword of darkness hovering before her face, staring down at her threateningly, almost as if it was telling her it could end her at any moment. Lillian then tore her eyes away from it, staring deeply at Marionette, who stared back silently. She stood before Lillian, staring down at her due to her taller stature. She then said in a cold tone, "Dead. Try again. How do I even counter that?" Lillian exclaimed frustratedly. 8. How is she supposed to defend against an attack she can't even block or parry? Marionette raised a curious eye at Lillian. not understanding the reason for Lillian's dramatic outburst. Figured out. Lillian froze at her words. Huh? Wasn't she meant to teach her how to fight? Or is she missing something? She then watched as Marionette walked back to her spot earlier, getting into her stance. And without warning, she shot towards Lillian with blitzing speed. Startled, Lillian swung the Sonata of Revenge at Marionette's approaching face before widening her eyes. See crap, it's going to hit her. The muscles in her arm then immediately contracted, stopping the motion of her blade from reaching Marionette. Marionette casted a brief look of disappointment at this before holding the tip of her sword before Lillian's neck. She then asked in a low tone, lowering her sword. Why did you stop? What's with the hesitation? Are you perhaps doubting my skills? Marionette rapidly fired off her questions, causing Lillian to shrink back. Lillian pulled her gaze away from Marionette with a guilty expression. She then said in a timid voice. I didn't want to hurt you possibly. Marionette then narrowed her eyes on Lillian's reason, finding them to be unacceptable, considering what they were currently doing. What are you saying? This is a spar, is it not? I am training you, am I not? While I am grateful you wish not to harm me, I find it quite insulting if you said you wanted to learn from me and then don't wish to after. Staring at Lillian, who had yet to respond back, she sighed deeply. If you do not wish to learn to fight, then reward me with my compensation for wasting my time. If you do, you better tell me the reason why you want to fight in the first place. Because this sudden weakness from you is disturbing. Lillian then broke out of silent reflection. I do want to learn. She then trailed off at the end, causing Marionette to raise an impatient eye. Well, I just don't have a good reason for it besides growing stronger. Marionette stared at her silently, thinking about what Lillian had said before commenting, her voice thoughtfully, soft and sharp at the same time. There is no good reason when it comes to fighting, only good perspectives and opinions about it. She then wandered back to her place, pulling herself into her stance once more. You may take my word however you want, but your reason is shallow. Not ambitious enough, she said, charging towards Lillian once more and swinging her sword. Not ambitious enough, Lillian muttered to herself, leaning herself to the side and narrowly dodging the sword. Yes, Marionette quietly responded, watching as Lillian brought up the tip of her rapier and stabbed it at her. With a flick of her wrist, she slapped the flat side of her sword against Lillian's edge, parrying it before twisting the sword around and slashing down on her. However, before she could, a droplet of water appeared before her face, expanding into a sharp stream before shooting at her. She tilted her head far to the side, watching as the stream pierced through the veil of her hair that followed after her. Her face was calm, unmoving like an undisturbed serenity ocean. Even as she watched as more droplets formed under her, her face continued to remain still. But a glint passed through her eyes. Lillian watched as her bullets shot through Marionette's body, leaving holes in her that were filled with a gaseous darkness. Good. Lillian heard her mutter before disappearing. Alarmed, Lillian glanced around, watching in the corner of her right eye a long spear of darkness rapidly stabbing towards her. Leaning back and watching as it shot over her, she then watched as Marionette dropped the spear, summoning a battle axe and slamming down its edge at her. Lillian widened her eyes, falling against the ground, groaning, before rolling back just about dodging the bisecting attack that caused cracks to form in the ground. Better, Marionette murmured. The two then continued to engage in close-quarter combat. Lillian was always being placed on the edge of life, and death her legs dangling over its cliff every time she dodged a narrow strike. Every attack made by Marionette caused Lillian to feel like she was indeed trying to kill her, and that this spar was just a reason to justify it. With constantly being put on the defensive, she was beginning to grow tired, unsurprisingly. She had already used enough stamina today after the battle with the catacomb residents earlier. Currently, she's surprised she hasn't just collapsed and blacked out from exhaustion. Although, she was currently lying on her back, injured and bruised, breathing heavily as she gazed at the hole in the ceiling. The light that passed through it has become corrupted in darkness, no longer blessing them with the sight of their surroundings. However, this disadvantage only applied to Lillian. Marionette stood beside her, peering over and staring down at her. "Do you wish to continue?" She tilted her head, causing Lillian to shake her head exaggeratedly. 10, I think. I am good for today. Huh. She chuckled nervously, sighing in relief once Marionette agreed. 2. I suppose it is good to end it for today. We did, in fact, do a lot. That's an understatement. Lillian yelled inside her head. Marionette continued to stare down at her, her eye rising the longer Lillian continued to stay motionless. "So, are you going to get up?" Lillian stared back before smirking lazily. "To whom? Can't you just carry me?" She hummed in a playful tone. Marionette's eyes narrowed, her voice becoming authoritative and commanding. "Get up." Lillian rolled her eyes and groaned. "Quattro. Fine." Marionette sighed, watching as Lillian rose from the ground. "You're acting more like that woman." Lillian tilted her head to the side, confused about who she could be referring to. 3, huh? Woman? Who? Marionette stared at her with a deadpan expression, tilting her head to the side as she considered the question. After a brief moment of thought, a sudden image of a violet-haired girl popped into her mind, staring at her with a lecherous smirk and glancing at her from top to bottom. "Oh, Millis." Lillian's expression then slowly darkened. "Huh? What do you mean of becoming more like her?" she exclaimed, staring at Marionette's back. 8. Marionette didn't turn around to answer and instead continued to walk towards the hill and eventually up it, reaching the top, followed by the tired and sore Lillian. Lillian clutched the handle of her lantern, grateful for her past self for investing in the lantern. She then watched as Marionette placed herself beside the curved body of the tree, leaning her back against it before staring back at Lillian and patting the spot next to her. Lillian smiled softly and sat beside her, turning her head to the side and placing her lantern next to her before turning back and seeing Marionette offering her black blazer to her. 2. She then said in a monotone yet caring tone, "I tell Elle be cold. Wear it or use it as a blanket." Lillian stared at it with wide eyes, slowly reaching out to it and pulling it over herself. She then stared back at Marionette. "But aren't you going to be cold?" 2. I'm used to being cold, particularly inside a cave like this one, except smaller and more cramped, she muttered, causing Lillian to frown. 2. Are you cold now? Lillian asked. "Not of a worrying amount," Marionette responded before being scolded by Lillian. "But it will be." With sudden movements, Lillian clutched Marionette's shoulders, pushing her back onto the ground and stared down at her with a reddened face. 2. Marionette stared at her. Her nonchalant expression cracked under this sudden action, widening her eyes as she stared deeply into Lillian's. She then felt Lillian lay her body on top of her, bringing over her blazer on top of them. She then felt Lillian's arms wrapped tightly around her waist, bringing them closer together. Lillian stared up at her under the blazer, flusteredly. 2. Elle, look, if we do this, our combined body warmth will get us through the night. Lillian explained with a slight stutter, popping her head out from under the blazer like a turtle. 8. Marionette silently stared at her. The corner of her lips curled into a surprising smile, albeit a bit small. "I see." Lillian then felt a pair of arms wrapped around her back, equally as tight as her hold around Marionette's waist. Blushing, she popped her head back under the blazer, pulling it over her face and stuttering in a high-pitched voice. "Gee, good night." 16. Marionette stared softly at Lillian's adorable behavior, her cold and apathetic voice becoming softer and even warm. "Good night to you too, Lillian." Chapter 60, Purified Quench. Edited. Lillian's face twitched as the morning light shone on her face. Her ears twitched at the calming sound of a crackling fire. 2. She gave a small groan. She then raised her hand, clutching and yanking the blazer over her face, blocking out the interferences to her sleep. 2. She shuffled around, slowly patting the ground under her and slightly away from her, slowly noticing something missing. 3. Lillian hummed lowly. "Huh." Her eyes then slowly opened, adjusting to the light before groggily sitting up. She then crossed her arms over, clutching the edges of the blazer that was over her shoulders. 3. Lillian let out a tired yawn before a familiar voice called out her name. 2-0, you're awake. Good morning, Lillian. Lillian twisted her head to her right, staring at Marionette, leaning back against the tree with a fire situated before her, holding a catacomb dweller limb over it. Lillian stared briefly at Marionette's creased black cardigan before raising her eyes to her. She then smiled brightly, crawling over to her before leaning against the tree next to her. 8. Ah, good morning to you too. Marionette nodded, staring at her with tender eyes before handing her the roasted limb. Did you sleep well? Lillian thanked Marionette for the roasted limb before answering with a strong and energetic nod. 8. I'm glad I was a comfortable enough mattress then. Lillian's body stiffened, her head creakingly turning to face Marionette, who stared back with a slight smirk. 8, well, am I wrong? Marionette asked. Lillian then muttered, shush, before biting into the limb. Slight repulsion spread across her face before shaking her head too lazy to bring out the salt. 2. She then glanced back at Marionette to see her roasting a separate one. Lillian then asked, have you been awake for long? Marionette stared back before shaking her head. I had only just awoken a few minutes ago. You held on to me quite tightly. Marionette's casual mention of how tightly Lillian held on to her caused Lillian to blush a bit. 2. However, deciding to go on the offensive this time, she smirked. 2. She then said in a playful tone, bringing her knees to her chest. What? Didn't like me being close? Or do you perhaps only put up with my cuddling because it got cold? Marionette watched as Lillian snickered at her, catching the teasing glint that passed through her eyes. 2. As Lillian was staring at her, the familiar voice of her system appeared inside her mind. New quest received, huh? A new quest? Right now? Lillian summoned her system and entered the quest section, scanning over her newly acquired quest. Quest title: Entertain Us. Quest description: after having been trapped inside the trial and surviving until the next day, the Lady of Fate felt it was right to give you a separate reward if you complete your very first trial. An extra reward would be provided if you managed to plant a kiss on the stoic villainous lips. Completing my trial? That'll be easy if Marionette's here, Lillian thought, confident and also excited at what her reward would be before finishing reading it. Her eyes widened. Kiss the stoic villainess? Was this so-called Lady of Fate serious about this? Why did she even want to see them kiss anyway? In Lillian's mind, her impression of the Lady of Fate soured. That's such an impossible task, especially when I've only known her for like 2D. Before Lillian could finish her frustrating thought at the possibility of not getting another reward, she felt a cold hand gently place itself on her chin, tilting it up. Lillian glanced down at Marionette's wrist before staring up. Staring at her with a perplexed expression, Marionette stared down silently before speaking. Do I like it if you're close to me? Who knows? She then leaned down, pausing several inches before Lillian's face before adding, but do you like it when close to you? Lillian pulled her chin out of Marionette's hand, twisting her head to the side and hiding the blush on her cheeks. 2. She then muttered in a flustered and frustrated tone. I'm supposed to be doing the teasing here. Lillian pouted. 2. Marionette tilted her head to the side, briefly glancing down at her hand. But that was a genuine question, which I'm not going to answer. Lillian shot back, munching on the roasted limb before it went cold. Marionette raised an eye at this before doing the same. After finishing their breakfast, Lillian couldn't help but feel a sense of dryness in her mouth and throat. She hadn't had a drop of water for hours. Mun, I wish we had some water right now, she muttered. Marionette's ears twitched as this. She then faced Lillian with a raised eyebrow. Can't you just make it? I could. Just before Lillian could do it, Marionette had suddenly waved her hand in the air dramatically, summoning a polished metal canteen into her hand, assumably one that held water. Like most, it had a smooth and reflective surface, but Lillian felt something ominous about it, like that it wasn't an ordinary canteen. Marionette then passed it to Lillian. Here, better to not use your mana. Oh, I see. Lillian thanked her with a smile before asking, how much can I have? 2. Marionette responded in a nonchalant tone. It will refill itself. Drink what is needed. Eh, it will refill itself? Lillian stared down at the metal canteen, curiosity getting the better of her. Item name: Purified Quench. Item type: Tool. Item rank: For item description, a warrior in need of a way to quench his thirst stumbled upon a large body of water guarded by a particularly territorial water spirit that made it undrinkable. Angered, the warrior fought it for 3 days and 4 nights, eventually coming out on top, purifying the water and sealing the now deceased spirit inside this metal canteen, so its near endlessly flowing body would continue to be used to quench his thirst. Lillian widened her eyes as she read over its description. It was a Tier 4 item like her lantern. It also spoke about a warrior, just like her lantern, as well as spirits. Could this be the same person? 2. Marionette stared at her, watching as Lillian's eyes slowly drifted left to right. I would appreciate it if you didn't analyze my item, Lillian. It's quite an invasion of property. Lillian stiffened, sighing at the fact she couldn't get to the enchantments, but nodded nonetheless, tearing her eyes away from it. 5. Popping off the cap and watching it dangle by a small narrow chain, she greedily drank from it, gulping down the cool and delicious water within. She then gave a satisfied exhale, pwah, before placing back on the cap and giving it back. 8. Thanks a lot. I needed that. Marionette nodded at her, retrieving the canteen before staring down at it. She then moved her fingers around the cap, popping it off with her thumb before drinking from it as well. Lillian stared at this, her eyes widening slightly. This is an indirect kiss, right? She then cursed the system. Just take this. Why do I actually have to kiss her? An indirect one is almost the same thing. 2. Chapter 61, Building Mental Stamina. Edited. Whatever happened to that monster? Lillian asked, just now, remembering the thing that watched them from behind darkness. The memory of it easily piercing through a brawler's shell caused shivers to pass through her body. Marionette faced her, thinking for a brief moment, most likely recalling back something before answering. Could you clarify? Well, did it, try to approach us? Marionette shook her head before responding, her voice calm and rather interested as well. Did approach us? No. Rather, it did the opposite once night fell. It seemed more hesitant of coming near the hill rather than coming in contact with the light. Well, that's not totally worrying in a way. Lillian internally grimaced, glancing down at the hill before gazing at the tree. Do you think it could be because of this tree? It does look pretty unnatural, like most things in this world. Marionette pulled her attention towards the tree, as well her eyes outlining different sections of it. Perhaps, who knows? Maybe its leaves are poisonous to it. Or maybe it releases some kind of spore into the air that would infect any living organism in contact with it, causing it to sprout another tree like it. Wouldn't that last one mean that we would have already turned into a tree? Marionette shrugged calmly. Maybe it could be a slow process, like I said, who knows? In merely naming out the possibilities of the reason why it didn't come near. Lillian continued to stare at the tree, finding what Marionette said to be reasonable. What if this tree really was poisonous to the monster? Or does it perhaps really produce spores that travel through the air and infect the area? She was definitely sure the latter didn't happen because there would definitely be more of them instead of just one singular one resting on top of a lonesome hill. A curious thought then sprouted inside her head. What is the origin of this tree? Why was it here? Was it planted here by someone? Lillian held her hand out towards the tree, caressing its dark wooden bark. Her fingers stroked the body of the tree, feeling the small crevices and its uneven sides. However, the longer she held her hand up against the tree, she couldn't help but feel something akin to a pulse, faint pulse similar to a heartbeat. Was this tree alive? Was this tree secretly a monster? It hasn't attacked us yet, even after we got so close to it and even snipped off a few of its branches and twigs. So, with the evidence gathered, this tree was definitely safe, right? She turned to Marionette and saw she wasn't as concerned as she was. Instead, all she was doing was putting out the fire before turning to her with an expectant look. Let's continue with yesterday's training. How long am I to keep this up for? Lillian asked with a strained voice, holding onto a shaft that branched out several times outwards and towards the sky. For the past half an hour or so, Lillian was kept in the same place, holding onto the abstract-looking construct of water that reached 5 or so meters into the sky under Marionette's patient eyes, long enough to where your mana runs out. Try to have its form stabilize and not wobble, Marionette commented, glancing at a certain branch that trembled. While it may seem like a simple task to do, it is quite stamina-consuming to do this. It's like moving your muscles, for example. If you do a strenuous task, your muscles will become sore. What she was doing right now would be equivalent to holding a plate of weights to the sky like some magical sword. I know this is meant to build up my mental stamina, but wouldn't sparring give out the same thing? While that may be true, that would mainly benefit your physical body instead of your mind. Doing this would lay out a good foundation for you, which you're lacking. Lillian's face twitched. Must you insult me? Marionette then responded with her usual phrase, which Lillian had come to realize she liked using a lot. Who knows? Lillian gave an exasperated sigh and focused on the task. An hour or so later, the water construct eventually collapsed, splashing over her body. She groaned. You can't be serious. Marionette tilted her head to the side. You make it sound like you aren't used to this outcome. Did you perhaps not train with your element once receiving it? Lillian scratched the back of her head, choosing not to answer this question, knowing what the past Lillian did, which was playing an ungodly amount of games on her PC while spending lots of money on them. It was quite surprising she still had so much in her bank account. Marionette sighed. I see. We shall then continue this routine of sparring and mental stamina training for the next 4 days. 4? Why 4? And are we not going to look for the boss monster today? Or is that tomorrow? Because I kind of want to get out of here. We were given 7 days to get accustomed to the Academy's realm. This is currently our 2nd day. And as I'm sure you know, a day here is a day out there. Lillian nodded slowly, letting Marionette continue. So having 4 days to train you would give us just enough time to look for the boss on the 7th. Wouldn't that mean once we find it and defeat it, we would barely have enough time for rest before going to class? Marionette shrugged. Oh well, unless you have a good knowledge of the major topics, you shouldn't need to worry about it. From what I've seen, you're intelligent enough, right? Marionette tilted her head at Lillian, who smiled back. Definitely, but that's only because I pretty much know everything. Study the lore and books found inside the game, and eventually, you'll have an entire mental library at your disposal. She then thought back to her school life. Why is studying game-related things way easier than schoolwork? And just like that, the day soon ended with not much happening. Chapter 62, A Strange Encounter, edited. Over the next few days, now marking it as her 5th day in the trial, nothing much happened besides Lillian being put through rigorous training, which had caused her countless injuries. All of these were nonetheless healed through the magical healing properties of the potion acquired by her system, leaving behind no noticeable evidence of their existence. This rigorous training included dueling with Marionette to the point her muscles became sore and her body collapsed from overexhaustion, and having her brain feel like it was being put through a blender with how strenuously she used her elements. As much as she wanted to complain about it, she knew it was indeed working. Wandering through the darkness of the catacomb, Marionette had decided to put her through the test of fighting against a catacomb brawler. She knew how much Lillian struggled fighting one, due to their seemingly impenetrable carapace. But she also knows that Lillian was most likely to win between the two due to the item she had, which gave her a significant boost. So, in a way, to make it more challenging and also to put Lillian's skill to the test, she had decided that she was to fight with no items. Great, Lillian thought grimly, clutching the handle of a sword made of water. Not only had she made significant progress over the few days regarding things such as increasing her stamina by a small percentage, but also being able to create weapons out of water. While she was able to do it before to a small degree, like that javelin she used to kill that catacomb brawler, it was ultimately flawed and less lethal compared to Marionette's. Unlike her, she was able to pierce through the tough carapace of a brawler with seemingly no issues, but having to avoid the blood that came from them. She shivered at the sight of the one she used as a throne. The image of its body riddled with puncture wounds and the pathetic state it was in displayed the overwhelming difference between it and Marionette. Lillian stared down at her sword, watching as it gleamed and reflected the light from her lantern back in her eyes, a sense of wonder and hope flashing through them. I wonder if we'll be able to make them sharp enough one day. The thought of being able to put down a savage gnarl with just a flick of her hand is definitely something she would like to be able to do in the future. She may even possibly be able to do it now, is what she would like to think. But currently, she was only confident in the fact she may be able to leave a significant wound across the carapace of a catacomb dweller. She still remembered how the Sonata of Revenge wasn't able to pierce through it entirely. Lillian sighed before hearing the sound of a conspicuous clicking in the dark background. Lillian glanced around. I'm going to assume that that was the sound of a catacomb dweller smacking its mandibles together. And her assumption was correct, for a catacomb dweller did, in fact, emerge from the darkness and began to make its way towards her. Wait, why is it walking towards me? Lillian tilted her head to the side as she watched it eerily close in on her. Its steps were slow and quiet. Its legs were shaking, almost as if it was pulsing with strength and speed that were chained inside it. Its arms dangling to its side, swinging like a perpetual dark pendulum. Its brown, flexible carapace shone in the presence of the lantern's depressing light whilst revealing its lean body. The hairs on its limbs gently swaying in the air. Its antennas not showing even the intent of twitching at Lillian's presence. Its hooked appendages were also shown to be much pointy like claws, sharper like knives, and narrow like the blade of a sword. It was like this one was made purely for killing. That wasn't the only thing strange about it. Usually, unless highly hostile, catacomb dwellers would always try to be out of range of the light due to its negative effects on them, which she had noted to be subtle spasms and severe irritations around their eyes. The way it confidently walked towards her reminded her of a catacomb brawler more than a catacomb dweller. Honestly, it looked like any other regular old dweller except for the glaring streak of darkness that seemed to exude out from its missing right eye like smoke. The dramatic amount of blood dripping down its body, as well as chunks of flesh still fresh, most likely to have been from something living a few minutes ago. Broken shards of a brown, rigid, flexible material sticking to the blood like a red flowing robe with badges embroidered on it. Just before Lillian, it stopped, staring down at her with a curious glint in its last remaining eye. The shadowy smoke rising from its empty sockets stared back with a hint of uncontrollable malice. Lillian stared back, standing her ground, tightly clutching her sword, watching it cautiously. The air began to feel stuffy, heavy, and hard to breathe in. The light from her lantern seemed to have gotten weaker. It was afraid to spread its light on the catacomb dweller in fear it would draw its attention to it. Their staring contest, seemingly lasting for eternity, eventually ended once it tore its eye away from Lillian and took a sharp left turn, walking away. After the sounds of its quiet but loud compared to the silent surroundings eventually faded away, Lillian let out a loud exhale, which she was keeping in. All right, that was unexpected. I'm glad it didn't do anything, she thought while still in shock at why it just suddenly walked up to her before leaving. Was it drawn to her light? The real question is, what was it? She knew for a fact its body was definitely a catacomb dweller, albeit with some slight changes. I hope it's not going to be a problem for later. She sighed before steeling herself and walking through the darkness in search of a brawler. Chapter 63, Better Time, edited. After that strange encounter with the catacomb dweller with the ominous-looking smoke coming out of its empty eye socket, she continued to make her way through the dark catacomb, eventually stumbling upon a brawler surrounded by two dwellers. Finally, Lillian thought, feeling the boredom within her fading. She clutched the hilt of the sword of water and slowly began to make her way near them. Of course, that was after making the first move through projectiles. Streams of water shot through the air at threatening speed, their bodies narrow and like that of a flexible needle that kept its sharpness. Lillian watched as they twisted their head around, catching a glimpse of the area lit up by her lantern. The two dwellers seemingly widened their eyes, raising their arms to defend against the sudden attack. "You have slain a savage wretch." Catacomb dweller Lillian listened to the androgynous voice of the jester before the sound of consecutive, wet thuds resounded. She moved her eyes towards the catacomb brawler. Its large compound eyes briefly stared down at the punctured bodies of the dwellers. Their forearms that were raised to protect their head were completely shattered, pierced by the rapid stream of water that mixed in with the blood and fractured shards of their shells. It then raised its eyes towards Lillian, staring at her intently, while making snapping sounds at her with its mandibles. Lillian smirked. "At least I can break through Dweller's carapace now. Although that is a bit surprising. How about a brawler then?" The two then stared into each other's eyes. An intense, staring contest that was soon broken with the rise of the brawler's four arms over its face. Lillian then watched as it charged at her with hostility. Its steps resounded like a raging thunder that echoed throughout the catacombs. Lillian's eyes flashed with excitement, excited at the thought of finally being able to put the skills she had trained and gained from the rigorous training she was put through. She quickly dived out to the side, stretching her sword out towards its stomping legs, shaping it into a whip and wrapping it around its legs. Lillian expressed disappointment once she saw it snap through the whip, but her face then brightened once her plan of tripping it actually worked. Hastily pushing herself off the ground, she stood over the fallen brawler and swung the whip, shaping it back into a sword. The nearing edge of her liquid blade soon made contact with the rigid carapace on the back of its left arm, which was still unscathed from her strike. Using its right arm, it pushed itself off the floor towards her, rolling like an out-of-control barrel. Lillian widened her eyes, shocked at its strange counterattack, and backed away, watching as it followed after her before slowing down and getting up. It snapped its mandibles at her and wiggled its antennas at her mockingly, possibly making fun of the fact she couldn't get through its seemingly impenetrable shell. Lillian's face twitched at its assumed taunt. "You better not be mocking me, bug face, or else I will put a hole through your head." She then paused for a moment. "Well, I'm going to do that either way." Lillian then watched as it charged at her once again, cocking back its arm, twisting its hips around, and throwing a powerful punch like a bazooka. The brawler then watched as Lillian leaned far back, just narrowly dodging it by a hair length. It stared down at Lillian's enormous grin and heard her say with a playful tone, "Oh boy, fight you guys twice and face someone whose speed far surpasses yours for 4 days straight does wonders." It then watched as Lillian twisted her entire body around, going around its outstretched arm and standing beside it. After that, it then watched as Lillian raised her arm, shooting it towards its head like an arrow of a bow before stopping. A conspicuous droplet of water then formed in the middle of her palm, stretching into a long, narrow staff of water that was soon tightly gripped by Lillian. The tip of the staff then sharpened, turning it into a spear that snaked its way towards the forehead of the brawler with brutal precision. Lillian's sharp gaze reflected the plan she had formed in her mind. She suspected it would try and catch the head of her spear before counterattacking. After all, the catacomb brawler had never dared to dodge, as if its honor would be stained and ruined if it did that, a creature that had to take attacks head-on for those that couldn't. However, contrary to Lillian's belief, the brawler didn't catch her spear with its rough hands or block it with its tough exoskeleton. No, instead, out of pure instinct and against its own will, it leaned far back, dodging Lillian's stab, a comical sight due to its large proportions. Startled and flustered that her predictions didn't come to life, she quickly had to adapt to this sudden event. Shrinking the spear into a sword and gripping its hilt with both hands, she swung it down on the brawler, watching as it placed its hands on the ground behind it. The brawler, with surprising core strength, lifted its legs and slammed it towards Lillian's chest, which was what it wanted to do. "Huh, they've gotten smarter? How troublesome." It heard Lillian mutter before watching as a droplet of water manifested itself just above its face. Its eyes that saw things in black and white now only saw darkness. a sight it is quite familiar with. You have slain a savage gnarl. Catacomb brawler Lillian stepped back and watched as its kick towards her had lost its power. She then watched as its legs then fell to the ground with a thud. In the pool of blood leaking through the hole in its head, Lillian's face reflected back with the help of her lantern. A concerned but interested look was plastered across her face. It dodged, huh? Can't say I am surprised. Lillian tilted her head at it. It's either the instinct or intelligence that kicked in. She then thought for a moment before deciding against the latter. Nah, I doubt these things can think much other than eating and survival. Lillian then crouched down to its body, storing it within her spatial ring. Still, this is the best time I had against these things, I think. She smiled to herself before getting up. Lillian then stood dazedly, raising her lantern towards the darkness around her before scratching the back of her head. So, how am I going to get back? She then suddenly felt a pair of arms softly wrap around her neck. Chapter 120 Edited. Over the past few days, besides her training, Marionette had also gone through a strange phase of her own. Lillian watched as the slender arms wrapped around her neck, listening as a familiar, deep, and seductive voice was whispered into her ear. Well done. Lillian jolted in surprise, unconsciously trying to break free until being pulled back in again. She breathed a sigh. You really got to stop startling me like that. Marionette had grown to lean into the belief that physical contact would improve the bond between the two a lot quicker, as well as whispering into her ear with an oddly breathy tone. While Lillian wasn't going to admit it openly, she was quite attracted to how seductive Marionette could be, even if she wasn't trying to in a romantic and sexual way. Facing Marionette, Lillian watched as she tilted her head at her somewhat cutely. Do you perhaps not like it when I wrap my arms around your neck from behind? Or has the incident a few days ago caused you to be apprehensive about it? You talking about when you almost choked me to death? I'm fine with it, don't worry. Lillian shook her head dismissively, ignorant at what her words could possibly imply to others. Fortunately, Marionette wasn't very experienced or knowledgeable about these sorts of things and wasn't able to use it as a weapon to tease her. Is that so? Well, I'm going to keep doing it then. Lillian stared up at her before a curious question then popped in her mind before spilling out of her mouth. I thought you hated direct hand contact. Marionette stared at her silently, thinking about how to structure her sentence. I don't feel uncomfortable or threatened around you, Lillian, she said in a monotone voice before pulling Lillian in. The side of Lillian's face was then smushed up about Marionette's plump, soft chest. I can't even tell if that's an insult or a compliment. Lillian eventually decided it was both and sighed, leaning into Marionette's comfortable chest. Things like Marionette pulling Lillian's face into her chest happened quite often, especially when they slept quite close to each other. Although having her face pressed up against Marionette's boobs has left her somewhat aroused and flustered at times. There were times when she almost suffocated due to how tightly Marionette was hugging her. Marionette stared down at Lillian's face, which had begun to redden slightly. She raised an eyebrow before leaning her face down to hers. She then asked while gently pulling back Lillian's fringe and placing her forehead against hers. Are you all right? Lillian jumped a bit once Marionette pressed her cold forehead against hers, checking her temperature. She then responded in a quiet voice. I'm not sick. I'm fine. Lillian's eyes turned away from Marionette's deep red eyes, which seemed to be able to stare even at her soul. Although Lillian told Marionette she was fine, she still persisted. Are you sure? This is the last day before we go out and face the boss. I'm going to need you in your best state for that, she said, softly clutching both sides of Lillian's face, causing her face to redden even more. Lillian gently held onto Marionette's wrist and tore her hands away from her cheek. Geez, every time you do this, it makes me think you want a kiss from me or something, she said in a timid voice. Marionette widened her eyes briefly, pondering silently at Lillian's words before tilting her head at her. What if I do? What then? Would you give one to me? Lillian couldn't help but freeze at Marionette's words, baffled. What was this woman talking about? She couldn't possibly want one from her, right? They had known each other for only a mere week. Why was she so calmly talking about it, as if it's not some big thing, especially in a relationship like theirs? W, what are you saying? We've only known each other for a week. Marionette raised an eyebrow at her words. So, I'm not the one giving it. But you're implying that you want one from me. So, Lillian twisted her entire body around, facing away from the confused Marionette. She held both of her cheeks and felt how hot they had gotten. Was this woman being serious right now? Wait, does she actually want a kiss from her? That is impossible, right? She knew they'd grown a bit closer over the past few days, but definitely not to this level. After taking a deep breath, she turned back around and pointed her finger at her scoldingly. Only talk about this with someone you actually like. Marionette continued to wear a confused expression. Do you perhaps think I don't like you? She asked with a tilt of her head, shocking Lillian. And no, I meant as in, like someone. Like you really like them. Due to Lillian's embarrassment, she accidentally spoke in a way that was definitely how someone would try to teach a child what love is. Marionette eventually got what Lillian was implying, but still wore a confused expression. Must being in love with someone a requirement to get a kiss from them? She asked in a curious tone. Well, in most normal circumstances, yes? Lillian answered in an unsure tone. How would she know what the deep requirements for a kiss were? All she knew was that people in love did it all the time. So obviously, to her, being in a romantic relationship with one another is the first requirement before anything like kissing. Marionette then deliberately moved in, her face leaning down closer to Lillian with a surprising glint of playfulness in her eyes. And what about the circumstances that aren't normal? Ashu? Lillian took a small step back, only to be followed by her. She then suddenly felt Marionette's arm wrap around her waist, pulling her in before feeling Marionette's finger tilting her chin up. Lillian stared up at Marionette's still face, which moments later leaned into her ear and whispered in a hot and breathy voice. And do we perhaps fall into the category of not normal? Chapter 65 Exposure. Edited. When the name of the gods was this woman talking about? Did they fall under the category of not normal? Lillian was staggered by what she heard. Was she trying to hint at something? She then watched as Marionette began to lean in slowly. Lillian blushed, her lips trembling a bit as she fidgeted under Marionette's intimate gaze. She then raised her hands towards Marionette's cheeks, cupping them as their face continued to near at a snail's pace. Marionette stared down at Lillian's wet lips, which had a beautiful red to them and would no doubt be soft. The world seemed to stop around them in anticipation of what was about to befall. The flame in the lantern seemingly stopped dancing as it gazed out of its black metal cage. Marionette moved her right hand under Lillian's chin towards her cheek, cupping it as well, and their lips soon became an inch away from each other. Lillian could feel Marionette's warm breath brushing against her face, and a seductive floral smell that continued to radiate off Marionette's body wafted into her nose. Just as they were about to press their lips against each other softly, Lillian pulled Marionette's face back, clutching the sides of her face tightly. She then said in a scolding tone, "You shouldn't be kissing someone you have only known for a week. You barely know anything about me, and yet you're leaning in?" Lillian then pulled back, folding her arms over her chest. Marionette stared at her silently, still keeping her gaze on Lillian's lips before shifting them back up to her eyes. "I suppose that means we aren't in the category." She breathed a small sigh. "Well then, when do you suppose would be the right amount of time?" She asked with a tilt of her head. "Eh?" Lillian was left taken aback. This woman actually wanted it? She was quite flattered, to be honest. Having a woman as beautiful as Marionette ask when she can kiss her is quite. Lillian exaggeratedly shook her head, clearing her mind before answering. If you still want it." Lillian turned to the side, still keeping her arms folded over her chest as her eyes moved away from Marionette. A few months would sound about right," she stammered. "A few months." Marionette placed her hand over her mouth, her brows furrowing and her mind falling into deep thought about what Lillian said. Who knew that acquiring a kiss from someone would take so long? She murmured under her breath. Marionette then stared back at Lillian and found her staring back with a timid look in her eyes. Lillian stared at her before asking, If we aren't going to talk about this anymore, do you happen to have done something that would allow us to get back to the tree? Marionette gave a brief nod, causing Lillian's eyes to sparkle. However, her eyes then lost their light once she heard what Marionette said afterwards. I did, but due to your inability to find a catacomb brawler until now, I had to cut off the trail I was leaving behind with my element to conserve my mana. Lillian's left eye then twitched. It wasn't even that long. You took a few hours, which is an understatement. Why the hell are these things so rare? Lillian exclaimed in frustration, clutching the sides of her head. Marionette thought about Lillian's question and tapped her chin at the thought of it. Unless the little crusade they pulled on us had left them low in numbers, which is highly unlikely, or it could be because something else is now decreasing their numbers beside us. Huh, like that monster that chased after us. Marionette nodded, something like that. Or it could be that strange dweller that you encountered. Lillian widened her eyes. You were around for that? Why wouldn't I be? Well, anyway, what did you think of that thing? That wasn't an ordinary dweller, right? Obviously, it wasn't, Lillian, and if it were, then it must have suffered a severe injury that caused it to act that way. Like when it just walked up to me before walking away. Marionette nodded. Yes, exactly. Lillian asked with a tilt of her head. Did it also walk up to you, too? Marionette shook her head in response before answering. No, rather. It stared eerily at me as well. Lillian scratched her head, growing more worried. At least it didn't attack us. But do you know what that thing might actually be? The dark smoke coming out of its eye socket should be a clue, right? Marionette rubbed her chin, pondering. It is, and quite a worrying one at that, if what I think its identity is. And that would be... Marionette stared at the curious Lillian, letting silence dramatically take over their surroundings before answering. A corrupted. Huh. Lillian was left speechless. Corruption was a sort of mutation gained under high exposure to a god's corpse, sort of like radiation in a way. Not only would you be ridiculously enhanced, but you would also rise to the next tier. However, these mutations are rare due to the high likelihood of death. Are you sure? Marionette nodded, though not completely confident of her theory. Yes, it must have been wandering inside the true darkness we saw a few days ago. What sort of thing wants to walk in there? I know they're attracted to the exposure, but shouldn't it be against their instincts to walk inside something that would tear them apart? It's most likely that it walked through the outermost section of it, where it is less deadly, but still high in exposure, Marionette said in a monotonous voice. Either way, walking through something that concentrated is deadly enough. And is it even that smart to do that? Marionette shrugged. Depends on how strong and confident in their instincts to survive. Even if it sustains some injuries, they're quite tenacious enough to push through it. Especially when the higher concentrated the exposure is, the stronger they get. Lillian sighed. I really hope it doesn't become a problem later on in this trial, she said in a concerned tone. Chapter 66, Feeding Each Other? Edited. After a few long hours of walking, they finally stumbled upon the familiar corner of a wall they'd grown to know all too well. Walking from behind it, they stared at the violet tree, whose body was still curved in an eclipse and had leaves that always seemed to be brimming and shining with light. It was a comforting but also an ominous sight. Lillian gave a loud sigh of relief, happy to no longer have to stumble through the dark like a fearful child. She stared up at the mysterious hole in the ceiling and furrowed her brows. The waterfall of light was dimmer and much more paler in color. I guess it's night out there, huh? Lillian outwardly thought, beginning her ascent up the curved hill. After reaching the top, she turned her eyes toward Marionette to see her pressing her palm against the side of the tree with a focused expression. While Lillian had been hard at work maintaining her control over her elements, Marionette was too, except she was studying the ominous tree that they'd been sleeping beside for many days. From the leaves to the twigs to the branches and the body, as well as the roots, nothing that was already exposed to her has been scrutinized rather closely. Well, did you find anything about the tree? Lillian had asked her this very same question several times, only to be answered without fail. Perhaps. Lillian groaned. sitting on the ground and harshly rubbing two sticks together until a warm spark between the two erupted into flames. Gently placing down the two sticks and unloading more from her spatial storage into the hungry flame. She then felt a sense of hunger, followed by a slight rumble in her stomach. She then pulled out two arms belonging to catacomb dwellers, holding on over the fire before looking back at Marionette. "Hey, Marionette, you hungry? I'm about to start cooking these limbs." Marionette slowly twisted her head around to look at her eyes darting back and forth between the tree and Lillian. She then ultimately decided to sit beside Lillian, tossing any related topics about the tree to the side and focusing her eyes on the roasting limb held in Lillian's hand. Lillian noticed how intently Marionette was staring at the roasting limb and curled her lips upwards at an ingenious plan. She then asked Marionette, her voice playful and mischievous, "Would you like me to feed you?" Marionette tilted her head to the side, slightly confused about Lillian's question. "I assumed you were. Is that not why you called me over?" she inquired stoically. Marionette's question caused Lillian's smile to widen. No. Lillian then raised the limb out of the fire, watching as its grease ran down it and dripped into the fire before holding it before Marionette's mouth. Hand feed you myself," Lillian smirked, anticipating her offer would get a reaction out of Marionette. She was somewhat frustrated about being the only one getting teased and blushing uncontrollably like some fair maiden. She wanted Marionette to experience what she felt, even if it was just once. However, Lillian seemed to have a hard time learning from her past mistakes related to Marionette. For Lillian watched as she casually opened her mouth and sank her teeth into the meat. Lillian then stayed frozen in place, holding out the limb for Marionette to eat from like a statue, watching as she tore small chunks from it. This continued on until the entire thing was devoured in a matter of minutes. Marionette pulled back and licked the grease around her lips before staring back at Lillian and nodding her head. "Thank you." "Why, you're welcome." Marionette then stared at the remaining raw limb in Lillian's hand. "Would you like me to feed you too?" she asked with a small tilt of her head. "Sure. Oh, I'm fine." Lillian stammered before watching Marionette reach over, grabbing it out of her hand and roasting it over the fire. After a while, the now roasted limb was held before Lillian's face, dripping in a small amount of grease. "I insist," Marionette persisted, wiggling it before Lillian's hesitant face. Her trembling eyes then finally reflected in defeat, sighing. She pulled her mouth toward the roasted limb and bit into it, taking small chunks from it and chewing. Her plan had backfired on her, as usual. How embarrassing, Lillian thought with an embarrassed look. Marionette silently watched as Lillian ate, holding her free hand over her mouth, hiding whatever she was doing underneath it. Her eyes couldn't help but shine each time Lillian went in to eat. Or that could either be due to the light from the fire being reflected into her deep red eyes. After the two had finished eating, they eventually went off to sleep beside each other, very closely. Of course, this is the reason for warmth against the cold, as Lillian would say stubbornly. Lillian, who was sleeping on her side, suddenly opened her eyes with a groggy expression, confused about the reason why she had woken up. Could it be due to the cold? She pondered about it before glancing down and staring at the arm wrapped around her side. She then stared up at Marionette's sleeping face, which looked the same as she was awake still. She stared at her face deeply before glancing down at Marionette's lips. She still remembered the extra reward she could gain from her mission, a thought that had been pressed against the front of her mind the entire time. Lillian then began to slowly lean in towards Marionette's still sleeping face, feeling her breathing brush against her face. Just as she was about to reach her lips, she froze once more, a hesitant expression appearing on her face once again. Although Marionette may not seem bothered by a kiss from her, she couldn't help but feel that wouldn't be the right way to go about it, since their relationship isn't exactly close. But what's considered close? They slept together with their arms wrapped around each other's bodies, tease each other with intimate and inappropriate meanings. They were touchy with one another, although that's mainly Marionette because of bonding. Lillian sighed and turned away from Marionette's face. Sleeping on her other side, I don't need the reward anyway. As long as I survive, that's good enough for me. Her thoughts eventually slowed. Her eyes grew heavy, and finally, she was taken away by the inevitable sense of sleepiness. Just after closing her eyes, however, the opening of a single one appeared in the darkness. Marionette stared at the back of Lillian's head with one eye open before giving a small sigh and falling back to sleep as well. Chapter 67 Fairy Tale, edited. The next day soon arrived, and so was the day they would finally go on to hunt down the boss of the Trilon entity that, once defeated, would allow them to escape back to the real world. "Are you sure we could do it today?" Lillian asked, braving through the harrowing darkness with her trusty lantern in hand that continued to burn and light the way. Once they had awoken, they immediately made their way outside of the room where the tree resided after having breakfast. Lillian was still uncertain whether or not they could actually find a monster. After all, if they couldn't today, then that would mean they would have to eat into tomorrow's time, which is when they would begin lessons. Anxiety grew inside Lillian's heart, bashing against it and crawling all over like a hive of bees. She was soon comforted with a slender hand being placed on her shoulder. Looking over her shoulder, she saw Marionette holding out a metal canteen towards her. It was the purified quench. Lillian raised an eyebrow before hearing her words. "Drink. You'll come down a bit after." "Is that so? All right." Lillian reached for the polished metal canteen, popping off the cap with her thumb, and watched it dangled by a small, slim chain, clinking with the sides of the purified quench. She then brought its mouth to her lips, tilted it up, and tasted the delicious water coming out of it, flowing down her throat. After taking one last gulp, she stared curiously at the purified quench, thinking back to its origin and its creation. A normal metal canteen used to hold a limited amount of water now, capable of holding possibly even an ocean amount within due to a now deceased water spirit. Spirits are quite hard to kill due to their ever-changing body capable of dodging and enduring probably even the harshest of attacks. She then thought back to a certain part in its description. The warrior fought it for 3 days and 4 nights, eventually coming out on top. He battled it for nearly 4 days straight, just because it poisoned the body of water and refused him the hospitality of drinking from it. A smirk then broke out on Lillian's face as a certain phrase that would perfectly describe the warrior, going by what the description said was true. He was definitely a crash out. It was a valid one, though, I suppose, but stuffing a water spirit inside this thing was one hell of a way to get back at it. Lillian passed the purified quench back to Marionette, watching as she scrutinized it before turning her head to the side. Marionette stared deeply off to the distance, bringing the mouth of the metal canteen to her lips and drinking it before sealing it back with the cap and placing it back inside her spatial storage. She then turned back around to see Lillian staring at her with a deadpan expression. Lillian, with an equally deadpan voice, said, "You're definitely doing this on purpose now." Marionette tilted her head to the side, confused by Lillian's odd accusation of something. May you perhaps clarify what you're talking about?" Lillian stared at her with a suspicious eye before sighing. "Never mind." Marionette raised an eyebrow at her. "Okay," she said, drawing out the word with a confused tone. "What were you looking at anyway?" Wait a few seconds. Huh. What are we waiting FO from the black curtains that are in darkness? A catacomb brawler emerged from it, followed by 2 dwellers by its side, running at them at high speed before freezing at the sight of them. The 5 then looked at each other. However, their interaction soon ended short, for with a narrow of Marionette's eyes, their bodies were then suddenly skewered on a long, dark pike. Lillian watched as they stubbornly tried to remove themselves from their respective pike before having more appear from the ground, piercing and shattering through their heads. Brain matter and blood rained over the ground, barely reaching the 2 beautiful women. "So easy," Lillian muttered with a sigh. What took Lillian several minutes to do took Marionette just a few seconds, and that was when she wasn't serious. She then noticed Marionette staring at her with an odd look. Marionette stared at her silently before asking, "You look disappointed." "Why?" Was my performance unsatisfactory? Huh? What? Of course not. Very satisfactory. Then why are you disappointed? Was I perhaps meant to torture them before killing them? Marionette asked with a tilt of her head, not at all bothered by what she had just said. Huh? Why would I want that? Marionette shrugged. How about you tell me what I want to know? Well, Lillian paused for a moment, thinking deeply about her next words. Should she just wave it off dismissively and stop wasting time so they could figure out where the boss was? Do you think someone as untalented as me would be able to reach your strength anytime soon? Marionette narrowed her eyes. Untalented, you say? In my opinion, Lillian, you are far from being considered untalented. I'd say you're the third most talented person I know. And that says a lot considering how many missions I've been sent on to where I would meet countless talented people. But shouldn't someone that was talented be able to learn things super quickly and win at everything they do? I mean, through every spar we've had, I had yet to land even something as little as a scratch on you. What you consider the meaning of being talented is merely just a stereotype created by people who are weak as a means to blame those stronger than them. Then what is talent? Marionette stared at her deeply, her eyes darkening as she thought about Lillian's question. She turned her head up to the sky, silent and still, much more still than before. There's this fairy tale I always think back to when it comes to questions like these. Chapter 68, Meaning of Talent, edited. Marionette continued to stare up at the ceiling with her arms crossed. It was about two girls each about 6 years old. One was so talented that it seemed like the very heavens themselves blessed her with everything they could offer, while the other was given nothing but a miserable body and not even a lick of talent. The one blessed with talent was stronger, faster, and had a much more durable body. The complete opposite of the other, who only had intellect going for them. And if I were to say that these two girls fought in a battle to the death, who would you think would win? Huh? Lillian was confused as to why Marionette had suddenly begun to talk about some fairy tale, but she decided not to question it and instead answer. The one that is talented should win, right? Since she's overall better than the other? The corners of Marionette's lips curved upwards. What you said is a common misconception everyone in the Roselle household would have without fail. Wait, are you saying the untalented won? Marionette nodded. Surprisingly, in the fairy tale, she had won. She had a 1 out of 10 chance of victory, and somehow, fate ruled in her favor. She then paused for a moment before continuing. It could either be because it was a fictional story that she won, or it was because of the amount of effort she put into winning. What did she do? The question is, what didn't she do? The untalented girl worked tirelessly, day and night, trying to overcome any shortcomings her miserable body had before the fateful battle, while the talented one was too confident in her chances of beating her. In the end, she lost to the untalented girl due to her wits and cunningness, which allowed her to reign on top by crushing the talented girl under a horrific boulder. Marionette then stared away from the dark sky and towards Lillian, her voice becoming soft and surprisingly warm. If you want my opinion on what talent is, Lillian, I would say that it is the measure of someone's importance to the world and how much it wants to keep them alive. Those destined for greatness are inevitably marked by fate. However, fate is fickle and unfaithful even to those it favors. The moment it grows bored, it would turn its gaze elsewhere. So that's why, in this reality of ours, those labeled as talented yet put little effort into bettering themselves are eventually tossed aside and deemed uninteresting by the world. Meanwhile, those who strive to better themselves every day will always earn the world's favor and be given an even higher destiny to achieve. Lillian stared at her with a thoughtful expression, a measure of someone's importance to the world. Lillian unconsciously moved her hand over her necklace. But aren't I always favored by fate if I'm constantly wearing this necklace? So, according to Marionette's words, was she destined for greatness then? Was she as talented as Marionette thought she was? Wait, so you said I was the third most talented person you knew. May I ask who the other two are? Marionette shook her head. Although I can't give their identity, even if you may have heard of them, All I can say is that they both belong to the Roselle family. Is that so? So do you think I'm destined for greatness then? Marionette stared at her, briefly widening her eyes. She then glanced behind her before looking back towards Lillian. She then suddenly placed her hand over her mouth and puffed. Started laughing? Ashi, don't laugh at me. That was a genuine question, you know. Lillian pouted before smiling. This was the first time she had ever gotten her to laugh. I don't think she had ever laughed in the game before. This should definitely be considered an achievement, right? Marionette clutched her stomach as she bent over. Haha. Apologisa. She then straightened herself after a minute or two of pure laughing, brushing off the tear in the corner of her eye. I haven't laughed since forever. My humor is quite skewered currently, it seems. Marionette chuckled a bit at the end, before having her voice go back to how it was originally. Lillian smiled softly at her. There's nothing to apologize, you know. In fact, I prefer if you laugh every now and then. You sounded very pretty when you do. Wait, is that even the right word? Lillian placed her hand over her mouth and began to think about what she said, not realizing the tender look Marionette was giving her. I sounded pretty, you say? Marionette then smiled a little, slowly making her way over to Lillian before cupping her cheeks. Lillian froze before blushing again at Marionette's sudden intimacy. Did you have to keep cupping my cheeks? She held on to Marionette's hands, prepared to pull them off until... I think your voice sounds quite pretty too, in my opinion, Marionette said in a soft voice, unlike her cold, nonchalant or stoic ones. Lillian was left frozen once more. Her mind went blank at Marionette's words. What is up with this woman and her flirts? Wait, was it even a flirt in the first place? Wasn't she the one who flirted first? Lillian flusteredly pulled back away from Marionette's grasp, staring at her shakingly, not noticing the faint tremors passing through the ground, which lightly tapped at her feet. Geez, why does your flirts work better on me and mine doesn't work on you? This is so unfair. Lillian grumbled, folding her arms and twisting around. She glanced back and saw Marionette still smiling softly at her. She then heard her say, causing Lillian to flush red from embarrassment, I suppose that's because you really like me. Is that correct? She said, tilting her head to the side with a playful look in her eyes. Shush, Lillian stammered, turning back around again and walking. Well, let's just go find a damn boss so we can finally escape from here. As she began to walk, she realized that Marionette wasn't following after her due to the lack of intentional sounds of footsteps she'd tend to leave behind for her. She turned around with a perplexed expression. Are you not coming with... Lillian's words then began to leave her mouth slowly as she gazed up. Her eyes widened in shock. Her body shook uncontrollably as she saw Marionette's body dangling in the air with a sharp, ebony black spire coming out from her abdomen. Chapter 69, Owner of the Black Spire. Edited. Lillian continued to tremble as shadows formed over her eyes. She continued to watch as Marionette's arms swayed in the air lifelessly in a perpetual motion until slowing down and stopping. How did this happen? They were just talking earlier a second ago. Why did the situation suddenly turn to this? She then drew her eyes down towards the ebony black spire that seemed to be even blacker than the darkness surrounding them. As her eyes lingered on it, glimpses of memories all relating to it flashed through her blank and frozen mind. There was only one thing this ominous black spire belonged to. Lillian then watched as Marionette's body began to swing around in the air in a circle before being tossed off the spire and into the air in which a dreadful pair of jaws widened. Their dreadful teeth sharpened to the point they could even shatter stone or perhaps even pierce metal. Just before it could snap down on the falling Marionette, she was then thrown away, avoiding the horrific jaws with the help of Lillian's quick reaction in blasting her away with a stream of water. Lillian then watched as Marionette fell to the ground with a thud before rolling onto her back. Her beautiful face was still, and her magnificent eyes were hidden from the world under her eyelids that were tightly shut. Lillian then yelled out to her, Marionette, in hopes of waking her up. However, the response she was expecting from Marionette's elegant voice never came. Instead, the sound of a huff echoed like a powerful gust of wind. She creakingly turned her head to the side, immediately meeting the face of a nightmarish creature staring back at it. A dark brownish face like that of a man with no lips to hide away its horrific teeth that were lined under its gums that were of a disgusting hue of red. It had eyes so rich and black, which could be seen narrowing despite having no eyelids to narrow with or brows to furrow with. Between its eyes, where a nose would usually be for a person, was a long, slender horn that curved upwards to a towering height. A horn stained in countless creatures' blood, something that was deemed as a trophy for the creature as it wriggled its 3 pairs of jointed legs that skittered and tapped sharply against the ground, scraping the surface of the stone with its sharp appendages. Covering each and every one of these legs, as well as across its body which spanned 5 meters in length and 3 meters wide, was a thick black, glossy exoskeleton that shone under Lillian's grim light. The flame that danced within her lantern seemed to pause in its endless swaying, seemingly losing its warmth and going cold in correlation to Lillian's mood. The creature's armor was absurdly thick, many times thicker compared to a dweller's carapace, and even overshadow the highly resistant carapace of a brawler in size. Lillian stared at its face with a trembling expression. Due to its features and how intensely it stared at her with its beady and revolting eyes, it looked like it was in a state of uncontrollable rage. However, she doubted it wasn't actually furious at the fact she had prevented it from its prey. After a few seconds had passed, the familiar sight of the carapace chest plate formed around her torso, snugly hugging and pushing her chest in. Lillian gripped the hilt of the Sonata of Revenge, a tremble passing through each individual digit in her hand and causing her palm to become wet with a fearful sweat. Could she win against such a thing? She took a hesitant look towards Marionette and saw her still lying off to the far side, not having moved an inch. Swish! Lillian leaned to the side, clenching her jaw as she watched the sharp tip of the monster's leg pass by her head, the breeze chillingly brushing her cheek like the cold skeletal fingers of death. She then had to twist her leaning body to the side, dodging a train of legs as sharp as a blade from cutting into her. She slashed at its legs, her blade coldly skimming off of its glossy surface. Lillian eventually fell harshly onto the ground due to her leaning before rolling away, dodging the fearsome stabs of the monster. Tremors from the beetle-like monster's stab traveled through the cracked and torn open ground before coursing through her now kneeling body. Lillian coughed, accidentally breathing in the dust before hurriedly getting up, raising her rapier towards it with an uneasy expression. She gripped the chained handle of the ominous lantern, anxious and a tad bit scared. Why wouldn't she be scared after all? Not only does it possibly have a defense similar to, or even superior to that of a brawler, but also the speed and deadliness to even take out Marionette. Lillian took another uneasy glance around, tried to find Marionette's body only to discover that she couldn't. She had rolled away too far, far enough to where the light of the lantern's still flame could not reach her. This furthered the growing sense of worry and even defeat inside her heart, a similar feeling to when the metallic bear in the exam appeared or when she was being chased down by Marionette and almost killed. The feeling of being outclassed, a feeling of hopelessness. Swish! Lillian gritted her teeth, avoiding yet another harrowing swipe that would have left her without a head. However, scrape! Lillian stepped back away from the creature, glancing down at her shoulder and stared at a shallow mark on it. Her face darkened once more. It can cut through the armor? Its legs can cut through my armor. Its legs? Is it as sharp as its horn? Lillian's slow and worried thoughts eventually lead to her eyes gazing at the bloody horn. However, as if her mind couldn't catch up, the creature's body began to suddenly glitch and shiver before. Bam! A thunderous and blunt sound rang out, followed by a heart-wrenching cry as Lillian was tossed meters across the air, accidentally dropping her lantern, but still keeping a steady hold on her rapier. She quickly descended to the ground with a loud thud, coughing violently. She tightly held her hand over her chest plate. noticing a deep crater and cracks in it. However, she wasn't as focused on that as she should be. Instead, breathe, breathe, breathe. She was trying to recover from the paralyzing attack that left her lungs staggered and shock, causing it to stop working momentarily. Chapter 70, Relying a Bit on Luck. Edited. Her eyes seemed to dim as her energy felt like it was being sapped away. Could she really win? She then suddenly recalled something that Marionette told her. Nothing else matters more than winning, especially when it means you survive. Anything else besides that is pointless and foolish. There's no way she could win, but could she run? If she escaped, then that wouldn't necessarily count as a defeat, right? It would instead count as a victory, because she gets to live another day, right? However, if she did escape, what about Marionette? What would happen to her? What if she's alive as well? Was she really going to abandon Marionette after all they had done together? Even if their time was short, would that be the right choice? I don't even think running away is even an option. Lillian grimaced. She shakily got up her knees, almost buckling under her weight before being held up with the help of her rapier. Although she risked dulling the tip of her blade, she pressed it against the ground, slipping a few times until she finally got it. After getting up to her feet and straightening her back, she felt a suffocating feeling in her chest, followed by the strong taste of iron spilling into her mouth. The liquid flooded her mouth some, even being able to spill from the corners of her mouth. She eventually gulped it down heavily before raising her hand to the corner of her lips. She stared down at her fingers, only to find them hidden away from her due to the bastard darkness that continued to annoy her even now. She gritted her teeth, gripping the hilt of the sonata of revenge as well. She missed the feeling of not having to overstain herself in anything but work-related. She missed her small but charming little room back in her old apartment complex that was filled with garbage. She missed having it easy playing games on her computer and with her controllers. Things she didn't think she would yearn for in her past life were now being reminded of her and how much she had it easier back then. Despite the overwhelming workload, she was getting by and surviving, even if it was just barely. Ever since arriving in this world, she had been put through nothing but harsh and brutal situations involving her life. Lillian listened to the faint sounds of scraping to her left before a sudden force slammed into the side of her body, sending her across the floor once more. Bam! P-U-E-C-K. Lillian bent her chest over the ground, her face facing downwards as she vomited a small torrent of blood. Ever since arriving in this world, she had experienced pain like no other compared to her past life. She even believed the worst injury she had gotten back then was just some slight bruising on her knee as she tripped and fell. But compared to here, she had her finger cut off. She had been entirely burnt and blackened to a degree. Her body had been tossed around and battered like a rag. Her arm snapped and broken. Her shoulder was torn through by a speeding splinter. Her abdomen was stabbed through by Guandao and left to bleed out as she was stared down by a fearsome, humongous bear with somewhat metallic fur. And yet, she continued to get up. How stubborn was she? She could have avoided all this pain and trauma that's now stored within her head if she had just waited out the timer. Even if it was for the quest, she didn't need to subject herself to so much. Every logical person would have waited out the timer. An option she was given. But no. Instead, she decided to aim for first place. For what reason? Lillian's mind blurred. She didn't know. Or more specifically, she couldn't remember as her head continued to rattle. She still tasted the lingering iron from her blood. However, what she remembered was another quote from Marionette. Luck and items are the most common factors in winning every conceptual battle. What matters is your application and adaptability. Lillian pulled a health potion from thin air before shakily holding it to her trembling lips, which seemed to become concerningly pale from anxiety. Luck and items. That was how she had achieved reign victorious in the exams. Each and every battle was won through the fortunate intervention of fate and her ability to adapt to it in time. Each and every battle was won due to her successful application of the items she had on hand. Honestly, Lillian mumbled, I still have you on my mind, even in such a precarious situation, she said with a defeated expression. Lillian couldn't help but laugh at how much she thought about Marionette. She was here, reciting the wisdom-filled words that Marionette spoke to her like it was some holy scripture. A holy scripture that brought her comfort, even if it was just a bit. It was enough for her to steal her heart and raise her rapier in the hidden enemy. She turned towards her lonesome lantern, which was lying off in the distance, with a grave expression before shaking it away and bending her knees. Leaning forward, what she was about to do would put her at grave risk. But either way, in the darkness, she was already at risk. So, instead, she was going to place her faith in the lucky necklace tied around her neck. Swish! She shot forth, ignorant of the fact she had dodged a deadly strike from the hidden danger and rapidly approached the radiant cold lantern. Amidst her run, she suddenly tripped over her left foot, tilting forward and once again dodging another swing that left a long, deep streak on the back of her chest plate. Lillian gritted her teeth, using her fall to her advantage and turning it into a roll before clumsily getting back up into a sprint. This carried on for several minutes. The cycle of tripping, dodging, rolling, and running had left grave wounds across her chest plate that continued to web out with cracks, threatening to shatter at any given moment. However, it wasn't all in vain, for once she reached the light of her lantern and stepped into its radius, she turned back around as soon as she picked it back up. She gazed at the familiar and abhorrent face of the monster, as it seemed to display a sense of frustration. It then tilted its body up, raising its front leg, pointing it threateningly at Lillian before going through with it. Lillian watched as the sharp tip quickly neared her. Her tense face then suddenly relaxed as a pale, blue, ghostly humanoid figure manifested behind Lillian, floating just above her head. Chapter 71 Pantón Conductor 1, edited 2 days ago. Lillian stared at Marionette, who was holding her hand out to her. Marionette's eyes were staring down at Lillian's rapier, blinking with curiosity at it. She then asked, "Could you perhaps let me take a look at your rapier?" Lillian tilted her head to the side, staring up at her while she sat on the ground, leaning her back against the tree. "For what reason, may I ask? You took a peek at mine. I believe it is fair." Marionette's response did make sense. Lillian did indeed peek into the purified quench's item detail without asking her. Lillian tapped her chin before waving her hand to the side flamboyantly and summoning the Sonata of Revenge into existence. She stared at its polished and gleaming surface as it reflected the light coming down from the hole before passing it over to Marionette. Marionette wrapped her fingers around the hilt of the rapier, raising it and giving it a surprisingly large amount of respect as she stroked the flat side of the blade. "The Sonata of Revenge," Marionette murmured. "It's a good weapon. It is simple in its design, but still holds the key concept for its existence, albeit the material is quite." She then shook her head before passing it back to Lillian. "Nonetheless, its enchantments hold great potential to tip the scale in a one-on-one battle." "Well, I only used one, which just activates on its own." Marionette nodded. "I am aware. That's why today you'll be using that other one. The Phantom Conductor one? I guess. I hope it doesn't take up too much mana, though." Lillian pushed herself off the ground, using the tree behind her as support before following Marionette down the hill. After reaching the stone, uneven ground, Lillian held out her rapier towards Marionette. Marionette stared with curious interest at the rapier before pushing her hand out and creating a shadow-black rapier that exuded an ominous aura. "They'll let you say when to start this time." Lillian smiled wryly and nodded gratefully before focusing on the Sonata of Revenge and felt the mana she was feeding through it being eaten. After a minute or so, a ghostly tune resonated from the blade. Lillian stared at the blade, which seemed to shiver for a bit before pausing. Lillian tilted her head at it. "Huh, did it do it?" Before staring at Marionette to see her eye focused on something behind her. Lillian twisted her head around and was met with a pair of fancy shoes situated behind her, standing in the air. It was a pale blue color and had the texture of high-quality leather. The shoes were attached to the feet of a ghostly apparition that floated above her. It was a handsome young man, possibly in his early 20s, who might have had dark brown hair and soft brown eyes. He wore an appealing suit that was cut and shredded at the edges. It consisted of what might have been a black suit and pants, a white shirt, and a black tie. Around his left chest was a small slit pierced through his white shirt with a darkish stain around it, which Lillian assumed to be blood. It was quite hard to figure out when the apparition's primary color was pale blue and was somewhat transparent. Lillian stared with wide eyes at the ghostly apparition before asking, "Are you the Phantom Conductor?" The ghostly apparition stared at her with a soft expression, a sort of mournful expression, an expression that was kept constantly still, just like its lips that had yet to utter even a single word or sound. Lillian then stared up at its right hand, which held a long, slim, and narrow wooden stick. She recognized it was a baton, an instrument for musical conductors. Huh, here I thought he would have a floating piano. She then watched as the hand, gently clutching the baton, suddenly twitched before dramatically swiping to the side. Without any warning, Lillian's body suddenly turned to the side, tilting back as the dark blade of a marionette's rapier stabbed the spot she was previously in. The two widened their eyes in surprise. The Phantom Conductor stared down at them with a forlorn expression as its body remained floating behind Lillian and slightly above her. Just like how Lillian's body was leaning back, so was it. With superb elegance in its movements, it placed its right foot back, causing Lillian to do the same and stabilizing her falling body before having her raise her rapier over her head. The Phantom Conductor then swiped the baton down. Marionette, who was still in the motion of stabbing, watched as Lillian's blade rapidly approached her still face. She then threw a quick glance at Lillian's face, which seemed to express discomfort. Marionette tightened the muscles in the arm that held her rapier before flicking her wrist and aiming the tip of her blade towards Lillian's chest, ignoring the fact the Sonata of Revenge might slice her in half. The Phantom Conductor watched Marionette's counterattack and decided to cease its own. Lillian felt the muscles in her arm that held the Sonata of Revenge tightened to an uncomfortable degree and watched as it raised itself between her and the incoming dark rapier. The Phantom Conductor's expression briefly changed as it watched the tip of Marionette's blade pass through Lillian's rapier. Its widened eyes soon softened. It then twisted itself on its left leg, causing Lillian to narrowly dodge Marionette's harrowing stab before raising its other leg. Lillian's entire body then turned towards Marionette before watching her right leg kick at her with speed she thought she couldn't reach, albeit in exchange for a painful shock from her muscles. She then watched as Marionette sunk through the ground and into a dark puddle before rapidly passing between Lillian's legs and forming behind her, stabbing her rapier towards the back of Lillian's neck. The tip of her blade then paused just an inch away from Lillian's neck as she saw no reaction. She stared up at the ghostly apparition and saw it had yet to make any moves like it did earlier. It was just still. "You could deactivate it now," Marionette ordered, watching as the pale blue figure of the Phantom Conductor faded away slowly before finally disappearing. Soon after, Lillian let out a loud sigh of relief as she fell to the ground, taking in deep breaths. Marionette raised an eyebrow at this. "Are you all right?" Lillian stared at her before groaning. "I think my muscles are screaming." Chapter 72 Phantom Conductor 2. Edited. Marionette stared at her silently, watching as Lillian took in big and deep breaths. She eventually spoke to her and said with a blunt and stern voice, "You'll be fine. Growth takes time and effort. I'm sure your muscles are just screaming at how happy they are." Lillian stared at Marionette's outstretched hand before shakily reaching towards it slowly and grabbing onto it, pulling herself up. "But I would have at least wanted to be warned before it happened. That damn ghost was so merciless with its actions." Her eyes twitched with irritation. The cursed Phantom Conductor was now revealed to be a skill that would move her body towards the best possible position, albeit straining her body and lack of anticipation for surprising events. She knew the Phantom Conductor was startled by Marionette's rapier passing through her. "It seems that it also relies on your sight to work," Marionette mentioned, giving her input, which caused Lillian to nod thoughtfully. The Phantom Conductor did indeed seem to become inactive once Marionette was out of sight. She then shrugged. Everything has a flaw, I guess. I can't exactly have extremely high expectations of a Tier 3 weapon. It's almost poetic, though. How so? Marionette asked. Well, this weapon was crafted by a pianist out of revenge, which he used to kill the people that destroyed his piano. But by doing so, wasn't he blinded by revenge in a way? Marionette stared at her silently, but shrugged. Your reason might have a few flaws here and there. But sure, I suppose it's poetic. After saying that, she then asked, how much mana did you use? I think about half to activate it and a little more just to keep it running. Lillian responded with uncertainty. All she knew was that she had used up a little bit over half. Marionette then placed her hand on her chin, stroking it with a thoughtful expression while staring upwards. She then mumbled, almost half. Huh. She then turned her gaze back down towards Lillian and saw her stroking her arms, which were uncomfortably sore. Are they sorer than after our training sessions? Strangely enough, yeah. It's going to be annoying to walk back up that hill. Lillian sighed before smirking at Marionette playfully. Unless you want to carry me, no. Consider it your training. Marionette answered, turning her face to the side with her right hand covering the bottom half of her mouth with a pondering look. She then turned back towards Lillian and said, I suppose with all these downsides, such as high mana cost and major muscle soreness, you should perhaps only use this as a last resort when you're in a desperate situation. Huh? Why would I be in a desperate situation if you were around to take care of it? That's an awful mentality to have, Lillian. No matter how strong you think I am, I'm still human. A human with limits. Even I can be taken off guard and be killed if I'm not too careful. She then fell silent before answering Lillian's question. And to answer your question, who knows? Perhaps it's when I'm not around to save you. As the flame inside a cold and obsidian black lantern danced energetically with fluid elegancy, so did Lillian as a pale blue man and formal were floated above her. Their movements were like a beautiful river ever-flowing and ever-changing as they danced around the horrific terror charging towards them like a fearsome bull. The multiple-legged monster gnashed its exposed and gruesome teeth at them as they played with it like a bullfighter and his bull, while also, clang, striking the shell of the monster, which caused a bell-like reverberation to resound chillingly through the air, coupled with the ghostly sounds of a sonata of revenge that became loud enough to irritate the monster. However, unlike the catacomb brawler, which once fell to its unpleasant effect, the monster was merely enraged by it. Its movements are just a bit more sporadic, and its legs are more skittery than before. The phantom conductor watched as the scraping legs of the monster lifted itself off the ground, falling towards them like the claw of a brutal beast. The phantom conductor leapt back, dragging Lillian along with him like she was just a puppet to his strings of elegant movements. The longer the chase between the monster and herself continued, the more harrowing the situation was becoming. The muscles in Lillian's legs have grown to a concerning level of soreness to the point that it would periodically lock in place, causing her to waste more time dodging attacks that would no doubt kill her. However, despite this growing disadvantage, clang, the Sonata of Revenge still continued to sing its constant tunes with each successful strike conducted by the phantom conductor with each swing of his baton. Their bodies were perfectly in sync with one another, if one looked past the short milliseconds of delay due to Lillian's limbs locking in place. The Sonata of Revenge's enchantment did not speak of how many times its ethereal song can continue to rise in volume or continue to linger through the air. No, instead, all it spoke was that with each strike, the rapier would continue to sing. Clang! Lillian struck the monster's segmented body once more, listening to the resounding echo from her strike like hitting a bell with a small hammer. The ominous song of the rapier lingered through the air with the sounds of ghostly piano keys hitting the floor. It was like the calming sound of raindrops tapping against the ground, except the shiver you might get from being drenched in the rain was far from what the monster was going through. The more Lillian continued to strike the monster's body with the edge of her blade, the more it seemed to shiver. The monster's body trembled vigorously, rattling like the tail of a threatened rattlesnake. Its thick black armor smacked against each other, creating the sounds of blunt chimes consecutively hitting each other. A soothing sound for Lillian, but a dreadful one for the monster as it began to lose direction of Lillian. Its eyes trembled as it saw not one, not two, but three Lillians closing in on it. It then suddenly heard Lillian's voice, speaking in an ominous tone. "Do you hear it? The song of your undoing?" Chapter 73, A Sense of Weakness? Edited, its deep black eyes, filled with hunger and malice, which were worn on its human-like face, stared unfocused as it had just suddenly developed cataracts in its bug-like eyes. Lillian, unaware of the troubles the monster was going through, just even to make out where she was, roughly slid under a clumsy swing of its legs that caused it to drag to the side. The phantom conductor, who was following after her, pressed his hand on the ground before strongly pushing off of it. Lillian flew back up to her feet, her arm shaking from the sudden burst of strength. She tightly gripped the hilt of her rapier and swung it through the gaps in the monster's jointed legs. As the baton of the pale, blue, ghostly figure flew over her head, so did her blade. After the sonata of revenge managed to nestle its way through the gaps in its exoskeleton, it sunk deeply into its joints. The phantom conductor then raised his other hand to his baton, gripping it with both hands and dramatically pushing it through the way with difficulty, like a mime standing in an ocean that was soon dyed in a deep, red-rich liquid that overflowed from the monster's open wound like a broken dam. After having the blood wash over her like a waterfall, she listened to the squeal from the monster with an odd-looking smile, which was reflected back in the surface of the blood, albeit distorted. "I'm so edgy for smiling," she outwardly thought, staring at the thrashing monster that squealed like an out-of-control pig. A pig with a chilling voice box that mixed in high and low-pitched growls in its pain-filled screeches. Lillian couldn't help but feel goosebumps unnervingly appear on her arms. She then felt her body lifted and dragged back, staring as its middle leg, resembling somewhat like a spider, flicked at her. The phantom conductor leapt back, watching as the tip of its leg screeched across the already damaged surface of the carapace chest plate like a nail on chalkboards. This caused the goosebumps on Lillian's arms to spike before having to recover from the knockback received from the monster. Thud! She rolled against the ground, hearing the faint sounds of cracking similar to eggshells being stepped on and the feeling of some parts of her armor shifting out of place. Pushing herself into a kneeling position, she watched as small shards of carapace fell from the front part of her chest plate. She gave a solemn sigh, which was reflected in the depressing flame of her lantern as it seemed to have gotten colder, already lowering the cold metal frame of its cursed cage. Not only did it seem to flicker and possibly go out, which she highly and hopefully doubted it would, but also the faint blue light coming off of the ethereal being floating behind her. She glanced back and saw that it seemed to dim and glitch in and out of existence like the spirit of a deity that couldn't exist long in the mortal world. A spirit that still held onto the soft and mournful mask adorning its still face stubbornly. Not yet, Lillian thought, gritting her teeth. She had to keep it active as long as possible, just long enough for her to reign victorious. In all honesty, it was the sole reason why she had remained alive so far. She doubted the necklace would intervene again and save her. Fate wouldn't find it very fun if it did that, right? She watched the tip of the monster's bloodied horn emerge from the curtain of darkness, along with its face that stared at her fiercely. The muscles in its face twitched rapidly, burning with furious irritation at the insistent tunes lingering in the air like an annoying horde of flies. Its jaws chattered against each other, causing its razor-sharp teeth of horrendous color to scrape and clatter roughly. Not only that, but it was finding itself hard to balance itself on the right due to the missing leg. This caused it to seethe with bubbling saliva that leaked through the gaps between its teeth. Drip, drip, drip. Lillian watched this with a repulsed expression and mumbled tiredly, "What a filthy creature you are." Since the monster was now in her sights, the flickering phantom conductor switched back to being active. He kicked at the air underneath him and pulled Lillian towards a monster. After closing the gap between them, the phantom conductor raised his trusty wooden baton that had taken on the same ghostly properties as him. It shimmered with a faint light before being swung down. However, something was off. The phantom conductor stared worriedly at Lillian's arm to find it unmoving. He had pushed her body too far. The horrific terror standing before Lillian watched as the muscles in her arm twitched and seemed to try to swing itself subtly. It then seemingly grinned before letting out a terrifying roar of varying pitches and slamming one of its front legs at her that shot with fierce intensity. With the final sparks left in his existence, the phantom conductor strugglingly dragged Lillian's body to the side, allowing her to receive but a shallow wound from the leg. Lillian winced before widening her eyes and letting out a gurgling scream as the monster awkwardly swung its horn at her chest plate, bashing her away. Crack! Her body was thrown weakly through the air several meters high a trail of blood with a mix of her saliva following her flight as they left through her mouth. Not only that, but rain of a brownish polished material fell off of her body. The carapace chest plate had, just like her, neared its limits. Cracks that were only around her chest and a few deep scratches had now connected with one another and spread all over. If she were to fall and crash into the ground, it would shatter, leaving her without any other protection. She then took a weak, slow glance back and saw the phantom conductor's fading body. Not only was she going to be left without any other protection, but she would also lose the life-saving help of the spirit floating behind her. Was this actually her end? Before she could even hit the ground, from the darkness and revealed by the depressing lantern that was still miraculously held in her hand, was the monster following up with its earlier attacks. Although its speed was notably decreased compared to its earlier burst of blurry speed, it would no doubt reach her and ram into her like an out-of-control rhinoceros. Was there a way out? Flashes of subtle light and memories passed through her mind. The majority of the memories are from the exam. However, with the few short moments she had left before the cursed beetle-like monster's collision, she finally remembered something. Why did she want to aim for first place? Was it because of the challenge it posed? That was definitely one of them. The thought of challenge was the very thing that kept her playing the joyful game. But after that, the very concept called challenge had completely changed. Having a challenging life hurts. Extremely so. But the battles brought her joy like some maniac, no matter how much it hurt her. Was this body originally a masochist? Had it somehow affected her personality? She wasn't sure. She wasn't even sure if she wanted to know. However, what she did know was that if she had achieved first place, she would have had the highest chance of gaining Marionette's respect. Enough to where she would be considered a friend, even if Marionette called them acquaintances. Yes, she did it just to be close to some girl who looked so cold-hearted, indifferent to anything but herself and her gains. But in the short number of days Lillian had been with her, she knew that most of what she had thought was false. She wasn't entirely cold-hearted. In fact, she'd argue she was quite warm. Warmer than the embrace of both the darkness around her and the light from her lantern. The longer she spent around Marionette, the harder she felt it was, becoming harder to refuse her strange advances. Now that she thought about it, were her advances truly only because she had wanted to bond with Lillian or reel her into the Roselle family as another asset? An asset that would help doom both the physical and spiritual realm? In other words, the world? Lillian stared dazedly and blankly at the approaching monster with a solemn, but also amused expression. Now I know why gacha games make so much money. It's because of simps like us. She still wanted to be with Marionette. She could even possibly deter her from her original route. And with the way things between her were going, that's definitely a possibility. But was Marionette still alive? I couldn't even stay beside you like you asked, she thought, tears slowly bottling up in the corner of her eyes. If her past self saw her now, she would either console her or call herself a crybaby before recounting the number of and sort of injuries she had accumulated. The sense of weakness and the feeling of regret flooded her mind. She wasn't talented at all. She's the category of weak people Marionette mentioned. The ones that couldn't live with the fact that normal people around them were far superior to them. She then thought back to her little apartment, an apartment filled with darkness and artificial light. Lillian then thought how much of a coward she was. A coward too stubborn to run away and escape from the delusional fantasy she was still trapped in. Just as she was about to collide with its horn, the hand gripping the sonata of revenge suddenly twitched. Chapter 74, Pianist's Sacrifice. Edited. Without her doing, her hand suddenly twitched. That was then an ethereal and quiet voice of a man whispered itself into her ear. Her affection was just like mine to her. It was a beautiful, soothing voice. Lillian's eyes slowly drifted back, staring at the pale blue face of the ghostly pianist behind her. His face, once filled with sadness and stillness towards anything outside of the unexpected, was now smiling. His eyes, once filled with grief, were now staring at her with empathy that resonated deeply with both of them. Lillian widened her eyes. This was the first time he had ever talked, even if it was only their second time meeting again. But why was he talking now? And why was he staring at her like that? Why was he talking in such a soft tone? Especially when she was about to be killed. Her hand that was clutching the sonata of revenge twitched again before suddenly swinging it. Lillian stared at the rapier, which had the flat side of its blade facing the monster's incoming horn. The side facing her gleamed brightly, almost as if it was smiling at her. She then felt her arm, which was holding her lantern, suddenly raise itself, placing her forearm against the flat side. Ashu! The ghostly pianist then surprised her once again as she felt his hand on her right shoulder and the side of his face beside her left ear. The phantom conductor stared at the charging monster with a solemn expression before whispering in an ethereally soft, lingering voice. Don't make the same mistake I did. No longer cower. Lillian watched as the vicious horn crashed into the surface of the rapier, the world seemingly becoming slower. She felt the subtle shock travel through both her arms, watching as the rapier trembled and bent slowly towards her, struggling to resist the force. She was then dragged through the air by the cursed monster. No longer hide behind something insignificant other than your meaning for life. Screech. The faint sounds of painful screeching resounded from the bending blade, and with each moment, it seemed to lose its shine. The strange thing about it was, the sound didn't resonate through the air, but through her heart and mind. Had she truly created such a close bond with her weapon that she could feel its pain in such a short span of time? It could just be her imagination, but... And lastly, just like how a pianist is nothing without his piano, so is a lover with no one to love. The sonata of revenge, under the tremendous push from the horrid monster, had now become shaped into a U, fully losing its once elegant shape and the bright gleam. Screech. The subtle light radiating from the ghostly pianist soon began to diminish. And so did his body as he seemed to start breaking off into chunks. But his body still clung together stubbornly, despite Lillian completely running out of mana. Protect what you love to the best of your ability, even if it's at the cost of your life. You will still be able to become absorbed into the afterlife without any regrets. Down the middle of his face, a crack emerged, which webbed out into many sections. With acceptance in his eyes, he closed them, leaning his body far back away from Lillian and shattering into a cloud of shimmering glitters of light that were eaten by the harrowing darkness. The painful screeches of the sonata of revenge then suddenly became quiet and were instead replaced by the familiar androgynous voice of the jester. A recognized shard has been shattered. The rapier that was bent into a U suddenly began to glow with a deep purplish color before shattering into tiny shards of light. Lillian unconsciously tried to reach out towards the shard of light flying towards her like a butterfly, pushing through the strains, limiting her movements. It shimmered beautifully, blocking and distracting her eyes from anything but it. After it had vanished, however, the monster behind it was revealed, still in its charge, with an even greater push once the rapier disappeared, especially when the buzzing of its irritating song had left its ears. Lillian stared down at the monster, her eyes softening and filled with acceptance. All that to delay the inevitable. She then gritted her teeth, clenching her jaw and tightening her muscles in her arms. The look of acceptance that was in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with the same amount of tenacity found in a catacomb dweller's eyes. Just before the monster crashed into her again, she wrapped her arms in front of her in an X, summoning the depressing warmth back to her mana realm and bracing. Crack! Crack! The bones in her arms shattered under the thunderous force of the monster's charge. The pain stabbed into her mind as she felt the splinter shard of her bones stabbing through her arm. Blood shot up through her throat and left through the gaps between her gritting teeth. The feeling of the horn causing her arms to bend inwards further caused more pain to shoot through her mind in large waves, crashing into her like a disastrous tsunami, threatening to shatter the remaining stubbornness to not give in to her demise. I am going to kill you when I get the chance. Lillian's strained and hateful voice spilled through her blood-filled mouth. The monster's large black eyes flashed back hatefully, having had enough of Lillian's insistent need to continue squirming. It paused in its charge, forcing itself not to get carried by its momentum, and watched as Lillian, who was stuck to its horn, slowly fell from it, her arms flailing in the air. It then took a step back before launching itself forward and slamming its entire body into Lillian, sending her flying away once more. Lillian stared at the quickly approaching ground. Worried about her chest plate, she summoned it back to her mana realm. After a few seconds, it finally disappeared, allowing her to prevent its destruction as she bounced against the ground harshly, leaving a splatter of her blood on the rough, uneven ground. With each bounce, she let a pain-filled gurgle as the blood in my mouth bounced around, tapping at the back of her throat and causing her to gag and spit it out. She didn't know how long she had bounced, but it eventually came to an end when she crashed into one of the walls of the catacomb. Crash! GH! Lillian let out a pain-filled groan, feeling something pop out of her shoulder. Her shoulder had become dislocated. She then fell down from the wall, slamming her shoulder into the ground and having it click back and again eliciting another pain-filled groan. Her sight was blurry. Her mind was in shambles, which was already due to the pain that, if not for her shocking amount of persistence to stay awake, she would have already been long asleep. With her back leaned against the wall, her hair covering a part of her bloodied face, she whispered, I refuse to die now. Suddenly, in the corner of her eyes, she made out what seemed to be a light. She weakly turned her head to the side, narrowing her eyes and being able to make out what seemed to be a corner from the blurry mess. Her eyes widened. Could it be? Her eyes flashed with realization. I can make it. My legs still work, right? With her back against the wall and her knees up to her chest, she pushed against the ground with her feet, causing her to slide slowly up the wall. Drip, drip, drip. Blood ran and dripped heavily from the open wounds in her arms that were caused by her bones. It was truly a wonder. Lillian's legs wobbled uncontrollably as she began to make her way around the corner. A normal person like her, who just a week ago was just a normal human, Lillian's faint footsteps echoed quietly. However, that wasn't the same for Lillian's labored breathing as she swayed side to side. Her body, which had already long reached its limits, wished to collapse this very instant. But she had no luxury of doing that, not when her goal was just right before her eyes, not when she had just entered through the open archway, not when she had managed to arrive inside the large open room filled with tall, narrow stone pillars that were connected to both the ceiling and the ground, and a glorious violet tree situated on top of a large dirt hill. Her eyes stared shakingly at the tree, continuing her laborsome march towards it. She didn't know why, but she just needed to reach it. Drip, drip, drip. Her blood continued to drip. Her footsteps continued to echo. And something else echoed as well. Lillian shakily turned back, stiffening at the sight of the persistent monster that still chased after her through all that had just happened. After emerging from the darkness, it shockingly made its way through the light coming out of the hole. its body now adapted to the change of balance from its missing leg that no longer expelled a river of blood. Its teeth ominously chattered against each other as they did under the effects of the sonata of Revenge's enchantment. However, it seemed that it was doing it out of pure excitement. Lillian's face darkened, turning grim. She quickly faced forward and dragged her already weary body towards the dirt hill. Chapter 75, Bleeding Tree? Edited. She shakily listened in on the monster's steps towards her. The constant chattering of its teeth unnerved her to no end. The scraping of its legs against the ground caused shivers to run up her spine. Drip, drip, drip. The more her blood dripped, the more lightheaded she felt, enough to where she tripped just before the dirt hill, slamming her body into the ground roughly and causing her already serious injuries to worsen. She gave a painful yelp, raising her face up weakly. What met her was a pair of black leather shoes. Huh, why were there just some random pairs of shoes before her eyes? And when did they get here? And why do they look so familiar? That was when the voice of a certain black-haired woman with an awful sense of direction quietly resounded above her. I admire your ability always to receive the most dastardly of wounds, Lillian. Lillian widened her eyes and quickly raised them up with enough speed that it could threaten to snap her neck. Above her was a pair of beautiful red jewels situated on an equally beautiful still face that stared down at her with a tilt of her head. It was Marionette. She's alive. And Marionette. Lillian yelled with tears threatening to spill out of her eyes in large torrents. Marionette raised an eyebrow at her and crouched down. Yes? She asked in a stoic voice, which didn't bother Lillian at all. Lillian's words then split out of her trembling lips. I'm really glad to see you. Is that so? I'm glad you do, Marionette answered, continuing to stare down at her with her usual still face. She then looked over Lillian's wounds and asked, Do they hurt? You're quite calm for someone who has 2 broken arms with shattered bones sticking out of them. Her words caused Lillian to remember the shocking pain and caused her to wince painfully. This pain then suddenly increased with Marionette's hand gesture. Around Lillian's broken arms that were miraculously still intact, a black shadowy cast formed around them, pushing them back into place and putting Lillian through another torturous session. However, she was briefly distracted by the soft patting on the head. She stared up at Marionette, who had a soft smile on her face as she patted Lillian with her right hand. Marionette then began to speak in a rhyming tone. There. I'm here now. Don't worry about the pain no more. I will make the pain go away. While her words did manage to soothe Lillian a bit, she couldn't help but think curiously about how it felt that Marionette was possibly reciting a nursery rhyme. She then watched as Marionette moved her left hand towards her face, summoning a small vial filled with a reddish liquid that seemed to have golden glitter mixed into it. The vial was slim and long. Around its glass exterior, it was patterned with illustrations and had a unique bottle shape that made it look like a smaller and much thinner version of a conical flask. Lillian widened her eyes. Is that? Marionette nodded her head. Yes, a high-grade health potion, she stated in a casual tone, a potion that cost my family a few dozen thousand or so to have made. Lillian stared at her with a wry smile. Did you need to add that last part? This isn't your way of telling me to pay you back, is it? Why would I have you pay it back when you already paid for it? I have. Before Lillian could finish her sentence, Marionette tore off the small cork of the vial with her teeth and began to forcibly pour it down Lillian's throat, who at first fought back unconsciously before giving in. That's it. Drink and drink until all the pain has gone away. Marionette continued to rhyme, watching as Lillian drank every last drop from the vial before storing it back into her spatial storage. Lillian let out a satisfied exhale, feeling the potion numbing the pain and feeling an odd, uncomfortable sensation around her arms as they seemed to twist around and twitch. Luckily for the dark braces around her arms to keep it in place, the potion was able to solve the damage caused to it, with superb effectiveness as Lillian stared at them in wonder. After Marionette had released her from the dark braces, Lillian couldn't help but stare at her arms like a child who had discovered the coolest thing ever. Just as she was staring down at her arms, she suddenly realized something. Shouldn't the monster have closed in on them by now? What happened to the... Lillian twisted her head around, expecting to find the monster on top of them, but was instead met with a tall cage of narrow black spires surrounding its large body. Not only that, but its body was tied down to the ground by ropes made of darkness that every time one snapped, another one came to replace it. Lillian stared at the captured beast with wide eyes, seeing as it tried to struggle and break free, before staring back at Marionette to find her face very close to hers. The two stared deeply at one another before Lillian leapt back, startled by Marionette's sudden closeness. She held her hand over her chest and gave a few short, rapid breaths before speaking up. "You can do that." Marionette tilted her head to the side. "Do what exactly?" "Tying it down. You have enough mana to do something like that." Marionette gave a brief nod. "Yes. You too can do this once you practice enough." "Well, I need a large volume of mana as well." Lillian pouted. Marionette rolled her eyes. "You'll have more once we complete this trial," she said, getting up from her crouch. "I see. I have a question, Marionette." Marionette tilted her head. "Yes. If you were able to do this the entire time, and you were, in fact, alive, why didn't you come to save me when I was fighting that monster? Actually, how did you even survive getting impaled by its horn?" Lillian asked, watching as Marionette walked over to her and pushed out her hand for her to take. "To answer that last question, I merely made it go through my body." But wouldn't that mean it would have passed through you entirely? I saw you dangling from the tip of its horn." Lillian pulled herself up with Marionette's help. Marionette then answered in a nonchalant tone. "I made some parts of myself still solid, so that it would do so." "But why?" Lillian yelled. "Why would you do such a thing?" Backing away from Marionette with a look of betrayal. "So you just watch me get tossed around and get put near death's door?" Marionette stared down at her hand, which Lillian had pulled away from before looking up and into Lillian's eyes with silence. She then breathed a sigh before approaching her. "Please do not get the wrong idea, Lillian," she said, reaching towards Lillian's right hand with her own and raising it, interlocking her fingers with it. "I did not have any impure intentions towards you. Quite the opposite, in fact. And what would they be that would elicit me having to have both my arms crushed and my rapier destroyed?" Lillian stared down at her hand that was held tightly but gently in Marionette's hand. "While the destruction of your weapon was an unexpected development, I say it was needed in your growth," Marionette answered, staring down at Lillian due to her taller stature. "Huh, growth?" Marionette's eyes then softened. "You may berate or even hate me for not helping you, but people do not grow unless subjected to situations that threaten their livelihood. You will go through more of these in the future, Lillian." She then unlocked her fingers from Lillian and pulled away. "If you would like an apology, then I apologize for making you believe that I had died, and I suppose the loss of your rapier as well." Marionette then turned around and began her ascent up the tall, curved dirt hill. She then glanced down at Lillian. "I suggest moving far away," before making her way up towards the violet tree. Lillian, breaking out of her stupor, stared at Marionette confusedly before doing as she said and began to walk towards the side. Having reached approximately 3 meters away from the hill, she then turned back around and yelled, "Is this far enough?" Marionette stared down at her for a bit before making a shooing gesture with her hand. "A little further," she yelled back. Lillian raised an eyebrow and began to step further back, reaching 10 meters away from it. After getting the confirmation that it was far enough, she then watched Marionette swing her arm to the side. Marionette stared at the tree with furrowed brows, and her right arm stretched far to the side. In her hand, a large, mighty battle axe of darkness manifested itself into reality before having its shaft gripped by 2 slender hands. With a twist of her body, she swung the battle axe with enough force that its sharp edge had managed to cleave through the curved body of the tree, causing the upper half of it to slide off and collapse with a loud thud. Lillian watched as the canopy of the tree rolled down the hill, with its branches snapping along the journey of its descent. "What was that for, Mari One?" Just before Lillian could finish her sentence, the entire dirt hill suddenly began to tremble. Marionette stared down at the stump specifically at the reddish veins inside it that leaked out a reddish liquid. It was bleeding. Chapter 76, Beetle Against the Tree. Edited. The world seemingly trembled once the violet canopy crashed into the ground of the catacomb. The slim, tall pillars of the room seemingly shivered like frightened spectators at the sight of what had just happened, threatening to snap at any moment. Lillian felt an uneasy sensation deep inside her heart as the vibrations ominously tapped at her feet, coursing up her spine and causing her to shiver a bit. What the hell is going on? She then drew her gaze towards Marionette, who continued to stand at the peak of the hill, staring down at the dark wooden body of the stump that bubbled and oozed a putrid red liquid. It was blood. The inside of the tree was coursing with blood. Marionette narrowed her eyes down on it before flinching back, staring at the pillar of blood that arose from the stump that acted as some broken water fountain. As it shot up and began to fall back down as a crimson rain, Marionette swirled the intimidating battle axe in her hand and transformed it into a simplistic but charming umbrella. Raising the dark umbrella over her head, she listened to the calming sounds of the harsh tapping of the crimson rain against her umbrella. She continued to stare at the squirting stump, curious at what it may do next. After a few more moments, the pillar of blood diminished in size before seemingly splitting in half, parting way like a pair of flowy red curtains made of high-quality silk. What it had revealed was an ominous red eye with a deep black slit pupil staring at her. It had throbbing purple veins webbing across its eyes like living cracks. It was situated on top of the stump, preventing any more unnecessary bleeding as it stared curiously at Marionette with a subtle hint of cautiousness. After a few curious moments, it eventually decided to glance away, taking a look at its surroundings before gazing up towards the radiant light falling upon it from the hole in the ceiling. It then began to shrivel up, drinking in a moisture coating its surface and becoming a dehydrated husk. Soon after, its deflated body was drawn back inside the stump. Marionette tilted her head at it, somewhat confused at what it had just done before feeling the hill tremble again, this time being a visible cause for it. The thick, lengthy roots stretching from the base of the stump began to retract back into it like a horde of snakes. After they had reached it, they swung themselves around it, effectively wrapping themselves like a bandage around the stump-bleeding body that suddenly began to turn. Marionette watched intently as it slowly drilled its way through the dirt hill. "How unexpected," Marionette murmured before catching a glimpse of the other in the corner of her eyes. Marionette then elegantly leaned back, dodging a narrow root shooting past her at neck-breaking speed. Her eyes followed its journey through the air, staring at its coated tip that was dripping with a mysterious liquid. Her eyes then darted around her sides. Lillian watched as Marionette fell back, surrounded by a cage of piercing roots that looked like the maw of a venomous beast. She then watched Marionette and stared as a black puddle sped down the hill. Marionette then reformed at the bottom of the hill, slowly making her way towards the black cage she had created to trap the beetle-like monster that stared at her approach. Its eerily human-like face gnashed its already exposed teeth at her threateningly, thrashing and slamming its body against the restricting cage. Marionette tilted her head at it before suddenly disappearing and reappearing on its back, with her legs crossed and her right cheek leaning into her right fist. She sat on the monster's hard carapace back, which was an ebony black. She then whispered while patting its back, staring at the incoming roots, each varying in size, that flew like homing missiles. "Don't worry, it'll release you now." Once she said that, her body grew dark and ethereal, fading into a puddle of darkness and quickly slithering off its body, speeding towards Lillian. The monster watched as the black cage around it dissipated, the dark ropes wrapping its body disappear. It then raised its eyes up towards the roots that slammed into its body like sharp hammers. Lillian watched as the dark puddle slithered in between her legs, and a pair of arms reached over her shoulder before softly wrapping themselves around her neck. She then felt two soft mounds pressed softly against the back of her head. Lillian stared up and into Marionette's eyes, which were staring back into hers. You You didn't have to wrap your arms around me," Lillian said timidly. Marionette tilted her head at her before responding. "I didn't have to, but I wanted to. Do you perhaps want me to get off you?" Lillian stared at her silently before slowly bringing her face away from Marionette's gaze, hiding her blush before raising her hands towards Marionette's arms. Instead of pulling them off of her, she softly clutched them with a warm expression. She then leaned back onto the soft pillows behind her and stared at what had happened to the monster. The polished black shell of the beetle remained the same. Not even a scratch or dent from the pointy roots that pushed their sharp tips against it, shaking at the resistance of the beetle. The beetle's human-like face scowled, and with a wave of its head, it dragged the strings of roots down with its horn before biting onto them. Its sharp teeth dug into the roots and snapped them in half. The parts of the root that remained intact wiggled in the air before being brought back through the hole they came out of and being replaced by others. Lillian looked back towards Marionette and asked, "Was it your plan to make them fight? While I may have been able to kill that beetle, I believe it was wise to do this instead." Lillian tilted her head. "Is it because of how much mana it would take?" "No. Rather, I believe it's needed to bring out the boss of this trial. I'm sure you're aware that bosses most likely need some kind of requirements to appear, correct?" Lillian gave a slow nod before asking in an incredulous tone, "And you think that cursed beetle is a key factor for it?" She glanced back towards the beetle to watch its shell get bombarded again by sharp wooden whips before gnawing through them. Marionette stared down at her silently, thinking about how she would answer before eventually answering. "Good intuition. That. Never mind." Lillian sighed, facing away from Marionette. On the topic of mana, though, Lillian slowly brought her right hand up before reaching into the air and magically pulling out a mana potion, which she swiftly drank. After feeling that her mana hadn't been fully restored, she drank another and another. She had quite a bit to spend, after all. While she was doing this, the beetle and the hidden tree continued to face each other with fierce savagery. Wooden whips, numbering dozens, fell over the curved hill and rushed towards the beetle that released a mist of hot air before fearlessly scurrying forward. Before the roots could stab into the beetle's human-like face, it opened its jaws and snapped down on the roots, tearing them apart, and continued on forward. Clouds of splinter lingered through the air before dropping. The wiggling roots acted like tentacles, retracting back before being replaced by an endless supply. The two stared deeply at the seemingly one-sided battle. Lillian then asked, "What rank do you think they're both at?" Marionette thought for a moment before answering. "I suspect them to be of the same rank. Around Savage or D class, if you would like to say." "Savage, huh? They're pretty strong. Like crazy strong. So that would mean they have quite a bit of mana shells formed, right?" Marionette nodded at Lillian's reasoning. "Correct. I believe they may be around the Maw class, the one just above the Gnarl. Catacomb brawlers were Gnarls, right?" Marionette nodded. Lillian held her hand to her chin, pondering with a thoughtful expression. The two then continued to watch the battle unfold before their very eyes. No matter how many times the roots tried to pierce through the beetle's impenetrable armor, it would always fail without a doubt. The more it attempted to subdue the ferocious beetle, the closer the beetle had gotten to the hill. Of course, not all things are as they seem to the exposed eyes. Once the beetle had reached the hill, it paused dead in its tracks with shaky legs that seemed to struggle to keep up the weight of its body. In between the gaps of its teeth, a repulsive foam of saliva slithered out of it like ants, bubbling and popping as its eyes seemed to twitch vigorously. Chapter 77, Beetle vs. Beetle? Edited. As the beetle foamed at the mouth, the hill trembled once more. This time, it seemed to shift a bit as something began to burrow out of it. A glossy horn, as black as the beetle's carapace, poked out from the hill. In comparison, both of their horns were roughly the same size, albeit the one coming out of the hill was just a tad bit longer. The surface of the hill then continued to expand before exposing a human-like face just like the beetle's. The difference was that it was covered in thin, narrow roots that infested it like throbbing veins. The place where its eyes would be was replaced with thick branches with limp roots at the end. Its teeth were jagged and decayed, supposedly over a long period of time. And lastly, Lillian stared at what seemed to be another beetle exiting the tall dirt mound with a shocked expression. She then shifted her gaze at the familiar stump situated on its back with thick roots digging into its shell. She then shouted, "Huh, another." Marionette rested her chin on top of Lillian's head with a curious and interested expression as she gazed at it. It would seem so, and the tree seemed to be its parasite. Wait, how would it have gotten its body then? Did it kill it and then take over its body? That would be the only answer from what I believe. Or it could have taken over when the beetle naturally passed on beside it. Marionette said while shrugging, "Either way, pay attention. I doubt you'll see these types of scenes often in the academy." Lillian held a strange expression, which she decided to put away. She would rather not say right now and be questioned about future events. She stared forward and watched as the parasitist beetle slowly approached the foaming beetle. Its movements were clumsy, almost as if it wasn't used to moving. After reaching it, it paused before raising its head, tapping its horn against the beetle's before rearing back its head and swinging it down. Bam! The parasitist beetle was then suddenly knocked back, having its back slam harshly against the dirt mound. The beetle that had been dealing with the effects of the poison had swiftly recovered. It pushed forward, slamming its horn into the parasitist beetle once again. The beetle then shot it a hateful look that seems to have taken root in its very existence, specifically at the dark red eye situated at the bottom of the parasitist beetle. Lillian and Marionette watched as the resentful beetle kept ramming its horn into the parasitist, one each hit making holes that oozed blood, which had a greenish-yellow tint. Who do you think might win? Because it looks like the damn beetle is beating the other one's ass. Lillian inquired grimly. She really wanted the tree to win. She also wanted to be the one to kill the beetle, but she doubted she would be able to unless the tree finally stepped up its game. Marionette thought for a moment before answering. Hard to say when we haven't seen what the tree could really do, but the beetle opened its maw and moved it towards one of the parasitist beetle's legs before stiffening, feeling something prodding and entering into it. I think the one of the poison might win. In the open wound caused by Lillian's attack that had taken its leg was a long braided rope of poison-tipped roots jamming themselves into it. A sense of weakness washed over it once again. It changed the direction. Its maw was moving and bit down on the roots that stretched out of the open holes of the parasitist beetle. Just before it could tear it off, a long, thick root wrapped around its segmented body. More then came and did the same thing, and with a surprising turn of events, it was suddenly raised upwards, exposing its vulnerable underside. Following its ascent, wooden spears numbering a dozen, all tipped in poison, stabbed into its underside. Lillian stared at this with wide eyes and pointed frustratingly at the twitching beetle that began to bleed profusely. That thing had a weakness the entire time. "Man, I could have made use of that," she grumbled, only to be comforted by Marionette. "Blame the area that you fought in. I'm sure you would have done better in an area like this where things are much brighter." Lillian gave an exasperated sigh. "Is that really the only reason that I almost died to it, though? It's not. You're still weak, after all." Marionette responded bluntly. "That's why I'll train more in the future." "That's so." Lillian then fell into deep thought. "Once I clear this trial, I'm going to be given a little more freedom over my mana." The Jester was a being that gifted humans a way to become stronger, albeit for the gods' entertainment. So, it would steadily bestow its features once certain criteria have been met. In this case, once she had successfully completed this trial, she would be given the ability to influence her mana realm a bit, essentially allowing her to increase in tiers or create more shells for her mana core. The process for the latter was the easiest, while the former needed far more requirements to happen. So, she believed it would be wise to increase her mana shells first. "Oh, I guess I'll be able to enhance myself with mana, won't I?" She still found it strange how Millis lost against her. Could it be she was actually bad at fighting? That shouldn't be the case since Millis, before entering the academy, had a mentor, which is the only reason how she got in anyway. Lillian rubbed her chin. ignorant of the fact Marionette had unwrapped her arms around Lillian's neck. She had only realized this once she felt Marionette wrap them around her abdomen. She flushed red. Why was Marionette suddenly doing this? Although this wasn't the first time she had done this, since this mainly happens when they sleep. Outside of that, it was very rare. Before she could even question Marionette's sudden intimacy, a strange, long shadow loomed over them. Lillian was then swiftly pulled to the side, avoiding the falling body of the beetle that crashed through the tall, narrow stone pillar behind her. Crash! Effectively snapping and causing it to crumble instantly upon collision. Lillian watched as its body bounced off the ground several times before landing on its back immobile like a tortoise. Lillian stared at its twitching body and the several holes riddled through its underside. Despite these harrowing and brutal injuries, it was still alive, albeit incapacitated. However, this sight would have left others concerned and cautious about the other beetle. She was not. In fact, she was ecstatic. "Hey, Marionette, do save me if that parasite attacks me," Lillian stated, shuffling out from Marionette's arms, who stared down at her with a perplexed expression. Her eyes then widened slightly in realization before nodding. "All right. Let's see if you get lucky enough to get an item." Before she could even finish her sentence, Lillian had already dashed towards the twitching beetle with a revengeful look in her eyes. "Lucky, lucky, lucky," Lillian hummed, sticking out her hand to the side and constructing a near-perfect replica of the Sonata of Revenge, albeit made out of water. Her aquatic blade reflected the light, giving the appearance of the familiar gleam her rapier would have occasionally. As she rapidly approached the incapacitated beetle, she caught the intimidating sight of a swarm of roots darting towards her. They swerved in the air like birds and wiggled like sea snakes swimming through water. They eventually lost their liveliness once Marionette appeared swinging her trusty battle axe, which she seemed to be quite fond of using. She definitely has a weapon, right? Lillian thought curiously before raising her hand and grabbing onto the edge of the beetle's shell. After pulling herself up, she made her way past its legs and towards its face, glancing at the devastating wounds in its body and staring inside at its internal organs that began to shift in color visibly. What she believed to be a healthy red was now turning into a gruesome but beautiful shade of purple. After reaching its repulsive face, which caused her face to wrinkle, it was a pain-filled expression, and her eyes had lost most of their color and had begun to go cloudy. She also couldn't help but sense it was feeling a sense of sorrow at the fact it couldn't kill the parasitic tree. Her eyes closed, her face becoming thoughtful. She then smirked and opened her eyes. Had too bad, so sad. Lillian then pulled back her arm and stabbed her rapier into its brownish face, gripping the hilt. Then, she began to inject more of her mana into her rapier. The beetle's face began to bloat slightly, expanding as small streams of water left through its pores and mouth. "I wonder how this feels for you. Is it painful? Or are you already in too much pain to realize it?" Lillian sat on it, continuing to inject water into its face. "I'm kind of like a reverse mosquito, aren't I?" Lillian snickered, staring at its now bloated face before kicking at it and watching it wobble. "I really didn't have to do this. But think of it as revenge for breaking my arms, huh? No hard feelings?" she said before stabbing through its eye and injecting its skull with water until, "You have slain a savage, Maw." Carapace Hunter the Jester's satisfying notification chimed in her mind. It brought her comfort, knowing she had killed the cursed beetle. Not only that, but another notification resounded in the Jester's voice. This time, it had an ominous echo to it. "You have received a shard of an entity's past." Chapter 78, The Parasitic Evergrower. Edited, she couldn't believe it. She had actually managed to gain another shard? Well, wasn't she quite lucky? What are the chances again? A 1 in 25 chance for me to get it? Lillian grinned and was about to look into it. That was until she noticed a shadow looming over her. Lillian twisted her head around and saw Marionette staring down at her. "Are you done?" "Ushul?" "Oh yeah, I am." Before being able to finish her sentence, Marionette dragged her out of the way again, dodging as a few lines of roots shot through where they were previously. Lillian gave a sigh of relief and thanked her. Marionette nodded briefly. It's fine. Pay attention to what is going to happen. Lillian tilted her head and stared at the corpse of the beetle being tightly wrapped in the parasitic tree's roots before being dragged towards it by an even thicker root. A trail of the beetle's blood was left smearing against the ground as it was ruthlessly dragged. The parasitic tree then opened the maw of the beetle like a cruel puppeteer and held the face of the dead beetle towards it. Crack! Crunch! It forcefully bit down on the horn, cracking and snapping it in half before devouring it. It then moved on to the rest of it and did the face thing. Lillian watched the gruesome sight of what may be called cannibalism with a disturbed look, but then remembered what she had just done earlier. Was me filling it with water considered gruesome? She thought for a bit before deciding otherwise. Nah, it broke my arms. I think it was a valid thing to do. Yawn. Lillian's ears twitched at the sound of Marionette yawning, which was a first. Are you tired, Marionette? Do you want me to lull you to sleep? She asked, grinning playfully. Marionette glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. We're about to fight the boss. And you want me to sleep? Do you perhaps want to sleep with me that badly? Lillian widened her eyes. How the hell did you come to that conclusion? Marionette narrowed her eyes before responding. Is there something wrong with what I said? Or did you think of something entirely inappropriate? Lillian blushed a bit before coughing into her fist. Oh, of course not. Anyway, she decided to change the awkward topic. How sure are you that this thing is actually going to be the... Lillian stiffened as a sudden burst of mana washed over the area. She then sighed. Why do I even open my mouth? Before turning her head towards the parasitic tree to find it had already finished. Blood was childish across its throbbing face as it twitched. It twitched and it twitched. Its head twisted side to side rapidly, flicking the blood on its face. It then paused before collapsing on its legs. Thud! Its dehydrated body, which was already a husk, became more shriveled. Its black carapace and teeth suddenly cracked as more roots accommodated the made gaps. While the beetle was going through a change, so was the stump sitting on its back. The thick roots that stretched out from it pulsated, transferring whatever nutrients gained from the beetle into it like thick wooden arteries. This caused the stump to undergo a healing period as a sapling sprouted from the top, growing rapidly before the two women's eyes. It grew and it grew, reaching the height of about 15 meters, which was enough to peek at the ceiling. Its dark wooden body twisted in a wide, tall pillar of festering vines that seemed to have a mind of its own. Its glorious canopy shadowed all that was 7 or so meters away from it, while shining down light from its radiant leaves. It was truly a sight to behold for the two. The tree they had known from the beginning of the trial, growing lonesomely on top of a hill, had now grown into a towering titan. A titan they now had to face as they stared into the eye that formed at the center of its body. It had a deep green scare that transitioned to completely black, dark green pupils that glowed ominously, staring at them with fierce hostility, and neon green veins that webbed across it. This titan, this tree that they were about to face, the boss of this trial, Morbasker, the parasitic evergrower, has awoken. This shit is the final boss. Lillian hunched her back forward with a tired expression, her arms dangling by her side as she turned towards Marionette, who seemed to be stretching. Marionette twisted her upper body to the right, bringing up her left arm and stretching it before doing the same again to the other side. Lillian couldn't help but stare at Marionette's body with admiration at its beauty. Her eyes lingered on her chest, which was superbly outlined, before looking down at Marionette's rear and sighing. Damn skirt. The skirt had prevented her wandering gaze countless times. This has led her to get caught countless times as well. This time was no different. Staring once again. Are you? Marionette asked, staring at her while brushing a lock of raven black hair behind her ear and revealing an alluring scarlet earring. Lillian didn't back down from this and smirked when she got caught. What if that was my intention? So that I could get caught again? Or it could have been because I wanted to appreciate your beauty. Lillian's flirt caused Marionette to roll her eyes at her. She eventually let a small smile take hold of her lips. And yet you deny my advances? Ashi, they aren't. actually advances now. Are they? Lillian asked with a cute, naive tilt of her head. Were they? I mean, she'd hinted a kiss that one time, or 2 times. While Lillian was having a mental debate, Marionette briefly widened her eyes before facing away and hiding her face. Who knows? She said in a neutral tone. I see. Do you have a plan to take that thing down? Lillian pointed at the gargantuan tree that hasn't made any moves yet. Marionette turned her face back before nodding. I do, in fact. I plan on killing it myself. Lillian stiffened. Was this woman actually saying she was going to kill the boss on her own? Lillian then spoke up. That thing is a dire rank monster. In other words, rank C. And you expect to kill that thing on your own. So, it's nothing special, Marionette stated, taking a step forward before stopping. She then turned back and stared at Lillian before smirking. Nothing special. Unlike you, Lillian. Why you can't just suddenly flirt with me like that? Lillian stammered, covering her face and turning away. Marionette raised an eyebrow at this. But didn't you just flirt with OO? Whatever. Lillian sighed and then asked, how do you even plan on taking it down anyway? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to use an item. Lillian turned back around and saw Marionette with a long, thorny metallic pole. It had a dark green body with runic inscriptions etched into its surface. It was around 1 meter or so long and covered in spikes. Other than the spikes and inscriptions, the only other thing that made it stand out was the green bulb at one of its ends. Besides that, it looked like a deadly javelin. Marionette stared with a sentimental and solemn gaze. Lillian stared with wide eyes. She recognized this item. Could it be the pin of the Roselles? A congratulatory item for those who had passed their first trial in my family. Marionette inspected its design. A sort of tradition in our family, you could say, and one of the many things my family is known for. She stared at Lillian. I assume you know a rough outline of what it could do? Lillian nodded with a serious expression. Marionette nodded in satisfaction. Then I won't have to explain what it could do even though I wasn't. Until, of course, you eventually accept one of my future offers. She said in a foreboding tone. Something Lillian ignored entirely as she intently looked through her memories about the congratulatory item in Marionette's hand. The pin of the Roselle. Marionette stepped forward, brandishing the javelin in her right hand. After planting her feet into the ground, she pushed her left foot back. She then opened her mouth and began to spill and chant. From 100 petals on the first, 90 petals on the second, 80 petals on the third. Each line spoken caused a crimson light to erupt from the runes that grew brighter. A notorious item used by the villainess in the early stages of the game against the heroine if the player chose the wrong options. 30 petals on the 8th, 20 petals on the 9th, and eventually plucked down to 1 on the 10th. It was most famous for its ability. With a large twist of her body and a pull of her arm, she launched the javelin out of her hand. The pin of the Roselle shot through the air, seemingly doubling in speed every few seconds, aiming for Morbasker's large eye, of killing you with a near 100% accuracy. Chapter 79, The Tree and Cockroach, edited. Why exactly was it around that percentile? Was the item so powerful it could nearly kill anything with that much accuracy? Was it the reason why the assassin family, Roselle, had been such an intimidating force in the underworld? Or was it because of the heroine's incapability to survive it in the early stages of the game? The latter would be the most accurate. In the entirety of the game, Marionette was seen only using this congratulatory javelin in the early stages. And only so when you have either antagonized or disturbed her enough that forces her to waste it on you. For what deep reason did the creators have in mind for this? No one knew. But what everyone knew was that in the early stages, the heroine was far incapable of dodging such a blitzing throw. Lillian stared at the javelin that soared through the air. Like a shooting star of trailing stardust, the javelin flew with silent crimson bloodlust. It flew with such peak efficiency that one would think it was essentially gliding, and with speed beyond what the parasitic evergrower could perceive. It lodged itself into its eye. Despite its overwhelming speed, It was incapable of piercing any further into the unnerving black and green eye of the violet tree. However, it was more accurate to say it had stopped on its own volition. The parasitic evergrower blinked at the metal splinter stuck in its eye. Its forest green pupils constricted, and its neon green veins glowed with hostility. It wrapped one of its wiggling vines around the long spiked shaft of the javelin and tugged at it. Its expectations that the javelin would leave its spot in its eye were crushed instantly. Like the barbed spine of a porcupine that was enchanted to never leave where it had stabbed, the javelin remained in its place. And soon enough, something odd happened. The violet tree's eye began to show wrinkles. It was small, unnoticeable at first to the very eyes until it wasn't. Large, dry chasms formed over the eye as it seemed to dry out at a rapid rate. The bulb at the end of the javelin also revealed minor changes. Its tightly folded petals that were yet to bloom bloomed at a gluttonous rate, and like it was part of a complex clockwork. It eventually revealed an intricate scarlet rose that still had its metallic luster. Lillian stared at the blooming rose with wide eyes, distracted from what was happening to the tree behind it. Its eye rose and fell in height perpetually. Its dark wooden body became slimmer before fattening up to its original width. Its leaves lose their shimmering shine and become a lifeless gray before turning back to its alluring violet again. The parasitic evergrower was going through a constant state of dehydration and invigoration. The longer this went on, the deeper the light that the runic symbols on the congratulatory javelin glowed. Soon enough, strange, narrow spines began to grow out of the eye, just around the area where the javelin was embedded. Just like the javelin, they were all dark green in color. They were all covered in pointy thorns, and they all held a miniature replica of the same bulb. These spines grew out of the violet tree with a meter or so gap in between each one. It was like the parasitic evergrower was undergoing an intense session of acupuncture. Each one has the exact same appearance, and each one has begun to open its bulb simultaneously. Each one drastically increased the rate at which the parasitic evergrower became a husk. The violet tree was blind. Its eye has been reduced to a mere 1/50th of its original size, like a deflated balloon. At this point, it had completely given up and trying to save itself, and instead focus all of its decreasing strength on its last remaining healthy root. A root thick enough when it was lashed out had caused several stone pillars to shatter. A wave of dust cloud rolled towards them, followed by shattered stone chunks. Marionette stared at this with nonchalance and began to steadily walk back towards Lillian without a hint of hurry in her steps, as if it were a casual stroll. Her body then became dark, a gaseous black substance rising off of her. Lillian soon realized what she was up to and pounced towards her, wrapping her arms tightly around her waist and staring up. And with a nervous expression, she asked, "You don't mind bringing me along, right?" Marionette smirked, and with a neutral tone, she said, "Sure." Just before the cloud of dust and rubble could collide with them, they sunk into the ground, falling into a world of drowning darkness. Lillian clutched onto Marionette's body like it was her lifeline, blind due to the lack of light. They were submerged in the sea of darkness for what felt like an eternity. Time was hard to manage if everything around you was the same thing. And eventually, after what seemed like a long time, the jester's echoing voice resounded. Morbasker, the parasitic evergrower, has been defeated. The jester's trial, titled Two Lost Adventurers with Their Tree and Cockroach, has come to an end. 5 o'clock minutes until exit portal opens. Once the dust had settled above, the dark puddle resting under the gliding cloud of dust suddenly spat out 2 women before disappearing. Marionette stood over the rubble that was in her position, waving away the dust with her left hand before gazing down. Lillian still tightly held onto Marionette's waist like a lost child with her eyes closed. She then widened her eyes once Marionette suddenly began to stroke her head. Lillian breathed a sigh before pulling her gaze towards Marionette's right arm. The arm Marionette had used to throw her javelin had transformed into a small stream of blood that poured out from her body. Lillian was prepared to see this, but couldn't help but be concerned. "Are you going to be fine?" she asked, tightening her hold around Marionette's waist. Marionette raised an eyebrow before looking down at her missing arm and shrugging. "It'll survive. Everything must have a price, especially items like those," she responded casually before adding, "And we only need to stay here for a few minutes, Lillian." She then did what she had done during the exam and made herself an arm made of darkness, plugging her flowing wound. Lillian still stared with concern before sighing, "I hope so." She then went on to unlatch herself off of Marionette, but was immediately pulled back. Marionette wrapped her arms behind Lillian's neck, holding her in a soft embrace, which Lillian eventually leaned into after a few seconds of realization. She then sighed. "I'm so glad this damn trial is over." She then stared up at Marionette with a playful look. "And you sure have gotten touchy over the past few days." Marionette tilted her head cutely at her with a naive expression. "I have," she said while stroking the back of Lillian's head. "You could always tell me to get off you." Lillian stared at her before pouting. She then buried her face into Marionette's chest before wrapping her arms around her. "I like you like this," she quietly said, the tips of her ears turning slightly pink before red. Marionette widened her eyes briefly at this before giving a short chuckle. "Puffed. What is so funny? HM?" Lillian stared up, revealing her blushing face, which she was trying hard to hide. Marionette stared down at her with an affectionate gaze. "You like me holding on to you like this? HM?" Her lips curled into a warm smile that seemed to brighten the world. A smile Lillian was briefly lost in. She looked way better with a smile. Then, with a playful tone, she said, "Then it'll continue holding you by my ass." Her words were then cut off once she discovered something standing next to them in the corner of her eyes. It stood at a towering height of 6 feet. It had an insect-like face, predominantly closer to that of a cockroach, which was coated in old, dried blood that clung to its hairy head and dripped over its sharp mandibles that were dripping in fresh ones. The dried blood was painted over its round, hexagonal pattern left compound eye and stayed away from the right one that emitted a smoke-like substance from its empty eye socket. It had a lean, blood-stained body covered in a hard carapace that was tinted slightly black and had small cracks at the edges most likely from harsh battles. Its arms, stained in crimson blood, dangled loosely by its side like the pendulum of a grandfather clock. At the end of its arms were slim, hooked claws that twitched tensely. Its legs were also seen to be twitching, but it was more accurate to say they were shaking. The muscles in its calf seemed to crawl around under the carapace that was hiding it like miniature snakes. It gave it an odd and disturbing sight to look at, coupled with its eerie appearance. Lillian stared at it with a shocked and fearful expression. T. the Corrupted Catacomb Dweller. Chapter 80, Corrupted Cockroach. Edited. Why was it next to them? And how long was it standing there? Lillian quickly glanced up towards Marionette and saw she was also expressing a similar expression, except hers wasn't mixed in with fear. It seemed that Marionette was also shocked at its presence. The catacomb dweller stared down at them with an ominous aura around it. Its hands and legs that were once erratic paused, becoming calm like a still ocean. Marionette then suddenly knocked Lillian away from her. Lillian watched as her body tilted back, and an arm coated in blood passed by her face in a split second. Its fingers were straightened, uniformed, and shaped like a blade. The corrupted cockroach launched its first attack. Its arm then snapped towards Marionette, speeding towards her. Marionette backed away with a serious expression, watching as the catacomb dweller's hand quickly approached her abdomen. Marionette gritted her teeth, tilting her body to the side and staring at the blade-shaped hand enter through her side. Lillian's hopeful expectations that Marionette's body would phase through the attack were shattered. Marionette's blood splattered through the air as the corrupted monster stabbed through her stab. Marionette's face didn't twitch a bit at the throbbing pain from her bleeding side and instead summoned dark spikes from the ground, piercing through its body. She then quickly backed off away from it and returned back to Lillian's side. Lillian stared concerningly at Marionette's other serious wound. which Marionette had wrapped in darkness to prevent any more needless bleeding. Aren't you going to drink a health potion? I only carry the high-grade ones on me. Huh? Lillian widened her eyes. Instead of questioning it, she hurriedly opened her system store. Then, do you want to have one of mine? No need. Marionette immediately turned it down. She then glanced toward the timer. We don't have long anyway. No need to waste such things when we'll be fully healed on the outside. Marionette then turned towards Lillian with wide eyes. You are aware that all of our injuries would be gone once we exit the trial, correct? Lillian's eyes twitched. I very much do. I am most knowledgeable about these things, she said with a prideful smirk. I think. But she wasn't entirely sure despite having most of the knowledge about the game still floating through her mind. They then turned back their attention to the corrupted catacomb dweller to find that it had already escaped the spikes that had pierced through its body that was undamaged, still the same as when it first arrived. Corrupted monster from true darkness. Lillian turned her head towards Marionette and saw her putting on a different expression that wasn't her usual indifferent one. Monsters belonging in this category are more empowered by the darkness around them, while making any attacks or use of it useless against them, especially my way of phasing through its attacks. Lillian nodded grimly. Great. To think your counter would show up. They then watched as it turned its gaze towards the ruined body of the violet tree. The parasitic evergrow was completely sucked dry of all manner of nutrients or moisture its body stored. Its once vibrant leaves had grayed out and died slowly, detaching and gliding towards the ground. Its eyes still remained shriveled, but the difference was that the javelin was no longer in it. The only evidence that it was there was the fallen scarlet petals of the metallic rose that bloomed from it. With a bent of its knees, the corrupted cockroach shot towards the dead tree, reaching and stabbing its claws into its dry surface. It climbed, and it climbed, sinking its claws and the several hooks on its appendages into the bark and pulling itself up with ease. Lillian stared grimly at this before glancing at the timer. Only 57 seconds have passed. She then felt Marionette's arms wrap around her neck and her warm breath brushing against her right ear. She then heard Marionette whisper in a serious tone, "Shoot it down before it could reach the eye. It is already at the dire rank, so we mustn't let it grow any stronger by forming another shell by devouring that eye." Without any other delay, Lillian immediately got to work. As the corrupted cockroach made steady progress up the tree, it was suddenly interrupted by rapid projectiles that caused the tree to shake. It planted its claws, carefully making sure it was stuck before twisting its head back curiously. It watched as Lillian waved her hand dramatically in the air, summoning droplets of water that morphed into simple spears. Its body then tensed up once it saw Lillian launching a volley of a dozen of these spears. It hurriedly turned its head back around and unlatched its claws from the tree before starting back up its ascent. Snap! 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 With its only eye, it watched as the spear crashed into the dry body of the tree, tearing small holes into it. Using it to its advantage, it leapt towards one of the made holes and continued up. However, this idea it had made had caused its chest to be skewered by one of Lillian's spears. Lillian stared with a sadistic glint in her eyes as she chugged a mana potion. Marionette stared at her from the sides with an odd look on her face. "I think you may be sadisty in no interrupting," Lillian stammered, focusing back on sending another volley. Marionette rolled her eyes before reaching down and grabbing a palm-sized stone, and with a twist of her body, she shot it at neck-breaking speed. The corrupted cockroach pulled its right arm from the tree before wrapping its fingers around the spear in its chest, which had begun to mix in with its blood before crushing it. The upper half of the spear returned back to its liquid-flowing state, dripping over its fingers. The rest of the spear continued to remain intact before eventually collapsing as well once running out of mana. It then stared down at the aching hole in its chest that poured a dramatic amount of blood before ignoring it and the growing crack in its carapace. Just as it was about to continue climbing, its mind then went into a daze as something slammed into the back of its head. The rock has caused its body to lose its strength. Its body was dangled by its hands, which were still lodged into the tree before regaining its strength. Despite the serious wounds in its chest and a large dent in its head that would be fatal to a normal human, it continued its climb with sheer tenacity, and eventually leveraging itself over the wooden ledge and into the concave eye socket of the dead tree. Its body shook weakly as its blood dyed the dark wooden ground. It started at the saggy eyeball with a greedy glint in its eye. Walking towards it, it raised its arm and immediately had it blown off by another volley of spears. It snapped its mandibles in frustration and leapt towards the eye, biting down and tearing it off. Marionette tapped her chin as she narrowed her eyes, watching as the corrupted cockroach devoured the eye before turning towards Lillian. "You didn't kill it. It's like really hard to aim these things, you know? And shouldn't I have gone for the eye instead? That would cause it to go after us once that happens. And in addition, you may have gotten a shard if you killed it." Marionette listed her reason. Lillian sighed, figuring that these reasons were quite logical. She then glanced towards the timer. "Well, I doubt it's going to reach us in TI." Lillian then watched as a shadow loomed over her before being knocked to the side. Clang! Lillian fell to the ground, staring up as Marionette clashed against what seemed to be a bulkier version of the corrupted cockroach. Its head still remained the same, but its carapace became much thicker and had an even deeper black tint to it. It also had 2 extra pairs of smaller arms growing out of its sides. Shit, this thing became a damn brawler. Lillian then stared towards Marionette, who brandished a beautiful silver longsword with intricate patterns etched into its blade. Marionette stared at her blade as the smaller pair of arms were pushing it back. Her face contorted, struggling under its strength and being forced back into a stone pillar. She gazed down at her black arm and saw it swirling uncontrollably a bit as it seemed to move towards the corrupted cockroach. The dark smoke rising from the cockroach's empty eye socket grew deeper. It was absorbing Marionette's darkness. It then raised one of its thicker arms and cocked it back before throwing. It was an extreme force that shattered the pillar behind, missing Marionette as she pushed herself out of the way. Chapter 81 Timer's Countdown and Sudden. Tripping? Edited. Marionette dodged to the side, avoiding the devastating blow that would have left her without a head. Her dark arm flicked between solid and gas before eventually settling on its current form, acting as her arm. She tightly gripped the hilt with both hands before swinging it arm diagonally. The detailed illustrations etched into her silver blade depicted a vibrant sun with a spiky exterior that glowed a burning orange. Lillian watched as Marionette's scorching longsword rose upwards, colliding with the cockroach's shell-covered arm, which was missing a hand. It bit deep into its dark shell and even managed to make contact with its flesh, igniting it and its crimson blood. With a twist of her wrist and the turn of her blade, she tore through its arm, causing it to fly through the air in a trail of searing flames. Lillian stared at the cockroach's flaming stump that burned with a deep orange flame. The flame then lost its color as a black gaseous substance put out, leaving behind evidence of severe charring around where the flame had previously been. Then, with a bend of its knee, it quickly leapt and caught the gliding burning arm before putting it out as well. Marionette watched as it fell back down, raising its detached arm over its head like a mallet. She brandished her long sword towards it before feeling it dip a bit, the weight of the blade increasing. She glanced down at her arm and saw it had flickered out, dissipating into the tense atmosphere. Marionette narrowed her eyes, summoning back the long sword and retrieving a curved black dagger with jagged edges like it was forged out of obsidian. Lillian's eyes darted back and forth between the two in their intense battle. She debated whether or not to join, but ultimately decided that it would be unwise. Lillian was far too slow to keep up if she were to join, and the attacking potency of her element currently wasn't enough to pierce through its tough carapace. However, Marionette didn't seem to be on the losing side. The battle was like how Lillian had struggled at first against a catacomb brawler on the first day. Except Marionette was doing far better than she could against this corrupted version. Marionette's elegantly dodged the corrupted brawler's punches like an elusive dancer. However, her face had got just a little bit pale due to the blood loss. After stepping to its side, her obsidian dagger flashed in her hand, stabbing itself into the side of its head. The cockroach reeled back before lashing the fleshy, charred mace in its hand. Marionette leaned back, narrowly dodging the swing as it skimmed the tip of her nose before acrobatically cartwheeling back. With a bend of her elbows, she pushed herself off the ground, causing her to land on a vertical stone surface. This time, with a bend of her knees, she shot off of it, rapidly approaching the cockroach. The cockroach gripped the handle of the dagger and glanced at it curiously before throwing it away. It then turned its head back towards Marionette, where it was met with a drop kick to the face. Bam! Marionette's heels dug deeply into its face, causing it to cave in slightly. The cockroach fell back slightly before rising again, planting its right foot into the ground with a stomp. Thud! It then raised its remaining large hand towards Marionette's shin, clutching and cracking the bone inside. For once, this has caused Marionette to wince in subtle pain as she felt her muscles scream in agony, her bones cracking and sliding over each other. Just before the hateful cockroach could do anything more to harm the cold villainess, a spear of water passed through the air, striking it with resounding lightning. It unhanded Marionette's crushed shin, causing her to fall. Fortunately, her mind wasn't so foggy with pain, for she had managed to catch herself in the air, spinning and landing on her good leg. She then leapt back, wrapping a thin layer of darkness around her wounded shin and tying it back in place. She then raised her eyes at the corrupted cockroach to see its caved-in face having a blown-off portion. Its blood dripped out of the large hole in its head like a broken faucet. Shards of its skull and brain matter mixed in with the streams of blood. It should be dead. And yet, Lillian blinked, suddenly finding its bloody shadow looming over her. She stared up, staring into its remaining eye burning with avarice. It slowly brought up its arms, cocking it back like revolvers. Lillian watched as the world seemed to slow down, and the fist rapidly approached her face. Except the world was indeed slowing down. Once the timer ticked down to 0, the jester's voice whispered into their ears. The trial will be plunged into a state of stillness. You have 0300 minutes to make your way to the exit portal. Lillian's lips curled into a grin as she stared at the frozen fist before her eyes. She then tilted her head to the side with a victorious glint, staring at the world that had transformed into a dullish gray before shifting her gaze towards the lifelike statue of the cockroach. Just a bit too slow, huh? What a shame, she said, flicking her index finger at its soft forehead before stiffening. She twisted her head to the side. Marionette stared down, tending to her serious wounds with dark bandages before feeling something clutch her hand. Staring up, she looked into Lillian's worried eyes. Lillian then asked in an equally worried tone, "Are you going to be able to walk?" Marionette stared into Lillian's eyes before nodding comfortingly. "It'll be fine," she said, retrieving her dagger from Lillian, who had just picked it up. "Thank you. And like I said before, all we have to do is reach the exit portal." She turned her head towards the center of the room. Flickers of green light manifested into thin air before swirling into an oval shape. Eventually, it transformed into the exact same portal that had brought them here. Lillian sighed in relief, and surprisingly, so did Marionette. "You're tired as much as I am." "Huh?" Lillian asked, to which Marionette briefly nodded. While it was an eventful and shockingly pleasing trial, it is no doubt still a trial. Harsh and tiring, she responded, taking slowly crooked steps towards the portal, avoiding the rubble around them. Pleasing?" Lillian tilted her head with a cute and naive expression. Marionette gave a short glance back before smirking yes. Lillian blushed slightly before turning her head away and making her way beside Marionette. Lillian took in one last look at their surroundings. Most of the stone pillars had been shattered by the violet tree's sweep. The hole still continued to shine down its ever-so-bright light through the gaps in the nude canopy. She then glanced towards the corpse of the beetle, she had killed before the frozen cockroach. Not only that, but she also took in the signs of her rigorous training with Marionette that took on the form of slash marks in the ground. "I might miss this place," Lillian murmured. Marionette's ears twitched. She glanced at Lillian's sentimental face with a raised brow. "Is that so? You have an odd preference, then. Dis donc judge me," Lillian grumbled. She crossed her arms over her chest before feeling the outline of her necklace through her clothes. She instinctually brought it out from under her clothes and stared at it. The lucky necklace dangled in the air, bouncing up and down before going still. "Quite the charming necklace," Lillian, Marionette commented, staring at the necklace. "Ashul? Oh, this thing? Thanks. I recently bought this in a store, and I had some money to spare," Lillian said. The edges of Marionette's lips curved into a small smile. "You sure do love rabbits." "Huh? How fitting." What do you mean fitting?" Marionette turned her head away. "Who knows? Baby, what was this woman on about?" Lillian shook her head in defeat before thinking about her lucky necklace. "This thing hasn't gone off after the beetle. Hopefully it was." In the corner of her eyes, she watched as Marionette's body tilted forward. Her eyes widened, and she stared down at Marionette's injured foot to see that it had clumsily tripped over something. It was a piece of stone. Marionette also seemed to widen her eyes in surprise at her carelessness. Lillian rushed towards her, wrapping her arms around her waist in an attempt to prevent her fall before coincidentally tripping over the same piece of debris. They both fell, except this time, Lillian's body was going to be used as a cushion for Marionette. But as soon as Marionette realized this, she twisted their body around, letting it so her back hit the ground instead of Lillian's. Thud! Lillian, who had her eyes closed, landed on Marionette's soft, slim body. But that wasn't all. She also felt something pressed against her lips. It was soft and wet, and caused her to have a strange, suffocating feeling inside her chest. Chapter 82, the end of the trial. Edited, she didn't know what it was. It was soft and smooth. Whatever it was, it tasted strangely sweet as she unconsciously moved her lips against it. She couldn't tell what the taste was, a mix between a sweet strawberry and a sugary peach. She had the urge to open her eyes, but somewhere deep inside her, she felt like it wouldn't be wise. Suddenly, whatever it was pressed against her lips even more, moving against it briefly. That was when she felt something gently hold the side of her face, hinting at her to pull back. Lillian slowly opened her sparkly blue eyes and gazed deeply into an intimate pair of dark red ones, which stared back at her tremblingly. Marionette's long, glossy black hair lay splayed across the rough, uneven ground like black webs with them trapped together in the center. Lillian then glanced towards Marionette's hand, holding her cheek, before slowly drifting down to their lips, which were tightly pressed together. Lillian widened her eyes in shock. The damn necklace of hers had caused this to happen. She eventually pulled back, separating their lips from each other before staring down at Marionette, who shielded the bottom half of her face with her arm. Marionette turned her head to the side, almost as though she refused to meet Lillian in the eyes, causing Lillian to tremble a bit in fear. Sorry, I didn't mean to." Lillian's apology was cut short as Marionette chimed in with a surprising stutter in her voice. It's fine," she quietly muttered before going silent for a moment and then continuing, let's just exit this trial." Marionette then slowly turned her gaze back to Lillian and found her staring at her with an odd pinkish face. It wasn't the usual embarrassing blush Lillian would usually have for similar interactions like this, but one of... Lillian grinned. "Are you blushing?" Teasingness. Lillian's face reddened in amusement at the thought that Marionette was blushing at their accidental kiss. But she was also strangely aroused by it as well. Marionette widened her eyes, still keeping her arm over the lower half of her face, before shouting, Don't be so ridiculous, Lillian. Now, would you kindly get off me?" Marionette's unusual outburst, filled with emotions, caught Lillian off guard. "But, so this is how I tease you." Lillian smiled widely in an almost sadistic manner before pressing her body closer against Marionette's chest, which caused her to stiffen slightly. But aren't you always talking about wanting to get close directly to me? Lillian giggled, her voice playful and teasing. She then began to slowly move her face closer towards Marionette, who continued to stare at her in shock. So? Stop right this instant, Lillian. Lillian stared into Marionette's flustered eyes with a victorious look in her eyes. Heh, and the one on top now. Finally. Now what should I do next? Oh, how about I try and look at her blushing face? While she was busy monologuing, a harmless tentacle silently arose from the ground. It was dark, as smooth as the surface of a ceramic vase, and slowly making its way towards Lillian, who continued to ramble inside her mind. Amid her monologuing, Lillian found something slither and wrapped itself around her neck before gently tossing her off Marionette. Lillian landed on her side, rubbing her arm before looking back towards Marionette. She found that she had quickly scurried back to her feet. Lillian sighed, scratching the back of her head as she watched Marionette cross through the portal with a regretful look. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed her any further, she reflected. She then gave a thoughtful look, but if she were always to give such a cute expression whenever I do that, maybe me taking the lead from time to time would be nice. She giggled at the thought. She then slowly got up, dusting off her skirt and the side of her blazer before looking back at the timer. You have 150 minutes to make your way to the exit portal. Still enough time. She glanced around her surroundings. I guess I should just make my way into the P. She paused, taking in the sight of an unfamiliar item in the corner of her eyes. Turning her head towards the dead tree, she saw in one of its many vines a book hanging loosely in it. Fortunately, it was close enough to the ground to where Lillian, overcome with curiosity, had strolled over to it. It was an ancient thick tome a couple of inches wide. It had a leather cover that had been weathered and damaged over time and had what used to be a clasp before being torn off. Its corners were reinforced with metal, rough to the touch and most likely rusted. Its spine was thick, just like the cover, and possibly made from the exact same material with metal stripes embedded into it, reinforcing its capability to last over a long period. Despite all these traits, it was rather hard to tell what it truly looked like since the world had a minimal amount of color and was merely gray with varying shades. What she could tell was it had a noticeable weight in its arms. The thought that whatever within it held exhilarating tales or knowledge interested her greatly, coupled with the fact she didn't seem to recognize this type of book so cool. Storing it inside her ring, she sprinted towards the portal before diving into it with her arms stretched forward. Under the bright blue canvas of a slightly cloudy sky, Lillian awoke on a blank but serene ocean. Back here again. She then sat up and glanced around before staring down at the reflective surface of the water that stared back at her with her image. Lillian grinned narcissistically. Sometimes I do forget I am quite good-looking. She then suddenly paused. Wow, wasn't that narcissistic? She lampooned before raising herself to her feet. Now then, I guess they should be starting to, like the echoing voice passing inside a spacious cave. The jester spoke. This time, it was slightly less robotic. The gods shall decide on your boon. They have now spun the wheel to decide your boon. Your current chances are 750, element, trait. The jester then paused. A resounding ticking sound then echoed mysteriously. Tick, tick, tick. It was like her mana realm had just installed a ticking clock that seemingly caused the world to tremble slightly. Tick, tick, tick. The once serene surface of the ocean now formed traveling rings of water that lightly tapped at Lillian's shoes. Tick, tick, tick. The clouds supposedly breaking apart, albeit at an excruciatingly slow rate. Tick, tick, tick. The magical light that lit up the world without an obvious source dimmed. The ticking went on for what felt like hours. However, the intervals between each had increased noticeably. It ticked, and it ticked, until eventually slowing down. Lillian sat boredly on the surface of the water.